World of Immortals Chapter 1 to Chapter 75. Who in this world could avoid death? Even if you were a peerless beauty, you would still turn into a skeleton in the end. Even if you were a proud son of heaven, you would still turn into a pile of dirt in the end. Immortality was what everyone longed for. However, there was no such thing as an immortal beauty, and there was no such thing as an immortal monarch. The proud sons of heaven were no different from the common people. They couldn't escape from aging, sickness, and death. No one could live forever in this world. However, the legend of immortality had always been passed down in the world. Dharma, Dugu Chobai, Shiman Chui Shue, Li Xuanhuan, Shifei Xuan, Lao Ai, Lang Fanyun, Pang Ban, Qin Meng Yao, each and every one of their names were passed down through the ages. They were like an ancient curse that incessantly encouraged the later generations, making them believe that immortality was not an absolute absurdity. Some people could reach that realm. However, time was the most merciless. With the passing of time, the once immortal legends were gradually erased in the long river of time. Until after countless years of silence, a miracle broke out once again. On the night of the 15th full moon, the proud daughter of heaven, goddess Lan Nua, would sever her ties with the mortal world at Kunlun's red dust peak. She would shatter the void and leave. There wasn't a single practitioner in the world who wouldn't be shocked. The topic of immortality once again became a hot topic. In the past few days, more than 100,000 people came to Kunlun Mountain. From the nobles to the peddlers and servants, they came from all walks of life. They all had the same goal, to witness a miracle that was rarely seen in thousands of years. Finally, the day of the full moon arrived. The majestic Kunlun Mountain was magnificent and beautiful. Under the bright moonlight, it was as if it was shrouded by a layer of hazy gauze, making this sacred mountain as faintly discernible as a fairyland. Under the moonlight, Xiaochen ran like the wind. His entire body was covered in bloodstains, even his jet-black hair was dyed red by the blood. However, his sharp and handsome face was filled with an unyielding expression. A pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars emitted an unswerving radiance. He was in the midst of a life and death escape. The imperial angel Zhao Lin swore to kill him. She led dozens of practitioners to surround him. The angel Zhao Lin's face was covered by a veil. Her figure was graceful and curvy. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She was as agile as a fleeting shadow. With nowhere to run, Xiaochen rushed towards the red dust peak. Under the moonlight, there was a sea of people near the red dust peak. The entire mountain was filled with people, but there were only a few 100,000 people gathered together, yet it was so quiet. Everyone was quietly staring at the white-clothed girl on the red dust peak. On top of the summit, Lan Nua was wearing a snow-white robe. Under the moonlight, her immortal body seemed to be emitting a faint holy radiance. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy of the moon. Over the past half a month, she had tried to break through the void twice, but the moment she succeeded, she retracted her foot. She was one step away from immortality. However, if she were to take that step, the boundless world of mortals would leave her forever, and she would sever all ties with the mortal world. It took a lot of courage to cut off the worldly bonds with the sword of wisdom. Because if she took that step, what awaited her in the endless years of immortality would perhaps be endless loneliness. The heart of heaven is hard to fathom, and the feelings of immortals are like frost. Today, she had already stood there from early morning until now. All kinds of worldly affairs appeared in her heart. It was finally time to bid farewell to the mortal world. One after another blazing divine radiance suddenly erupted on top of the summit. The entire summit was enveloped in a layer of incomparably holy radiance. Lan Nua's skin was as smooth as ice and as fair as jade. Under the holy radiance, she looked so otherworldly and noble. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the void shattered. She strode forward with an indulgent and resolute expression. At the very last moment, she turned her head to take one last look at the mortal world. That dreamlike celestial face would forever remain in the hearts of the people of the world. More than 100,000 people shouted Lan Nua's name in unison. However, the orderly shouts quickly became chaotic. People discovered that there were two figures running at high speed on the summit. They actually broke through the void together with Lan Nua. According to the annals of the 9 prefectures, in the year 7316, the goddess Lan Nua broke through the void and left. The imperial angel Zhao Lin was fortunate enough to form an immortal fate and followed her into the world of immortals. As for Xiao, he was not fated to be recorded in the annals of history. The instant he broke through the void, Xiao was really shocked to the extreme. He never thought there would be a day like this. He would actually enter the world of immortals in this way. In that split second, he thought of a lot of things. His family, friends, they were all going to be parted forever. He was going to leave this mortal world forever. The great escape of life and death actually had this kind of result. For many people, breaking through the void and entering the world of immortals was an eternal glory. However, Xiao was willing to give up this kind of opportunity. He was very attached to this mortal world. His parents, his relatives, farewell forever. He silently bade farewell to the mortal world. Xiao didn't know that the imperial angel Zhao Lin also broke through the void and left. The inky black clouds churned, the world became devoid of light in a split second. Endless darkness enveloped the world, it was like the curtain of death had fallen. Waves of dense and terrifying aura instantly pervaded the world. Within the surging black clouds of death, a lofty ancient castle was faintly discernible on the horizon. One after another, waves of blood soared into the sky from within the ancient castle. The dark clouds were emitting a ghastly red color. The world was so quiet that it was somewhat frightening. There wasn't even a trace of sound, it was deathly still. The ancient castle was filled with the vicissitudes of time, it was as if it came from the ancient times. It was like a whirlpool of death. The inexhaustible deathly aura that enveloped the surroundings began to slowly converge towards it. The churning black clouds were slowly being swallowed by it. The black clouds gradually disappeared, but the sky became even more gloomy and terrifying. Countless skeletons floated around the ancient castle. The vast expanse of white bones formed a deathly sea of bones. The awe-inspiring ancient castle towered over the snow-white sea of bones. It was indescribably terrifying and deathly still. A few humanoid skeletons with grey wings flew out from the ancient castle. The inexhaustible deathly aura enveloped the surroundings majestically. They overlooked an isolated island in the depths of the sea below. This was an isolated island in the depths of the boundless sea. On the island, the lush forest was filled with the cries of apes and the roars of tigers. 90% of the entire island was covered by the primeval forest. The towering ancient trees blotted out the sky and the sun. Ferocious beasts and birds of prey were flying about, it was a scene from the uncivilized era. However, just at this time an incomparably gloomy and dense deathly aura came from the distant sky. The island that was originally filled with the unceasing roars of the beasts gradually quieted down. There seemed to be ancient beasts living in the depths of the island. Occasionally, they would let out a few angry growls. Other than that, the world was completely silent. Xiao, who was unconscious on the beach of the island, also felt the bone-piercing chill. His body unconsciously trembled a few times. After a long time, the gloomy deathly aura slowly dissipated. The vast expanse of white bones in the distant sky, that ancient castle that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, gradually disappeared in the sky above the boundless sea. Only at this time did the world begin to slowly regain its vitality. Dozens of dragon-like roars resounded from the depths of the island. Only then did the entire island gradually regain its former vitality. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. After an unknown period of time, Xiao woke up from his coma. The sound of waves entered his ears. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the green sea in front of him. At this moment, he was lying on the scalding golden beach. The blazing sunlight made Xiao feel dizzy and his vision blurred. His entire body was burning with pain. His mouth was dry and his lips were cracked. He sat up with much difficulty and sized up this unfamiliar environment. The scorching heat waves brought waves of sea breeze mixed with a fishy and salty smell. Flocks of seabirds soared above the blue sea, and from time to time, giant fish leaped out of the water, stirring up huge waves. In the depths of the island, the roars of all kinds of beasts were as ear-splitting as thunder. Xiao felt as if he had returned to the prehistoric era. The verdant coconut grove by the coast cast a cool shade on the ground. Ripe brown and yellow coconuts were piled up together, looking especially alluring under the green leaves. Some saliva seemed to have formed in his dry and bitter mouth. Xiao struggled to stand up and walked forward unsteadily. The blazing sun was blocked, the burning pain from being roasted finally disappeared. A little sea breeze blew over, the emerald green leaves were gently swaying. Xiaochen finally felt a little cool. The ripe coconuts fell to the ground from time to time, emitting a pung-pung sound. Xiaochen felt as if there was a flame throbbing in his throat. He felt as if his mouth was emitting smoke. Xiaochen's mouth and tongue were parched to the extreme. His entire body was in pain. He staggered and picked up a pile of coconuts before sitting on the ground with a plop sound. Using essence to crack open a coconut, Xiaochen gulped down the sweet coconut water in large mouthfuls. This kind of feeling was too wonderful. For Xiaochen, who was so thirsty that he was about to combust, the coconut water was comparable to bejeweled nectar. He actually came to the world of immortals. Xiaochen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Where did Lan Nua go? And those famous people, did they really live in this world? His heart was filled with questions. Of course, he didn't know that the imperial angel, Zhao Lin Air, had also entered this space. In the end, he silently knelt on the ground and bid farewell to his parents. From now on, he would be separated from the mortal world forever. He was a decisive person. He forced himself to put away his disappointed feelings and began to think about how to survive in this unfamiliar world. He sat quietly on the sandy ground, leaning against a thick coconut tree. The surface of Xiaochen's body was flickering with a sparkling and translucent luster. It was as if his body was enveloped by a layer of hazy radiance. The essence of heaven and earth converged unceasingly. The spiritual energy in the coconut grove was dense. There was a faintly discernible multicolored radiance lingering around. The roar of the beasts resounded unceasingly. This was not a pure land. His most important task now was to recover his body as soon as possible. Xiaochen operated the cultivation method, guided the essence of the plants, and began to heal his injured body. His cultivation method originated from a mysterious stone inscription. He grew up beside the Yellow River. When he was 7 years old, he suddenly encountered a rare drought. The Yellow River in front of the village was almost dried up. A huge stone tablet was revealed. After getting rid of the mud, four ancient words were engraved on the front of the stone tablet: eternal suppression of the Yellow River. There was an ancient legend on both sides of the Yellow River. When Yi the Great was controlling the flood, a divine stone tablet descended from the 9th heaven and eternally suppressed the Yellow River, ensuring that the flood would never happen again. Therefore, when the stone tablet was revealed from the bottom of the Yellow River, the villagers immediately thought of the divine stone passed down from generation to generation. They washed away the mud on the stone tablet and burned incense to worship it every day. After cleaning it up, the engravings also appeared on the back of the stone tablet. That was a mysterious and complicated engraving. It was impossible for the villagers to understand it. They treated it as a heavenly book. That heavenly book filled the young Xiaochen with endless fantasies. Every day, he would stare blankly at the stone tablet. Until 2 months later, when the torrential rain fell continuously and the Yellow River rose, the stone tablet sank to the bottom of the river forever. However, the mysterious and complicated engraving at that time had already been deeply imprinted in little Xiaochen's mind. Later on, when he started to learn martial arts and embarked on the path of cultivation, only then did he know what that complicated engraving was. That was an ancient and mysterious chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens. Xiaochen did not know if that mysterious stone inscription was comparable to those legendary heavenly techniques. Since the age of 10, he had persevered in his cultivation. After that, he spent the next 10 years learning moves from others. However, he had never changed his mental cultivation method. After 10 years of painstaking cultivation, Xiaochen had benefited a lot. His physique was constantly changing. He had a vague feeling that he was reborn. However, what gave him confidence in this chi training diagram was an intense battle in Mount Kunlun. He wanted to see the miracle of Lan Nua breaking through the void, but he didn't want to be bullied by the guards of the Imperial Angel along the way. That was the most tragic battle in his life. He consecutively killed 13 of the Imperial Iron Guards and broke through the siege. During that time, he even killed Zhao Linair's personal maid. It could be seen that the mysterious stone inscription was not an ordinary technique. 10 years of bitter cultivation had already allowed him to reach a higher level. Day after day of cultivation, Xiaochen's understanding of the chi training diagram became deeper and deeper. He felt that there should be more to it. He felt that this was not a complete set of cultivation techniques. According to legend, the monolith that suppressed the Yellow River was descended from the ninth heaven. There might be a similar monolith, but if he wanted to obtain more inscriptions, the chances were really slim. The radiance of the sun, the essence of the moon, the essence of the plants. Nature had an inexhaustible amount of energy and all kinds of energy. Xianxia operated the qi training technique in the coconut grove to absorb the essence of the world to nourish his injured body. A hazy multicolored light enveloped his surroundings. After 4 hours, Xianxia woke up from his meditation. His injuries were not as serious as he had imagined. He estimated that he would be able to fully recover in 10 days. The red sun was setting in the west, the afterglow was sprinkled on the surface of the sea. The sea and the sky were connected together, the seawater and the haze formed a remnant of red. Boom! 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 Just at this time, a series of tremors came from the beach. A muffled sound reached Xiaoqian's ears. He turned his head to look and his expression immediately changed. A huge silver monster crawled up the shore from the sea. Its body was about 50 meters long, it looked like a silver crocodile as big as a mountain. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see the obvious difference. On its spine that was like a silver mountain ridge, there were over 100 huge bone spurs flickering with cold light. Every bone spur was 2 meters long, they were like a sharp spear that pierced the sky, protecting its rear. It was really too huge, its whole body was covered with silver scales that were flickering with cold light. Every scale was more than 1 meter long and half a meter wide. From afar, this silver giant with a cold glint flickering all over its body looked exceptionally ferocious. The silver ferocious beast had a total of 8 thick and powerful claws. The sharp claws at the ends of the claws were eerie and terrifying. In addition, there was a sharp horn on its head that was 7 or 8 meters long. It flickered with a cold silver radiance. This was truly an incomparably terrifying and huge evil beast. The ghastly green eye was the size of a millstone. It emitted a dim light like a torch as it scanned the coast once. Then, it landed on the beach. It opened its huge bloody mouth towards the setting sun, revealing a row of sharp, broadsword-shaped teeth that were more than a meter long. It let out an extremely terrifying roar, causing the nearby seawater to fluctuate violently. Many seabirds in the air fled far away in fear, and some seabirds nearby even directly fell into the sea. Such power was truly earth-shattering. Although Xiaoqian covered his ears at the first possible moment, his ears were still ringing from the shock. This huge roar was like a thunderclap exploding beside his ears. After the 50-meter-long huge ferocious beast roared towards the setting sun, it lay down on the beach and closed its huge eyes. It seemed like it wanted to rest here. Xiaoqian was deeply shocked. The world of immortals was really not ordinary. Looking at the silver giant that was like a mountain ridge, he recalled the ancient ferocious beast that was only mentioned in the legend of the seaside for generations, 8-clawed tyrant dragon. This sinister and terrifying giant, its appearance was exactly the same as the legendary 8-clawed tyrant dragon. According to legend, that ancient ferocious beast could overturn rivers and seas, it could summon rain and clouds. Once a ship came across it, the only fate that awaited it was destruction. It was the most ferocious beast in the ocean, even the sea god had to retreat when he encountered it. An ancient ferocious beast that can contend against the gods, actually exists in this world. Recalling those ancient legends, Xiaoqian's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect to see this kind of legendary ancient ferocious beast with his own eyes in the world of immortals. Although it was very far away, Xiaoqian could already feel the fierce fiendish aura. This huge ancient ferocious beast must have torn apart countless sea creatures. Xiaoqian was very rational. He stood up and lightly moved his feet. He slowly walked towards the depths of the coconut grove. Only when he was sure that the ancient ferocious beast couldn't detect him did he stop and observe from afar. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon was like a silver mountain ridge. It was lying there quietly without moving an inch, as if it was petrified. Xiaoqian guessed that this beach might be its resting place. At night, it would most likely sleep here. Ever since this ancient ferocious beast climbed onto the beach and roared towards the setting sun, the nearby primitive jungle became quiet. Only the beast's roar could be heard from the depths of the island from time to time. The sea breeze blew gently, the sunset glow was about to disappear. Xiaochen startled countless birds in the seaside jungle. The ground was filled with bird eggs, his dinner was secured. The moonlight was like water, the twinkling stars, the sea waves gently lapped against the beach, the salty sea breeze gently brushed past in the dim light of the night. Xiaochen slowly entered dreamland in the coconut grove. Early in the morning, the red sun rose from the east. The morning glow sprinkled a large expanse of golden radiance on the surface of the sea. A soul-stirring, ear-splitting roar pierced through the clouds. The legendary ancient ferocious beast, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon, was currently opening its huge bloody mouth. It let out a sky-shaking roar towards the rising sun that had just climbed out of the sea. The tranquil blue sea in the early morning surged up and down because of the huge sound wave. The seabirds that were flying in the sky were so frightened that they completely disappeared without a trace. The huge silver ferocious dragon moved its 8 claws at the same time. A series of rumbling sounds transmitted from the beach as it slowly stepped into the sea. The tranquil sea immediately boiled up, it was as if a tsunami had occurred. Huge waves surged up to the sky. That silver ferocious figure stirred up the sea unceasingly. Only when it gradually went far away did the sea slowly calm down. The tide rose and fell, the seawater washed away the traces left behind by the ferocious dragon on the shore. Xiaochen walked out from the depths of the coconut grove and gazed at the boundless ocean. He imagined the terrifying scene of that huge creature flaunting its power in the sea. This was indeed a peerless beast. After a night of rest, Xiaochen felt much better. If he didn't do any intense exercise, his movements would no longer be hindered. He stood on the beach and faced the morning sun. He began to gather the worldly essence and practice the mysterious diagram on the ancient monolith. His entire body was as still as a pine tree. The gentle morning sun shone on Xiaochen's body. His breathing was long and steady. One after another, tiny rays of light that couldn't be seen entered his body from his skin and swam cheerfully in his body. Xiaochen was very talented in the path of cultivation. Since he was young, he had been practicing the mysterious Qi training diagram. A vast and sacred palace had already started to open its doors to him. The rising sun shone with multicolored light. Xiaochen used the interval between his breaths as a rhythm. Every time he inhaled, he guided the golden sunlight into his body. He let it pass through his flesh and enter his internal organs and bones. Every inch of his body was filled with golden light. After that, when he exhaled, the impure essence in his internal organs, bones, and flesh would be expelled from his body through his skin. His flesh and blood were continuously purified and improved by the purest energy. His physique was changing day after day, year after year. The essence of cultivation was to continuously break through the shackles of the human body. It was to realize the continuous transformation and sublimation of the self. Xiaochen firmly believed that one day, he would be able to break through the boundary between life and death like those famous people. He would step into the legendary realm of immortality. After the morning tide receded, the beach was littered with seashells, shrimps, crabs, sea urchins, and some lively fishes. This made Xiaochen's breakfast incomparably sumptuous. A flame was flickering beside the coconut grove. On top of it was a shell the size of a wash basin. The coconut juice inside was already boiling. The seafood was already releasing an alluring aroma. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Xiaochen decided to investigate the surrounding terrain and environment. He wanted to find a temporary place to stay. After passing through the coconut grove, there was an even denser forest. That place was lush and full of vitality. The vegetation was incomparably rich. There were heaven-gazing tree, whitewood tree, yellow tree, olive tree, palm tree, rubber tree, etc. This was the habitat of the seabirds. When Xiaochen entered this area, countless birds took flight in fright from the dense forest. Thousands upon thousands of seabirds circled around in the forest, chirping in the sky. Bird feathers filled the sky as they fluttered down one after another. The ground was covered in a thick layer of bird droppings. Nests were everywhere on the branches and on the ground. Bird eggs could be seen everywhere, and there were many young birds crying piteously for food. Countless adult seabirds were constantly circling and screaming. It wasn't until a long time after he had passed through the dense forest that the place slowly returned to normal. After walking for another 3 to 4 kilometers, Xiaochen entered a primitive forest. The roots of the 1,000-year-old ancient trees were intertwined with each other, and the 100-year-old vines intertwined. This place was a dense forest, and ferocious beasts roamed about. Roar! A ferocious saber-toothed tiger roared and pounced towards Xiaochen while revealing its eerie fangs. He turned his body, swung his leg, and swept his right leg with all his might, sending the ferocious tiger to the ground. And just at this time, a beast's roar transmitted from not far away. A 5-meter-tall twin-headed violent ape rushed over. It had a tall demonic body, dense black fur, and 2 sinister heads. It looked exceptionally scary. Xiaochen didn't want to provoke these bizarre beasts, so he hastily turned around and rushed into the mountain forest. Meanwhile, that saber-toothed tiger faced the twin-headed violent ape. Roar! The tiger's roar suddenly stopped. Xiaochen turned his head around to take a quick glance, and saw a bloody scene. The twin-headed violent ape actually tore that saber-toothed tiger apart with its bare hands. The huge body covered in dense black fur was sprayed with blood. Xiaochen ran as fast as lightning. He was a lot more cautious now, and avoided all kinds of bizarre beasts. He didn't want to face them directly. After advancing for a short distance, Xiaochen saw many mythical beasts that only appeared in legends. He also saw many bloody scenes. He once saw a winged divine leopard tearing apart 2 huge elephants, and a huge single-horned python devouring 3 ferocious tigers. While walking in the endless primeval forest, Xiaochen would often see some broken bones. There were those of tigers, lions, and elephants, and there were also many unknown huge skeletons. The broken skeletons were 7 to 8 meters long, and they were hidden in the forest grass. They looked exceptionally terrifying. Roar! A loud roar suddenly transmitted from the depths of the mountain ridge. The sound was ear-splitting, and it pierced through gold and cracked rocks. It went straight to the sky. It startled tens of thousands of beasts, and the depths of the mountain ridge became chaotic. Xiaochen was also shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil. His body trembled, and his eardrums almost ruptured. Even the legendary dragon's roar was nothing more than this, right? This roar was definitely not inferior to the roar of the ancient beast, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. It was hard to imagine what kind of beast that was. Xiaochen was secretly apprehensive. He had already discovered 2 powerful beasts at the periphery of the island. This island in the middle of the sea was really incomparably mysterious. Right now, his injuries had yet to recover, so he didn't dare to take the risk to advance any further. In the end, Xiaochen found a suitable place to recuperate at the periphery of the island. This place was only 2 to 3 miles away from the beach. It was very close to the resting place of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. As a result, ordinary beasts didn't dare to approach it rashly. A clear stream flowed like a jasper belt, and it accumulated in the middle of the forest to form a small lake that was as clear and transparent as a sapphire. The tall and dense forest surrounded the small lake, blocking the scorching sun and spreading a large amount of shade. The surroundings of the small lake were covered with wisteria. All kinds of unknown flowers were in full bloom, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. In addition to the pleasant chirping of birds, it was really a good place to stay. In addition, there were many fruit trees in the vicinity. Not only were there tall coconut trees, there were also slightly shorter pineapples, lemons, lychees, and so on. The branches were full of fruits, and the sweet fruity fragrance permeated the forest. It was exceptionally alluring. Xiaochen discovered a bamboo forest not far away. Under the condition that his injuries wouldn't be affected, he carefully circulated his energy. He used the stone axe to chop down rows of bamboo and brought them back. After that, he found some flexible and tough vines. At the side of the sapphire-like small lake, Xiaochen built a bamboo house and set up a bamboo bed inside. The green and glistening residence was filled with the fragrance of plants. It felt very elegant and comfortable. It must be mentioned that the weather at sea was unpredictable. In the afternoon, the originally cloudless sky turned dusky and gloomy in the blink of an eye. A large number of dark clouds quickly gathered. Rumble, the dark clouds rolled over, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the island. It started to rain heavily. Xiaochen rejoiced that he built the bamboo house in time. Looking at the curtain of rain outside the window, his thoughts were flying. After entering the world of immortals, he kept thinking about those who shattered the void and left behind their illustrious name in the mortal world. Would he be able to meet them one day? Dugu Chobai, with a sword in hand, he looked down on the world and swept through the 6 directions. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Li Xuanhuan, the little Li flying dagger, never missed, the blade shattered the void. Shi Feishuan, the limpid autumn water and divine jade bones, the proud fairy of the generation. Bian, the wisdom of heaven and earth, as nimble as a fairy. Pang Ban, the matchless demon monarch, the Tao heart demon, the eternal deterrence. Lang Fanyun, the extreme of emotion and the extreme of the sword. Using the sword because of emotion, he used the sword. Those illustrious names appeared in Xiao Chen's mind one by one. Since those people already lived eternally in this world, he believed that if he had the opportunity in the future, he might really be able to meet them. This was definitely not an illusory flower. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Xiao Chen's injuries healed very quickly. In another 6 or 7 days, he would be completely healed. In the evening, the fire was dancing in the forest. The wild rabbit stuck on the bamboo sword had been roasted until it was golden and glossy. The oil dripped on the fire and made a sizzling sound. The sea salt had been evenly moisturized, and the tempting aroma lingered in the forest. Using the bamboo knife, Xiaochen cut open the golden and glossy wild rabbit on the shell plate. Then, he washed the various wild fruits that he had picked and cut them open. He arranged a few fruit plates and poured a cup of coconut juice on them. Then, he started to enjoy his dinner. The soft, smooth, and tender rabbit meat filled his mouth with fragrance after taking a bite. Coupled with all kinds of sweet and refreshing wild fruits, it greatly increased his appetite. The sunset glow disappeared, and night fell. However, the seaside did not quiet down, and the noise became louder and louder. Starting from dusk today, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon didn't know why, but it continuously roared at the seaside. Now, it even let out a deafening roar. It shook the blue sea and the mountain forest. Its momentum was extremely terrifying. Even when the sky was filled with twinkling stars, the ancient vicious beasts were still roaring incessantly on the seashore, greatly different from before. Xiaochen was greatly astonished. He was attracted by the oppressive dragon roar on the beach. Under the moonlight, he arrived at the coconut grove by the seaside. The 50-meter-long 8-clawed tyrant dragon's whole body flickered with silver light. It looked like a silver mountain ridge. In addition to that sharp horn, the bone spikes on its back, and the 8 huge claws that gleamed with a cold light, it looked extremely ferocious and sinister. At this moment, the deafening roar had gradually subsided. The ancient ferocious beast seemed to have struggled violently on this beach, causing the beach to be full of potholes and huge and terrifying deep ravines. Xiao Chen's gaze was deeply attracted. On the beach next to the evil dragon, a holy radiance flickered. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was actually 2 dragon eggs. The eggshell was the size of a millstone, sparkling and translucent like jade, emitting a brilliant multicolored light. The ancient vicious dragon actually laid eggs. Xiaochen was deeply shocked. He finally knew why the evil dragon was acting so strangely. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon dug a big hole on the beach and carefully buried the 2 dragon eggs inside. Deep into the night, the seaside finally calmed down. The sky was filled with stars, splendid and magnificent. Xiaochen returned to his residence by the lake and cultivated for 4 hours. After that, he entered the bamboo hut that gave off the fragrance of plants and slowly fell asleep on the bamboo bed. He spent the majority of the day training, because he knew that no matter if it was in the mortal world, or in this unknown world of immortals, only when one's own strength was strong enough would they be able to live a better life. Early in the morning, the tides rose and fell, and the waves surged. The ancient ferocious beast, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon, had already left for a long time. Xiaochen dug that big hole on the beach, and it immediately emitted a brilliant radiance. 2 millstone-sized dragon eggs appeared. The eggshell was sparkling and translucent, as if it had been carved out of the finest mutton-fat jade. It flickered with a mystical silver light. Dragon eggs had always only appeared in legends. Now, it appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. He waved his palm towards a dragon egg. Silver light flickered, but the dragon egg was not damaged in the slightest. Xiaochen was deeply astonished. He increased the force of his palm and smashed it down again. Ka-cha! A large crack appeared on the jade-like eggshell. Xiaochen didn't feel guilty at all. According to the legends, the evil dragon was able to contend against the sea god. It was the most savage ruler of the ocean. Every day, it would tear apart countless creatures. The sparkling and translucent dragon egg finally cracked, and the silver splendor inside was dazzling. The egg white flowed all over the ground, and very quickly seeped into the sandy ground. It revealed the core of the silver egg yolk. Light was flowing on the surface of the yolk. The resplendent radiance originated from it. A faintly discernible dragon roar entered Xiaoqian's ears. He was shocked to discover that a silvery light floated up from the dragon egg. That was a miniature evil dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was emitting an extremely intense life force. This was the essence of the dragon. He swallowed that ball of silvery light without any hesitation. Just in that instant, Xiaoqian felt as if his soul was about to ignite. A surging life force was violently attacking his body. The dragon egg laid by the ancient ferocious beast contained an unimaginably powerful life force. After all, it was going to hatch into a vicious dragon in the future. The innate life force was incomparably abundant. The silvery light lingered around Xiaoqian's body like a raging flame. That was the essence contained in the dragon egg. It was the inexhaustible life force. His body became almost transparent. One could faintly see a silvery evil dragon sinking into his qi. As if it was being attracted, the remaining dragon essence in the cracked dragon egg gathered towards Xiaoqian's body. It wanted to merge with the dragon's shadow in his body. Xiaoqian felt as if his body was about to shatter. His soul and body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Just at this time, the ancient monolith of the Yellow River suppression eternally appeared in his heart. The chi training diagram bestowed by the heavens started to operate on its own. Xiaoqian endured the great pain as he watched the bizarre phenomenon taking place in his body. That dragon shadow in his body was slowly being refined. After half a day had passed, the throbbing light around his body finally started to subside. The silvery evil dragon in his body had disappeared. It actually turned into a grain-sized silvery speck of light. It was immersed in the Xianxia acupoint on his left foot. The Xianxia acupoint was located in the depression below the ankle. The silvery speck of light stopped inside, making this acupoint look like a god. Compared to the other acupoints, it was like a bright lamp in the dark night. After another 4 hours, Xiaoqian opened his eyes. Although he had eaten the legendary dragon egg, his cultivation didn't advance at all. Xiaoqian was deep in thought. The huge dragon essence actually turned into a silvery speck of light and settled in the Xianxia acupoint on his left foot. This acupoint was one of the 365 main acupoints of the human body. If every main acupoint had such a speck of light, what kind of changes would occur? The red sun had already set in the west. A dragon's roar was transmitted from the depths of the sea. The tranquil sea was split into two. The huge white waves rolled to both sides. It was obvious that the ancient ferocious beast was breaking through the waves. Xiaoqian shouted, "Not good," and quickly rushed towards the forest at the seaside. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon had returned. He had to hide himself as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely die a tragic death. Fortunately, when the tyrant dragon's huge shadow appeared in the sea, Xiaoqian had already rushed into the primeval forest. Not long after, the dragon's roar shook the sky. Even though it was several miles away, that huge roar was still able to penetrate gold and crack rocks. It was like a heavenly thunder that shook the blood and chi. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon went crazy. It discovered one of its dragon eggs had been destroyed. It roared unceasingly at the seaside. The huge roar immediately caused the originally calm sea to surge with huge waves. Soon after, the tyrant dragon destroyed the vast coconut grove not far away. The ancient beast was as huge as a mountain. Its entire body was pulsating with silver flames. In the end, it charged towards the dense forest on the island. Its 50-meter-long huge dragon body burst out with a soaring baleful aura. Nothing could stop it wherever it went. The trees fell and rose, the earth trembled violently. The forest was shaken to the point where leaves swirled in the air. The forest birds wailed and flew away in fright. The wild beasts fled in panic. Xiaoqian also had no choice but to flee. He kept changing his location in the dense forest. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon was really too terrifying. It was invincible. There was no obstacle that could stop its advance. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or if the ancient beast could really summon rain and clouds, but the sky quickly darkened. Endless black clouds shrouded the sky above the island. Soon after, lightning flashed and thunder rolled, a violent storm descended, the huge lightning danced wildly, a hurricane rushed over from the sea surface. It immediately broke many towering trees, and even more trees were uprooted. They were thrown towards the dusky sky where the heavy rain was pouring down. Soon after, they were smashed into pieces by the huge lightning in the sky. It was simply the scene of the end of the world. Darkness enveloped the earth, the violent storm raged unceasingly, the trees were broken and the forest was destroyed. The roar of that ancient beast was comparable to the clap of thunder in the sky. In this stormy night, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon's huge body was pulsating with a blazing silver flame. It ran amok in the dense forest, destroying everything in its path. The primeval forest was in chaos. Countless beasts were fleeing in disorder. Other than the commonly seen lions, tigers, and elephants, there were also many other ferocious species. For example, a lion with divine wings, a huge snake with a single horn, a three-eyed wolf that was as tall as an elephant, a 2 to 3 meter long golden centipede. There were also many primitive beasts that seemed to be the terrifying beasts recorded in ancient books. They ran like the wind and roared like thunder. Even the tigers and lions were scared out of their wits and made way for them. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. What kind of island was this? There were actually so many ancient beasts. This place was the Xianxia as well. High up in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping, and the strong wind was still raging. Many running beasts were swept into the sky by the strong wind, completely disappearing. Not only did he have to evade the ancient vicious dragon, he also had to evade the attacks of all kinds of great desolate beasts. There was one time when he escaped to a sparse forest area. He was almost blown into the sky by a hurricane. He was only a step away from having his body crushed. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon wreaked havoc for most of the night. After that, it rushed towards the depths of the island. That region in the depths of the mountain ridge was in chaos. Other than the 8-clawed tyrant dragon's angry roar, another beast's roar resounded. It was actually not inferior to the 8-clawed tyrant dragon's roar. The two roars rose and fell, they seemed to be approaching each other at high speed. Not long after, the terrifying roar of the battle between the beasts resounded in the depths of the mountain ridge. The two different kinds of deafening roars actually suppressed the thunder in the sky. Xianxia was very shocked. There was actually a beast that could contend against the ancient beast, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. This island was really mysterious. Roar, roar, the two ferocious beasts seemed to be equally matched. They roared unceasingly in the depths of the mountain ridge. The battle seemed to be incomparably intense. That mountain ridge seemed to be trembling. Tens of thousands of beasts were startled and cried out in grief. This was a frantic rainy night. Thunder and lightning rumbled, and the gale roared. The two ancient beasts were having a fierce battle. Tens of thousands of beasts were roaring and running around in disorder. Only when dawn arrived and the rainstorm stopped did the battle between the two beasts come to an end. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon returned with heavy injuries. It shook the mountain forest and caused the leaves to fly wildly. Silver flames were throbbing all over its body. Many terrifying wounds appeared on its body. A large piece of its scales had fallen off, and many parts of its body were badly mutilated. 3 of its 8 huge claws were injured to the point that they didn't dare to touch the ground. Although the 7 to 8 meter long sharp horn on its head was stained with the blood of the enemy beast, cracks had also appeared on it. One could imagine how desperate the battle was. Xianxia didn't know the origin of the enemy beast. It actually made the 8-clawed tyrant dragon pay such a huge price. He didn't even know who won between the two beasts. Following the return of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon, this part of the forest immediately became chaotic again. Tens of thousands of beasts ran away. Xianxia witnessed all of this. He deeply felt the power of the ancient beasts. It was really incomparably terrifying. The tyrant dragon dragged its injured body and gradually went far away. And just at this time, the dark clouds that enveloped the sky above the island also gradually dispersed. The violent wind and heavy rain stopped, the sky was already bright, it was already early morning. A night of violent wind and heavy rain destroyed a large area of the forest. There were even more beasts that died in last night's chaos. The primeval forest was in a complete mess. The morning glow of the morning sun sprinkled its radiance on the forest. The raindrops on the leaves and flowers were sparkling and translucent under the illumination. They looked like pearls rolling on the ground. The fresh air was cool and refreshing. This was a morning full of vigor and vitality. After last night's terrifying storm, a peaceful and tranquil morning was finally ushered in. Xiaochen walked on top of the broken branches and withered leaves, feeling the fresh air after the rain. Suddenly, his pupils contracted and 2 rays of deep divine radiance burst out from his eyes. At the side of a small lake that was as clear as a sapphire, there was a towering tree. A white veil was hanging on a branch, fluttering along with the breeze. In this uninhabited forest, it was very eye-catching. Xiaochen quickly climbed up the ancient tree and grabbed the veil. This seemed to be a veil used to cover one's face. It was smooth and incomparably soft. As light as a feather. It could be said to be the finest silk fabric. An indistinct phoenix was embroidered on it. When Xiaochen looked at it carefully, it looked very lifelike. Suddenly, Xiaochen seemed to think of something, and a familiar scene entered his mind. A graceful and beautiful woman with a veil covering her face, he clearly remembered the imperial angel, Zhao Lin. It was covered with such a phoenix veil. Could it be that Zhao Lin had also entered the world of immortals? Xiaochen instantly thought of the scene on that day. He and Zhao Lin rushed up to the summit one after the other. The distance between them wasn't too far, and at that time, the proud goddess Lan Nua shattered the void and burst forth with dazzling radiance. The entire mountain peak was shrouded in a layer of incomparably holy radiance. On the spot, he was enveloped in that multicolored light. Could it be that Zhao Lin was the same as him, also passively entering the world of immortals? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. This wasn't the mortal world. Zhao Lin's identity as the imperial angel no longer had any effect here. If he caught Zhao Lin on the island, he wouldn't have to worry about how he would deal with her. Not long ago, Xiaochen was the one being chased. If Zhao Lin really entered the world of immortals, now, the roles would be completely reversed. However, Xiaochen didn't wish to meet Zhao Lin too early. Because his opponent was a true expert. He had not recovered from his injuries yet, so it would be difficult for him to compete with him. 5 days. 5 days would be enough. The healing period was over. He was not afraid of the imperial angel. 2 days passed peacefully, but Zhao Lin did not appear. Although the light veil was blown here, the gale that night was too fierce. Perhaps she was in a very distant area. However, Xiaochen believed it. If she was still alive, they would meet on the island sooner or later. Now, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon was always guarding the seaside. Even if it went into the sea, it would only go to the nearby sea area. Xiaochen did not want to take any more risks. When this ancient ferocious beast went berserk, it really had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The speck of light in the Xianxia acupuncture point on his left foot. It seemed to have fused perfectly with the acupoints. The silver light spot was the Xianxia cave. The Xianghil acupuncture point was a silver light dot. There was no distinction between them. Even now, Xiaochen still did not know what use it had. He couldn't sense the enormous life energy it once had, nor could he sense anything special about it. In the past 2 days, Xiaochen cultivated diligently. His body recovered smoothly. The gentle moonlight was like water ripples, covering the forest with a thin layer of gauze. Xiaochen stood at the mirror-like lakeside. His slender and muscular body did not move an inch. He guided the moonlight into his body. One after another, indiscernible holy radiance circulated within Xiaochen's body. The moonlight nourished his body like sweet dew, making his internal organs, bones, and flesh overflow with a layer of precious splendor. Time seemed to have stopped. Xiaochen was immersed in the wonderful state of cultivation. More and more moonlight gathered, and his surroundings were already shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance. His entire body was emitting a faint brilliance. At this moment, his entire being had ascended to an ethereal state. Although his eyes were closed, the surrounding scenery appeared clearly in his mind. He exuded a light and graceful aura. Suddenly, he sensed something deep within the forest. It seemed like a creature was approaching at lightning speed. Soon after, what he saw was a strange scene. A small, snow-white horse actually stepped on the treetops as if it was flying, lightly stepping on top of the treetops as it approached. This was a very shocking scene. The pony was very young, it was no taller than 1 meter. But it was very mystical. Its snow-white body was actually flickering with a sparkling and translucent luster, as if it was carved out of the most beautiful suet jade. Apart from that, there was actually a sparkling and translucent jade horn on its forehead. It made it look even more mystical and extraordinary, especially when it treaded on the moonlight. It was lightly galloping on the treetops in the forest. Under the illumination of the gentle moonlight, it seemed incomparably otherworldly. It was truly a divine steed to the extreme. A young Pegasus. Xiaochen was very shocked. The pony treaded on the treetops and circled around the lakeside. It secretly sized up Xiaochen, who was enveloped by the moonlight. A pair of black gem-like big eyes were brimming with curiosity. Xiaochen pretended not to know and didn't startle it. He continued to absorb the hazy moonlight. The pure white radiance was like a ripple of water. It lingered around him. It made the spiritual energy in this place dense, filling it with a sacred and auspicious aura. The pony seemed to want to get closer. But it was also a little afraid. Its pair of bright big eyes carefully observed Xiaochen. After confirming that he was harmless, it flew to a towering tree not far away from Xiaochen. Soon after, Xiaochen saw the extraordinariness of the pony again. That jade horn on its head. It could actually gather the moonlight. The multicolored radiance lingering around Xiaochen was actually divided into half by that jade horn. It was actually divided into half by that jade horn. The entire body of the pony became even more sparkling and translucent. The faint luster flickered unceasingly. It was truly incomparably mystical. Until Xiaochen stopped. The pony was like a startled rabbit. It ran away by treading on the treetops, leaving behind a silvery shadow in the dense forest. Its speed was truly extremely fast. Xiaochen smiled. This was truly an interesting and adorable little Pegasus. In the following 2 days, the pony would frequently appear by the lakeside. It came to share the spiritual energy that Xiaochen gathered. There was the morning glow, and there was the essence of plants during the day. There was the moonlight at night. It slowly figured out the pattern and was no longer as timid as before. Xiaochen didn't catch this little Pegasus. First, he didn't have the confidence to catch it. Second, it was because this kind of spiritual divine creature, even if he caught it by force, it would be hard to truly make it submit. He was waiting for an opportunity. In a flash, it had already been 10 days since he arrived at this mysterious island. Xiaochen's injured body had already completely recovered. Flap, flap, flap. Countless seabirds were startled and flew away from that bird forest not far away. The pony looked like it was carved out of fine jade. It ran away by treading on the treetops like a silvery light. Xiaochen felt someone was approaching. The speed of the approaching person was extremely fast. It was truly like a flickering light passing by. It passed through that woodland in almost an instant. After that, it looked at Xiaochen from afar. It was a man with a tall and straight figure. His entire body was dripping wet, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His appearance could be considered handsome, but he gave off a very special feeling. Especially his pair of eyes, which were incomparably deep and emitted an eerie coldness. In short, that kind of feeling was sinister. He actually saw someone on this desolate island, and it wasn't Zhao Linair. Xiaochen didn't feel any joy in his heart. Based on the feeling that the youth in front of him was a dangerous person, he became cautious. He slowed down the circulation of the secret technique in his body. He wanted to hide his true strength. In the forest not far away, countless seabirds were startled and flew away again. Another figure was rushing over at high speed. His speed was as fast as lightning. He arrived in the blink of an eye. This was a young girl with a graceful figure and wonderful curves. Her clothes were very revealing. Her slender, snow-white legs were faintly discernible under the almost transparent skirt. Her 2 jade-like arms and her flat abdomen were all exposed. Her towering twin peaks were wrapped in a thin layer of gauze, which was extremely seductive. Her shiny black hair was dripping wet and scattered over her shoulders. Her smooth and tender skin was glossy and glossy. Her appearance was very flirtatious and charming. However, her peach blossom eyes revealed a frightened expression at the moment. Only when she arrived here and stood side by side with the young man did she gradually calm down. Roar, the faint roar of the eight-clawed tyrant dragon transmitted from the seaside. Looking at their dripping wet appearance, it wasn't hard to imagine that they must have encountered the tyrant dragon just now. A mist rose from the body of the young man and woman. In the blink of an eye, their dripping wet clothes became as dry as before. It could be seen that their cultivation was not ordinary. A hazy radiance flickered on their body as the two of them walked forward. Even if the cultivation of the people of the world of immortals reached the heavens, Xianxia wouldn't be surprised. After all, this was the final destination of the martial artists. The most outstanding people from the mortal world since the ancient times had all entered this space. Who are you? Why are you here? The young man opened his mouth and asked. His accent was a little peculiar, but Xianxia was able to completely understand him. Xianxia felt that the two of them didn't have any good intentions. A faintly discernible killing intent was transmitted over. He opened his mouth and said calmly, Xianxia, from the mortal world. He didn't hide anything and revealed his identity. He vaguely pointed out that it was impossible for them to have any grudges, it was impossible for them to become enemies. Hearing Xianxia's words, the two of them were extremely shocked. They could not help but take a few steps back. It was clear that the practitioners who could break through the void with their martial arts were definitely strong in this world. Otherwise, the two of them would not have such expressions. When they heard Xianxia's explanation that he was forced to follow Lan Nua into the world of immortals, only then did the young man and woman relax. They seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. I don't know if I should say you are lucky or unlucky. Although you entered the world of immortals, the location where you broke through the void is really too terrible. This sea region is the famous Taboo Ocean, and this island is even more, hee. The young man's laughter was somewhat cold, but his killing intent seemed to have disappeared. He and the enchanting woman walked towards the small lake together. They seemed to be completely relaxed in this green lake surrounded by vines, fragrant flowers, and green trees. How unlucky! I didn't expect to encounter an ancient ferocious beast right after entering this island. The scantily clad gorgeous woman complained, now that the ship is broken and all the sailors have been devoured by the evil dragon, how are we going to go back? I shouldn't have come. We should rejoice, for several hundred years, we might be the only ones who entered this island alive. Speaking until here, the young man took a glance at Xianxia and said, Can you prepare some food for us? His words were very forceful, rather than saying it was a request, it would be better to say it was an order. However, Xianxia was very calm as he replied, Sure. Looking at Xianxia's disappearing figure, the young man asked, What do you think? The enchanting woman sneered, regardless of whether what he said is true or false, he is a dead man. We must not let anyone know that we were the first to arrive here, only the dead can keep a secret. The young man nodded and sneered, his cultivation is not weak, he hid his strength. However, it will be difficult for him to fight against either of us, he will definitely die. However, let's keep him alive first, we still need him for the time being. Xianxia looked at the two's lips through the branches and leaves in the distant jungle. After a while, he turned around and left. Not long after, an alluring fragrance drifted from the lakeside. A gazelle's leg was roasted until it was golden and glossy. The seafood in the shell pot was also cooked until it was incomparably tender. In addition, there were lychees, pineapples, bananas, and other fruits on the shell pot. The young man and woman enjoyed the food with satisfaction. After the woman drank a cup of coconut juice, she smiled tenderly and said, Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your hospitality. I am Liu Yu, he is Wang Zifeng, he is my senior. Hee. Her smile was very charming. Below her snow-white neck, the twin peaks that were wrapped in a light muslin trembled unceasingly. It really emitted a boundless temptation. Her enchanting appearance was very charming. Wang Zifeng continued, It is impossible for you to have heard of our names, but you might have heard of our ancestor. May I ask for the name of your ancestor? Vaguely, Xianxia already knew that this ancestor most likely came from the human world by breaking through the void. Demon King Shi Zhishuan. When Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu said this name, they revealed an incomparably respectful and fascinated expression. Xianxia was shocked, how could he not know this name? That was one of the most talented people in the human world since ancient times. He was as famous as Bodhidharma, Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Chobai, and the others. Once the undying demon technique was unleashed, who in the world could compete with him? Later on, because he was trapped by love, the demonic embryo collapsed. However, with his great wisdom, he cultivated a peerless Tao heart and easily broke through the void, leaving behind his mighty name, both Tao and Devil, the undead evil king. Seeing Xiaochen's expression, Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu were very satisfied. The name of the Demon King was indeed awe-inspiring. The Demon King can live forever in this world? Xiaochen was indeed very excited. Of course. The founder already had an indestructible body. Then you guys? We are obviously far from reaching the undying realm. The world of immortals is far from what you imagine. In fact, there aren't that many people who can truly live forever. Liu Yu smiled tenderly and said, Brother Xiao, I see that you have just entered the world of immortals, so you don't really understand anything. Why don't we recommend you to join our branch? If Xiaochen didn't know that the other party wanted to kill him, of course he would be very happy. But he could only pretend to be happy at the moment. May I ask what's so special about this island? Xiaochen didn't understand the world of immortals at all. He had a lot of questions to ask the other party, but he could only start from this uncivilized island. Special? Hee. It should be said to be extremely special. It needs the divine monolith to suppress it. Wang Zifeng sneered with some regret. However, he didn't explain much. Liu Yu smiled charmingly. It's hard to explain in a few words. You'll slowly understand in the future. This world is far more mysterious than you can imagine. No matter how bizarre and dazzling the things you encounter, it's nothing strange. At this time, a fluctuation of life was transmitted from the treetops in the distance. The three of them had already sensed it. They pretended to turn their heads to take a quick glance. He saw a small horse that looked like it was carved out of beautiful jade. Its body was flowing with a faint brilliance, and it was blinking its large eyes that looked like black gems. It was currently blinking its black gem-like big eyes. It was secretly sizing up the three of them with curiosity. Liu Yu cried out in surprise in a low voice, Demon King above, it's actually a young unicorn. It was obvious that she was very surprised. Her mood fluctuated abnormally. Her towering twin peaks rose and fell. Wang Zifeng also said in amazement, I already knew this island was mysterious, but I didn't expect to find a unicorn at the border. Junior sister, you should go and give it a try. I heard that only pure girls can approach this kind of sacred beast. Liu Yu stood up. Her charming attitude was completely withdrawn. She looked a lot more dignified and pure. She walked gracefully. Slowly and gracefully. He walked towards the towering ancient tree. Whoosh, the young unicorn was like a frightened rabbit. It escaped in an instant. Looking from afar. Like a silver waterfall. He disappeared into the forest. So it's called a unicorn. I thought it was the legendary Pegasus. Xiaochen said to himself. Hee. It can also be considered a Pegasus. When it's young, it can run as fast as lightning. After entering the mature stage, it will be able to soar in the sky. At the same time, when it's angry, it will also have a peerless attack power. Wang Zifeng seemed to be very regretful as he said, what a pity. Such a young unicorn was perfect for taming. But it's too alert. Humph. Liu Yu coldly snorted. His face was filled with displeasure as he returned unhappily. Wang Zifeng had already finished eating. He turned his head around and said to Xiaochen, when the time comes, we will bring you away from here. However, he couldn't do that now. Firstly, we need to go deeper into the island. Secondly, we need to wait for our ship to come to our rescue. Are you willing to travel with us? To this, what could Xiaochen say? He could only answer with willingness. And he had to pretend to be happy. That's good. Go and collect more sea salt for our journey. The island is extremely dangerous, and there are many ancient beasts in the great desolate land. We can only avoid them and take a detour. I don't know how many days it will take to truly enter the depths. Looking at Xiaochen gradually getting further away, Liu Yu's expression turned cold. she said, let's kill it immediately. To prevent any accidents from happening. Wang Zifeng shook his head and said, you also saw it. We still need him for these chores. Let's wait for another 2 days. The island is full of dangers. Maybe we can even use him as bait. To lure those savage beasts. The two sneered coldly. In the distant jungle. Xiaochen attentively watched their mouths. Then he silently retreated. If he didn't know how to read lips, he might not even know how he died. He could tell that Wang Zifeng and Liu seemed to be in a hurry. They didn't want to waste any time. After Xiaochen collected enough sea salt, they started their journey. They had already walked for an hour. The ancient towering trees were getting denser and denser. The huge evergreen trees covered the sky. In the endless primeval forest, the ancient trees that were thousands of years old could not even be surrounded by a dozen people. The thick old vines stretched for several hundred meters. Vicious birds and fierce beasts roamed about from time to time, their roars were unceasing. The three of them had already seen dozens of rarely seen strange birds and savage beasts. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they tried their best to avoid encountering them. Walking in the primeval forest, they would often see snow-white beast bones. Many of them were as long as 8 or 9 meters. It was obvious that they were the skeletons of the savage beasts from the Great Desolate Era. Along the way, Xiaochen saw the traces left behind by the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Along the way, there were some broken silver scales that it shed. The huge claw marks on the ground were shocking. They were even longer than Xiaochen's body. Wherever they passed, the trees would fall. Xiaochen really wanted to know what kind of ancient beast the 8-clawed tyrant dragon fought with that night. Wang Zifeng and Liu didn't know about the battle between the 8-clawed tyrant dragon and another ancient beast a few days ago. They were apprehensive along the way. Not long later, Xiaochen found the place where the two ancient beasts fought that night. That place was originally an open woodland, but now, the entire forest had been completely flattened. Only broken branches and withered leaves were left on the ground. In the messy woodland, a large expanse of bloodstains was left behind. There were many broken silver scales, they belonged to the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. There were also many broken green scales, they obviously belonged to the other beast. Seeing all this, Wang Zifeng and Liyu's complexion was very unsightly. Following the direction where the other beast left, they followed for some distance. They discovered that the beast seemed to be walking on 2 legs. 2 huge claw marks alternated as it moved forward. They didn't continue to chase after it, they turned in another direction. If they were to run into that vicious beast, they would die without a burial site. However, after continuously changing directions, the 3 of them discovered that there were traces left behind by that vicious beast. There were traces left behind by that ferocious beast. This seemed to be the territory where it resided. This was not a good sign. They had barged into the place where a terrifying ancient vicious beast roamed. At sunset, the 3 of them discovered that there was a 100-meter-tall cliff in front of them. The forest in the vicinity was relatively dense. They decided to climb up the cliff at night and rest there. After dinner, the last trace of the setting sun disappeared and the sky quickly darkened. On this island with a large number of prehistoric vicious beasts, the night was also filled with endless danger. Living on the cliff was a wise choice. When the darkness enveloped the land, many savage vicious beasts roamed about in the mountain forest. The howls of the beasts lingered on endlessly. This was an incomparably hot night. Dark clouds shrouded the sky above the island, but not a single drop of rain fell. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. The endless mountain forest in the distance had already blended into the darkness. They couldn't see anything clearly anymore. After midnight, a loud roar resounded. It seemed like the entire cliff was trembling. A gust of wind blew through the mountain forest, mixed with a bloody fiendish aura. Wang Zifeng and Liu sealed their hearing at the first moment. That sound that could even suppress thunder made them feel the violent turbulence of the air around their ears. If they didn't protect their eardrums in time, they would have definitely been shattered. This earth-shaking roar of a beast was really too terrifying. In the mountain forest in the distance, a huge monster was enveloped in a layer of faint cyan light. It was currently facing upwards and roaring. The distance was too far, they couldn't see its true appearance clearly. However, they could vaguely see that it was as tall as a small mountain. Rumble, the huge vicious beast roared as it advanced in the mountain forest. They could even feel the tremors coming from afar from the precipice. This was an extremely shocking scene. It should be the ancient vicious beast that once fought against the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Countless wild beasts fled in disorder. This mountain forest was in a state of chaos. Just at this time, Xianxia made his move. The huge roar filled the heaven and earth. The air was violently turbulent and the sound waves covered everything. Xianxia's left hand was like a blade as he stabbed it into Liu Yu's chest in a flash. At the same time, his right hand pulled out the longsword at his waist. The longsword was brandished and blood burst out. Wang Zifeng, whose back was facing Xianxia, let out a blood-curdling screech as his right arm flew off the cliff. Decisive killing. All of this happened in an instant. Without any delay, Liu Yu directly hit the vital point. Wang Zifeng was too sharp. Although his 5 senses didn't detect anything, his keen intuition told him that danger was approaching. A kind of instinct allowed him to avoid the fatal blow. However, his right arm was forever lost. Xianxia had been waiting for a golden opportunity all along. The terrifying sound wave enveloped the heaven and earth. Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu's 5 senses were temporarily lost. At the same time, they were momentarily distracted by that terrifying savage beast. Xianxia finally found the opportunity to launch an attack. Liu Yu's miserable shriek was drowned out by the deafening roar of the beast, but she didn't die immediately. She actually pounced towards Xianxia while swaying. At the same time, the one-armed Wang Zifeng was covered in blood. He howled miserably as he grabbed his sword with his left hand and attacked Xianxia. They were extremely regretful and angry. They never thought that the person they thought was going to die would actually seize such a fleeting opportunity to kill them. In the dark night, Xianxia was incomparably calm. The longsword in his hand was like a rainbow as it burst out with a dazzling radiance. Without any hesitation, he chopped off the head of the dying Liu Yu in an instant. Amidst the dazzling swordlight, Liu Yu's flying head was filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Her beautiful face was filled with extreme remorse as she fell towards the cliff. Blood spurted out from the headless corpse. Even if she was the #1 beauty in the world, Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy. An enemy was an enemy, he wouldn't waver for any reason. The dark clouds turned high up in the sky. Lightning suddenly struck down one after another. In the boundless darkness, the lightning seemed exceptionally demonic. Xianxia and Wang Zifeng fought on the rocky cliff. The longsword cut through the darkness like a waterfall. In the end, it seemed to connect with the lightning that struck down unceasingly. Wang Zifeng was the most outstanding disciple of the evil king's bloodline. His cultivation was extremely profound. Unfortunately, one of his arms was chopped off. At this moment, blood was gushing out violently. It was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. In the end, he abandoned the long sword in his hand and fiercely threw it towards Xianxia. The swordlight seemed to be tearing the void apart. Xianxia hastily dodged this incomparably swift and fierce sword. At the same time, Wang Zifeng threw another item over. It seemed to be a scroll. A terrifying energy spread out. Relying on his keen intuition, Xianxia felt a great danger approaching. The scroll unfurled in the wind and unfurled like a picture scroll. At this moment, Xianxia truly felt the threat of death. He felt as if the Grim Reaper was closing in on him. It was as if a huge death chain had already wrapped around his neck. Xianxia didn't hesitate and resolutely jumped down the cliff. This was the only way for him to quickly break through the deathly aura. The wind whistled past his ears. A bewitching red light burst out from the rocky cliff. After that, the dazzling radiance completely enveloped the top of the cliff. The one-armed Wang Zifeng also jumped down without any hesitation. The terrifying radiance engulfed the top of the cliff. The deathly aura pervaded the sky. Below him was an endless forest. Many of the towering ancient trees were several tens of meters tall. The instant Xianxia fell into the thicket, he moved his hands and feet simultaneously, unceasingly cushioning that huge impact. Every vine was his protective talisman. Just like that, he fell all the way down. In the end, other than his chi and blood surging and some minor internal injuries, he didn't have any major problems. The instant he landed, Wang Zifeng had already landed on the ground in a dangerous situation. His entire body was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and he cut an extremely sorry figure. Xiaochen picked up the longsword on the ground and rushed forward at high speed. One cannot be so foolish when dealing with an enemy. Wang Zifeng actually rushed forward barehanded. He struck with his palm and a divine radiance passed through his palm. It was like a rainbow ray that came into contact with the longsword. Xiaochen felt as if his right arm was struck by lightning. A terrifying power transmitted from the longsword. The longsword that was radiating a cold aura trembled violently. After that, it emitted a crisp sound and actually started to break inch by inch. In the end, only the hilt of the 1-meter-long fine iron sword was left. Xiaochen was unable to dodge. He threw away the hilt of the broken sword and pushed forward with both of his palms. A dazzling radiance illuminated the night sky. The sound of wind and thunder resounded in the forest. The multicolored radiance submerged the mountain forest. Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression changed. This was because he discovered that Wang Zifeng actually revealed a trace of a sinister smile. His entire body was almost transparent, emitting an incomparably dazzling light. His body seemed to be cracking. Crisscrossing cracks appeared on the surface of his body, as if he was a porcelain that was about to shatter. Xiaochen retreated with all his might. His body turned into a bolt of lightning. An incomparably majestic and terrifying force exploded in the mountain forest. Boom! It was followed by a terrifying energy storm. Wang Zifeng's body was smashed into pieces, and the surrounding trees were knocked down by the impact. Although Xiaochen's body was enveloped by a hazy radiance, he was still sent flying with difficulty. He crashed into a few towering ancient trees in succession before falling to the ground. Xiaochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to sit up. He smiled in relief, and his killing intent was firm. He acted decisively. He had finally killed two powerful enemies. The threat of death had been resolved. Red light flickered on top of the cliff, and waves of terrifying heat waves were transmitted over. The top of the cliff actually melted. Waves of boiling hot lava flowed down, the bottom of the cliff was ablaze with an endless fire, and the roars of beasts in the forest nearby were incessant. All the wild beasts began to run away. The fire spread through the forest, and the flames soared into the sky. It was especially dazzling in the dark night. Xiaochen dragged his injured body along. Picking up Wang Zifeng's sword, he retreated to a nearby river and watched the raging fire. Then, he began to treat his injuries by the river. Less than an hour later, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. But still, not a single drop of rain fell. A large part of the ancient forest nearby had already been burned away. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. Right at this moment, he felt a terrifying killing intent by the Xianxia River. A peerless beauty floated gracefully like a fleeting light and a passing shadow. Like an immortal descending to the mortal world, she floated over gracefully. She was like a fairy walking out of a painting. Zhao Linair. Xiaochen did not expect Zhao Linair to appear at this time. It must have been the blazing light that led her here. The veil was long gone. Her skin was smooth and creamy. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, her nose was tall and straight, her lips were red and moist, and her teeth were like jade. The beauty of the imperial angel was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if the goddess of the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal world. Zhao Linair was praised as the #1 beauty in 9 regions by busybodies. However, when Xiaochen faced such a peerless beauty, he could not help but feel apprehensive. He could only sigh helplessly because a battle of life and death was about to begin. The soaring flames illuminated both sides of the river bank. Zhao Linair stood there quietly. It was as if the goddess of Luo had descended into the world. It was as if light clouds covered the moon, drifting like snow in the wind. Bright like the sun rising in the morning clouds, pressing on to observe. It was like a lotus rising from the water. Xiaochen supported himself with his sword and stood up. In front of the imperial angel. He said calmly, "I didn't expect that your highness had also entered the world of immortals. It's really a blessing to see someone from my homeland on this uncivilized island." Zhao Linair was a peerless beauty. She came over in spirals. Every single move he made was filled with elegance and refinement. A cold smile appeared on her pretty face. You sure know how to talk. Could it be that you want me to cherish my homeland? And not kill you? Don't forget how we got here. Xiaoqian grasped the sword in his hand tightly. He was already prepared to fight. He smiled helplessly. He said, entering the world of immortals can also be considered a kind of fate. Since the ancient times, how many people were able to do it? Perhaps Her Highness would be able to live forever in this world. At that time, when I look back, this little grudge is nothing. Live forever in this world? I can't see. I only saw ferocious beasts roaming about. Savage beasts ran amok. It was a scene from the great desolate era. It was as if he had been banished to a desolate land. And the main culprit is you. He made me bid farewell to the beautiful mountains and rivers, and left the prosperous and golden age. Farewell, Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Zhao Linger stared coldly at Xiaoqian. A murderous intent surfaced on her pretty face. Flames danced in the forest. The night was as bright as day. At this moment, the thunder in the sky became even more intense. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky and danced in the sky. The rolling dark clouds were about to press down to the ground. A heavy rain was about to fall. Xiaoqian looked at Zhao Lin. He said seriously, on this island, evil beasts roam freely. And full of mystery. Right now. There are only the two of us. Furthermore, we are both from the mortal world. Your Highness, do you really want to fight to the death? If so, I feel that it is very regretful. After all, we came from the same homeland. We really shouldn't kill each other in a foreign land. Since we have already entered the world of immortals, I think we can let go of those grudges in the mortal world. Everything will start anew on this deserted island. We have a lot of things to look out for each other. Zhao Lin's laughter was like a silver bell. It was clear and melodious. But the murderous intent spread out. She sneered, if there is no grudge in the mortal world, we can live together. We can coexist, but that's not possible right now. Leaving you on this island is tantamount to nurturing a tiger. Right now, you are only acting this way because you are seriously injured. If you were in your peak state right now, I am afraid you would have already made your move. Xiaoqian was already speechless. The two of them were smart people. There were some things that were useless to say. Otherwise, it would only be superfluous. The Imperial Angel had already discovered the two corpses not far away. She looked at Xiaoqian and said, you were injured because of them, right? Why are there other people on this deserted island? Who are they? The descendant of the demon king Shi. Hearing this, Zhao Lin instantly became absent-minded. Xiaoqian's body burst out with dazzling radiance. He soared into the sky like a flood dragon and flew towards the jungle. He really couldn't resist Zhao Lin right now. Wang Zifeng used his demonic art to rupture his body in the end. That surging life force caused a terrifying impact on Xiaoqian. Although he managed to dodge and defend in time. But it also caused him to be seriously injured. Zhao Lin came back to her senses in an instant. She chased after him like a flickering light and passing shadow. She knew this was a rare opportunity. Otherwise, if Xiaoqian recovered his power, she most likely wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Boom! After a sudden clap of thunder, the heavy rain finally poured down. An endless curtain of water enveloped the world. The fire in the forest was quickly extinguished. Qi. The dazzling sword Qi suddenly appeared, the sword Qi in the forest surged. Xiaoqian was seriously injured, his movement was not as nimble as before. In the end, the Imperial Angel still managed to catch up to him. Right now, he could only fight with his life on the line. The fire had already been extinguished, the mountain forest was covered in darkness. However, the dazzling sword Qi would burst out from time to time, it was as if it was going to pierce through the lightning high up in the sky. As the Imperial Angel, Zhao Lin had obviously learned the top-notch Xian technique, which was the famous rainbow sword formula. Her entire body was surrounded by a bright and beautiful rainbow. In the rainy night, she looked like a peerless beauty, and the rainbow-colored sword aura shot out unceasingly. Xiaoqian's hair fluttered wildly, his eyes were like cold lightning. The longsword was like a rainbow as he welcomed the attack with his injured body. However, he was unable to contend against it. In the end, he was forced to flee again. Although the boundless darkness enveloped the world and provided him with an opportunity to escape, Zhao Lin'er's movement technique was really too fast. She practiced the fleeting light passing shadow godly void steps. It was a peerless movement technique on par with the Bodhidharma light body technique. When she ran, she was as graceful as a banished immortal. She firmly locked onto Xiaochen. In the boundless darkness, the heavy rain poured down. Xiaochen was running quickly in the forest. Blood was gushing out from his throat. His injured body was gradually unable to endure anymore. However, the murderous aura behind him was getting closer and closer. The rainbow-colored sword chi was about to make contact with his body. He soared into the sky and spun around in the air. He unleashed a dazzling curtain of light. It was as if the stars were falling from the starry sky. The curtain of light extinguished the incoming rainbow-colored sword chi and neutralized the murderous aura. After that, he brandished his long sword. The glaring sword chi rushed up like a gorgeous silver dragon. It seemed as if it was going to connect with the lightning falling from the sky. The murderous sword chi forced Zhao Lin'er to retreat. After that, Xiaochen ran away again. In this rainy night, hundreds of beasts had already gone into hibernation. Other than the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, no other beast roars could be heard. Xiaochen knew he couldn't go on like this. He had to make some changes. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He identified the direction and turned around to run towards the dense and dark mountain forest. Whether he could survive or not would depend on this risk. Although there were no roars of beasts in other areas, one could still see traces of ferocious beasts. Only this direction was completely empty. There was not a single beast in the huge mountain forest. Although thunder and lightning were unceasing, for some reason, this forest gave off an indescribable feeling of deathly stillness. It was as if this place was a land of great danger. Deep in the mountain forest, a fierce evil aura spread out, and even the rain could not stop it. Xiaochen did not linger, rushing forward quickly. Zhao Lin'er was overwhelmed with shock. She felt a terrifying fiendish aura, which should have been condensed from the slaughter of tens of thousands of creatures. There was great danger ahead, however, after some hesitation, she still gave chase. If she missed this opportunity today, it would be hard to kill Xiaochen again. Since she had already started, she could not stop. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar resounded from the depths of the forest. A gust of wind filled with the stench of blood caused the trees to dance wildly. Waves of intense aura surged over. The rain slanted, the leaves fell, and the earth trembled. Roar! With a loud roar, all the thunder and lightning in the sky were suppressed. The continuous mountain ridge started to tremble, and a huge monster appeared in the ancient primitive forest. The huge monster's body was shrouded in a hazy green radiance. It stood there like a towering mountain, and the inexhaustible fiendish aura was emitted by it. Not long ago, it was precisely because of the appearance of this exceptionally fierce beast that Xiaochen was able to smoothly kill Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu. Now, he was being chased by the Imperial Angel to the point where he had nowhere to run. He wanted to draw the ancient beast to force the enemy to retreat. At this moment, not only was Zhao Lin'er stunned, even Xiaochen was stupefied. He finally knew the origin of the fierce beast that was able to fight against the eight-clawed tyrant dragon for half a night. This fierce beast was actually the legendary tyrannical dragon from the ancient times. It could be as long as 50 meters and as tall as 20 meters. It had a pair of incomparably sturdy hind legs that allowed it to run half upright. Its pair of upper limbs were freed up, and the terrifying dragon claws were incomparably sharp, flickering with a glaring cold light. Its huge head was malevolent and terrifying. It had a green horn that was 6 to 7 meters long, and it was flickering with a cold, jade-green radiance. It had a pair of huge green eyes that were as big as a millstone, emitting a cold radiance. Its sharp teeth were as scary as a snow-white broadsword. Its huge crocodile-like green tail was as long as 20 meters. Without a doubt, it could sweep away everything in its way effortlessly. Its entire body was covered in green scales that flickered with a terrifying green radiance. In this dark and rainy night, it looked exceptionally mystical. There were many terrifying wounds on its body, and a large number of scales had fallen off in many places. It was obviously the result of the battle with the eight-clawed tyrant dragon that night. A bitter baleful aura pervaded its body. It wasn't hard to imagine that it had once torn apart countless creatures. According to legend, it was one of the royal branches of the ancient dragon race. Its physical body was so tyrannical that only a few could reach it. It was known as the Tyrant. In addition, it could spit out clouds and mist, control lightning, and fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Even the deities didn't dare to provoke it rashly. Obviously, the sound of the swords clashing had startled it. The dazzling swordlight attracted its attention. It sensed that someone had intruded into its territory. With a roar, the mountain ridge trembled. Its huge body was like a small mountain as it pressed towards Xiaoqian's direction. Zhao Lin'er's complexion changed greatly. Looking at Xiaoqian, who was not far away from her, she felt a burst of anger. She raised her sword and pressed forward once again. Xiaoqian braced himself and had no choice but to rush towards the vicious dragon again. Following the approach of the ancient beast, the earth trembled violently. The two of them were already unable to stand steadily, they were swaying incessantly as they ran. The legendary tyrannical dragon was getting closer and closer. In the end, Zhao Lin'er helplessly and regretfully turned around and left. This kind of legendary ancient beast was really too terrifying. If she was late by even a second, her life would be in danger. Xiaoqian felt a chill in his heart. He was actually less than 50 meters away from the tyrannical dragon. That huge monster would catch up in another 3 or 4 steps. A pair of dense jade-green eyes had already locked onto him through the forest. Xiaoqian sighed helplessly. Zhao Lin'er was indeed courageous. He had actually risked his life to force him into a desperate situation. He quickly turned around and fled. He could not be torn apart by such a ferocious beast. Crack, an ear-piercing sound came from the tyrannical dragon's thick and powerful claws. She broke a tree and landed dangerously beside Xiaoqian. It allowed him to brush past the Grim Reaper. Xiaoqian did not want to die. But now, he was in despair. Now that he was discovered by this ancient ferocious beast, what other means did he have to escape from here? Although he got rid of Zhao Lin'er. However, he fell into a dead end once again. Kacha-kacha, the sound of the huge tree snapping was like the sound of the Grim Reaper's chains ringing unceasingly in Xiaoqian's surroundings. Even if he raised his speed to the limit, he still couldn't outrun the tyrannical dragon that could cover more than 10 meters with a single step. Roar, the rampaging dragon roared at the sky. The surging sound waves almost made Xiaoqian faint. He hastily shut his ears. Even so, he still felt as if his eardrums were about to shatter. He rolled on the ground. He was covered in mud. Not far away, the cold light was shining. The incomparably sharp dragon claws pierced into the ground more than a meter deep. Xiaoqian broke out in a cold sweat. Just a little bit more and he would have been pierced through. Xiaoqian was not someone who gave up easily. But now, he felt that there was no way he could escape. A silver light flashed, and Xiaoqian suddenly discovered it. A pony that looked as if it had been carved out of divine jade appeared not far away. Its large black gem-like eyes were filled with fear. However, it still leapt onto the treetops and lightly ran around the Tyrannosaurus. Was he trying to attract the attention of the tyrannical dragon? Xiaoqian was incredibly shocked. This young one-horned sacred beast actually ran to this place. It was as if she wanted to save him. As expected, the tyrannical dragon was attracted. Its ferocious and malevolent dragon head turned towards the young celestial horse that was flickering with multicolored light. After that, it roared and closed in on it. Xiaoqian quickly stood up. In a single breath, he ran for more than 100 meters. However, he stopped again. He was afraid that the little unicorn would be in danger. This cute and mysterious little heavenly horse was trying to save him. His conscience was troubled. The little Pegasus stepped on the crown of the tree. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the endless ancient forest, he was like a beam of light moving. Even if the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex was as large as a mountain, it would be difficult for him to catch up even if he covered more than 10 meters with a single step. The little unicorn was really too mystical. It just jumped from one treetop to another, its entire body overflowing with brilliant colors, as if it was really flying. Xiaoqian relaxed and left without turning his head back. Of course. It was impossible for him to go in the direction of the coast. After all, Zhao Lin was waiting for him on the way back. Although the island was dangerous. However, no one was deliberately trying to kill him. Perhaps it was safer for him now. In this dark rainy night, Xiaochen kept coughing blood as he ran. He could not turn back. He could not stop. While the young unicorn was entangled with the tyrannical dragon, he must escape from the ancient vicious beast's territory, until, after running for more than 10 li in the mountain ridge, he fell headfirst into the rainwater. His body that was seriously injured by Wang Zifeng finally couldn't hold on any longer. He laid on the muddy ground as blood mixed with rainwater flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xiaochen's eyelids felt very heavy. He really wanted to sleep for a long time, but he knew he couldn't do that. In the endless primitive forest, ferocious beasts roamed about. As long as the rain stopped a little, he would become the beast's meal. He struggled to stand up. Turning his head to look at the path he came from, he was already far enough from the ancient vicious dragon. He climbed up a towering tree with great difficulty, then he fainted on a thick branch. In the drowsy rainy night, Xiaochen felt as if the young unicorn had arrived at his side. The snow-white little guy was revolving around him. It blinked its big eyes that were brimming with intelligence and extended a sparkling forehoof. It seemed like it really wanted to touch him. However, it shrank back in fear. When Xiaochen woke up, it was already noon. The heavy rain had already stopped a long time ago. The sunlight sprinkled down through the branches and leaves. He sat up with difficulty and sized up the surrounding environment. The surroundings were lush and verdant ancient trees. Under the big tree, a saber-toothed tiger was glaring at him fiercely. Not far away, a huge snake as thick as a water bucket was lying motionlessly on a pile of rocks. Even further away, a few huge crocodiles were bobbing up and down in the river. It could still be considered a safe place. Although the few insects below could be considered as ferocious beasts, compared to those bizarre and brutal beasts, they were already considered docile and weak. However, Xiaochen felt that he should change to another place. He found a small peak with fragrant flowers and plants. The terrain here was relatively high. Being able to overlook the surroundings was not only to guard against Zhao Lin. It could also detect the movements of the surrounding beasts in advance. He was able to escape from death this time. It was all thanks to the little unicorn's help. Xiaochen still had a lingering fear. At the same time, he was very doubtful. According to the legends, the ancient tyrannical dragon was able to control lightning and wind. However, he didn't see this kind of divine ability in the rainy night. He only saw its bestial side, he didn't see its divine side. Could it be that the legends were not true? It shouldn't be, just like the eight-clawed tyrant dragon. Many ancient books had recorded all kinds of their divine abilities. It was definitely not just a vicious beast with brute force. Xiaochen recalled Wang Zifeng's words regarding this island, it needs the divine monolith to suppress it. The ancient vicious beast lost its divine ability. Could it be related to this? Xiaochen thought of a lot, in the vicinity of the small peak. The grass was fresh, the trees were lush and verdant, and there was even a clear spring flowing. It added a bit of spiritual energy to this place. After enjoying a rather tasty lunch, Xiaochen lay on a hammock made from vines in the forest. He tasted the pineapple that was soaked in the clear spring. He smelled the refreshing fragrance of the flowers and plants. Listening to the melodious chirping of the birds in the distance, he felt his whole body relax. This time, Wang Zifeng damaged his own life. He heavily injured Xiaochen. If he didn't retreat and defend in time, Xiaochen might have already lost his life. Even now, he would need at least a month to recuperate. Only then could he completely recover. 30 days. Xiaochen needed peace and quiet for 30 days. If he could get through this peacefully, he would be able to get through this peacefully. If he could get through this peacefully, then it would be the beginning of Zhao Lin's nightmare. Time was life. Xiaochen didn't want to waste a single second. He started to operate the ancient monolith mysterious technique to treat his injuries. This lush forest was filled with vegetation everywhere. It was filled with an inexhaustible amount of plant essence. Xiaochen stood in the sea of trees. Feeling the freshness of the plant essence, he guided the essence into his body. One after another, tiny green rays of light. Following the rhythm of Xiaoqian's breathing, it circulated within his body. They circulated within his body. They were incomparably cheerful and filled with boundless vitality. His flesh, internal organs, and bones seemed to be injected with an inexhaustible vitality. One after another fine green radiance circulated within Xiaoqian's body along with his breathing rhythm. It was incomparably cheerful, it was filled with boundless vitality. His flesh, internal organs, and bones seemed to be supplied with an inexhaustible vitality. With the elapse of time, the essence of the plants from all directions started to slowly converge towards this place. The green vitality in the vicinity of Xiaoqian could actually be seen with the naked eye. A dense green mist lingered around his surroundings. Xiaoqian's body was surrounded by a faint green radiance, he felt his internal organs and blood vessels were brimming with vitality. The essence of the plants in this flourishing forest was very abundant, it was as if it was inexhaustible. He could clearly feel one after another fine green radiance circulating cheerfully within his body. It was as if it was flowing over and over again. Not only was his body brimming with vitality, his spirit also felt refreshed. Xiaoqian already couldn't feel the elapse of time, he had completely blended into nature. It was as if his body and mind had become one with this flourishing forest. It was as if he could hear the thoughts of the trees and flowers. It was as if he could feel the pulse of this forest. He himself had already become one of them. A gentle breeze brushed past, the fragrance of all kinds of plants and flowers slowly spread out in the forest. Xiaoqian had entered into a state where he forgot about everything else. The little unicorn sneaked over, it especially liked this kind of dense spiritual energy feeling. Its sparkling and translucent jade horn was flickering with radiance, it was sharing the condensed essence of the plants. Xiaoqian was already used to this little unicorn's divine steed. He didn't want to disturb this little unicorn, so he was very happy to let it join him. Especially this time, the little unicorn saved his life, it made him unable to give birth to the thought of subduing it. It was also very good to get along with it like this. The sun slowly moved towards the west, until the sky was filled with the afterglow of sunset. Xiaoqian finally exited from the mysterious realm. The essence of the plants in the forest was very beneficial to his body. The green vitality nourished his injured body like a celestial dew, making his recovery exceptionally smooth. The little unicorn didn't leave immediately, it leaped onto an ancient tree and observed Xiaoqian with its shiny black eyes. Xiaoqian revealed a trace of a smile, he could feel that the little sacred beast was a lot less guarded against him. He washed the fruits that he had gathered in the clear spring, then he threw them towards the ancient tree. The little Pegasus was ready to escape at any moment, but when it saw a pineapple flying towards it, it stopped in its tracks, leaped up, and caught it in its mouth. However, like a picky child, it only took a small bite before throwing it down the tree. Xiaoqian continued to toss the fruits, but the little unicorn would only give it a light taste every time. It was not too interested in these fresh fruits. In the end, when it saw Xiaoqian preparing to roast the meat, it ran away like a wisp of smoke. The flames danced in the forest. The wild game had already been roasted to a golden and glossy state. An alluring aroma lingered in the forest. Suddenly, waves of cries sounded, closing in from the distance, quickly arriving. In the dense forest below the small peak, more than a dozen vigorous beasts were leaping on top of the treetops. It was as if they were riding on the clouds. With just a slight touch on the branches and leaves, they would fly 8 to 9 meters away. They were really extremely agile. In just a short moment, more than a dozen beasts arrived at this area. Of course, their destination was not this small peak, but a messy stone forest about 200 to 300 meters away from here. When they stopped in the middle of the stone forest, their vigorous and strong figures looked especially majestic under the setting sun. Those were more than a dozen giant apes, their height was around 3 meters. Their entire body was covered in black fur, their appearance looked very terrifying. It was obvious that these were a strange species, how could an ordinary ape be so tall and strong? Without a doubt, the messy stone forest was their habitat. One of them was especially special, it was 4 meters tall, it was much more robust than the other giant apes. In addition, its fur was blood red, it flickered with a bewitching radiance under the setting sun. Furthermore, it actually had 4 arms, it was brimming with a powerful aura. Its pair of eyes emitted 2 rays of light that were like cold electricity. Even if it was 200 to 300 meters away, Xiaochen could still feel the coldness of those 2 rays of light. A sharp ape cry resounded from within the stone forest. The group of apes discovered Xiaochen, who was on top of the small peak. The 4-armed crimson ape took the lead and rushed over, and more than a dozen vigorous figures followed behind it. Xiaochen frowned. He was currently seriously injured, and those dozen or so giant apes that were rushing over seemed to be a strange species. If he were to clash with them, it would not be a good thing. Running away was out of the question. He definitely would not be as fast as these giant apes that could jump 8 to 9 meters. He calmly continued to roast the deer meat that weighed a few kilograms. The fragrance started to spread. More than a dozen 3 to 4 meter tall giant apes quickly appeared on top of the small peak. They were like rows of huge stone tablets, blocking the last rays of the setting sun, leaving behind a terrifying shadow. The crimson-haired giant ape should be their leader. It stood at the very front and let out a low growl. Its 2 eyes emitted a terrifying cold glint. It seemed like it wanted to pounce over and tear Xiaochen apart at any time. However, it did not make its move immediately. Its nose was constantly moving. The fragrance of the meat attracted its attention. After that, it actually arrived in front of Xiaochen in a single step, and snatched away the few kilograms of roast meat as fast as lightning. It cautiously tasted a small bite, then immediately tore off a piece and wolfed it down, throwing the remaining half to the giant apes behind it. A series of low growls resounded in the forest. The group of apes fought over the golden roast meat. Every ape only ate a mouthful, and not a single drop was left after a short while. Xiaochen calmly looked at all of this, then he cut off a large piece of raw meat unhurriedly and continued to roast it. When the fragrance of the meat wafted out again, all of the apes started to growl again. They stared nervously at that piece of golden and glossy deer meat. This time, Xiaochen used the bamboo blade to cut off 1 kilogram of roast meat for himself. After that, he didn't wait for the apes to come forward and threw the remaining 10 kilograms towards the 4-armed giant ape. There was another series of low growls, and the giant ape started to devour the meat ravenously. After they finished eating, the hostility they had when they looked at Xiaochen seemed to have disappeared. Their eyes emitted a hopeful radiance. It seemed like they wanted to enjoy the roast meat even more. Xiaochen revealed a trace of a smile, and calmly roasted the remaining raw meat. After that, he gave it to these giant apes. The crisis was actually resolved just like that. It was somewhat inconceivable. The numerous giant apes reluctantly left. They no longer had the slightest bit of hostility towards Xiaochen. Before that 4-armed crimson giant ape left, it even stood in front of Xiaochen and used all of its strength to beat its chest. It seemed like it was telling him something. At night, Xiaochen trained while facing the moon. Under the envelopment of the silver moonlight, he was immersed in a kind of tranquil and auspicious mysterious realm. In the stone forest on the opposite side, more than 10 giant apes also stood facing the moon. Xiaochen felt something. He opened his eyes and looked towards the opposite side. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. More than 10 giant apes were actually swallowing the moonlight. Although the radiance between their mouths was weak, it could still be seen. The dozens of giant apes seemed to know some simple training. Xiaochen was really surprised. He couldn't help but recall the legends about the monsters in the human world. Didn't these monsters cultivate by swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon? Among the dozens of giant apes, that 4-armed crimson ape was the most mystical. The moonlight it swallowed and spat out condensed into a ball of light that flickered intermittently. Furthermore, all the crimson hair on its body was flickering with a faint radiance. It was obvious that it had already gained intelligence and reached a certain level. In the following 2 days, the dozens of giant apes would come over every evening to eat and drink. Of course, they couldn't eat their fill. After all, their appetite was really too big. They could only taste the flavor. Roar! A tiger's roar transmitted from the distant mountain forest, but it stopped abruptly. Not long after, a dozen of vigorous beasts leaped over. The 4-armed crimson ape was carrying a 3-meter-long saber-toothed tiger in its hand as it jumped in front of Xiaochen. Xiaochen shivered in his heart. This strange ape's fighting strength was really powerful. The saber-toothed tiger was killed in one hit. Its entire skull was smashed. One could imagine how terrifying the 4-armed ape's strength was. After the giant apes left, Xiaochen began to circulate the qi training art to treat his injuries. Time was life, he had no choice but to make the best use of this time to recover his strength. Come to think of it, the young unicorn was nowhere to be seen for the past 2 days, it was as if it disappeared. Xiaochen was a little worried about it, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen to it. After all, this island was too mysterious and dangerous. Only when the young unicorn reappeared after another day, did he dispel the worry in his heart. The young unicorn was still timid and curious, it would slip away as soon as there was any sign of trouble. Other than sharing the power of heaven and earth when it was training, it always liked to secretly observe Xiaochen, just like a curious child. 3 days passed, Xiaochen's recovery was very smooth. But on this night, Xiaochen ran into danger, Zhao Lin Air finally appeared. The Imperial Angel broke through the ancient tyrannical dragon's blockade and found Xiaochen's trail. This time, she didn't want to fail again, she was determined to get rid of this disaster in one go. She leisurely walked over with graceful steps. Under this watery moonlight, in this primitive forest, she was truly a peerless beauty. The entire forest seemed to brighten up. Coupled with the terrifying roars of the beasts around her, she looked otherworldly and noble. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended on a desolate island. No matter how beautiful she was, Xiaochen was not in the mood to appreciate her beauty. To him, she was a death goddess. Xiaochen didn't run away immediately. Instead, he calmly retreated to the huge ape's habitat. More than 10 huge apes were currently swallowing the moonlight. When they saw Xiaochen entering their territory, they did not make any dangerous moves. They had already acknowledged Xiaochen as their neighbor after spending the past few days freeloading for food and drinks. Zhao Lin Air held the divine sword in her hand. She calmly and resolutely chased after him. However, when she arrived at the messy stone forest, she was immediately stunned. Dozens of giant apes stood among the rocks like dozens of huge stone tablets, leaving dozens of long shadows under the moonlight. At the same time, dozens of light rays were going in and out of their mouths. The huge apes were praying to the moon and absorbing the essence of the moon. With just one look, one could tell that they were psychic beasts. Zhao Lin Air hesitated. Although she knew these strange beasts were terrifying, she didn't want to let go of this opportunity to kill Xiaochen since she had just found him. That was because the longer she waited, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. She couldn't let him continue to recuperate. She used the phantom light step and rushed towards the messy stone forest. She used the rainbow sword art and a rainbow-colored radiance immediately soared in the night sky. Roar! The blood-colored huge ape in the center let out a sharp roar. A faint moonlight lingered around its body. It seemed very mystical and terrifying. Its tall figure met the attack like the wind. Its 2-meter-long claw clashed with the rainbow-colored radiance with a king-chong sound. The long sword burst forth with a string of sparks. The Imperial Angel was greatly alarmed. This 4-armed strange ape had extraordinary strength. Furthermore, it was actually impervious to swords and spears. With just one strike, Zhao Lin Air already knew how terrifying the giant ape was. She didn't have the slightest hesitation as she turned around and wanted to escape. However, the demonic shadow swayed, and more than a dozen huge shadows in the surroundings blocked her way as fast as ghosts. Roar! The huge ape's roar resounded unceasingly. Under the moonlit night, the demonic shadow could be seen everywhere. Xiaochen watched quietly from a distant place. He didn't say anything. The huge ape's psychic ability was within his expectations. However, he didn't expect them to be so loyal to actually trap Zhao Lin Air just like that. The Imperial Angel's complexion had already changed at this time. She wanted to break out of the encirclement immediately. She raised her cultivation to the limit. Her body seemed to have transformed into a rainbow-colored radiance as it spiraled around in the stone forest. Pfff, a bloody light burst forth. A gorgeous rainbow-colored radiance pierced through the chest of a huge ape. The rainbow sword art that Zhao Lin Air practiced was a famous heavenly technique. Its might was incomparably powerful. The rainbow-colored radiance tore apart the huge ape's body in a flash, causing it to lose its life on the spot. Zhao Lin Air's confidence increased a little. Other than the 4-armed strange ape, the other huge apes only had claws as hard as iron. Their bodies had yet to reach the level of being impervious to swords and spears. Roar! The 4-armed blood-colored huge ape let out a sorrowful roar. It rushed to the forefront and attacked Zhao Lin Air frantically. One after another rainbow-colored radiance hit its body. However, it was basically unable to injure its muscles and bones. It only let out a series of clang-chong sounds. Its blood-colored fur was flickering with extraordinary splendor under the moonlight. It was obvious that this huge ape was furious. Its pair of eyes were filled with a cold glint. It was brimming with endless hatred. It vowed to tear Zhao Lin'er into pieces. With Zhao Lin'er's cultivation, she might be able to fight evenly with this psychic beast. However, there were still more than 10 huge apes in the surroundings. She was surrounded by perils. And just at this time, Xiaochen also rushed forward. He didn't have any superfluous words at this point. Only the fist was the hard truth. Rip. A section of Zhao Lin'er's long sleeve was torn to shreds by a huge ape. It revealed a beautiful jade-like arm. At the same time, the furious blood-colored huge ape grabbed the long sword in Zhao Lin'er's hand. It snapped the sword in half with its gigantic demonic claws. At this time, Xiaochen had already arrived. He had always believed that the strongest weapon was the body itself. He abandoned the iron sword and used both of his hands to draw one mysterious trajectory after another. He launched a dazzling light screen towards Zhao Lin'er. Zhao Lin'er's lily-white hand was like a blade. It flickered with 7-colored radiance. She slashed towards that light screen. At the same time, she turned around. Like a rainbow. She tried to jump towards the big tree outside the stone forest again. However, the four-armed crimson ape was even more agile in the stone forest. It transformed into a bloody light and soared into the sky. It looked like it was about to tear Zhao Lin'er apart in midair. It seemed like it would be very strenuous for the Imperial Angel to avoid the demonic claws. However, things were always unexpected. Just at this time, a silvery figure appeared. It rushed over from the depths of the forest. It knocked away the crimson ape in a split second and caught Zhao Lin'er in midair. After that, it soared into the sky and rushed towards a towering tree nearby. The few giant apes in the vicinity were actually unable to stop it. Xiaochen raised his head in shock. It was actually that young unicorn. It was actually the one that saved Zhao Lin'er. Its weak body was not even 1 meter tall. Compared to the four-armed crimson ape, it was really too weak. However, it actually knocked away the giant ape that was as big as a hill just now. It was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained within its small body. Roar! The crimson ape roared furiously. It led the dozen of giant apes to leap up and climbed up the towering tree to surround the young unicorn. However, the young unicorn's movement was extremely fast. It was as swift as lightning. It stepped on the treetops in an instant and broke out of the encirclement. Go quickly! Zhao Lin'er urged the young unicorn with a pleasant voice, as if they were already familiar with each other. Xiaochen recalled Wang Zifeng's words. Only a pure girl could approach the sacred unicorn. In that instant, he had a sudden realization. The young unicorn had disappeared for 2 days. Maybe it was with Zhao Lin'er. Even earlier than that, the two of them had met. Although the dozen of giant apes were very fast, it was still difficult for them to catch up to the mystical young unicorn. In the end, the four-armed crimson ape faced the sky and let out a long roar. It spat out a resplendent multicolored light from its mouth and charged towards the back of the young unicorn. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. He was amazed at the mystical ability of the giant ape. It was actually able to use such a magical ability. The young unicorn sensed the energy fluctuation behind it. Its jade-like horn flourished with radiance. The moment it turned its head, a bolt of silver lightning shot out from the horn. In the blink of an eye, it struck the resplendent multicolored light that was chasing after it. As a result, it exploded with a dazzling light before collapsing at the same time. A powerful energy wave wreaked havoc in the forest. At the place where the dazzling light exploded, large areas of forest were destroyed in an instant. Leaves flew in the air. Splinters of wood filled the air. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Xiaochen was very shocked. An ordinary expert would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. Both of these beasts possessed extraordinary abilities. Especially since the little celestial horse was still so young. Just like that, he had such a miraculous ability. It was hard to imagine how strong it would be once it matured. It was worthy of being called a holy beast. The young unicorn disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye like a silver arrow. More than 10 huge apes faced upwards and roared in the moonlit night. It seemed like they were very angry. But there was nothing he could do. Xiaochen was also very regretful. He originally had the opportunity to make Zhao Lin Air stay, but in the end, the young unicorn actually rescued her. At this moment, he could sense that the dozen or so giant apes were clearly showing hostility towards him. He didn't want to stay in the stone forest any longer, so he retreated to his own small peak. Just at this time, something that surprised Xiaochen happened. The four-armed crimson ape actually dug out a sparkling and translucent crystal from the body of the dead giant ape. And then it swallowed it. Originally, after it spat out that multicolored light to attack the little celestial horse, its spirit seemed to be dispirited and listless. But after it swallowed that crystal, it actually recovered its energy very quickly. Moreover, its whole body was emitting a faint radiance. Could that be the legendary monster core? But it didn't seem like it. Xiaochen returned to the small peak in bewilderment. Roar! More than 10 huge apes roared together and brought the corpse back to the stone forest. In the following 2 days, Zhao Lin Air didn't appear. It seemed like she retreated in the face of difficulties. But Xiaochen didn't dare to be careless. He didn't believe that the Imperial Angel would stop just like that. More than 10 huge apes clearly showed some hostility towards Xiaochen. They were not as harmonious as they were at the beginning. Xiaochen knew it was time to change locations. When he was traversing the area where the tyrannical dragon roamed, he discovered the remains of many large-scale beasts. He also didn't know what kind of beast they were. They ranged from 3 to 4 meters to more than 10 meters. Dense white bones. It looked exceptionally terrifying. It was obvious that they were the remains of the beasts that the tyrannical dragon had eaten. When Xiaochen passed by the pile of bones, he inadvertently discovered a red crystal. It was as big as a thumb. It was as dazzling as a gemstone. His heart moved. Didn't the four-armed giant ape swallow this kind of crystal? It's just that the color was different. He held the sparkling and translucent red crystal in his hand. He could clearly feel a wave of pure energy contained within it. Xiaochen was a little shocked. Monster core? He operated the Qi training method carved on the ancient stone tablet to guide this extremely pure spiritual energy. It surged into his body. After a while, Xiaochen's hand emitted a crisp crack sound. The originally sparkling and translucent red crystal now had a dim luster, and it had cracked into pieces. As the last bit of spiritual energy was absorbed by Xiaochen, the crystal directly turned into powder. The spiritual energy contained within the crystal was really not weak. Moreover, it was very easy to absorb, much faster than absorbing the essence of the world. It was much faster than absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. If it wasn't a monster core, it could really be called a spiritual stone. However, Xiaochen was very confused. Only a very small amount of spiritual energy was absorbed to nourish his injured body. And most of the spiritual energy actually disappeared without a trace. He didn't know where it had gathered. Xiaochen operated the secret art to look at his meridians. He was looking for traces of the spiritual energy. Suddenly, he saw a silver speck of light in his left foot. That was formed by the huge amount of spiritual energy contained within the dragon egg. It had merged with the Xianxia acupoint. Compared to the other acupoints, it was as if it had become a god, like a bright lamp in the dark night. At the same time, he discovered, in the Xianxia acupoint of his other foot, a faint blush appeared on her face. He immediately came to a realization. The same thing happened on the other foot. However, the spiritual energy contained within the crystal was far from comparable to that of the dragon egg. He didn't know if there would be a similar phenomenon if he absorbed enough spiritual energy in the future. Xiaochen didn't head towards the depths of the island. He only moved a few miles away from the giant ape's habitat. Near a rocky cliff, it was still at the border of the tyrannical dragon's territory. Because only in its territory would there be fewer terrifying beasts. With his current physical condition, it wasn't suitable for him to engage in an intense battle with the beasts. It was already dusk. Xiaochen was training quietly on top of the rocky cliff. He was healing his injured body. A woo, suddenly, a wolf howl transmitted from a distant mountain forest. And it was accompanied by the howls of other wild beasts. At first, Xianxia didn't pay attention to it, because the wolves on this uninhabited island were really too weak. There were countless more powerful beasts. But soon after, a series of lion roars, tiger roars, and ape cries could be heard. And the mountain forest not far away was actually trembling. It seemed like there were many beasts fighting. Xianxia stopped training. He wanted to see what was going on. When he arrived at this woodland, the battle between the beasts was already nearing its end. There was a large number of beasts' corpses in the woodland. The pungent smell of blood pervaded the forest. 2 elephant-sized lions had their necks broken. 7 to 8 three-eyed black tigers had their bodies torn apart. 2 5 to 6 meter long giant eagles had their chests pierced through and were hanging on a huge tree. 3 5 to 6 meter long unicorn bears had their heads separated from their bodies and piled up on top of each other. Their heads were separated from their bodies and piled on top of each other. There were actually dozens of corpses of strange beasts lying here. This was a rarely seen massacre of vicious beasts. The law of the jungle was incomparably cruel. This was still because the number of vicious beasts in the tyrannical dragon's domain wasn't a lot. At the same time, there weren't any powerful beasts like the Beast King. Otherwise, the battle between the vicious beasts would be even more desperate and cruel. There was blood everywhere. The corpses of the beasts in front of them were a ghastly sight. It seemed like they were killing each other because of an ancient cave. Most of the vicious beasts died in front of the cave entrance. It seemed like this was originally a sealed ancient cave. After many years, the huge rocks blocking the cave entrance gradually cracked. Today, the ancient cave finally saw the light of day again, and it attracted the vicious beasts to kill each other. The final victor was a divine wolf. Its blue fur was flickering with a lustrous radiance. A bizarre energy was flowing on its body, as if it was carved out of a blue divine rock. Its length was over 3 meters, and its height was around 1.6 to 1.7 meters. Compared to the other vicious beasts, it was very small. However, it was emitting a kind of intimidating ferocity. It was leaking out a bitter baleful aura. The most mystical thing was that it had a pair of blue wings. That pair of wolf wings could reach a length of 5 to 6 meters when extended. The blue radiance flowing on the wings was even more magnificent than the other parts of its body. Other than that, this wolf actually had 3 eyes. The third eye was as bright as a sapphire, but it was emitting an evil radiance. Looking at it would immediately give people a feeling of extreme danger. To be able to survive the massacre of so many vicious beasts, it was enough to prove the divine wolf's ferocity and terror. It had already pushed aside the rocks blocking the cave entrance. Just when it was about to walk into the ancient cave, it seemed to have sensed something in that instant. It looked towards the direction where Xianxia was hiding. Its pair of cruel eyes flickered with a bloody radiance, and the vertical eye on its forehead was throbbing with a blue radiance. A baleful aura pervaded the air. Xianxia was enveloped by danger. However, when the divine wolf turned its head around, Xianxia saw the terrifying wound on the left side of its neck. It was obvious that it had suffered a serious injury during the battle. A huge bloody wound was torn open from the side of its neck to its abdomen. One of its blue wings was drooping, it was almost torn off. The eerie white bones in its abdomen were exposed, and the bizarre blue blood flowed all over the ground. Awoo, the mystical wolf faced upwards and let out a howl. After that, it transformed into a streak of blue light and rushed towards Xianxia. It brought along a bitter bloody aura. However, the moment it leapt over and landed on the ground, its body trembled and it almost fell on the ground. Xianxia relaxed. This god wolf was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. When the ferocious wolf opened its bloody mouth and pounced at him, Xianxia left behind an afterimage. After he dodged, he swept his right leg and ruthlessly struck the god wolf's exposed white bones. The god wolf was truly incomparably fierce. Its body only swayed a few times. It didn't even take a step back, let alone fall to the ground. Xianxia's kick, which was powerful enough to split rocks, actually didn't manage to break the bones of the divine wolf. One could well imagine how hard the bones of the divine wolf were. Hell, the three-eyed wolf let out a mournful howl, and the sharp pain aroused all of its ferocity. The blue fur on its body stood on end, and it erupted with a gloomy blue light. The gloomy and brilliant light flickered unceasingly. It pounced towards Xiaochen again. This time, its speed was extremely fast. It was moving like a streak of blue light. However, it seemed as if it had lost all of its strength in midair and suddenly fell down. It was really an arrow at the end of its flight. After the final radiance of the setting sun, it didn't even have time to show off its might before it couldn't hold on any longer. It spat out a shattered blue heart from its mouth. However, Xiaochen was secretly apprehensive. If the god wolf wasn't heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Looking at the forest dyed red by blood, as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts, as well as the drifting bloody mist, Xiaochen walked towards the entrance of the ancient cave in front of him. He wanted to see what kind of secret was hidden in the ancient cave that so many ferocious beasts were fighting over. The inside of the ancient cave was very spacious and huge. If the sealed entrance was completely opened, then a huge monster like the 8-clawed tyrant dragon would most likely be able to crawl in. Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression froze. With the help of the weak light from the entrance of the cave, he could see that there really seemed to be a huge monster crawling in the depths of the ancient cave. After looking carefully, he realized that there was a huge white skeleton in front of him. Fortunately, it wasn't a living creature. Xiaochen walked forward. The huge skeleton was like a mountain of bones. This should be the skeleton of a ferocious dragon. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge monster. The complete skeleton was about 40 to 50 meters long. It seemed to be very similar to the saber dragon recorded in the ancient books. That was a ferocious species of the dragon race. A faint radiance was faintly discernible in the depths of the ancient cave. After Xiaochen walked in, he discovered that it was actually a dragon crystal. It was as big as a human head. Even the gloomy ancient cave couldn't conceal its radiance. Xiaochen was incomparably shocked. Compared to the ordinary crystal, this crystal was really too huge. The dragon crystal was sparkling and translucent. The closer he walked to the light, the brighter it became. The radiance was as brilliant as a divine radiance. Without a doubt, this was a treasure among the best. The reason why so many ferocious beasts were killing each other was undoubtedly because of this dragon crystal. This was the tomb of a ferocious dragon. Xiaochen quickly walked out of the dragon cave. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. While walking in the forest dyed red by the blood of the beasts, Xiaochen conveniently picked up more than 10 crystal stones from the torn corpses of the beasts. After that, he flew away. Ordinary wild beasts didn't have any crystal stones in their bodies. Only the ferocious beasts had them. More than 10 ferocious beasts' corpses must have more than 10 crystal stones. However, Xiaochen didn't have the time to collect them. The dragon crystal was coveted by so many ferocious beasts. If it was discovered by the ferocious beasts in the forest, it might lead to another tragic massacre. Xiaochen wrapped the resplendent dragon crystal with his clothes and quickly returned to the rocky cliff where he was temporarily staying. After more than an hour, a series of roars transmitted from that area again. Furthermore, Xiaochen saw a few ferocious beasts flying in the rocky cliff. They were rushing towards the forest that was filled with the stench of blood. There was a divine wolf among them. The wolf's body was about 5 to 6 meters long. Its height was close to 3 meters. A blue radiance flickered all over its body. A pair of blue wings spread out. It had a wingspan of 12 to 13 meters. A violent gale was stirred up. There was also a blue vertical eye in the center of its forehead. It was even colder than the divine wolf that attacked Xiaochen by a whole fold. A series of terrifying wolf howls transmitted from that part of the sky. The huge sound waves surged in the vast sky like muffled thunder. It might be the leader of the ferocious beasts in one of the forest regions. The dead ferocious beasts became the food of those who came later. Only when the sky turned dark did the place gradually regain its tranquility. However, there were many more bones of the ferocious beasts. When everything was quiet, Xiaochen used a huge rock to seal himself in a cliff cave. He held that sparkling and translucent huge dragon crystal in his hands and began to operate the secret technique. He used the chi training technique bestowed by the heavens to absorb the pure dragon essence within the dragon crystal. If outsiders were to see the scene in front of their eyes, they would definitely be dumbstruck. The huge dragon crystal actually needed to be held up with both hands. The divine radiance was brilliant, the multicolored light was reflected in the cave in a dazzling radiance. The divine radiance seemed to have a life of its own as it rushed into Xiaoqian's body unceasingly. And the huge dragon crystal was slowly shrinking. This was an exciting moment of harvest. The pure and boundless dragon essence flowed into Xiaoqian's body in an unending stream. The resplendent radiance circulated in the cave like water ripples. In the end, all of it converged into Xiaoqian's body. After one night, the dragon crystal had shrunk by more than half, and Xiaoqian was already enveloped by the dense multicolored radiance. By noon, the dragon crystal had already shrunk to the size of a fist. The multicolored radiance illuminated the entire cave brightly. After another 2 hours, the dragon crystal had already shrunk to the size of a pigeon's egg. It had become a sparkling and translucent pearl. Only now did Xiaoqian stop and open his eyes. As expected, the huge dragon essence had all converged into the Xianxia acupoint on his other foot. Only when the dragon crystal was about to be exhausted did this acupoint finally become saturated. A resplendent speck of light appeared. The speck of light and the acupoint fused together perfectly. The speck of light was the acupoint, and the acupoint was the speck of light. It was as if it had been completely divinized. Compared to the other acupoints, it was like a bright lamp in the dark night. A rare dragon egg had divinized the Xianxia acupoint on Xiaoqian's left foot. A rare dragon crystal had divinized the Xianxia acupoint on his right foot. He deeply felt that his qi training technique was incomparably mysterious. Such a huge amount of energy was actually completely fused into 2 acupoints. There were 365 main acupoints in the human body. If every main acupoint was condensed into a speck of light, and all 365 main acupoints were divinized, what kind of transformation would occur? Xiaoqian was looking forward to that day. Xiaoqian refined the rare dragon crystal, the boundless dragon essence almost all condensed into the Xianxia acupoint on his right foot. Only a small portion of the dragon essence fused with his injured body. Even so, his injuries were still a lot better. Zhao Lin'er did not appear for the past 3 days, but she would definitely not give up the opportunity to kill Xiaoqian. After all, she and Xiaoqian were competing for time, the thunderbolt might strike at any time. Xiaoqian urgently needed time to recover his injured body. He had been recuperating in the primeval forest for the past few days. This island was really very mysterious. Xiaoqian found traces of many huge monsters in the outer region of the tyrannical dragon's territory. Many of them were ancient beasts. For example, a divine leopard that could tear apart a huge elephant, a 20-meter-long ancient crocodile, a golden centipede as thick as a bull. He even heard the roar of a dragon transmitted from the depths of the island. Of course, that was not the 8-clawed tyrant dragon or the ancient tyrannical dragon, it was an unknown dragon. The spiritual energy of the plants flowed like a trickle, the green radiance flickered unceasingly in the mountain forest. The spiritual energy in Xiaoqian's surroundings was dense, the hazy green radiance enveloped his body. Strands of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body, his injured body was constantly being nourished by the gentle green radiance. Another 2 days had already passed. Xiaoqian's body condition was a lot better than before. He decided to observe what Zhao Lin'er was doing. It was impossible for her to change her original intention to kill him. What's going to happen next might be a fatal blow. It was very necessary to investigate. Xiaoqian took a detour around the area where the tyrannical dragon often roamed. He passed through the dense primeval forest and avoided all kinds of savage beasts. Finally, he returned to the edge of the island and arrived at the vicinity of the bamboo house he built. The sapphire-like lake was incomparably clear, the blue sky and white clouds were clearly reflected in it. The surroundings were covered with wisteria, colorful flowers were in full bloom, the refreshing fragrance of the flowers pervaded the entire forest. The bamboo house was dark green, it was decorated with some vines and fresh flowers. A silk scarf was hanging on the rattan in front of the bamboo house, it was swaying along with the breeze. The bamboo house built by Xiaoqian had already become Zhao Lin'er's residence. This was truly a spoil of war not only in name but also in reality. However, Xiaoqian didn't see Zhao Lin'er's figure. He circled around the area and started to search. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. In the depths of the jungle 100 meters away from the lakeside, there were actually 5 newly built bamboo houses. Moreover, he saw an unfamiliar figure. It was a tall young man in his 20s. He had long brown hair and very fair skin. However, his eyes were somewhat sinister, making it difficult for others to have a friendly impression of him. Who was this? Xiaochen stood quietly in the dense forest, watching the brown-haired man. Not long after, a large number of seabirds flew up from the forest in the direction of the sea. Two figures passed through the forest and quickly walked over. They were a man and a woman in their 20s. Their hair was light brown, and judging from their attire, they seemed to be the servants of the man in front of the bamboo house. Both of them bowed to the brown-haired man. The brown-haired youth waved his hand, indicating for them to dispense with the formalities. Then, he said, "Still no sign of them?" "Yes, my lord. Not a single ship could be seen on the sea." The brown-haired youth knitted his brows slightly and said, "The taboo ocean has rarely been so peaceful. There is no mysterious power obstructing them, there shouldn't be too much danger. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be that they encountered that evil dragon?" Soon after, he turned his head to look at the bamboo house in the direction of the lake. After a short period of silence, he said to himself, "Her beauty is exceptional, even the unicorn is following her, she is as beautiful as an angel." The male servant standing at the side said, "If my lord likes her, why not?" "Humph." The brown-haired man snorted coldly. He interrupted him and said, "You better not say this kind of words. Wait for our people to arrive, we will help her get rid of that evil enemy first. I have my own plans." In the dense forest, Xiaochen calmly retreated. Jiao Lin Air. When Xiaochen called out this name, his eyes emitted two rays of light. The other party had already walked together with the people from the immortal world, and vowed to kill him. Now, there was actually such a powerful enemy, he couldn't help but sigh. Beauty was really the most powerful weapon. Jiao Lin Air's beauty actually made this brown-haired man determined to help her. He had two choices now. One was to immediately escape into the depths of the island, the other was to wait for an opportunity to make the first move. He was a decisive person. After thinking for a while, he decided to make the first move. He wanted to weaken the other party's strength first, so that he wouldn't be forced into a more passive position when their reinforcements arrive. Xiaochen carefully observed the surroundings. He discovered that there were 3 people hiding in the vicinity of the newly built bamboo house, protecting the brown-haired man's safety. Soon after, Xiaochen discovered another 3 people in the coconut grove at the seaside. Looking at their attire, they should be the brown-haired man's attendants. They were overlooking the sea from different directions. It was obvious that they were waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. After observing the area at the edge of the island repeatedly, Xiaochen decided to make his move. The coconut grove by the seaside was lush and verdant. The 3 of them occupied one side each. The distance between them was more than 500 meters. Xiaochen silently approached one of them in the dense forest. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, but he himself was the best weapon. A cold glint burst out. He pointed his finger at him. Blood splashed everywhere. Xiaochen flew backwards. The throat of one of the brown-haired attendants ruptured, and he fell onto the ground. If he didn't kill the enemy, then he would be killed by the enemy. Only by killing decisively could he survive. Xiaochen started to approach the second target, but when he was still 7 meters away, a ripe coconut fell onto the sandy ground with a plop sound, causing that attendant to turn his head to look. Xiaochen immediately increased his speed to the limit, then he soared into the sky, twisted his waist and swung his leg in midair, sweeping at the opponent's throat. All of this happened as fast as lightning. That attendant could be considered to be quite vigilant. He didn't panic because of the sudden situation. He retreated quickly by instinct, and at the same time, he bent his arms to protect himself. Bang! Xiaochen's right leg seemed to be as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. It instantly shattered the brown-haired attendant's arms. Although the acute pain made his facial features contorted, his consciousness was still clear, and he urgently shouted, "Help!" Xiaochen's right palm was glittering with divine radiance. It was like a heavenly blade slicing through the void. Along with a flash of the dazzling radiance, the brown-haired attendant's head flew diagonally, bringing along a large amount of blood. Xiaochen retreated as if he was flying. The attendant's shout that just came out of his mouth was drowned out by the sound of the waves. The headless corpse violently spurted out blood, and fell onto the sandy ground. The smell of blood pervaded the forest. Xiaochen had already disappeared without a trace. Actually, this servant was not weak, but Xiaochen had used a lightning-fast method to kill. He could not give the other party any chance to catch up. From the situation of the exchange earlier, the power behind him did not seem to be easy to deal with. Xiaochen did not hesitate. He flew towards the third person 500 meters away. After he got close, he lurked and advanced. Finally, he mercilessly launched an attack. This time everything went smoothly. He killed with a single blow. The jade green sea surged violently, waves bursting forth one after another. It was as if nothing had happened in the coconut grove. Xiaochen retraced his steps and arrived at the vicinity of the jade green bamboo house. However, he still did not find any traces of Zhao Lin. He did not know where she was now. The sinister brown-haired man had already entered the bamboo house. The two attendants, one male and one female, were waiting at the door. In addition, there were 3 more people lying in ambush in the forest, guarding the safety of this place. Xiaochen did not rush to make a move. Instead, he quietly waited for an opportunity. Sure enough, not long after, he found the perfect opportunity. The 2 attendants, one male and one female, were ordered to go to the seaside to investigate. Xiaochen chased after them unhurriedly. Only when he was far away from the bamboo house did he increase his speed to catch up to the 2. After entering the coconut grove, Xiaochen made his move. The 2 sharp bamboo spears were like 2 green lightning bolts as they attacked the backs of the 2 attendants. However, these 2 people were obviously not weak experts. When they heard the sound of the air breaking, their bodies nimbly dodged to the sides, and the 2 bamboo spears stabbed into the sand with a piu-piu sound. The true killing move came later. Although the bamboo spear had already missed, Xiaochen, who was charging forward, executed a chain of killing moves. His palm, which was glistening with a divine light, chopped at the man's abdomen. Then, his right leg kicked the woman's ribs. The 2 attendants reacted quickly and raised their palms to block. Xiaochen's palm and leg collided with their palms and fists. The 2 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. That woman was forced to retreat involuntarily, and that man's arm was caught by Xiaochen's hand. Crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Xiaochen had broken both of his opponent's arms. Then, he took the opportunity to punch his opponent's chest, causing it to cave in. After that, he spun around and kicked at the girl. This series of actions could be said to be completed in one go, and it all happened in an instant. The woman's skills were extraordinary and her reaction was quick. She actually dodged the sweeping kick and quickly retreated. At the same time, a scroll appeared in her hand. She unfurled it in the wind and spread it out like a scroll. Then, she threw it forward with all her might. Xiaochen was startled. He had a deep memory of this thing. Last time, Wang Zifeng had opened a scroll, and an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation was released, forcing him to jump down 100 meters of the cliff. Now that he saw a similar killing weapon again, he instinctively retreated at lightning speed. However, the energy that the scroll gave off this time was far from comparable to the previous one. Xiaochen felt that he should be able to endure it head-on. However, it was impossible for him to do so. He left a few afterimages in the forest and quickly dodged. The scroll exploded. Within the resplendent light, a 3-meter-long horned snake appeared. It was like an incomparably sharp spear, piercing towards Xiaochen's abdomen. There were also many ice spears surrounding the ferocious snake, piercing towards Xiaochen together. Xiaochen was a little astonished. He could already feel that the horned snake was a product of energy. It contained a terrifying power, and those ice spears were indeed real, they were not illusions. This made him a little puzzled. A scroll was actually able to shoot out so many killing weapons, it was really strange. Xiaochen switched positions, his body emitted a faint radiance. He left an afterimage in his original position and dodged at lightning speed. The horned snake and those ice spears missed their target one after another. In the end, all of them crashed into the ground. The 2-meter-long ice spears were all inserted into the sand, and that horned snake directly blasted open a 2-meter-deep pit. Someone! The maidservant shouted loudly, but her voice was completely ignored by the sound of the waves. There was nothing to say. Xiaochen directly forced his way over. The woman turned around to escape, but in the end, she was nailed to the beach by Xiaochen with a bamboo spear. Her blood dyed the beach red. Although it was a little cruel, the cruel reality was like this. Only by killing the enemy could one protect oneself. Everything was for the sake of survival, they did not hesitate to become a demon. Xiaochen did not stop for even a moment, he rushed towards the direction of the bamboo house. The brown-haired man was still in the bamboo house, and there were 3 people hiding in the vicinity to protect him. Xiaochen moved stealthily, he planned to get rid of the 3 people hiding in the dark one by one, and finally deal with that brown-haired youth. He arrived at the back of one of the men without making a sound. However, just in that instant, the man in hiding seemed to have sensed something. He uttered a series of urgent and strange syllables. A flaming sword appeared in his right hand, and he quickly slashed behind him. The scene was a little strange, the long sword was completely condensed from flames. The surging flames were incomparably hot, but it was unable to burn the palm that was holding the sword. Obviously, the 3 people hiding in hiding were much stronger than those attendants. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to act as guards. This man held the flaming sword and exchanged 2 blows with Xiaochen, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Xiaochen sighed and retreated at lightning speed. Although he could kill the other party, it was impossible to kill him in one strike. He did not have that much time. The other 2 people were already rushing over. At the same time, the brown-haired man in the bamboo house also pushed open the door and came out. Xiaochen did not want to fight the other party head-on, he could not afford to get injured again. "Humph, you are that Xiaochen, right? I did not go to kill you, but you came knocking on my door instead. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it, and instead, you came knocking on the door to hell. If it was not for the fact that this mountain forest was so dense that I needed a certain amount of manpower to find you, I would have already killed you." The brown-haired man smiled sinisterly. He was very calm, it seemed like Xiaochen was already in his grasp. Xiaochen did not say anything, he was not interested in knowing who the other party was. Since his sneak attack failed, he decisively retreated. The 3 hidden guards were all around 30 years old, their cultivation was indeed not ordinary. They followed behind Xiaochen. Boom! A few powerful energy fluctuations suddenly spread out from the woodland. 8 scrolls unfolded from the top of the 8 huge trees. They surrounded the emerald green bamboo house from 8 different directions. Although they didn't explode, they still blocked Xiaochen's way. "Although I did not expect you to counterattack, how can my residence be so easily entered and exited, humph?" The brown-haired man's gaze was sinister, and his expression was cold. The 8 scrolls were like 8 dark doors that led to a different world. They were shrouded in a layer of black mist, making it impossible for people to see through them. Xiaochen did not break out of the encirclement rashly, he was deeply aware of the fearsomeness of the unknown scrolls. He kicked a withered branch on the ground, and shot it towards one of the scrolls. The brown-haired man seemed to be able to control these scrolls. He uttered a strange syllable from his mouth, and at the same time, his hands moved in a strange trajectory. That unfolded scroll actually avoided the withered branch at high speed, and enveloped Xiaochen. Xiaochen retreated at lightning speed and rushed towards the 3 guards who were chasing after him. He was automatically surrounded. However, the brown-haired man sneered as he controlled the scroll to fall down. He did not care that his subordinates were also within the range of attack. Xiaochen had no choice but to break through the encirclement of the 3. At the same time, he raised his strength to the limit. His body emitted a faint radiance, then he moved his palms in an indescribable trajectory, stirring up a violent fluctuation of essence. After a loud shout, all the dried branches and rocks on the ground floated up and rushed towards the scroll in the sky. Of course, it was not only aimed at that scroll, the remaining 7 scrolls that were not moving were also within the range of attack. The brown-haired man's complexion suddenly changed. He had no choice but to let the scroll that was enveloping him explode. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. A 5-meter-long white tiger completely condensed from energy soared into the sky and pounced towards Xiaochen below. At the same time, dozens of energy light blades were launched. When he felt the terrifying energy fluctuation, Xiaochen raised his movement technique to the limit, dodging the dangerous attack by a hair's breadth. The ground trembled violently, and a terrifying 4-meter-deep pit appeared on the ground, giving rise to an endless amount of smoke and dust. Although the 3 guards weren't hit, they were still thrown into the dust by the aftershock. Xiaochen did not even turn his head back as he sped away from the area sealed by the energy scrolls. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the brown-haired man's complexion turned ashen as he shouted loudly, "Chase!" He collected the remaining 7 scrolls and led the 3 guards to chase after Xiaochen. At the same time, the little unicorn that looked like it was carved out of divine jade stepped on the treetops and appeared from afar while carrying Zhao Lin air. Xiaochen felt that the situation was critical. The terrifying fluctuation from the scroll had attracted a great enemy. He left behind an afterimage in the jungle and rushed towards the ancient primitive forest at high speed. The little unicorn caught sight of Xiaochen's back and seemed to know what was going to happen. It suddenly turned around and carried Zhao Lin air to a distant place. The brown-haired man was incomparably shocked. Zhao Lin air was also incomparably shocked. The little unicorn didn't pay attention to her command and carried her on the treetops at lightning speed. It seemed like it didn't want her to have a conflict with Xiaochen. The Imperial Angel had no choice but to find an opportunity to lead the unicorn. Xiaochen taking the initiative to appear was an opportunity for Zhao Lin air. She did not want to let him go for nothing. Otherwise, she would have already started killing Xiaochen, because the brown-haired man's reinforcements would arrive soon. Soon, Zhao Lin air met up with the brown-haired man. However, the boundless primordial forest was too dense. After the delay earlier, Xiaochen had already lost track of him. At this moment, the brown-haired man's sinister expression was swept away. He smiled confidently and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to feel regretful. He just escaped temporarily. Our reinforcements will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Let's not talk about a dozen giant apes protecting him. Even if there were several times more, we would still be able to annihilate him. Brother Gu Luo, thank you for your help." The Imperial Angel Zhao Lin air had a beautiful appearance. Her temperament was extraordinary and refined. She had an indescribable quick-wittedness and elegance. Xiaochen shook off the enemies behind him and circled around the tyrannical dragon's habitat. He slowed down his pace in the mountain forest. He killed the enemy cleanly and then successfully broke out of the encirclement. It could be considered a successful counterattack. With the addition of a powerful enemy, Xiaochen's situation became even more dangerous. He had no choice but to seriously consider how to deal with them. In the evening, the brown-haired man Gu Luo stood in front of the jade-green bamboo house. His expression was incomparably sinister. 5 of his subordinates were killed. This made him really angry. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In the past, he wanted to kill Xiaochen because of Zhao Lin air. But now, it was for his own sake. He couldn't let Xiaochen continue living. Zhao Lin air and the young unicorn were communicating by the lakeside. However, no matter how much she promised, as long as she asked it to search for Xiaochen, the young unicorn would immediately shake its head helplessly. At this moment, Xiaochen was advancing towards the depths of the island. He couldn't stay at the edge of the tyrannical dragon's territory anymore. If he continued to stay there, what awaited him tomorrow might be a terrifying encirclement. Of course, before he left, he deliberately set up a diversion. He left behind some clues that pointed to some extremely dangerous places. If the pursuers ran into some ferocious beasts in the end, then he would have achieved his objective. The sunset dyed the sky red. The bright red burning clouds also seemed to have dyed the mountain woods with a layer of dim red light. The roar of beasts resounded in the endless primitive forest. One after another, terrifying beasts could be faintly seen in the mountain woods. Rumble. A huge elephant whose entire body was covered in cyan scales, and its 2 snow-white tusks were as sharp as broadswords. Its eyes revealed an ominous glint as it chased after a few wild oxen not far away from Xiaochen. Very soon, a mournful bull's roar could be heard from not far away. Xiaochen looked through the branches and leaves and saw that the cyan-scaled huge elephant was actually devouring the buffaloes. The scene was incomparably bloody. He couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying number of strange beasts on this island. After cautiously avoiding all kinds of terrifying beasts that he had never seen or heard of before, Xiaochen advanced for 8 to 9 miles before the sunset completely disappeared. He stepped into a gloomy and damp swamp. This swamp was abnormally deathly still. Other than the tall ancient trees, there wasn't a single beast to be seen. There wasn't even a single bird to be seen. Pond, swamp, it was completely silent. It was as if this was a land of death. The roar of the beasts could be heard from afar, but this place was deathly still. The contrast between the two made this place even more sinister. As he walked into the swamp, the air became more and more humid. The unique rotten smell of the swamp entered his nose. Xianxia knitted his brows. How could he not feel that this place was unusual? The yin qi was exceptionally heavy. There was an indistinct dense aura lingering around. After advancing for more than a mile, other than the forest, he still didn't find a single creature. However, he saw a lot of skeletons in the swamp and puddles. Some were half submerged in the mud, some were exposed on the surface. It seemed somewhat terrifying in the dusky forest. There were all kinds of skeletons. Among them, there was no lack of skeletons of beasts. They ranged from 1 or 2 meters to more than 10 meters in size. Furthermore, what made Xianxia shocked was that he also saw a lot of human skeletons. Judging from the color and bone structure of those human skeletons, they were at least several hundred years old. The last trace of the sunset disappeared. The world became completely dusky. This swamp also became even more eerie. The huge trees were like tombstones as they towered in this deathly still swamp. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking suddenly resounded in the silence. It made this deathly swamp incomparably eerie. Xianxia suddenly turned his head around to look, but he didn't find anything. Perhaps the withered bones just happened to break into pieces. Nighttime. The moon rose. In this deathly silent region, the moonlight was deathly white. It was as scary as a dead ray. At the same time, Xianxia felt a trace of danger. Without any delay, he quickly rushed out of the swamp. It was faintly discernible. A faint black mist floated up from the mud and puddles. It began to linger around this swamp woodland. Xianxia was startled. He had already guessed that this was the miasma. Furthermore, it was very likely to be the most poisonous undead miasma in the legends. Standing at the periphery of this region of death, he looked at the ribbon-like mist drifting about inside. Xianxia began to ponder. Could he make use of this place? If he could lure Zhao Lin Air and that brown-haired man here, Kacha, he heard the sound of the joints moving again. Kacha, Kacha, a white shadow swayed in the dusky swamp forest. A human skeleton actually stood up. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. He hid himself at the edge of the swamp. He paid close attention to that skeleton that could move. At first, the skeleton's movements were a little stiff. However, along with the crackling sound of the joints, the stooped body stood up straight and its movements became a lot more agile. It walked back and forth in the swamp. It seemed to be looking for something. Xianxia held his breath and didn't make a sound. He continued to watch quietly. The snow-white skeleton. Under the deathly white moonlight, it appeared eerie and terrifying. Especially when it could move freely, it appeared even more frightening. When it turned around to face Xiaoqian's direction, Xiaoqian looked at the skull of the skeleton. There was actually a faint radiance flickering. It was emitted from the sunken eye sockets. It was abnormally demonic and terrifying. Kacha, kacha. The sound of the joints moving resounded from the other two directions. Another two skeletons stood up in the forest. They walked past the muddy puddles and converged with the skeletons at the beginning. There was also a faint radiance flickering in their skulls. They seemed to be able to communicate with each other. Every time they looked at each other, the faint radiance in their eye sockets would flicker unceasingly. Xiaoqian couldn't understand all of this. Were they ghosts? He didn't think so. In the following 2 hours, no other similar skeletons appeared. During this process, Xiaoqian kept hiding and watching. He discovered that the 3 skeletons were turning over the skeletons in the swamp unceasingly. It seemed like they were looking for something. It was a savage beast skeleton that was several meters long and weighed close to 1,000 jin. To be able to be easily flipped over by them, one could imagine how powerful they were. Then, a skeleton rummaged through a pile of bones and found a shiny crystal. Xiaoqian finally understood what they were doing. The skeleton held the crystal in its hand. It seemed to be very excited. His jaw moved up and down. Kaba kaba. There was a hint of humor in the eerie atmosphere. It attracted the other 2 skeletons to run over. The three skeletons stood together under the pale moonlight. It seemed extremely awe-inspiring and terrifying. Crack, the light blue earth crystal was broken by the skeleton and divided into 3 pieces of roughly the same size. The 3 skeletons held a petal each and stuffed it into the cranial cavity. Bright radiance emitted from their eyes. Light blue light shone from their heads. It flowed towards their lower body like a stream of water. The blue radiance made the snow-white skeletons look eerie blue. The gentle radiance quickly wrapped around the 3 skeletons. Only after a long time did the blue radiance gradually recede. The white bones seemed to be a little more sparkling and translucent than before. Xianxia was very shocked. The skeletons were actually able to absorb the energy of the crystal. Was this a kind of unconventional evolution? It was just that he didn't know how they were produced in the beginning. Under the pale moonlight, the miasma drifted in the swamp. The 3 skeletons were moving freely. All of this was so strange and evil. Suddenly, one of the skeletons that walked to the edge of the swamp seemed to have discovered something. It suspiciously walked towards the huge tree where Xianxia was hiding. Xianxia was moved. He didn't retreat at this point. Instead, he came out from behind the big tree, facing that skeleton. The skeleton seemed to be very perplexed. It turned its head around to look at the 2 companions behind it, then looked at Xianxia again. The weak radiance flickering in its eye sockets was flickering indeterminately, as if it was thinking about something. The other 2 skeletons also walked over. They looked at Xianxia with the same puzzled expression, as if they felt that this guy brimming with vitality was very unconventional. Xianxia wanted to observe them from a closer distance. He wanted to see what kind of peculiarity they had. However, other than discovering that there was a mysterious power in the skull that provided the energy for the whole skeleton to move, he didn't discover anything special. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He took out a brown crystal he obtained from the beast's corpse. He held it in his palm. The eye sockets of the 3 skeletons. Immediately it emitted indeterminating radiance. At the same time, they stretched out their bony claws towards that crystal. Xianxia took a step back. The 3 skeletons followed closely behind. They stepped out of the swamp. They didn't feel any killing intent from the skeletons. Xianxia handed the crystal to them. The brown crystal was easily torn apart by them. It separated into 3 parts. After that, they stuffed it into their eye sockets. The brown radiance flickered. The radiance extended from their skulls to their lower body. A burst of splat 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 sound came from their joints. Looking at it from a close distance, the radiance was circulating on the skeleton. The 3 skeletons were as bright as jade. Along with the crystal's energy being completely absorbed, this kind of abnormality disappeared. However, their skeletons seemed to have a hint of luster compared to before. One of the skeletons stretched out its bony claws and attacked the big tree at the side. With a light puff sound, the snow-white bony claws were deeply inserted into the tree trunk. Even a small part of the arm bone was inserted into the tree trunk. Just an ordinary attack was already so powerful. It could be seen how terrifying the skeletons were. Xianxia was very shocked. The strength of the skeletons was a lot more powerful than what he had imagined. The radiance in the eye sockets of the 3 skeletons flickered. They stood in front of Xianxia and looked at him quietly. Only after a long time did their jaws open and close a few times. They emitted a crack sound. It seemed like they were saying something. After that, they walked towards the depths of the swamp together and slowly disappeared into the gloomy forest. The skeletons were powerful and possessed spiritual wisdom regarding everything. Xianxia felt a little inconceivable. He circled around this deathly swamp to observe. After walking for more than an hour, he discovered that it had an area of more than 10 square kilometers. The gloomy atmosphere was dense and dense. At midnight, the undead miasma was the thickest in the swamp. The heavy black fog actually blocked the deathly pale moonlight. Only until the latter half of the night did the undead miasma gradually recede. It became thinner and thinner. At the latter half of the night, Xianxia was at the periphery of the deathly swamp when he suddenly heard a violent crashing sound. It seemed like someone was fighting in the swamp. He ran around the swamp. He rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. After a short moment, he saw an astonishing scene. Xiaochen looked at them calmly. He didn't expect they would actually send 2 jade green crystals in front of him. They actually hinted him to accept it. Interesting skeletons. He waved his hand and rejected their good intentions. Due to Xiaochen's participation, the pressure on the 3 skeletons was greatly reduced. They quickly gained the upper hand. The skeletons' ability to resist attacks was just as valiant. Their bones were as hard as iron. They were not inferior to the zombies. In addition to that, their speed was much faster than the opponent. The advantage they obtained was becoming more and more obvious. Kacha. The more Xiaochen fought, the more apprehensive he became. If it wasn't because his cultivation had already reached a higher level, he would have died without a doubt if he encountered these undead creatures. Although he was injured and couldn't display his full strength, he was still unable to finish the battle after fighting for a quarter of an hour. It was enough to shock him. The sun had already risen high in the sky, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon had already swam far away, it seemed to have disappeared into the sea. And at the same time, 2 large ships were sailing towards the island. He didn't persist any longer, he retreated along the original path, but he didn't leave the swamp. The sky was already bright, a new day had begun. He felt that this place was a pretty good place to defend, so he decided to stay in this evil place for the time being. Xiaochen could feel their fear. There seemed to be a king among the undead in front of him. Xiaochen was exceptionally shocked. Everything before his eyes made him feel that it was inconceivable. The 3 skeletons stood in front of Xiaochen, their jaws opened and closed a few times with a cracking sound. After that, they silently walked to the front of the 5 zombies. They actually found 5 gloomy crystals from within the dismembered corpses. Xiaochen pondered for a moment, then he held his breath and walked into the swamp. After that, he rushed towards one of the zombies as fast as lightning. Both of his palms emitted a faint radiance. The radiance was as bright as jade. In the beginning, the 3 skeletons silently followed behind him, but when they got close to the center of the swamp, they suddenly grabbed Xiaochen's arm. The ice-cold bony claws made Xiaochen startled. One of the zombies was forced to take a few steps back, but it didn't get torn apart. Xiaochen felt as if he struck a divine iron. Both of his palms were aching faintly. But the zombie was actually unharmed. It was indeed a powerful undead creature. Observing from such a close distance, Xiaochen could clearly see the appearance of the zombies. The 5 zombies were all tall and big, their faces were sinister, all of them had yellow hair and blue eyes. The clothes on their body had already decayed a long time ago, they looked exceptionally scary. Pooh! The attacked zombie brandished its arms mechanically and pounced at Xiaochen. Although its movements were stiff, it was not very slow. Xiaochen was as fast as lightning. He focused on attacking the eyes of the zombie, causing it to defend in fear. The pale green radiance was like a dense light mist. It enveloped the bodies of the 3 skeletons, causing their joints to emit a crack sound. The radiance circulated unceasingly, it seemed like it was strengthening their bones. After the green light disappeared, the 3 skeletons clearly became a lot smoother. They actually had a faint luster. Due to Xiaochen's participation, the 5 zombies suffered a crushing defeat. After an hour, the battle ended. Xiaochen dealt with 2 zombies, and the 3 skeletons tore 3 of them apart. The scene was a little cold-blooded and terrifying, but this was their way of survival. The terrifying swamp, the battle between the undead and the undead, the radiance in the eye sockets of the 3 skeletons flickered. They stared at him silently for a moment, then they took back the 2 crystals. After that, they divided the 5 crystals into 3 equal parts, and stuffed them into their eye sockets to absorb the pure energy. It was already close to dawn at this time. The undead miasma had almost completely disappeared. After observing for a quarter of an hour, Xiaochen noticed that the 3 skeletons were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. If it was one-on-one, they were stronger than the zombies. However, they were outnumbered by the zombies. It was obvious that they were no match for 3 against 5. The 5 crystals were all pale green in color. They emitted a gloomy and cold aura. The eerie green radiance was a little scary, especially under the contrast of the snow-white skeletal claws. It was even more eerie and frightening. However, the energy fluctuation emitted by them was very intense. It was even stronger than the dozens of crystals in Xiaochen's possession. The 3 skeletons and the 5 zombies were fighting fiercely in the forest. The 3 skeletons were like 3 streaks of white light, their movements were extremely fast. They circled around the 5 zombies, leaving behind one after another afterimages. The skeletal claws would strike the bodies of the 5 zombies from time to time, emitting a bang-bang sound. The waves of the sea rose in the early morning, the morning glow sprinkled countless gold fragments on the ocean. At this time, it was already dawn, the sky was gradually brightening up. Xianxia wanted to take a look at this mysterious swamp, he wanted to know what kind of secrets were hidden in it. Xianxia believed that the clues he left behind would be enough for the people who wanted to encircle and annihilate him to search for more than half a day. If the other party moved quickly, they might be able to find this place by nightfall. At that time, the swamp might be able to come in handy. Although there was already a huge bamboo pole erected on top of the tall coconut tree, and a huge beast skin dyed red by the beast's blood was hung on top of the pole, it was still unknown whether the reinforcements would be able to discover them in time by waving such an eye-catching flag. One of the skeletal claws broke the neck of a zombie. As dawn approached, the undead miasma in the swamp became thinner and thinner, it almost disappeared completely. Bang, one of the skeletal claws pierced into the chest of a zombie. The 3 skeletons did not have any hostility, they seemed to be a little anxious. They pointed at the area with extremely dense negative aura in front of them, and shook their skeletal claws with all their might, hinting him to not advance any further. The huge body of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon gave rise to huge waves in the ocean. Looking at the terrifying primordial beast, the brown-haired man Guluo knitted his brows tightly. The ships were coming from the north to the south, they would most likely appear in this area. If the reinforcements were to come ashore from this beach, they might encounter a disaster. Although the zombies were not as nimble as the skeletons, their ability to resist attacks was especially valiant. The skeletal claws of the 3 skeletons that could pierce through huge trees actually had a hard time injuring them. Only when the skeletal claws were aimed at their eyes, the 5 zombies would dodge in fear. When Xianxia tangled with another zombie, the 3 skeletons had already occupied an overwhelming advantage. The strength they displayed made even Xianxia feel somewhat fearful. The 3 streaks of white light left behind one after another afterimages, the 6 skeletal claws never left the zombie's chest and eyes. The speed of the skeletal claws was too fast, they emitted a series of terrifying sonic booms, only until the end, when he struck the same spot on the zombie's chest and abdomen for the 18th time, did this tall and big dead creature fall into the swamp like a golden mountain or a jade pillar. Its entire body was split into pieces. Guluo was overjoyed, the flags on the 2 ships belonged to his clan. They just happened to avoid the vicious beast at this moment. However, his joy didn't last long, a loud roar came from the depths of the ocean. It shook the seawater to the point that it seemed to be boiling. A waterway was opened up above the ocean, the huge white waves rolled to both sides. A huge monster was riding the wind and breaking through the waves. The 2 ships obviously felt that something was amiss, they increased their speed and rushed towards the beach at high speed. However, even though the ancient vicious beast was far away, its speed was really too fast. Just when the 2 ships were about 100 meters away from the beach, it had already arrived in front of them. Boom! The huge body collided with the 2 ships in a split second. With its sharp horn, sinister head, razor-sharp teeth, and body flickering with silvery radiance, it was like a giant as it forcibly cut the 2 ships in half. Everyone was scared out of their wits, Guluo's complexion was ashen to the extreme. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon stirred up a huge wave, the 2 ships were destroyed very quickly. More than 100 people were drowned in the ocean, Guluo's clan was on the verge of annihilation. However, the ancient vicious dragon didn't seem to care about these ant-like creatures. After crushing the 2 ships, it didn't massacre the people in the ocean. It only raised huge waves unceasingly. Many people sank to the bottom of the ocean along with the huge whirlpool, but there were still 40 to 50 people who managed to escape to the beach. It could be said that they had a new lease of life after the disaster. In the end, there were 43 people who ran to the beach, and even more people were buried in the ocean. The losses could be said to be disastrous. Those who were able to survive could be considered as the cream of the crop. Originally, Guluo was already in despair, but when he saw that less than half of the people survived, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a sufficient amount of time and letting these people recover their energy, Guluo and Zhao Lin began to encircle and annihilate Xianxia. At first, it was just as Xiaochen expected, these people followed the clues he left behind to search for him. When these people chased into a gloomy and damp rocky hill, a 3 to 4 meter long silver centipede with the thickness of a bowl scuttled out as fast as lightning. It tore the 2 people at the front apart in a flash, and the other 3 were corroded into bones in a split second by the poison. The swords and sabers slashed on the body of the giant silver centipede, creating countless sparks. They couldn't hurt it at all. Even Giro's light blade attack scroll couldn't hurt it in the slightest. In the end, a terrifying scroll that was pulsating with raging flames was unfurled. Only then did the giant silver centipede retreat, allowing everyone to escape. At this point, Zhao Lin and Gu Luo already knew that they were tricked. They started to calculate Xiaochen's possible escape route. The scorching sun was blazing, but the endless primitive forest was filled with killing intent. At this moment, inside the deathly swamp, it was still dark. The huge trees blocked the sunlight, and dancing qi lingered around. When Xiaochen woke up on top of an ancient tree, he was really frightened. The 3 skeletons were hanging upside down in front of him like bats. What kind of reaction would a person who had just woken up from a dream see 3 sets of bones hanging upside down the moment he opened his eyes? Fortunately, he instantly sobered up and did not overreact. The soul of the 3 skeletons were deeply inserted into the tree trunk. After sensing that he woke up, the eye sockets of the skeletons also flickered with radiance. It seemed like they were also resting just now. Kacha kacha, the sound of the joints turning could be heard. The 3 skeletons landed on the tree trunk and moved their joints unceasingly. Xiaochen had an indescribable feeling. His own kind wanted to kill him from afar, but the 3 skeletons nearby were getting along with him. This is really a little absurd. He wanted to name these 3 skeletons, and unconsciously thought of the 10 emperors of the underworld. You are called Qin Wang Wang. You are called Yan Luo Wang. You are called Luanhui Wang. Qin Guang Wang, Yan Luo Wang, and Luanhui Wang were 3 of the 10 emperors of the underworld, but now they became the names of the 3 skeletons. This was done intentionally by Xiaochen. Perhaps he was looking forward to something. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly. Xiaochen walked out of the swamp, but the 3 skeletons were unwilling to leave this deathly place that was filled with yin qi. However, under Xiaochen's signal, they still followed him out. The scorching sun was blocked by the tall trees. Only a few sparse trees could allow the sunlight to shine down from time to time. The 3 skeletons hated the sunlight to the extreme. They always walked in the shadow. This seems to be their innate nature. It seems like they rarely left the swamp. The 3 skeletons always seemed to be very curious about everything in the outside world. When Xiaochen charged towards a 5-meter-long huge panther, the 3 skeletons followed him without the slightest hesitation. 6 indestructible skeletal claws ruthlessly pierced into the huge panther's skull, killing it on the spot. Their fighting power was so strong that even Xiaochen was apprehensive. Ding! A sparkling and translucent yellow crystal was dug out from the leopard's corpse by Xiaochen. He flicked the crystal with his finger. It let out a trembling sound. The 3 skeletons' eye sockets immediately lit up. Xiaochen smiled and passed the crystal to them. Qingguang Wang, Yan Luo Wang, and Luanhui Wang, this was the first time they were interested in the outside world. Of course, this was due to the temptation of the crystal. Under Xiaochen's lead, they roamed the jungle around the deathly swamp, searching for the traces of the vicious beasts that they could deal with. However, the crystal was not that easy to obtain. They only managed to hunt 4 to 5 crystals after half a day. Xiaochen observed the surrounding environment thoroughly. He prepared to use it to deal with the powerful enemies. After returning to the swamp, Xiaochen trained quietly, and the 3 skeletons were busy absorbing the energy of the crystal. Before the red sun set in the west, Zhao Lin and Gu Luo finally found this place. They were much faster than Xiaochen had expected. The brown-haired man Gu Luo's gaze was malicious. He lost 5 experts when dealing with the huge silver centipede. Although they saw through Xiaochen's scheme in time, due to the large number of people, they couldn't help but startle some savage beasts along the way. They lost another 8 people. Now, including him and Zhao Lin, there are only 32 people left. Xiaochen opened his eyes in the swamp. He felt a murderous aura. Someone is approaching this place. Seeing that Xiaochen seemed to be preparing for battle, the 3 skeletons surrounded him. Their spiritual sense was also very sharp. They already noticed that someone is closing in on them. Xiaochen didn't want to clash head-on with the other party, after all, his injured body has not recovered yet. He must delay until the sun sets. When the undead miasma rises, it will be a devastating blow to the other party. He hinted the three skeletons to hide. The three skeletons' performance was beyond Xiaochen's expectation. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang took the opportunity to lie on their backs in the swamp. Many skeletons were scattered around them. Xiaochen was dumbstruck for a while. These three guys were much smarter than he imagined. He even felt a hint of treachery. The performance of the three skeletons was beyond Xiaochen's expectation. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang took the opportunity to lie on their backs in the swamp. Many skeletons were scattered around them. Xiaochen was in a daze. These three fellows were much smarter than he had imagined. He could even feel a trace of treachery from them. Outside of the swamp, Zhao Lin'er's skin was as white as snow, her body was graceful, and her beauty was beyond compare. It could be said that she had skin of ice and bones of jade. She was as fresh as a pile of snow on a flowering tree. She could be considered a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and a country. In this dense forest, she seemed otherworldly and refined. The brown-haired man, Gu Luo, waved his hands soundlessly. The dozens of people behind him immediately spread out and hid in the swamp. He and Zhao Lin'er followed behind them. The swamp, which was filled with densing qi, caused these infiltrators to feel apprehensive. A dense aura pervaded the forest, making them feel that this was not a good place. Ghastly white skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was truly a land of death. The 30 experts had already spread to the depths of the swamp. The corner of Gu Luo's mouth curled up into a cold smile. All kinds of signs indicated that Xiaochen was in the swamp. Today was the day to kill him. Under the blood-red sunset, a bad feeling suddenly rose in Gu Luo's heart. He felt danger, but he couldn't find the source of it. Suddenly, a white light exploded, a skeleton under his feet leaped up high, and a sinister white bone claw went straight for his chest. This change was too unexpected. An enemy without any signs of life was lying at his feet. It was truly impossible to guard against. Gu Luo hurriedly waved his fists and barely managed to block a pair of bone claws. He wanted to move his feet to adapt to the situation, but to his surprise, he discovered that his feet were firmly locked by a skeleton. Amidst the chaos, he charged at the skeleton in front of him. However, an intense pain came from his back. A white bone claw had pierced deep into his back. There was still a skeleton behind. Ah! From Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang's sudden attack to Gu Luo's heart-wrenching scream, it was only a matter of a split second. When the exceptionally graceful imperial angel Zhao Lin'er saw this scene, her beautiful face paled. She had never seen skeletons kill people before, but she was not an ordinary person after all. She held her long sword and quickly rushed forward. Undead creatures. It's an undead creature that obtained immortality through another method. The crowd in the distance shouted. Quick, protect the Lord. The swamp was in chaos. All the scattered experts were rushing over here. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang knew that danger was approaching. They retreated without hesitation, but they didn't forget to ruthlessly stab their claws into Gu Luo's body again. There were 4 bloody holes on Gu Luo's chest. Blood was flowing out. The pungent smell of blood pervaded the air. Zhao Lin'er supported Gu Luo, who was about to fall into the pool of blood. 7 to 8 experts surrounded them in a flash. The rest of the people bellowed as they charged towards the 3 skeletons. Xiaochen, who was hiding on the huge tree, was incomparably shocked. In his perception, the brown-haired man was a terrifying opponent. However, the 3 skeletons gave him an unexpected pleasant surprise. The 3 kings' insidious sneak attack had actually succeeded, and they had cleanly defeated the brown-haired man. This was a huge victory beyond imagination. Without any delay, Xiaochen rushed down the huge tree. He exerted all his strength to stomp on the ground. Kacha! Kacha! A few crisp and clear kacha! Kacha! The 2 people who rushed here had their sternum deeply caved in. Blood overflowed from their mouth, and their corpses fell to the ground. Xiaochen left behind a few afterimages in the swamp, and quickly appeared in the midst of the chaotic crowd. He began his merciless massacre. The 3 skeletons also displayed their formidable strength at this time. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang, their speed was really too fast. They shuttled back and forth in the crowd like three streaks of white light. 3 to 4 people's chests were already pierced by them. The skeletal claws were really deadly. After this group of people experienced the chaos, they quickly organized a counterattack. Sacred flame, burn away all evil. A brown-haired practitioner chanted quickly. After that, he spread open a scroll with a shake of his hand, and threw it towards Xianxia and the 3 skeletons. An inexhaustible conflagration appeared in the sky. It burned the entire sky red. It enveloped Xianxia and the 3 skeletons like an earth-shattering meteor shower. Xianxia continuously shifted his position, and dodged that terrifying conflagration by a hair's breadth. The big tree beside him was burned to ashes by the conflagration in a split second. What a terrifying sacred flame. It seemed like it could really burn everything. The 3 skeletons dodged in a sorry state. They were very afraid of this kind of conflagration. They raised their speed to the limit, and left behind one streak of white light after another in the swamp. However, they were still engulfed by the conflagration for a short moment. Xiaoqian's heart sank. However, the performance of the 3 kings was out of his expectation again. Although their bones were a little black, they were not burnt by the sacred flame. They rushed out in good condition. If one looked carefully, one could see a layer of faint radiance retreating from their body back to their skull. Just now, a pure energy protected them. Xiaoqian quickly joined up with the 3 skeletons, and confronted Zhao Lin Er's group. Just now, they took advantage of the chaos to kill 8 people in one go. It could be considered as a big victory. During the short period of peace, both sides didn't take the initiative to attack. The peerless Imperial Angel was emitting a boundless murderous aura at this moment. She suffered an ambush when she had the upper hand, and suffered such disastrous losses in the end, it made her feel extremely sullen. The appearance of the 3 undead creatures was out of her expectation. It made her unable to act blindly without thinking for a moment. Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons also didn't move. After all, the other party had more people, and the picture scroll in their hands made them somewhat apprehensive. Just at this time, a painful groan broke the short period of peace. Gu Luo, who had 4 bloody holes pierced through his chest, actually woke up miraculously. However, the blood seeped out again from the terrifying wounds that were blocked. Those attendants anxiously helped to bind him up again. Gu Luo stopped them. He leaned on the bosom of one of the attendants, and took out a scroll from his sleeve. He chanted with difficulty, "The light of life, illuminate my body forever." The scroll unfolded into a picture scroll in an instant, an incomparably dazzling radiance blossomed. The aura of life spread out in a split second. The inexhaustible holy radiance enveloped Gu Luo within. The people on Gu Luo's side burst into cheers. Everyone was very excited, because they knew Gu Luo's life was no longer in danger. Just when they were excited, Xiaoqian suddenly launched an attack with the 3 skeletons. The instant the intense life fluctuation appeared, Xiaoqian guessed that Gu Luo was trying to save himself. He must not give the other party any chance. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang were really very powerful. The 3 skeletons actually managed to tangle with Zhao Lin Er for a short period of time. It created the best opportunity for Xiaoqian. His body was shrouded in a hazy radiance as he charged into the crowd. He spared no effort to kill Gu Luo, who was currently recovering. The experts in the vicinity risked their lives to protect him. They resisted Xiaoqian's surprise attack. The short confrontation was cruel and cold-blooded. Xiaoqian's palms were flickering with divine radiance. He shattered 7 to 8 long swords. He even launched one light blade after another and cut open a few people's abdomen. Blood splashed out unceasingly. During this process, a bizarre thing happened. Under the envelopment of that dazzling light of life, all the experts who were heavily injured by Xiaoqian were healing their wounds at a very fast speed. They were actually not in any danger to their lives. And Xiaoqian was also under the envelopment of the divine radiance. At this moment, his injured body was actually recovering at lightning speed. Not long ago, he was heavily injured by Wang Zifeng before his death. The serious injury had been bothering him all along. He didn't expect that in this split second, that resplendent radiance of life actually changed everything. Although his injuries were almost healed, the opponent still outnumbered him. When Xiaoqian was a few meters away from Gu Luo, he was stopped. He didn't hesitate at all. He used the longsword he snatched to hack at the divine radiance scroll. The blazing sword chi shattered the scroll in a split second, the radiance of life dimmed and faded away. At the same time, the longsword left his hand and pointed straight at Gu Luo's heart, and just at this time, Gu Luo made his move. Both of his hands made a light screen and shattered the longsword. He leaped out from the servant's bosom. Xiaochen retreated at lightning speed and rushed out of the opponent's camp. The three skeletons also retreated along with him. Both sides confronted each other again. In the first confrontation at the swamp, Xiaochen and the three skeletons could be said to have a complete victory. Not only did Gu Luo suffer a serious injury, he even lost 8 experts. The most important thing is, Xiaochen almost completely recovered by relying on that radiance of life. Gu Luo's complexion was ashen to the extreme, his malicious gaze was staring at Xiaochen. It was as cold and gloomy as a viper. He was extremely resentful and humiliated in his heart. He almost lost his life here just now. It must be mentioned that radiance of life could be considered as divine radiance. For bloody holes were pierced through Gu Luo's chest, it was supposed to be a fatal situation. However, under the nourishment of that holy radiance, the 4 terrifying wounds actually healed. Although he was a little weak due to losing too much blood, his body was basically fine. "Brother Gu Luo, are you alright?" The Imperial Angel Zhao Lin Air asked. "I'm fine now." More than 20 experts stood guard at Gu Luo's side. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen again. "Kill." Gu Luo waved his hand. He didn't say too much. Any words would be superfluous right now. They can only decide life and death with their combat power. A portion of the people stayed at Gu Luo's side. The rest of the experts rushed forward at high speed. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons attacked the enemy. The desperate battle immediately began. Gu Luo ordered the people at his side to attack. He himself also rushed towards Xiaochen. He wanted to wash away his previous humiliation. Zhao Linair followed closely behind. Xiaochen was her target from the start. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons were trapped in the center. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang spared no effort to help Xiaochen block Gu Luo, to buy time for him to kill those experts. The bloody battle was incomparably cruel. All words were meaningless now. Strength was the only thing that mattered. Xiaochen, who was no longer hindered by his injuries, no longer held back when he attacked. He circulated his profound cultivation technique to its limits and started a merciless massacre. Destroying the enemy's strength was the most important task at this moment. Although Zhao Linair's cultivation was not far from his, Xiaochen purposely avoided her. He shuttled back and forth between the 20-odd experts as he attacked mercilessly. His palm was as sharp as a demonic blade and emitted waves of demonic light. He chopped down from the top of a man's head and actually split him into 2 halves. Red blood, white brain matter, and bright liver flowed all over the ground. It was an incomparably bloody and brutal scene. In this moment of life and death, there was no room for mercy. It was either you die or I die. PFFF. Xiaochen leaped up and actually pierced through one of them with one kick. He kicked through the other party's abdomen, then he spun his leg around and swept it horizontally. Not only did he split the corpse into pieces, he even forced Zhao Linair, who was chasing after him, to retreat. This was a true life and death battle. Xiaochen's entire body was covered in blood. After killing a few enemies, he didn't relax at all, because the opponent's strength was much stronger than him and the 3 skeletons. Gu Luo's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, but he was entangled by the 3 skeletons for a short period of time. He couldn't free himself to deal with Xiaochen for the time being. He hated these 3 undead creatures to the extreme. If it wasn't for their sneak attack, how could he have almost lost his life? He wasted the most precious life scroll for no reason. Deep blue ice, seal the darkness and sin. Gu Luo suddenly shouted loudly. A scroll unfurled at high speed. A water blue light screen spread out in a flash, then it burst out with an intense energy fluctuation. A huge blue bird pounced towards the 3 skeletons. At the same time, the inexhaustible blue radiance shrouded the sky and the earth, submerging the 3 skeletons. The energy-transformed huge blue bird could stretch to 5 meters, but it was smashed to pieces by the 3 skeletons' formidable power. However, after the inexhaustible blue radiance descended, 3 ice sculptures immediately appeared on the scene. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang were sealed in ice at the same time. Gu Luo sneered, then he charged towards Xiaochen without even turning his head back. A scroll unfurled at high speed, the earthy radiance illuminated the swamp. A huge earthy lizard that was more than 8 meters long pounced towards Xianxia ferociously. At the same time, it set off an energy storm. Xianxia felt the situation was far from reassuring. He killed an expert who was blocking his way, then his body kept changing his position in the forest. However, the huge lizard seemed to have intelligence. It chased after him relentlessly while emitting an inexhaustible yellow radiance. 4 or 5 huge trees were smashed to pieces by the energy-transformed lizard. Wood shavings filled the sky, broken branches and withered leaves were scattered everywhere. Nothing could stop the yellow radiance. Only until the 10th huge tree was destroyed, the energy-transformed lizard finally arrived in front of Xianxia. It was already too late to escape. Xianxia leaped up, his hands formed one after another mysterious seal. A sparkling radiance emitted from his hands. It was as if one after another stars were falling towards the earthy lizard. A rumbling sound transmitted from the sky. The energy-transformed lizard was like a porcelain. One after another huge crack appeared on its body. After that, it shattered and dissipated in the sky. However, the earthy radiance still enveloped Xianxia. An astonishing thing happened. The yellow radiance actually started to petrify Xianxia. It sealed him into a stone statue. The imperial angel Zhao Lin was an outstanding beauty. Her style was unmatched in her generation. After going through a great battle, she gained a hint of valiant and formidable-looking temperament. It made her devastatingly beautiful face even more charming. Brother Gu Luo's skill is indeed superb. Such a dazzling attack is really amazing. Many thanks to Brother Gu Luo's sincere help. Your Highness is too polite. I feel very honored to be able to serve your Highness. Brother Gu Luo, what you said really makes me feel uneasy. In order to deal with Xianxia, not only did you meet with a mishap, you even lost a lot of experts. I feel very sad and uneasy in my heart. After Gu Luo eliminated the powerful enemy, he appeared to be humble and sincere. Moreover, he said with some sorrow, I don't feel anything, it's just a pity for the dead, they were like my brothers. These words would naturally give people a favorable impression. The surrounding experts felt a warmth in their heart. As the successor of a clan, Gu Luo naturally understood this kind of method. Crack. A cracking sound echoed. A huge crack appeared on Xianxia's petrified statue. After that, it suddenly started to crack, and with a boom, it exploded into pieces. Xianxia's entire body was enveloped by a resplendent radiance. It was as if he was wearing a divine armor. He was actually safe and sound. The Qi training diagram on the ancient monolith was really incomparably mysterious. The mysterious technique protected his body. He didn't really get petrified. It was impossible for him to continue fighting under this kind of circumstances. His body was enveloped by a faint radiance as he soared into the sky. Like a bird streaking across the sky, he landed on top of a huge ancient tree. Zhao Lin and Gu Luo reacted very quickly. The two of them rushed forward in a split second. The experts in the surroundings also flocked over. They wanted to surround and kill Xianxia, who was still alive. Gu Luo and Zhao Lin soared into the sky. They continuously exchanged blows with Xianxia in the sky. One after another dazzling radiance burst out in the sky unceasingly. It destroyed the forest trees in the vicinity unceasingly. Branches, leaves, and sawdust swirled in the air. Xianxia borrowed the strength of their palms and smoothly landed on top of a huge tree. After that, he stepped on a branch and leaped onto the crown of another huge tree at the side. He leaped away like a vigorous monkey. Gu Luo's complexion was very unsightly. Even though his injuries were healed by the radiance of life, he still lost too much blood and his vitality was injured. As a result, he was forced back to the ground by Xianxia. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a bellow and lead his men to chase after Xianxia. And just at this time, the sound of something shattering transmitted again. The 3 ice sculptures suddenly crumbled. The 3 skeletons were actually not trapped to death. They broke the shackles and regained their freedom. Furthermore, they calmly pierced through the 3 people in the vicinity. The forest immediately became chaotic. The performance of the 3 undead creatures made some of the attendants a little afraid. However, the 3 skeletons didn't start a massacre again. They quickly fled towards the depths of the swamp like Xianxia. The setting sun had already disappeared for a long time. The swamp was gloomy and dusky. At this moment, Xianxia already held his breath. Gu Luo and Zhao Lin led their men in hot pursuit. They didn't want to give Xianxia any more chances. they must eliminate him in this woodland today. However, just at this time, they suddenly heard a plop sound. Someone inexplicably fell on the dusky woodland. Plop. Another person fell on the ground and couldn't get up. Not good, miasma. Retreat quickly, it's undead miasma. When the first person fell to the ground, Guluo's eyebrows were already raised, and he reacted in an instant. With the help of the pale moonlight, he could see a faint mist rising from the swamp. The deathly swamp was in chaos, everyone was fleeing in fear, it was as if the end of the world had arrived, they were incomparably terrified. Black mist lingered and the aura of death fluctuated. The swamp had already turned into a dead zone, with Zhao Lin air and Guluo's cultivation, they could hold their breath for a long time, so the undead miasma could not harm their lives for the time being. However, it was different for the others. Everyone was dizzy, and someone would fall to the ground from time to time. When they rushed out of the swamp, only 5 people followed Guluo and Zhao Linair out. The rest of the people had all fallen in the dead zone behind them. Guluo's face was ashen, and his expression was extremely gloomy. If all those people died, he would have no more subordinates to use. Clenching his teeth, he turned his head towards Zhao Linair and said, "Your Highness, please help me enter the swamp and bring those people out. I have a way to let them recover." Zhao Linair also had a lingering fear, she felt that Xiaochen was really not easy to deal with. She didn't say anything else, she rushed into the deathly swamp with Guluo and brought all the people who had fainted out. Outside the swamp, a large number of human figures were lying on the ground. These people were about to stop breathing, one after another black line had already appeared on their skin. The undead poison had already penetrated deep into their body. Divine purification. Following Guluo's shout, a picture scroll was unfurled. A milky white radiance enveloped the entire open space like a curtain of light. All the people who were heavily poisoned by the corpse poison began to groan. A faint black mist rose from their bodies. After that, a burst of chi-chi sound was emitted from the white radiance, and the mist turned into nothingness. After the incomparably precious purification scroll was used up, everyone was out of danger. Xiaochen didn't know Guluo would have this kind of life-saving item. At this moment, he already met up with the 3 skeletons and walked out of the swamp. They were recovering their strength in another direction. We can't let him go like this. Guluo's complexion was gloomy, he suffered a disastrous loss today, the rage in his heart was surging violently. Zhao Linair knitted her elegant brows and said, "But, with the undead miasma as a natural barrier, it will bring us a lot of trouble." "No matter, I still have a scroll that I haven't used yet." Half an hour later, when all the people lying on the ground had recovered, Guluo unfurled a scroll and chanted, "Dispel the evil and darkness, let the divine radiance protect my body." The scroll turned into ashes, half of the people were enveloped by a ball of pure and holy radiance. Their body emitted a faint radiance, it was exceptionally eye-catching in the dim light of the night. The other half were not within the range of the holy radiance, they didn't receive the divine protection, they were left outside the swamp to provide support. When these people appeared in front of Xiaochen, he was gobsmacked. He led the 3 skeletons and rushed into the swamp again. However, this time, the undead miasma lost its effect on those people, it would automatically scatter after coming in contact with the pure and holy radiance. Everyone was no longer afraid of this deathly swamp. Guluo and Zhao Linair led everyone to chase after Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons, forcing them to flee in a sorry state. In the end, Xiaochen ignored the obstruction of the 3 skeletons and rushed towards the center of the dark swamp. Of course, he slowed down his pace during this process, he tried his best to advance in a stalemate with everyone. Roar! An incomparably ghastly and frightening shriek suddenly resounded in the deathly swamp. This ghostly shriek made everyone's scalp go numb, the shriek was extremely sinister and frightening. The swamp in front was incomparably dark, they could vaguely see a 10-meter-tall huge corpse roaring towards the sky. The aura of death was surging violently, it was as if they had entered the eerie and frightening hell. Roar! It was another ghostly shriek that made everyone feel a chill down their spine. The inexhaustible darkness surged over in that instant, it was actually the surging aura of death, everyone who was chasing after Xiaochen discovered to their horror, the divine radiance that enveloped their bodies was extinguished in a split second. The frightening aura of death had defeated the divine radiance. Not good, retreat quickly. It's the undead king. Gu Luo shouted loudly, his voice was trembling. Everyone was terrified, they were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. The king of the undead creatures, they had only appeared in legends since ancient times. Even the deities would have to change their countenance when they grow to the pinnacle. Everyone fled for their lives. Everyone's hearts were filled with extreme fear. Why did they encounter the king of the undead creatures? Gu Luo thought this way while feeling terrified at the same time. However, when he recalled that this was a sealed ancient desolate island, he felt relieved. Even though Xiaochen was already mentally prepared, he was still scared to the point that he felt a chill down his spine. He distanced himself from the crowd and fled at lightning speed. And just at this time, the three skeletons rushed over from an unknown place. They pulled him along as they turned left and right in the dark swamp as they fled. The inexhaustible aura of death was surging. Gu Luo's underlings fell in the swamp unceasingly. Behind them, a terrifying huge corpse was following them in the darkness at a moderate pace. It was casually reaping lives. Xiaochen took a quick glance from a distant place. He couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. He vaguely saw a pair of huge rotten wings on the back of the 10-meter-tall corpse. The aura of death surged. The inexhaustible darkness blocked his line of sight. He couldn't see it anymore. Xiaochen rejoiced inwardly that he managed to escape from the undead emperor's line of sight. He and the three skeletons rushed out of the swamp without looking back. And from the boundless darkness behind them, a blood-curdling scream could be heard from time to time. The mournful voice was filled with fear, it would make one's hair stand on end. He led the three skeletons to circle around the deathly swamp, and quickly chased after Gu Luo and the rest. The undead emperor didn't chase them out of the gloomy swamp, it seemed to be taking a casual stroll and reaping some lives along the way. When Xiaochen arrived at this place, he just happened to see Gu Luo Jiao and Zhao Lin'er's footsteps were unstable. They led 2 or 3 people out of the death swamp and met up with the people who were waiting outside. They fled for their lives. Xiaochen turned his head around to take a look at the swamp. A 10-meter-tall undead shadow was in the midst of the endless deathly aura. It seemed to be grabbing a corpse and chewing on it. 2 eerie green deathly rays were emitted from its eyes. It seemed exceptionally terrifying in this gloomy and dark forest. Roar! A deafening roar resounded, the mountain forest shook, the inexhaustible deathly aura soared to the sky and covered the moon. Xiaochen vaguely saw a pair of huge decayed wings unfolding. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons didn't even turn back, they turned around and chased after Gu Luo and the rest. Along the way, he discovered 2 corpses. The state of their death was very horrifying. The corpses were corroded by the deathly aura until they were beyond recognition. There were many places where the eerie white bones were exposed. After chasing for less than 3 to 4 miles, he caught up with Gu Luo and Zhao Lin'er's group. It was obvious that Gu Luo and Zhao Lin'er were affected by the deathly aura. Their combat power was not as strong as before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to catch up so quickly. When they saw Xiaochen leading the 3 skeletons to chase after them, everyone's complexion became very unsightly. Gu Luo raised his eyebrows immediately, he was extremely angry today. The casualties in today's battle were disastrous, and now there was even the possibility of a complete wipeout. He was incomparably angry and remorseful. At present, his combat power had really declined greatly, the deathly aura had seeped into his body. If he didn't expel it as soon as possible, his life might be in danger. Zhao Lin'er of beauty could cause the downfall of a city. Even though she was in a sorry state at the moment, it was still hard to hide her outstanding charm. However, when her watery eyes looked at Xiaochen, they were brimming with hostility. She also didn't expect that she would be defeated so miserably under the situation where she had the upper hand. "My lord, retreat quickly. We'll cover your retreat." 10 human silhouettes blocked the path of Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons. Another 3 human silhouettes protected Gu Luo and Zhao Lin'er as they retreated at lightning speed. At this moment, without any superfluous words, Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons rushed forward at high speed. This was a one-sided massacre, sword chi crisscrossed in the forest. As Xiaochen brandished his sword, a head flew off. The headless corpse spurted out a 2-meter-tall blood wave before collapsing on the ground. Soon after, a mournful scream was heard. 3 snow-white skeletons grabbed a person's hands and feet, and tore them apart. Before the miserable cries stopped, Xiaochen's sword struck another person. Blood spurted out, and the corpse that was chopped in half fell into a pool of blood. The difference in strength was too huge. Xianxia's bloody methods, as well as the three skeletons' brutality, made the remaining few people tremble in fear. At this moment, they forgot about their loyalty. How could they still care about stopping Guluo? Everyone fled after Guluo's back in fear. This was a chase to the death. Xianxia was like an azure bathed in blood. He continuously brandished the sword of ruin along the way. As the corpses fell one after another, his body was splashed with blood. Pfff. Blood splashed everywhere, a head rolled down. Pfff. The heart was pierced through, the corpse toppled over. Pfff. The shoulder was chopped off diagonally, blood gushed out violently. A bloody massacre along the way. When the head of the last person was chopped off, Xianxia was already completely dyed red with blood. At this moment, he was like a grim reaper. Together with the three skeletons, they once again blocked Zhao Lin and Gu Luo's path. A few black lines already appeared on Gu Luo and Zhao Lin's arms. The undead aura from the undead king spread further. Right now, there was only one expert left to protect Gu Luo. That guardian did not utter a single word, he only stared at Xianxia and the three skeletons coldly. With a chi sound, a flaming sword appeared in his hand. It was extremely dazzling in the dim light of the night. It had the blazing heat of the raging flame, and the sharpness of the cold weapon. At this moment, Xianxia didn't need to make a move in a hurry. The opponent's power was basically unable to contend against him. Right now, he and the three skeletons had the absolute upper hand. He looked at the expert wielding the flaming sword with amazement, and asked, "How did you activate the flaming sword?" "Humph." That person snorted coldly in response, and didn't pay attention to him. Xianxia didn't get angry even though he didn't get an answer. He turned his head around to look at Zhao Lin and said, "I don't want to taunt you with the attitude of a victor. How do you think I should deal with you?" Feeling Xianxia's gaze sweeping past her body, Zhao Lin's exquisite and graceful body took a step back. She withdrew her ice-cold and aloof expression. On the contrary, she smiled faintly. She was very calm and unhurried, and said, "The so-called winner takes all, I am very clear about it. However, it is still hard to say who will be the final victor. A glance could cause the downfall of a city, a second glance could cause the downfall of a country." The Imperial Angel was indeed exceptionally beautiful. She was still peerless in this kind of situation. Who will be the king and who will be the bandit, it will be clear in a moment. After he finished speaking, Xianxia turned his head around to face the brown-haired man, Gu Luo, and said calmly, "I don't want to say too much nonsense. It is impossible for me to let you live. I don't want to leave behind any hidden dangers for myself. However, before we settle this, I still can't help but ask, what is the scroll you released?" Contrary to Xianxia's expectation, Gu Luo actually replied to his question, "It's an ancient incantation from the east and the west. It's the application of the fusion technique." "Then is the flaming sword also an application of this kind of technique?" "Correct." After getting a definite answer, Xianxia nodded his head. The world of Immortals was even more mysterious than he had imagined. There were many things that he could only understand after he experienced it himself. "Gu Luo, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you?" Xianxia pointed the sword in his hand that was emitting a cold glint towards Gu Luo's chest. Far away from the deathly swamp, the bright moonlight was exceptionally gentle. However, the forest was brimming with killing intent at this moment. The three skeletons were glistening under the moonlight, their jaws were opening and closing unceasingly, making a caw-caw-caw sound. Under the moonlight, they looked exceptionally terrifying. Gu Luo laughed coldly. Then, he suddenly launched an attack, charging at Xianxia. At this point, it was useless to say anything. Zhao Lin also followed closely behind. Escaping was already proven to be ineffective. The only way to survive was to endure the invasion of the corpse chi and kill Xianxia. The two swords crossed as they slashed towards Xianxia's abdomen. At the same time, the man wielding the flaming saber also rushed forward. The blazing saber fiercely slashed towards Xianxia's neck. The sword in Xianxia's hand burst forth with a resplendent light as well. He swung it widely, sweeping away the attacks of the three. At the same time, the three skeletons transformed into three streaks of white light and rushed forward to contend against the three experts in front of him. It was obvious that Zhao Lin and Gu Luo's corpse chi had weakened their battle prowess by a lot. Even if they joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. The sword chi soared into the sky from the forest. Xiaochen turned his body around and slashed backwards. A glaring sword chi burst out and streaked across the nape of Zhao Lin'er's neck. Her fine black hair fluttered in the air. The Imperial Angel's long hair was cut off from her neck. If she was just a bit slower, perhaps her head would have been chopped off. Zhao Lin'er was so shocked that her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. She, who was born in the royal family, had never experienced this kind of thing before. She was almost sent to the door of death by someone's sword. Gu Luo was also very fearful. In his opinion, Xiaochen was incomparably dangerous. He was a person with a heart as firm as iron. Even when facing such a peerless beauty, he didn't show the slightest bit of leniency and ignored her indifferently. What else did he not dare to do? Originally, he had wanted to use great benefits to move Xiaochen at the crucial moment to negotiate with him. However, he completely dispelled that thought now. While Gu Luo and Zhao Lin'er were still in shock, the long sword in Xiaochen's hand had already shattered the flaming saber. The incomparably resplendent sword slashed down diagonally and cut off the shoulder of the man who was holding the saber. Blood splashed everywhere. The two halves of the body fell on the bloody ground in the forest. Seeing Xiaochen approaching with the iron sword dripping with blood, as well as the three skeletons outflanking them from the rear, Gu Luo's complexion became gloomy. Zhao Lin'er knitted her brows, but she didn't have any countermeasures. It was hard for her beautiful face to maintain her calm and unperturbed expression any longer. Alright, everything should come to an end. Xiaochen was very calm when he said these words, but it made Gu Luo and Zhao Lin'er feel even more awe-inspiring. Woo, roar. At this moment, a shrill cry of an ape came from afar. The terrain here was relatively high, so they could clearly see the shadows of a dozen vigorous beasts flying above the treetops. It was as if they were riding on the clouds. With just a slight touch on the branches and leaves, they would fly 8 to 9 meters away. They were truly agile to the extreme as they rushed over here at lightning speed. Zhao Lin'er's complexion changed abruptly. She had already recognized them in an instant. Those were dozens of huge apes that had protected Xiaochen before, and she had killed one of them a few days ago. This place was not very far from the habitat of the giant apes, and the sound of the battle had alarmed them. In just a moment, more than a dozen giant apes had rushed to this area. They were about 3 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with black hair. They looked very terrifying under the moonlight. After they landed, they quickly surrounded Yi Shiwen and the others. They were like huge monoliths. The 4-meter-tall four-armed strange ape in the center had blood-colored fur that flickered with a demonic light under the moonlight. Its eyes emitted 2 rays of light that were like cold lightning as it stared coldly at Zhao Lin'er. Xiaochen called the 3 skeletons to his side. With the appearance of more than a dozen vengeful apes, perhaps he didn't even need to make a move. The outcome of the battle was already decided. However, all of a sudden, an extremely glaring radiance burst out in the forest. A large amount of lightning interweaved together and enveloped the dozen-odd apes like a huge net. In a flash, other than the crimson ape, all the other giant apes were knocked down by the lightning. Their entire body twitched, and it was difficult for them to budge. Even the crimson ape's footsteps were unstable. The sudden change made everyone at a loss for a moment. However, just at this time, a snow-white, jade-like little unicorn flickered with a faint radiance. It transformed into a streak of silver radiance and rushed in front of Zhao Lin'er. It carried her far away in a split second. This unforeseen event was too sudden. The crimson ape let out a violent roar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in the moonlit night. Its body emitted a crackling sound as it flickered with electric sparks. It got rid of the paralysis, and then it leaped up as if it had gone mad, and chased after the young unicorn. After a short moment, the giant apes that were twitching on the ground also recovered. They chased after the unicorn without turning their heads back. All of this was too sudden. Only Gu Luo was left standing there alone. However, he didn't reveal any expression of despair. On the contrary, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Xiaochen had a premonition that the situation was anything but reassuring. He left behind an afterimage on his original spot and rushed forward at high speed. However, he was still a step too late. Gu Luo unfurled a scroll, and it actually carried him into the sky, and floated high in the sky. I always thought this was a useless scroll. I didn't expect that I would have to use it to escape today. When Gu Luo said these words, he was indescribably vexed and angry. He glared at Xiaochen fiercely. Xiaochen asked coldly, "Why didn't you escape earlier?" "Because it can only carry one person. I guessed that the young unicorn might appear. It was obviously not good to use the scroll to escape by myself too early. Of course, if the young unicorn didn't come, I would naturally escape at the moment of life and death." "Heh, didn't everything that happened verify my guess? Isn't it more appropriate to leave now?" Gu Luo's gaze was malicious as he stared at Xiaochen. Xiaochen didn't get angry at all, he only said coldly, "You are playing with fire. Not only at the beginning, but also now." Speaking until here, he made a few slashes in the air not far away. A few brilliant rays of light were emitted. They seemed to have transformed into a huge hand in the sky, and swept the long swords beside the corpses into his hand. After that, he soared into the sky and leaped towards the crown of a huge tree. The distance between him and Gu Luo was quickly shortened. Gu Luo shouted loudly, "Oh no!" He controlled the flying scroll and rushed towards a distant place as if he was flying. Xiaochen left behind an afterimage on the tall treetop. Immediately after, he rushed towards the crown of an even taller tree. He stepped on the treetop just like that and transformed into a streak of light as he chased after Gu Luo for several dozen meters. He rushed to the crown of the tallest ancient tree in this area. The distance between him and Gu Luo was actually shortened by a lot. His body emitted a resplendent radiance, as if it was boiling due to his excessive speed. The radiance throbbed on the surface of his body like a raging inferno. Just at this moment, he ruthlessly threw out the first long sword in his hand. The long sword was infused with the purest energy by Xiaochen. It turned the ordinary iron into metal essence. The long sword was like a rainbow as it streaked across the tranquil night sky. Pfff. A bloody light burst out in the sky, a large amount of blood sprinkled down. Gu Luo let out a mournful scream, the long sword actually pierced through his right arm. Furthermore, it was actually cut off. The severed arm fell down, a rain of blood filled the sky. Gu Luo's miserable cries resounded through the sky. The excruciating pain made it difficult for him to maintain his balance in the air. The scroll carried him forward unsteadily. It was actually descending continuously. Xiaochen stepped on the treetop. He leaped from one treetop to another, his body turning into a faint shadow. After chasing for dozens of meters, he threw out the second sword. The resplendent longsword gave off a dazzling light. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it struck Gu Luo with a long tail of light. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The second strike had hit, the sword pierced through Gu Luo's chest. It almost nailed him down. A blood-curdling scream reverberated in the air, and a long stream of blood sprinkled down from the sky. Gu Luo, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, did his best to control the scroll and quickly flew into the distance. Under the bright moonlight, Xiaochen stood at the top of the tree and roared to the sky. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. Tonight's battle had finally turned the situation around. He had vented his anger and no longer had to flee. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang climbed up the tree crown. She arrived beside Xiaochen. Under the moonlight, the three snow-white skeletons gazed at the bright moon in the sky. The soul light in the head emitted waves of fluctuations. He seemed to be reminiscing about something, in the forest after midnight. The roars of the beasts disappeared. It was exceptionally quiet, and the gentle moonlight shone on the forest. Like large patches of pure white feathers, the forest was harmonious and peaceful. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the treetop. The moonlight was drawn by the earth mystical art and flowed slowly like water. A faint holy glow circulated above the crown of the tree. It caused this place to seem exceptionally tranquil and peaceful. After a fierce battle, Xiaochen's body was already very empty. The pure moonlight energy was being absorbed unceasingly. It replenished his body, which was almost depleted of vitality. The three skeletons were also quietly refining the crystal that Xiaochen gave them. Their snow-white skeletons had more luster, especially their skulls. It was sparkling and translucent under the light of the soul. There seemed to be signs of it turning into jade. The night was calm and peaceful, the stars in the sky gradually faded, and the east gradually revealed a bit of red. Morning had arrived. In the quiet primeval forest, the birds were the first to become active. The melodious chirping of birds was clear and pleasant to the ear. Then, the roars of beasts rose and fell. Xiaoqian's entire body was enveloped in a layer of hazy radiance. A few birds were jumping and chirping beside him. He had blended in with nature. Until he opened his eyes. The birds in the forest flew away in fright. He felt his essence chi surging. Brilliant light flowed on the surface of his body. He washed off the bloodstains all over his body by a clear stream and ate an incomparably sumptuous breakfast of game. Xiaoqian led the 3 skeletons on their way. Stampeding elephants, winged divine leopards, bucket-thick golden centipedes, 3-headed tiger kings that were the size of small mountains. Along the way, there was a group of gigantic elephants. The loud and terrifying roars of the beasts resounded continuously in the ancient forest. After passing through layer upon layer of mountain forest, Xiaoqian brought the 3 skeletons to their former residence. Beside the sapphire-like lake, the green bamboo house was still standing. It exuded the fragrance of plants and was surrounded by wisteria. The flowers and grass were fragrant. They didn't stop there. They passed through the lush forest. They arrived at the seaside. Xiaoqian began to dry the sea salt. He was prepared to search for Zhao Lin and Gu Luo after gathering enough. The morning sunlight was golden and dazzling. The 3 skeletons hated the sunlight to the extreme. They hid in the coconut grove beside the beach. They were unwilling to come out. Xiaoqian used the coconut shell to fill it with seawater and dried it to make the sea salt. However, just at this time, he discovered a human figure in the sea. A white-clothed man rushed over from the depths of the sea at lightning speed. He was like a divine fish cutting through the water. It was a very shocking scene. The white-clothed man didn't swim over, he was standing on the surface of the sea. He was getting closer. He could finally see clearly. It was a white-clothed young monk. He stepped on a wooden beam and moved along with the wind. He was like a banished immortal treading on the waves. It was indescribably elegant. Bodhidharma lightness technique. It was a supreme movement technique that had been lost in the human world for many years. Xiaoqian was rather shocked. This was definitely an expert. He had no choice but to be on guard. The slightly salty sea breeze brushed past. The white-clothed monk arrived at the seaside by treading on the waves. He looked at Xiaoqian with some amazement, but he calmed down very quickly and walked on the beach. The white-clothed monk was different from ordinary monks. He didn't chant the name of Buddha. He didn't address him as almsgiver, he asked like an ordinary person. He could tell that this young monk had an extraordinary bearing. Xiaoqian used the most concise words to state his identity. If he wanted to survive in the world of immortals from now on, he had to handle his relationship with the practitioners of this world well. The white-clothed monk seemed to be very surprised. He opened his mouth and said, "My Dharma name is Xian." He didn't address himself as poor monk, he addressed himself as an ordinary person. Although his words didn't sound like a monk's, he revealed an extraordinary temperament. From his bearing, he seemed like a senior monk. The 2 of them chatted casually as they unknowingly walked into the coconut grove. The 3 skeletons seemed to have sensed the approach of strangers. They quietly retreated. Buddhist Xian, is there anything special about this island? Xiaoqian had too many questions in his heart. Wang Zifeng, Gu Luo, and the others came to this island one after another. Obviously, they had an important purpose. Buddhist Xian also came to this island now. This proved that the desolate island was not ordinary. This island is called the Dragon Island. During the ancient times, the divine monolith descended from the heavens and sealed this island forever. All the dragons that were capable of contending against the deities lost their magic power forever, and were confined on this desolate island. Xiaoqian finally understood the 8-clawed tyrant dragon that could contend against the sea god, as well as the tyrannical dragon, one of the royal bloodlines of the dragon race, had more bestiality than divinity. On this desolate island that was sealed by the divine monolith, they already lost their divine power from back then. Why did this kind of thing happen? Xiaoqian asked in confusion. Buddhist Xian understood Xiaoqian's current state of mind. He briefly explained the events of the world of immortals. No one knows what happened after the dragon clan was sealed. After the dragons were sealed, Xianxia, Yukashi, Fushi, and the other ancestral gods also disappeared. During that period, Laozi, Primordial, Tongtian, Gautama, and the other powerful beings also disappeared. During that period of time, perhaps a great change happened. Those deities disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Xiaochen couldn't understand. He turned around to look at Buddhist Xian and asked, could it be that there are no longer any deities in this world? You can't say that either. The world of immortals is vast and boundless. There are many races, the ancestral god is no longer around. Laozi, Gautama, and the other powerful beings also disappeared, but the legend of the deities of the foreign races is still being passed down. A lot of things are hard to explain clearly, you need to personally go to that vast continent to understand. An alien god? Yes, in the future, you may see giants that are 20 meters tall, perfect creatures that can live for thousands of years, and races that can fly with energy wings. Xiaochen suddenly asked, how do the legendary Bodhidharma, Dugu Chobai, Lang Fanyun, and the others compare to deities? Xian nodded his head and said, these heroes have already seen through life and death, perhaps they can already be considered as gods. Master Xian, may I take the liberty to ask, do you have an important matter on the Dragon Island? Xian smiled and said, I don't dare to call myself a wizard, just call me Xian. I came here to try my luck and see if I can find the ancestral dragon. Xiaochen revealed a shocked expression. He said somewhat hesitantly, ancestor dragon? Could it be the totem of the human world? Isn't this a legendary illusory existence? The so-called ancestral dragon was the legendary divine dragon in the human world. The royal family had always regarded themselves as the divine dragon son of heaven. However, the divine dragon had never appeared in the real world. Unlike the tyrannical dragon, the winged dragon, and the thunder dragon, which did exist in the real world, the later generations thought that they were just fictional existences. Buddhist Xian said earnestly, the ancestral dragon indeed exists, but it seems like there can only be one in the world, two can never meet each other. It was a dragon among dragons. It might have been born from a Tyrannosaurus or a Stegosaurus. Any dragon could have given birth to it. Starting from the young dragon stage, it fought fiercely among the young dragons, constantly transforming and changing its original form until it defeated the 10,000 dragons and transformed into a 5-clawed ancestral dragon. If that's the case, then the ancestral dragon wasn't born. It emerged from the myriad of dragons in a battle and transformed? Yes, any young dragon has the possibility of transforming into an ancestral dragon. However, the real ancestral dragon was already outstanding in its infancy, so it was very easy to recognize it. Buddhist Xian gazed at the dragon island where the roars of the savage beasts rose and fell one after another, and said, all the prophets of the continent have already predicted that an ancestral dragon will be born on the dragon island. The seal on the dragon island might also be lifted because of it. Dragon Island, as the name suggested, was the island where dragons resided. The ancient dragon clan was sealed here, and they indeed had the conditions to produce the ancestral dragon. If the ancient dragon race had not been sealed, they would have been able to fight against the gods. The legendary ancestral dragon could only make people exclaim in admiration. It was very easy to understand why Wang Zifeng, Gu Luo, and the others had come here. If they could subdue an ancestral dragon in its infancy, it would really be unimaginable. Buddhist Xian shook his head with a smile and said, finding the ancestral dragon is only an extravagant hope. It will be enough if I can find a syndicate dragon king. Syndicate dragon king? When every ancestral dragon is born, there will be a few syndicate dragon kings. Their strength is not much weaker than the ancestral dragon, they are the best whetstone for the ancestral dragon. Just like the ancestral dragon, they were already outstanding in their infancy and were easily recognizable. They could also constantly transform in battle, and were the ancestral dragon's strongest opponents and nemesis. In the legends, there are even some young syndicate dragon kings that can kill the original young ancestral dragon and replace it to become the supreme dragon. The path of the ancestral dragon is very cruel. Xiaochen sighed. Yes, it's very cruel. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for it to have the strength to make the gods tremble. Xiaochen suddenly thought of a question, since the ancestral dragon was so powerful, would those outstanding people who have already lived eternally appear here to look for the young ancestral dragon? Regarding this question, Xian's answer made Xiaochen feel the strangeness of the Dragon Island one step further. After the Dragon Island was sealed, not only did the dragons on the island lose their divine ability, even the gods who barged into the island had to suffer the same fate. However, after the gods left this place, they could recover after a long period of recuperation. The dragons were not so lucky. Therefore, the stronger the expert, the more they didn't dare to enter the Dragon Island. Other than that, the surrounding 1,000 miles of sea area was also affected. Under normal circumstances, it is a dead zone. It is very difficult to pass through. It is truly the taboo ocean. Only every few hundred years, the death imprisonment of the taboo ocean will disappear for a period of time. Now it is another cycle. The sea area can be passed through without any obstruction for the time being. Master Xian, could it be that you crossed the sea by yourself? Xian shook his head and said, "This island is several tens of thousands of miles away from the mainland. I don't have the strength to cross the sea by myself. I came here by boat with a few practitioners. We found out from the senior's notes, there are also vicious dragons in the sea area around the Dragon Island. That's why we made our move when we were close to this place. I was merely one step ahead of them." While the two were talking, a few figures appeared in the blue sea. They were approaching this place at high speed from all directions. Some of them used secret technique to drive the small boat to rush over at high speed. There were also some who rode on a flying scroll to break through the sky. What surprised Xiaochen the most is, there was a golden-haired youth who actually flew over directly. As if he saw Xiaochen's surprised expression, Buddhist Xian explained that as the Western clan's divine spellcaster, it is said that they can borrow the power of the deity they believe in. A few figures rushed to the beach at high speed. They seemed to be very surprised when they saw Buddhist Xian standing together with a tall and handsome youth. Xiaochen was also sizing them up. These few people seemed to be outstanding people. Every one of them had an extraordinary temperament. A beautiful woman will always attract attention, and a beauty that can even outshine the bright moon will always be the focal point of people's attention. Among the 4 people who stepped onto the beach, there was such a stunning woman. She was not the least bit inferior to the imperial angel Zhao Lin heir. Yan Qingqing, the descendant of the undead demon king. There was still some distance between the two parties. Xian introduced her to Xiaochen in a low voice. It was a very special name, but it was really too fitting. That graceful and wonderful jade-like body, it seemed like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. If she was standing in a cluster of flowers, all the flowers would lose their splendor. Under the contrast of her elegant purple dress, her snow-like skin was even more tender and moving. Her long black hair naturally draped over her shoulders, those pair of eyes under her long eyelashes were brimming with intelligence, her fine nose was raised, her moist red lips, her pearly white teeth were like jade, her unparalleled complexion seemed to be shrouded by a faint mist. It was as if she was in a dream. Yan Qingqing, it was impossible for people not to remember her even if they didn't want to. Such an exceptionally beautiful woman, she would be deeply engraved in the heart of everyone who saw her for the first time. However, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. This woman might be his mortal enemy. Yan Qingqing was most likely the junior sister of Wang Zifeng, who was killed by him. Yan Qingqing's beauty was unmatched in the generation, so people couldn't help but pay attention to her. Among the 4 of them, the last person who walked onto the beach, he could not be considered handsome at all, but he was also exceptionally eye-catching. This person was actually 3 meters tall. He was a lot taller than an ordinary person. His long brown hair draped over his shoulders in a messy manner, he had thick eyebrows and leopard-like eyes, his appearance was boorish. Moreover, he actually had a pair of wolf ears, as well as a long and powerful tiger tail. This really made Xiaochen endlessly shocked. Buddhist Xian said to Xiaochen in a low voice, "Chaos, he is a young expert from the barbarian race." The population of the barbarian race is very small, but they are a natural-born warring race. Their military strength is incomparably powerful. Legend has it that there is an ancient and powerful beast soul sealed within their body. That's why they are also known as the beast race. Xiaochen looked at the 3-meter-tall Chaos. He imagined his powerful explosive power, as well as that unknown terrifying beast soul. This kind of person must be incomparably brave and fierce. The sound of flowing sand resounded on the beach. One after another green vines actually emerged from the sand. This was really an astonishing matter. One after another, the vines wrapped around a youngster in front. Originally, his appearance was very ordinary. Among the 4 people who walked onto the beach, he was the least eye-catching one. However, at this moment, he became the focal point. The Dragon Island really has a bizarre power. My spiritual power is being disturbed. Hearing this conclusion, the few people at the scene frowned. Buddhist-Asian explained to Xiaochen in a low voice, Yaluoda, a young expert from the jungle tribe. The people from this tribe possess the spiritual power to control plants. Yaluoda had long dark green hair, even his pupils were light green. His appearance was very ordinary, his body was also very frail, but Xiaochen didn't dare to look down on this person's strength. In merely a short period of time, the beach was already overflowing with greenery. This youngster from another tribe possessed a very peculiar ability, his attack method was also very unique. The 4th person was a tall and handsome young man, he was the young expert who flew over just now. He looked to be in his 20s, he had long golden hair, it was as beautiful as a golden flame. And his facial features were as beautiful as a precious jade sculpture. His entire person emitted a noble temperament. Even if he was standing in the sea of people, he could still attract people's attention very quickly. He was as eye-catching as a golden sun. Buddhist-Asian said in a low voice, Rand. He is a young expert from the Western tribe. He is a spell master bestowed by the gods. This kind of practitioner is also called spell master. Rumor has it that they can borrow the power of the deity they believe in. Xiaochen was very envious of the spell master Rand's flying ability. For a martial artist like him to fly in the sky, if a martial artist like him wanted to fly, the road would be very long and tortuous. Both parties had already gathered together. Buddhist-Asian introduced to them with a smile, let me introduce a new friend to everyone. I am Xiaochen from the mortal world. The 4 people who entered the coconut grove were all shocked, they stared at Xiaochen in disbelief. Xiaochen knew they misunderstood, he said, I didn't come here by myself, I merely entered the world of immortals by mistake. After a brief explanation, the 4 of them calmed down and no longer paid attention to him. It was very obvious that the 4 of them didn't think much of Xiaochen. They were not as friendly as Buddhist-Asian. They didn't even exchange a single word with him. Xiaochen laughed self-mockingly, the world of immortals was also very realistic. Without a powerful background, no one would pay attention to him. Roar. An ear-splitting dragon roar transmitted from the depths of the ocean, it was as if the heavenly thunder was vibrating, the entire ocean was fluctuating violently. On the distant sea surface, the 2 big ships quickly collapsed. A huge shadow of a dragon was writhing about. It tore the ship apart as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. That's our ship. The young expert from the barbarian race, Chaos, said angrily. His 3-meter-tall body was very taut, he emitted a beast-like dangerous aura. The distance is too far, our people might not be able to escape to the seaside. It will be troublesome to leave this island in the future. The young expert from the jungle tribe, Yaluoda. His voice was very gentle. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. Buddhist-Asian looked at the huge dragon shadow in the ocean and said, not long later, even more practitioners will come to the Dragon Island. At that time, we can board their ship and leave. Roar, roar. Gradually, everyone felt that something was wrong, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon had already disappeared into the sea. However, dragon roars could still be heard from time to time. Moreover, the voice seemed to be different from that of the overlord in the water. The white-cloaked Buddhist-Asian. Pointing at the sky, he suddenly exclaimed, there's a strong warrior fighting with a dragon. The young experts on the beach were all shocked beyond words. In the distant horizon, the silhouette of a dragon was circling in the sky, and a human figure was fighting fiercely with it. From time to time, dazzling divine light would erupt. A powerhouse that could fight against a dragon. Even if he wasn't a deity, he was probably not far from it. The battle in the sky was very intense. Bursts of resplendent light erupted. A man and a dragon gradually approached the island from afar. Now, they could clearly see the situation of the battle. It was a pterosaur. It can be 15 meters long. The dragon scales on his body flickered with a brilliant light. As the winged dragon approached, the roars of the beasts at the edge of the island disappeared. This was definitely a terrifying beast. A pair of dragon wings spread out to a length of 30 meters, casting a large shadow over the land. The strong wind that was stirred up could even be felt from the ground. What Xiaochen found inconceivable was that this ferocious silver dragon that was emitting divine light could actually execute great magical powers at will. It did not seem to belong to the sealed dragon clan at all. Terrifying bolts of lightning shot out from its mouth in a frenzy, and the rumbling sound of thunder resounded through the sky. It was deafening. Terrifying lightning bolts interweaved in the sky, and there were terrifying lightning bolts everywhere. It was a great momentum, besides. The sky was filled with Pterosaur's sacred fire. It also continuously spewed out raging flames, as if it wanted to incinerate the void. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, and a terrifying aura spread out. Master Xian, didn't you say that the dragons have been sealed? How can this pterosaur freely use its great divine ability? Xiaochen could not help but ask. Pterosaur? It's been a long time, I've almost forgotten your name. Xian was watching the intense battle in the sky. He explained, now. On the boundless continent. They are already another name for the dragon clan. Ordinary people directly call them dragon. I forgot to tell you. They are the only dragon clan that has not been sealed. They are currently one of the most tyrannical creatures on the continent. An adult pterosaur has the strength of a demigod. However, their numbers are very few. They rarely appear in front of the world. According to Xiaochen's knowledge, the pterosaur was a member of the ancient dragon clan. They were far from being the strongest dragon species. And they had this kind of tyrannical strength. Then just how terrifying was the truly powerful ancient dragon clan? Just that the other dragons had all been sealed. The only pterosaur that was not sealed became the dragon in the eyes of the world. Buddhist Xian continued, the pterosaur can also be divided into a few types. For example, the black dragon, sacred dragon, golden dragon, and so on. They seem to have a lot of relationship with the Western Dragon clan. You can ask Spellmaster Rand, he definitely knows more than me. The golden-haired youth Rand was very handsome. He was like a golden blazing sun. His ocean-blue pupils swept a glance at Xiaochen. It was unknown whether the battle in the sky was too attractive, or he felt it was beneath him to explain to Xiaochen. His expression was somewhat indifferent. The human figure fighting against the sacred dragon is actually a fallen angel. Yaoyuoda of the forest clan cried out involuntarily, the fallen angel has not appeared in the world for more than 100 years. I didn't expect to see her figure here. The sacred dragon's huge body was flickering with a pure and holy radiance from beginning to end. And the human figure fighting against it was always wrapped in the underworld black fog. Only now did the few people on the ground see her true body clearly. Her jet-black beautiful long hair was fluttering like a waterfall. Although they couldn't see her true appearance clearly, that devilish figure. It was really emitting a boundless allure. Her exquisite body was half naked. Her almost transparent black dress showed off her tall and elegant twin peaks, slender waist, perfectly round buttocks, and snow-white jade legs. It set off her extremely enchanting posture. It really had the power to turn all living things upside down. Of course, the most eye-catching part was still that graceful body. There was actually a pair of black wings growing out of it. They emitted waves of netherworld light. A powerful energy fluctuation surged in the sky, causing all the lightning and raging flames to be extinguished. The fallen angel's combat power was unparalleled. At the same time, her posture was extremely graceful. Although she was in a fierce battle, all kinds of battle postures were linked together. It was as if a beautiful black swan was dancing lightly and gracefully. The huge sacred dragon didn't occupy any advantage. On the contrary, it was suppressed by that graceful fallen angel. That pair of slender jade-like hands was holding a 10-meter-long energy lightsaber. The black underworld fog fluttered, the sword light flashed and illuminated the entire sky. The sacred dragon chanted unceasingly, one after another dazzling radiance burst out in the sky. At the same time, its pair of wings were like two huge divine blades, slashing horizontally and vertically in the sky to contend against the fallen angel. The terrifying energy fluctuated violently, everyone on the ground could clearly feel it. This was definitely a terrifying battle. After Buddhist Xian explained in a low voice, Xiaochen roughly understood the situation of the fallen angel race. The fallen angel was an ancient race that was close to the level of gods. Although their numbers were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, their battle prowess was incomparably powerful. The strongest among them could be said to be a god. Many weak races in the world of immortals worshipped them as gods. This caused some of the gods of other races to feel disgusted. Rumor has it that they were almost exterminated by the fallen angel race. They had not appeared on the mainland for more than 100 years. An ancient race of gods, the more Xianxia understood, the more he felt the world of immortals was incomparably mysterious. Two demigod-level existences are actually having such an intense battle. Buddhist-Asian sighed with sorrow. The young expert from the jungle tribe, Yaluode, said in surprise, "The sacred dragon is obviously no match for them, the fallen angel is really ruthless. It was her who forced the sacred dragon to this place, perhaps she wants to force it to land on the Dragon Island." The 3-meter-tall young expert from the barbarian tribe, Chaos, nodded and said, "That should be the case, even if the winged dragon is not sealed, if it falls on the Dragon Island, it will also lose its divine ability forever." Roar. The sacred dragon roared unceasingly. In the end, it actually transformed into its human form. The multicolored mist filled the whole sky as it fought fiercely with the fallen angel within the mist. The terrifying fluctuation enveloped all directions, as if it was sensed by the dragons on the Dragon Island. A series of dragon roars transmitted from the depths of the island. In the end, the sacred dragon was beaten until it transformed into its original form again. It let out an incomparably furious roar and fell towards the Dragon Island. Its pair of wings were injured by the energy sword in the fallen angel's hand. At the same time, a large amount of netherworld light hit its body. The battle ended just like that. The few people who were watching the battle knew, once the sacred dragon enters the Dragon Island, it will lose its previous divine ability forever. From then on, its bestial nature will be more divine than divine. The fallen angel also didn't dare to approach the Dragon Island. After winning the battle, it transformed into a streak of black light and disappeared into the horizon. After a long time, the fallen angel was still very quiet. This kind of battle between two demigods clearly shocked everyone. The tall and sturdy young barbarian expert Chaos was the first to speak. "A demigod is indeed a demigod." After that, he faced Xianxia, Land, and Asian and said, "Since everyone has safely arrived at the Dragon Island, let's part ways here. Yaluode and I will take our leave first." The young expert of the jungle tribe, Yaluode, nodded his head towards Xianxia and the other two, then he and Chaos walked towards the depths of the island with large strides. One was 3 meters tall and as strong as a giant ape, while the other was thin and weak like a willow. It was a strange combination. However, the barbarian tribe and the jungle tribe had been friends for generations, and their abilities were very complementary, so it was not strange for them to walk together. Xiaochen smiled self-mockingly. The two people who left seemed to have ignored him. Western Spellmaster Land, who was like a blazing sun, he faintly smiled at Buddhist Asian and said, "Venerable Asian, Fatally Fairy and I have decided to join hands, do you want to join us?" The peerless Xianxia also revealed a smile that could captivate all living things, and said, "If Senior Brother Asian is willing to join us, the three of us will definitely reap great benefits." Buddhist Asian came from Dharma's faction. Ever since the disappearance of Laozi, Gautama, and the other powerful experts, Dharma was already a top-notch expert in the East. Even the undying demon King Shi Zhishuan didn't dare to go against him rashly. The people from Dharma's faction were naturally valued by others. No thanks, I have a senior brother who might also come to the Dragon Island. I will wait for him at the seaside for a few days. Since that is the case, we will take our leave first. Land and Xianxia bid farewell to Asian, then they disappeared into the depths of the coconut grove. They seemed to have forgotten about Xiaochen's existence. Xiaochen smiled self-mockingly, he didn't say anything. In the real world, strength represents everything. If he was a world-shaking expert, no one would dare to look down on him. However, he would definitely not underestimate himself. The great waves will wash away the sand, time will prove everything. Who is the real expert? Xiaochen gathered enough sea salt, then he bade farewell to Buddhist Asian who was at the seaside. He must get rid of Gu Luo and Zhao Lin Air as soon as possible, to avoid any unforeseen event. Even the demigods like the fallen angel and the sacred dragon have appeared. It is easy to imagine that the Dragon Island will definitely be swept up by a storm. In just a few days, there will definitely be a large number of experts rushing over here to fight over the ancestral dragon and syndicate dragon king. This is a place of trouble. When he returned to the vicinity of the deathly swamp, the three skeletons Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang came out from the jungle without making any sound. These three undead creatures really treated Xiaochen as their partner. Xiaochen was shocked to find out that the three skeletons seemed to be telling him some kind of information. Their jaws opened and closed unceasingly, clack. Clack, sound resounded unceasingly. At the same time, their snow-white skeletal claws gestured unceasingly. In the end, they even pulled him towards a certain direction as if they were flying. Their speed was extremely fast. Could it be that they discovered Zhao Lin Air and Gu Luo? Xiaochen thought of this possibility very quickly. After passing through layer upon layer of mountain forest, they advanced for about 3 miles. The three skeletons brought Xiaochen to the outside of a valley. He had never been to this place before, it was relatively unfamiliar to him. Although the tall trees were lush and verdant at the periphery of the valley, there were very few ferocious beasts roaming about. Based on his intuition, Xiaochen guessed that there might be a terrifying monster residing in the vicinity. After careful observation, he found out that there were many huge claw prints outside the valley. It seemed like dragon claw prints. There was a large stone forest inside the valley. There was no vegetation at all. Other than the entrance, the other few sides were all precipitous stone walls. Xiaochen keenly felt a powerful draconic aura. Luanhui Wang used his skeletal claws to indicate Xiaochen to look ahead. In the incomparably spacious stone forest in front, there was a huge creature glittering with silvery radiance lying there. That is, a dragon. Although he couldn't see the whole body, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Xiaochen instantly guessed that it might be the sacred dragon that fought with the fallen angel just now. He could faintly hear the faint sound of a dragon. That huge silver dragon seemed to be in deep sleep. King Qingguang was extremely daring. Unexpectedly, he gestured for Xiaochen to follow him. After all, they were already here. There was nothing to be afraid of. Xiaochen advanced together with them and entered the stone forest. It was the radiant holy dragon. Looking at this colossus up close, he felt that it was even more tyrannical and terrifying. The huge dragon's body looked as if it was made of silver. And it was surrounded by a layer of divine radiance. It made the stone forest look incomparably gorgeous. While the holy dragon and the fallen angel were fighting, he had once manifested a human body, but at that time, the sky was filled with multicolored light. Xiaochen was unable to see the human figure and appearance clearly. Now that he was looking at this silver mountain-like huge dragon body, it was very difficult to connect it with the human figure that was sweeping across the sky. The holy dragon's posture was a little strange. Its silver dragon wings were tightly folded behind its back, its hind legs were kneeling, and its front claws were on the ground. It would be more appropriate to say that he was kneeling down devoutly. The silver dragon's head drooped, and its shining dragon horn touched the ground. And it actually fell into a deep sleep. From its expression, it seemed to be very devout and satisfied. What was going on? Suddenly, Xiaochen noticed that the holy radiant dragon was kneeling in front of him. There seemed to be a faint radiance circulating in the stone forest. He and the three skeletons took a detour around the silver sacred dragon, and arrived at the stone forest 4 to 5 meters away from the dragon's head. A palm-sized tree with only 2 leaves. Surrounded by 7-colored light, it took root in the stone forest and gave off waves of essence energy. The small tree in the mystical land, although it was only as tall as a palm, anyone who saw it at first glance would think that it was a small tree. Not flowers and plants. The tree trunk that was as thick as a thumb coiled like a dragon. It did not give off a feeling of immaturity at all. On the contrary, it had a vigorous appearance, like an ancient tree that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. In the middle of the curved trunk, there was a black leaf that shone brightly, as if it was carved out of black jade. Sparkling and translucent. At the top of the tree trunk, it was a newly sprouted tender leaf that was unexpectedly milky white in color. It was as if it was carved out of suet jade. It was crystal clear. Multicolored light lingered around. It was indescribably mystical. The same body. It actually grew 2 divine leaves of different colors. It was really amazing. Moreover, there were also other colorful lights. It lingered around the small tree, making people wonder if it could regrow leaves. A new color wouldn't appear, right? The small tree was too magical. It was like a seedling full of infinite vitality. At the same time, it also seemed like an ancient sacred object that emitted endless vicissitudes. 3 skeletons, look at me. I looked at you, then I looked at Xiaochen together. In the end, I actually signaled him to dig up the sapling. Xiaochen shook his head repeatedly. This divine tree was extraordinary. If the roots were broken, it would be impossible for him to survive. Wouldn't that be a waste of God's gifts? Besides, now that it was on the Dragon Island, where else could it be transplanted to? When the 3 skeletons saw he was not moving, Luanhui Wang wanted to use his hands and feet to dig. Qingguang Wang and Yanlua Wang also wanted to make their move. Xiaochen hurriedly stopped them. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to dig. Rather than let them spoil it, he might as well do it himself. Even the radiant holy dragon had to bow down in worship. It could not be an ordinary object. Let's dig him out first. After an incomparably careful excavation, Xiaochen successfully dug out the radiant sapling along with a large clump of soil. After that, he rushed out of the valley without looking back. The 3 skeletons were like thieves. Then, he fled without a trace. In the vast and boundless southern sea of the lifelong realm, the waves surged up to the sky. It was magnificent. Dragon Island. Like a green pearl in the depths of the sea, the entire island was verdant and lush. It was filled with boundless vitality. Towering ancient trees and thousand-year-old vines could be seen everywhere, and the roars of savage beasts could be heard everywhere. This was an ancient island that had been sealed for countless years. Xiaochen held the palm-sized divine tree in his hand and quickly rushed out of the valley. His body was surrounded by a resplendent light. It was dancing like a flame. His speed was so fast that he left an afterimage in the forest. After a short while, they arrived at the death swamp. The 3 skeletons also fled without a trace. They seemed to have felt that something was going to happen. As he ran, he secretly looked back. In the swamp, the dense ancient trees blocked the sunlight, making this place incomparably gloomy. Looking at the 3 skeletons rushing over, Xiaochen felt somewhat suspicious. Why were the 3 undead creatures so flustered? Nothing will happen to him, right? No matter how suspicious he was. It was hard for him to communicate with the 3 skeletons. He tried to ask them a few times. However, Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang only shook their heads and waved their hands in response. After arriving at the swamp, their nervousness disappeared. Xiaochen did not think that the 3 skeletons were simple-minded. Ever since he saw them pretending to be dead and treacherously ambushing Gu Luo, he had already regarded them as an intelligent creature. Looking at their behavior today, it seemed like they already knew about the existence of the divine tree. But why did they make their move today? Suddenly, Xiaochen couldn't help but shiver. These 3 fellows couldn't be that treacherous, right? Could it be that they were trying to shift the blame to the sacred dragon that just landed on the Dragon Island today as the scapegoat? The divine tree seemed to have an owner in the gloomy swamp. The miraculous sapling was lingering with 7-colored radiance. It was circulating with a dazzling radiance. The coiling tree trunk was as vigorous as a horned dragon. There were 2 jade leaves of different colors. They were sparkling and translucent, flickering with divine splendor. Right now, the most important thing was to plant this divine sproutling. If he let this kind of heavenly treasure wither and die, that would really be a sin. However, where should he plant it? Xiaochen was in a dilemma. The deathly impasse was dense, and the miasma lingered around at night. It was very inappropriate. The 3 skeletons surrounded him. They seemed to care a lot about this sacred tree. 3 skeletal claws stretched out at the same time. They actually wanted to pluck that black jade-like leaf. Xiaochen hastily stopped them. This was truly a reckless waste of natural resources. These 3 skeletons really made him a little speechless. As if they knew that Xiaochen was worried about planting the sacred tree, Luanhui Wang pulled his sleeve, hinting him to follow them into the swamp. They walked to a hidden place. The 3 skeletons casually pointed at a big tree, then they pointed at the divine sproutling. Seeing that, Xiaochen was puzzled. Qinguang Wang straightforwardly pulled Xiao Chen's hand and made him stick the sacred tree on top of the huge tree. Just at this time, an astonishing thing happened. The sparkling and translucent roots of the sapling extended out from the soil that Xiao Chen was holding. After that, they actually emitted a multicolored radiance and took root in the trunk of the ancient tree. Now Xiao Chen could be sure that the three skeletons had definitely seen this sapling before. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to understand its miraculous features. Multicolored light lingered around, in the gloomy woodland. It was no longer ghastly. A small tree as big as a palm. It actually made this place resplendent. And just at this time, a dragon roar transmitted from a few miles away. Xiao Chen leapt onto the crown of the towering ancient tree. He surveyed the scene from afar. He discovered that the source of the sound was precisely the valley where he dug up the sapling. The sacred dragon seemed to have run into some trouble, its dragon roar pierced through the sky. In the deathly swamp, the three skeletons had an unusual tacit understanding at this moment. They quickly separated and fell beside the pile of white bones in the swamp. They didn't move at all. They were no different from ordinary skeletons. Seeing all of this, Xiao Chen was dumbstruck. He was completely speechless. The three skeletons were actually playing dead. At the same time, he already understood, it was just as he guessed. The three skeletons already knew about the existence of the divine sproutling. This time, it seemed like they really made the sacred dragon a scapegoat. Three sinister skeletons who knew how to scheme. On the other side of the valley, the roar was deafening. Even though the sacred dragon had lost its divine ability, it was still a powerful beast on this uncivilized island. If it went berserk, it could sweep through the mountain woods. Tearing the valley apart was not a problem at all. It was hard to imagine its current situation. A streak of glorious silvery light soared into the sky. The sacred dragon flew out of the valley and circled above the mountain woods. It let out a furious roar. It seemed to be searching for something. It swooped down unceasingly, casting a huge shadow on the mountain woods. It used the pair of heavenly blade-like huge dragon wings to sweep through the mountain woods. A large area of the forest was destroyed, hundreds of beasts fled in fright. In the end, it even rushed to the sky above the deathly swamp. It was still roaring unceasingly, its huge dragon body stirred up a gale, the leaves in the swamp were blown into a mess, the huge trees were shaking. However, it didn't stay at this place for long, it whizzed towards a distant place. Xiao Chen used all his strength to push Yanluo Wang and Qinguang Wang, but they still didn't budge an inch. The three skeletons were just like ordinary skeletons, they were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Only after a long time had passed did this area regain its tranquility. Only then did the three skeletons cautiously sat up. After stretching their joints, the three skeletons came over and sat under the ancient tree in the end. They raised their head and looked at the small sacred tree that was rooted on top of it. In their skulls, the spiritual light was throbbing unceasingly. In the end, it actually guided the radiance emitted by the sacred tree and flowed into their skulls from their eye sockets. The divine sproutling was lingering with seven-colored radiance, but the three skeletons were only guiding one of the black radiance. That sparkling and translucent black jade leaf was emitting a radiance that the three skeletons liked. They were doing their best to absorb the radiance circulating around the black jade leaf. This is really a sacred tree, Xiao Chen was secretly amazed. He also started to operate the secret technique, trying to absorb the gorgeous radiance circulating around. For a moment, the multicolored radiance was dazzling, the gloomy swamp was brightly illuminated. On top of the two jade leaves, a milky white light beam and a black radiance rose up together, they nourished every part of Xiao Chen's body like water ripples. Two gentle divine radiance surrounded him, he felt his whole body was comfortably warm, his whole body was incomparably comfortable. His internal organs, flesh, and bones felt like they were undergoing a divine baptism. The purest energy was circulating slowly. Xiao Chen and the three skeletons were immersed in a kind of wondrous mysterious realm, they were slowly but effectively absorbing the purest energy. It wasn't until the light slowly dimmed and the water-like ripples of light gradually dissipated that they woke up. The small tree was still surrounded by multicolored light, but the giant tree it had taken root in had completely lost its life. The towering tree, which required 5 to 6 people to wrap their arms around it, was now lifeless. Cracks appeared on the trunk, and the originally emerald green leaves had withered and fallen. The yellow leaves fluttered in the wind. The ancient tree, which was originally full of vitality, had completely withered in just a moment. Xiaochen was gobsmacked, but the three skeletons were very calm. It seemed like they already knew this would happen. They pulled out the sapling easily, then they touched the huge tree at the side. Glorious radiance circulated around the sapling. You don't need to think too much to figure out the reason behind it. The huge amount of vitality required by the sapling was actually drawn from the ancient tree. And Xiaochen and the three skeletons were indirectly absorbing the essence of the ancient tree. What a mystical little tree. What a terrifying little tree. The three skeletons seemed to want to continue. They still wanted to absorb the black radiance from the inky jade leaves. Xiaochen stopped them. He was preparing to take action with the three skeletons now. The matter of Gu Luo and Zhao Lin Air couldn't be dragged on for too long. They had to settle it as soon as possible. After hiding the sapling in a dark place in the swamp, Xiaochen and the three skeletons set off. Ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere in the dense primeval forest. This was a dreadful island that was brimming with danger everywhere. Xiaochen and the others chased after them according to the speculated direction. However, they didn't find any clue even after half a day had passed. In the afternoon, when they passed by a mountain range, a thunderous sound of water could be heard from the front. A huge waterfall fell to the ground like the Milky Way. It hung down a huge curtain of water and let out an ear-splitting sound. It hung upside down halfway up the mountain. The mist pervaded the air. It was very spectacular. One couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Many of the landscapes on the sealed dragon island were exceptionally magnificent. When they got close to the waterfall, Xiaochen saw two familiar silhouettes. The exceptionally beautiful Xianxia was standing in front of the magnificent waterfall. Her delicate figure was slender and graceful. Her purple clothes were fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable quick-wittedness and elegance. The exceptionally beautiful figure was like a fantasy. And the divine spellcaster, Rand, had a head full of golden hair. His entire person was as dazzling as the sun. It must be mentioned, these two people were exceptionally beautiful. Their temperament was out of this world. It seemed like they were a perfect match. The misty mist flowed around slowly. Xiaochen stopped his footsteps. The three skeletons were hiding in the forest behind him. They seemed to have sensed the danger. Obviously, Xianxia, who was standing on top of the high cliff, had already discovered Xiaochen. Under the contrast of the flowing mist, she seemed to be out of this world. However, when she hurriedly shot a glance at Xiaochen, it was an undisguised disdain. This was not intentional. This was the most direct reaction from her heart. In front of this waterfall where there were no outsiders, there was no need for her to hide her inner feelings. People should know their own limits. Only by doing their part can they survive. The ancestral dragon and the syndicate dragon are not something everyone can fight over. Xianxia's voice was very beautiful, but her voice was very cold. Being looked down upon by a devastatingly beautiful woman, it was impossible for Xiaochen to remain calm. The killing intent hidden in the other party's words made him feel a little humiliated. If it was possible, he really wanted to charge forward with his sword. However, he was not a boorish fellow, and even more so, he was not an infuriated youngster. In this real world, there are many things that he had to endure even if he couldn't. Now was not the time to act on impulse. He had just arrived at the world of immortals. He couldn't afford to make enemies one after another. The most important thing was that he didn't have the strength to fight against two experts at the same time. I am not interested in the ancestral dragon and the syndicate dragon. I only want to take a look around this island. If there is a ship sailing away from this island, I will immediately follow it. The golden-haired handsome man, Rand, smiled coldly and said, I advise you to leave the forest as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's not worth it to lose your life because of curiosity. This was a kind of overlooking that stemmed from one's mentality. It was not the domineering attitude of a useless second generation, but the instinctive confidence of the strong when facing the weak. Thanks for the reminder. Xiaochen turned around and left. He was trying his best to control his emotions. Now was not the time to show off. He believed that one day, everything would change because of the change in strength. If he did not suppress his strength and displayed his true strength, he could fight one of them. However, if he were to face two people at the same time, he would definitely lose. Strength was the absolute truth. After Xiaochen left that area, he slowly calmed down. The rage in his heart had already subsided. He knew that in the near future, he would inevitably have to fight. Xianxia discovered quite a few claw marks in the nearby mountain forest. They seemed to be left behind by a dragon's claw. Moreover, it should be a young dragon. Obviously, it was precisely because of this that Yan Qingqing and Land classified this place as a forbidden area. Not long after, Xianxia met up with the three skeletons. They avoided the waterfall area and continued to advance. After crossing over a short hill, Xianxia smelled the scent of blood in the forest. A faint bloody mist lingered in the forest. Xianxia and the three skeletons rushed over at high speed. In the forest in front of them, there were 5 or 6 corpses lying in a pool of blood. They had died not too long ago, and it seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Very clearly, there are practitioners that landed on the sealed dragon island one after another. After giving chase for some distance, Xianxia discovered that there were many figures in the forest. There were about 10 people in the vicinity. Xianxia decided to leave this place and stay out of this matter. However, just at this time, Xianxia felt a trace of mystical fluctuation. He quickly turned around to look, and saw a white-clothed monk. He stepped on the treetop and came over. His movements were as smooth as the floating clouds and flowing water, very confident and graceful. It looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but his speed was very fast. It was actually Buddhist Xian. Obviously, Xian also discovered Xianxia. He paused for a moment on the treetop, and then descended as light as a feather. Seeing the 3 skeletons, he seemed to be very surprised, and said, "Undead creatures. Mage, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Just call me Xian. It's a small world. I have already left behind a mark for Senior Martial Brother. I plan to investigate the periphery of the Dragon Island first." Buddhist Xian turned around. He sized up the 3 skeletons, then he said to Xianxia, "Why are you walking together with 3 undead creatures?" Although the cultivators on the continent no longer advocated killing them, it was still very difficult for ordinary people and ordinary cultivators to have good feelings towards undead creatures. "I'm afraid that staying with them will bring you some trouble." Many thanks for Senior Brother Xian's reminder. They saved my life before. On this savage dragon island, there are rarely any traces of people. I don't think there will be any big trouble. That's true. Xian nodded his head. While the two were conversing, the 3 skeletons stood there foolishly like puppets. Only Xianxia, who understood them, knew that these 3 undead creatures were really too good at acting. He was definitely creating a false impression. Xianxia pointed at the few corpses not far away and said, "Senior Brother Xian, look. I noticed. When I came here just now, I saw a few corpses in other places. The number of practitioners that have landed on the Dragon Island is already no less than 20. This sealed ancient island is very vast, there might be even more people." Speaking until here, he turned his head around and said to Xianxia, "Yan Qingqing and Land are also in this area. They seem to have discovered the traces of a young dragon. It might really be a syndicate dragon. You better stay away from them, those 2 are dangerous people. I don't plan to fight with them, I'm preparing to leave this place immediately." "Oh, just how powerful are they?" Xianxia still paid a lot of attention to those 2. He felt that he might have to fight with those 2 sooner or later. And it didn't seem to be very far away. They should be at the 3rd or 4th celestial layer of Exuvia right now. Exuvia? Xianxia was a little puzzled. That's right, after Buddhist Xian's detailed explanation, Xianxia gradually understood. The world of Immortals was vast and boundless, there were many races in great numbers. This also resulted in many different cultivation systems. For example, Spell Master who could borrow the power of the gods, Ancient and Mysterious Beast Soul Warrior, Psychic who was born with powerful spiritual power and possessed supernatural abilities, and some small races that were almost extinct were born with terrifying demigods. If there was no unified standard for dividing the realms, it was really difficult to clearly compare the combat power of different cultivation systems. As a result, the unified standard for dividing the realms came into being. However, it directly skipped over the ordinary practitioners and divided the strong into 5 major realms. Most practitioners didn't have the qualifications to use these 5 realms to measure their strength. This was the division for the truly strong. Only by stepping into these 5 realms could one break through the legendary realm of immortality. These 5 realms were Exuvia, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortality. There were thousands of practitioners. Only by stepping into the Exuvia realm could one be considered to have grasped the true essence of cultivation. It was like a natural moat, it obstructed numerous practitioners. Exuvia, after advancing to this realm, one could be considered to have transcended the mundane world and stood out from the masses of practitioners. They would leap over that natural moat on the road to immortality, and take the most crucial step on the road to immortality. Practitioners who stepped into the Exuvia realm could communicate with the worldly energy, condense their physique, and multiply their vitality endlessly. Historia, after reaching this realm, one would begin to feel the treasures of the divine sense. Their spiritual power would deepen day by day, and they would realize that the body itself was a great treasure. With the dual training of the divine sense and the body, the potential of the body would slowly be discovered and excavated. All kinds of divine abilities would begin to emerge. Historia was the process of knowing oneself, it was the process of opening one's own treasure. Zephyr, before reaching this realm, a spell master could already fly. After reaching this realm, no matter if it was an awakened, a martial artist, or a practitioner of other systems, they would all be able to fly. Of course, Zephyr was not only limited to the surface. Practitioners who reached the realm of Zephyr meant that they could already control the power of the world for their own use. All kinds of divine abilities would be revealed one step further. Those who reached this realm would have the title of demigod. Nirvana, after reaching this realm, one would be neither alive nor dead. Their body and mind would be on the brink of extinction. They would be lingering between life and death, and they would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. If one could completely comprehend the secret of life and death, one step further would be the realm of immortality. However, if they were to stagnate at this realm for too long, they might be consigned to eternal damnation, and their body and soul would be destroyed. At the same time, the practitioners who were at this realm, their cultivation would fluctuate between strong and weak, fluctuating indeterminately. When they were strong, they could even display the strength of immortality. When they were weak, their divine abilities might even be inferior to a practitioner of the Historia realm. To the practitioners, the realm of Nirvana was not only a great opportunity, but also a great danger. Those who could comprehend the mystery of life and death would break out of the cocoon and transform into a butterfly. From then on, they would be immortal in this world. And those who could not comprehend the mystery of life and death would be annihilated in a puff of smoke. Immortality, after reaching this realm, one would truly be able to break through life and death, and live forever in this world. All kinds of profound meaning, one would be able to comprehend it without a teacher, mana would be able to flow by themselves, and divine abilities would appear by themselves. Exuvia, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortality, these 5 great realms clearly divided the strength of the experts in this world. Exuvia, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortalis, these 5 major realms clearly divided the strength of the experts in the world. Only those who could enter these 5 realms could be called experts. The Exuvia realm was a dividing line, it was like a natural moat that blocked the majority of people outside the door. However, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortalis were also a few insurmountable natural moats. Even if one entered the Exuvia realm and comprehended the true essence of training, there were still 4 natural moats blocking their way. As a result, the disparity in strength between the 5 major realms was huge. Very few people could cross a realm to defeat a powerhouse of a higher realm. Moreover, the disparity in strength between people of the same realm was also huge. For example, the disparity between the initial stage of a certain realm and the peak of a certain realm, the disparity was very wide. As a result, people further divided the realms into 9 celestial layers. As a result, Exuvia, Historia, Zephyr, Nirvana, and Immortalis, each realm had 9 ranks. 5 realms. 9 celestial layers for every level, the 95 supreme realm, the peak of Immortalis. This was the ultimate realm that every practitioner yearned for even in their dreams. However, since ancient times, how many people were able to achieve this? According to this kind of division, Xianxia had already stepped into the Exuvia realm. After understanding the 5 major realms in detail, he was deeply moved. Among these 5 major realms, Immortalis rarely appeared in the world. For the vast majority of people, they were only legendary existences. Nirvana practitioners were even rarer in the eyes of the common people. It was almost impossible to see their shadow. The practitioners of the two realms above almost never stepped foot in the secular world. From a certain point of view, the experts of Zephyr realm were the truly terrifying figures. They could fly in the sky, control the power of nature, and possess all kinds of divine abilities. They could practically sweep through a region. That was why they were called demigods. Xianxia had seen the great battle between the fallen angel and the sacred dragon. They were existences of this level. Of course, although they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, the experts among them were not limited to this realm. According to the legends, these ancient races were the closest branches of the god race. However, although the figures of the demigod realm could be seen in the world of immortals, they rarely made a move. After all, their strength was too great, they could practically sweep through everything in their path. If they really made a move, it would definitely be an intense battle that would shake the entire continent. Demigod realm experts were usually used to intimidate an area, and the effect of deterrence was greater than actual combat. Comparatively speaking, the experts of the Historia realm were closer to the common people. People had the opportunity to watch their battles. Therefore, in the eyes of the common people, the practitioners of the Historia realm were also considered as strong fighters. Among the experts of the 5 realms, if we were to talk about the degree of activity, the practitioners of Exuvia realm would undoubtedly be the most active. That's because some young elites also stepped into this realm. With a group of youngsters among them, it would be hard for them to not be active even if they wanted to. They were closest to the rest of the world. Xianxia and Land's cultivation is either at the 3rd or 4th celestial layer of Exuvia realm. They have already crossed the first heavenly moat. They can be considered as one of the few young experts. They indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Immortality is the dream of so many practitioners. Xianxia sighed. In our eyes, the longevity realm is an unreachable peak. However, in the eyes of those with eternal life, it might be a new starting point. Buddhistian seemed to be deeply moved, his expression seemed to be a little absent-minded. Perhaps they are pursuing that vast, vanished, ancient mythological world. Xianxia didn't know much about the past of the world of immortals, he didn't pay attention to these things. He really wanted to know the fate of those people who came from the mortal world and shattered the void. Duga seeker of defeat, with a sword in his hand, he looked down on the world and swept through the 6 directions. What kind of realm did he reach now? The limpid autumn water and the divine jade bones. Where is the talented fairy Fei Xuan? The witch girl Xuan who was as nimble as a fairy, where is she now? And there are even more people. Buddhistian already left. The 3 skeletons were no longer stupid. They lazily exercised their joints. King Yanluo was on a whim, he even did a 360-degree somersault in the air. There was not even a trace of stupid appearance left. Xianxia originally wanted to leave this place, but he keenly felt that there were a few practitioners approaching this place. Traces of murderous aura were assaulting him, it seemed like someone wanted to kill him. Everything was because of the syndicate dragon. There were young dragon's claws in the vicinity. The experts who entered this area all wanted to fight over the legendary Dragon King, that's why they were killing each other. Xianxia sneered, this kind of matter was not worth getting involved in. He quickly retreated with the 3 skeletons, and led a few people towards the waterfall. Let Xianxia and Land fight with them. The primitive forest was lush and verdant. If they knew someone was following them, it would be very easy to get rid of them. When they were about to reach their destination, he and the 3 skeletons flashed a few times and disappeared into the forest. The young dragon's claws were even more concentrated in this area. The 5 practitioners encountered Xianxia and Land very quickly. Xianxia stood on top of a tall ancient tree at a distant place. He could vaguely see an energy-formed light sword sweeping through everything in the forest. Soon after, a huge dragon condensed from energy sword into the sky. It roared as it tangled with the light sword. This seemed to be a battle between spell masters. Xianxia didn't really believe that the spell master's power originated from the gods. He believed that those ancient incantations were the miraculous heavenly rhythm technique. They were able to harmonize with the power of heaven and earth. Of course, this was merely his wishful thinking. The battle was very intense. Rumble, the sound of thunder resounded, a few purple lightning actually danced wildly in the forest. A large part of the forest was blasted into pieces by the lightning. Soon after, a large number of light blades shuttled back and forth in the forest below the waterfall like a meteor shower. The leaves in the mountain forest swirled in the air, the trees were snapped in half unceasingly. Electricity flashed, more than half of the forest was actually destroyed. A few human figures were faintly discernible, it was actually 4 to 5 people fighting land at the same time. And Yan Qingqing at the side still hasn't made her move yet. The sound of the battle attracted a few more practitioners, they eyed them covetously from the side. Roar, a loud dragon roar transmitted from not far away. The ear-splitting sound wave shook the mountain forest, the fallen leaves swirled in the air. The sound wave was extremely terrifying. The startled birds soared into the sky unceasingly, many of the wild beasts even ran away in disorder. This area was thrown into chaos. Some of the dragons were startled. It was very close to this place, it was only 1 mile away, it was in the middle of a valley. The battle in the vicinity of the waterfall immediately stopped. The 3 parties retreated in 3 different directions and quickly disappeared into the mountain forest. The dragons didn't rush over, they only roared a few times before they calmed down again. The howling wind and torrential rain that they imagined didn't arrive. However, Xiaoqin was moved, if he were to leave this place, he would have to pass by that valley. Perhaps he should go and check on the situation of the dragons. Who knows, he might find a pleasant surprise. The valley was not very spacious, it was less than 1 square kilometer. The forest in the valley was sparse, there were only a dozen or so ancient trees. The other places were all incomparably dry and hard after being trampled by the dragons, not even a blade of grass grew. A dark green tyrannical dragon emitted a fiendish aura, it was slowly walking in the valley. Its length could reach 20 meters, and its height could reach more than 10 meters. Its body was as heavy as an elephant's body, but of course it was much bigger than an elephant's body. And its neck was as long as a giant snake's, it was 8 to 9 meters long. Its head was also similar to a snake's head, but it had an incomparably sharp horn. Its tail was also very terrifying, it was shaped like a giant lizard's tail, it was 10 meters long. The body of an elephant, the head of a snake, its entire body was covered with dark green scales. The scales were flickering with cold light, it looked eerie and sinister. The baleful aura unique to a vicious beast pervaded the entire valley, it made the birds and beasts not dare to approach this place. This was the legendary Proteus Draco. Although it couldn't contend against the tyrannical dragon and the 8-clawed tyrant dragon, it could definitely contend against the sacred dragon. However, on this sealed dragon island, it was impossible for the legendary divine ability to manifest on its body, its bestiality was more than its divinity. However, with its tyrannical body, as well as that tyrannical draconic power, even if it lost all kinds of divine ability, it wouldn't affect it too much. It was just that it couldn't attack from a distance, it was still as powerful as a demigod in close combat. Perhaps, practitioners who had not reached the demigod realm wouldn't be able to do anything to it. At the center of the valley, there was a woodland that had been destroyed for a long time. The remains of the forest were simply built into a dragon nest. Looking from afar, there were actually a few dragon eggs glittering with green radiance in the dragon nest. The dragon eggs were sparkling and translucent like green jade, they were blossoming with dazzling radiance. Green clouds lingered around, making that place resplendent with divine radiance. Xiao Chen and the 3 skeletons stood on the cliff at one side of the valley, they could clearly see everything inside the valley. The Proteus Draco actually laid a few dragon eggs, it was not a matter of the number of dragon eggs, it was a matter of time. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon and syndicate dragon were about to appear, it was hard to guarantee that one of the Proteus Draco's descendants wouldn't appear. Rumble, 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 tremors transmitted from inside the valley, the Proteus Draco took heavy steps towards the outside of the valley. After a while, the mournful cry of a wild elephant transmitted from the mountain forest. Not long after, the Proteus Draco dragged a huge elephant's corpse back, it crouched in the valley and began to enjoy its food. The scene was somewhat bloody, people couldn't bear to watch it. Not far from it was a large pile of white bones, which should be the remains of the beasts it had hunted before. The vicious dragon was incomparably cruel. In a short period of time, it completely devoured the elephant. It seemed like it was not done yet. It swayed its huge body and once again headed out of the valley. At the same time, Xiaochen noticed Xianxia, land, and 7 or 8 other practitioners were attracted by the huge dragon roar. They were observing from the mountain forest outside the valley, as if they wanted to confirm whether there were any young dragons in this valley or not. Xiaochen started to communicate with the 3 skeletons. Of course it was mainly because he was moving his mouth and gesturing with his hands. He couldn't hear the voices of the 3 skeletons. Go down this cliff and bring back a dragon egg each. Crack, 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 the 3 skeletons opened and closed their jaws in puzzlement. Those sparkling and translucent objects that emit divine light. Xiaochen pointed at those dragon eggs in the dragon nest. The 3 skeletons were extremely unwilling to steal the dragon eggs. They seemed to know clearly that the Proteus Draco was not to be trifled with. However, they were still persuaded by Xiaochen in the end. They climbed down the cliff nimbly. Xiaochen nervously gazed at the entrance of the valley to keep a lookout for the 3 skeletons. Last time, the 3 skeletons forced him to dig up the divine sproutling. This time can be considered to be even. The speed of Qing Wang Wang and the rest was very fast. They left behind 3 streaks of white light in the valley. They rushed to the vicinity of the dragon nest in an instant. The 3 skeletons did not hesitate at all. Each of them carried a millstone-sized jasper dragon egg and escaped without a trace like a thief. Roar. The roar of the Proteus Draco transmitted from the mountain forest far away. It seemed like it had already killed its prey. Xiaochen paid close attention from the top of the cliff. Luanhui Wang and the other 2 skeletons were as if their buttocks were on fire. They raised their speed to the limit. Fortunately, the valley was less than 1 square kilometer. It was not very vast. The 3 streaks of white light rushed to the bottom of the cliff at lightning speed. The 3 skeletons had extraordinary strength. They dragged the huge dragon egg with one hand and climbed up at high speed. The instant they rushed to the top of the cliff, a rumbling sound transmitted from the entrance of the valley. The earth trembled slightly. The ominous Proteus Draco dragged the corpse of a 5 to 6 meter long giant tiger back. The 3 skeletons seemed to have a lingering fear. Qing Wang Wang even patted his chest in a very human-like manner. They didn't look like skeletons at all. They were clearly human beings with abundant emotions. Although the Proteus Draco and the 8-clawed tyrant dragon had a huge difference in size, their dragon eggs were about the same size. They were both millstone-sized. The glorious radiance illuminated the vegetation on top of the cliff. The eggshell was sparkling and translucent like a jadeite. The multicolored radiance slowly circulated in the mountain forest. It was indescribably mystical. Xiaochen made the 3 skeletons move the dragon eggs into the mountain forest at the back, to prevent the Proteus Draco below from seeing the multicolored radiance. This was really an unexpected pleasant surprise. It already tore apart more than half of the giant tiger. The Proteus Draco seemed to have sensed something abnormal. It was incomparably vigilant as it walked towards the dragon nest. Suddenly, a world-shaking roar burst out from the valley. The terrifying dragon roar pierced through the clouds. Out of the 5 jasper dragon eggs, there were actually only 2 left. The Proteus Draco went completely berserk. It ran 1 round in the valley at high speed. The valley even trembled. After letting out an incomparably furious roar, it ran towards the outside of the valley like a madman. The outside of the valley was in complete chaos. The Proteus Draco already rushed into the primitive jungle. Wherever it went, the trees would fall, leaves would swirl in the air, tens of thousands of beasts would flee for their lives. It was very rare for the Proteus Draco to go berserk like this. It was the overlord of this region. All the birds and beasts fled in panic, including many of the ferocious beasts. The few practitioners who were looking for the syndicate dragon in the vicinity wanted to curse out loud. How did it turn out like this? Who provoked the Proteus Draco? Could it be that there was really a young dragon king in the valley? Someone entered the valley to kidnap the young dragon king, and was discovered by this vicious dragon. Right now, they didn't have the time to think too much. They could only run for their lives. They wished they could grow a pair of wings. This Proteus Draco was too terrifying. It swept away everything in its way. It was simply a huge killing machine. Xianxia and Land also received the impact. It was hard for the 2 of them to remain calm at this moment. Other than the vicious dragon wreaking havoc, there were still many other beasts that were startled in this region. It made their situation very dangerous. The 2 of them also joined the army of beasts fleeing for their lives. The scene before their eyes could only be described as chaotic. The roar of the beast shook the sky, the mountain forest trembled, the fallen leaves swirled in the air, hundreds of beasts were running for their lives. If Xianxia and the others knew that the main culprit was Xiaochen, they would definitely swear to tear him into pieces. Right now, everyone was in a difficult situation. The mountain forest on the other side was in chaos, but the primitive forest at the back of the valley was still relatively calm. Xiaochen let the three skeletons seize the opportunity to escape, while he stayed behind to bring up the rear. Yanlua Wang, Qingguang Wang, and Luanhui Wang each carried a dragon egg and escaped without a trace. They headed towards the deathly swamp at lightning speed. Seeing there was no abnormality in the surroundings, Xiaochen also retreated quickly. He no longer paid attention to whether the Proteus Draco could kill Yan Qingqing and the others. The most important thing was to leave this chaotic mountain forest. After all, he was the main culprit. For Yan Qingqing, Land, and the others, today was definitely an incomparably gloomy day. However, for Xiaochen at this moment, he felt refreshed and incomparably carefree. This could also be considered as an indirect response to Yan Qingqing and Land. When he returned to the deathly swamp, the sunset glow lingered on the western horizon. A large amount of burning clouds dyed the sky bright red. It was already quite late. The reason why he made the deathly swamp his temporary residence was mainly because there was an undead king that wouldn't move easily. It could intimidate the savage beasts and make them not dare to approach. Moreover, the three skeletons were quite familiar with this place. If he encountered danger, this place would be a pretty good buffer. The three skeletons had already returned a long time ago. The three sparkling and translucent jade-like eggs were thrown into the swamp by them. They actually used them as a stool and sat on top of it. They were really unique. Out of Xiaochen's expectation, the huge tree that the divine sproutling took root on did not wither and die. On the contrary, the branches and leaves became even more emerald green, as if there was a faint green radiance flickering on it. The surrounding spiritual energy was even denser. The deathly swamp within a short distance became full of vitality. Xiaochen understood in a flash, the little sacred tree was not that scary. It did not only absorb the life force of the huge tree, it also benefited from them together. With its existence, the huge tree could absorb the power of heaven and earth at a very fast speed. The speed was many times faster than before. Last time, the reason why the ancient tree withered was most likely because of him and the three skeletons. The four of them absorbed too much energy. The demand was greater than the supply, which caused the ancient tree to wither. Luanhui Wang and the other two were sitting on the dragon eggs. Their soul lights were throbbing in their eyes. They were impatiently looking at the small tree with seven-colored radiance lingering around it. Xiaochen put in a lot of effort to convince them to take turns. They could not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. 3 dragon eggs glowed with green light. This was a huge harvest. The sunset glow disappeared. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons arrived at the forest region at the edge of the swamp. Qingguang Wang and the others were fine with the undead miasma, but Xiaochen definitely wouldn't be able to endure it for a long time. The holy tree shrouded in multicolored light and the dragon egg shimmering with jade green light complemented each other, causing the spiritual energy in the forest to be dense. Light flowed like ripples in water. The 3 skeletons were able to absorb the power of the crystals. They were also able to absorb the pure energy circulating around the small sacred tree. However, they were unable to absorb the dragon egg's energy essence. That was because the dragon egg contained a huge amount of energy essence. They needed to refine it a step further, only then could it transform into the pure energy that they could absorb. Yanlua Wang and the others made a great contribution. Xiaochen made them stagger their time to absorb the energy of the small sacred tree. This allowed the divine sproutling to have enough energy to absorb and refine the worldly essence. He hoped the small sacred tree could also grow one step further. Other than that, Xiaochen gave all of the 10 high-quality crystals he collected to the 3 skeletons. This made the 3 undead creatures so excited that they somersaulted a few times in succession. The longer they got along with each other, the more Xiaochen found out that the 3 of them were not lifeless at all. On the contrary, they were very lively. At night, auspicious radiance lingered around the forest. Xiaochen broke open one of the dragon eggs. A boundless life essence spread out in a split second and transformed into a miniature Proteus Draco. It pounced towards Xiaochen while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xiaochen quickly used his energy to confine it, and then absorbed it into his body. With this kind of experience, this time it was not as painful as last time. On one hand, he refined the vicious dragon's life essence with all his might, on the other hand, he guided the boundless life essence to circulate within his body. The dragon egg did not seem to be that big, but the life essence contained within was incomparably huge. After all, it was going to grow into a vicious dragon in the future. The inexhaustible green divine radiance wrapped Xianxia inside. It was as if the divine flame was throbbing, the fluctuation of life was very intense. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a ball of divine flame was burning fiercely. The three skeletons looked at Xianxia with some amazement. They vaguely saw a Proteus Draco flickering with green divine radiance coiling around Xianxia's body. It was brandishing its claws and brandishing its fangs as it swallowed the life essence circulating within. However, along with the elapse of time, the Proteus Draco's figure gradually faded away. And Xianxia's skin was flickering with a sparkling and translucent radiance. The aura emitted by his entire body seemed to have become a lot stronger. Only until midnight did the divine flame throbbing outside of Xianxia's body completely receded into his body. The expression in his eyes became even more incisive. As expected, the huge dragon's life essence did not merge with the energy he cultivated. On the contrary, it all converged at the Xianxia acupoint and formed into a resplendent speck of light. Another acupoint was about to be divinized. The Xianxia acupoint is located in the chest of the human body. It is located at the bottom of the central axis of the sternum. At the moment, the speck of light was glittering in the Xianxia acupoint, but it was not completely divinized yet. The Proteus Draco was unable to contend against the eight-clawed tyrant dragon. The life essence contained within the dragon egg was also incomparable to the tyrant dragon's egg. One could clearly feel the difference in the ranks of the vicious dragon. But fortunately, there were still two dragon eggs. Xianxia was confident that he could completely divinize the Xianxia acupoint today. Today, after the huge dragon's life essence condensed at the acupoint, he felt a little different from before. It seemed like his life force had become a lot stronger. He felt that the life force was indescribably abundant. Without thinking too much, Xianxia broke the second dragon egg. The dazzling light of life lingered in the forest once again. A ball of raging divine flame wrapped Xianxia inside. The three skeletons were no longer curious, they began to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the crystals. More than 10 top-quality crystals were crushed by the soul light, they turned into one after another colorful radiance and slowly merged with the bones of their entire body. After that, they entered the soul light again. Their soul light was slowly strengthening, their bones gradually gained some luster. Early in the morning, the radiance of the morning sun sprinkled down, the dewdrops on the leaves and flowers were sparkling and translucent, they looked like pearls rolling on the ground. The fresh air was very refreshing. Xianxia had already woken up, he had completely refined the enormous dragon essence contained in the second Oblata Draco egg. The center palace acupoint at the end of his chest was finally divinized. The speck of light and the acupoint fused together perfectly, compared to the other acupoints, it was like a bright lamp in the dark night. The two Oblata Draco eggs created the third divinized acupoint. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt something different compared to the past. The life essence in his body seemed to have become a lot more powerful. The center palace acupoint on the left foot, the center palace acupoint on the right foot, the center palace acupoint on the chest, the three acupoints seemed to be connected together by the life essence. Under his inner vision, he was unable to see the flowing life essence clearly, but he could vaguely feel it. Xianxia felt a burst of joy. He didn't know how extraordinary he would be in the future, but the life essence in his body had indeed become more powerful, the benefits were huge. It was said that a cat has 9 lives, that was because its life essence was sufficiently powerful compared to its body. That's why even if its physical body was injured, it could still survive in the end. Xianxia didn't expect to become an undying 9-life cat, but if he were to get injured again, the injured body would be nourished by the abundant life essence, the recovery speed would definitely be a lot faster. The instant he stood up, Xianxia felt his body seemed to have become a lot more agile, and his strength had also increased by a lot. He lightly moved his muscles and bones, leaving behind a few afterimages in the forest. Both of his hands brandished a few dazzling light blades, the huge trees were chopped down one after another. With a rumbling sound, the fallen leaves swirled around in the forest. His cultivation had advanced by a lot. Xiaochen only calmed down after a long time. The divinized acupoint seemed to have started to show its extraordinariness. In the past, he could only be sure that his cultivation was at the Exuvia realm. As for whether it was the second celestial layer or the third celestial layer, he couldn't be sure. But now, he was sure that he had reached the third celestial layer, or maybe even the fourth celestial layer. In addition to the vigorous life essence, he believed that he could fight against an Exuvia fourth celestial layer expert, or even stronger opponents. Xiaochen was very much looking forward to the day when the 365 main acupoints were completely divinized. Many of the towering ancient trees in the forest were chopped down by the resplendent light blade. However, even with such a huge commotion, the three skeletons didn't have any reaction. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang surrounded the remaining dragon egg. It seemed like they were paying close attention to something. After Xiaochen woke up, he had been sensing the changes in his body. He neglected his surroundings, he did not pay attention to the three skeletons. Now that he clearly felt the abnormality, he quickly walked over, and was dumbstruck when he saw the result. The palm-sized rainbow holy tree took root on the jade-like dragon egg. Holy light flowed like ripples, and the trunk of the small tree looked even more vigorous. The large black jade-like leaves were shining with black light, and the smaller white jade-like leaf seemed to have grown a lot bigger. What a miraculous holy tree! It was actually able to absorb the essence of a dragon egg and refine a huge amount of dragon essence. The eggshell that was flickering with green radiance gradually dimmed, and then it began to crack slowly. In the end, it completely shattered with a pop sound. There was no fluctuation of dragon essence inside, there was only a glistening yellow liquid that flowed all over the ground. Xiaochen held the divine sproutling in his hand. This was really a miraculous treasure. He didn't feel pity for that dragon egg at all. Did you guys place it on top of the dragon egg? The three skeletons shook their heads at the same time. I am not blaming you guys, on the contrary, you guys did very well. Qingguang Wang and the rest still shook their heads, their jaws made a kacha-kacha sound, and their skeletal claws were gesturing unceasingly. After spending a lot of effort, Xiaochen finally understood what they were talking about. The little sacred tree actually took root on top of the dragon egg by itself. How was this possible? How could it move by itself? However, it was impossible for the three skeletons to lie. It seemed like the little sacred tree really took root on top of the dragon egg by itself from the huge tree at the side. The situation was a little strange. Xiaochen was a little confused. Xiaochen vaguely felt like he was reborn. The essence of training was to break through the shackles of the human body unceasingly, to realize the continuous transformation and sublimation of the self. He could clearly feel that his physique was slowly changing. And after the three skeletons absorbed more than 10 high-quality crystal stones, and used the little sacred tree to train for a night, they seemed to be different from before. The spiritual radiance within their skulls was a little brighter, and the bones even had a hint of luster. They became more and more glossy. Xiaochen decided, no matter how many crystal stones he hunted in the future, he would give them to the three skeletons as soon as possible, so that they could transform unceasingly, and evolve towards an even stronger realm. And if he wanted to divinize the acupoints, he would need a huge amount of energy. It was not something that could be satisfied with ordinary crystal stones, unless it was a dragon crystal, otherwise it would be like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. After the little sacred tree absorbed the energy within the oblate Draco egg, the rainbow-colored radiance lingered around it, it became even more mystical. Perhaps the white jade leaf would be as big as that black jade leaf soon. After placing the divine sproutling in the depths of the swamp, and burying that jasper-like shattered oblate Draco eggshell, Xiaochen and the three skeletons set off once again. He must solve the problem of Zhao Linair and Gu Luo as soon as possible. Before setting off, he suddenly thought of that group of mystical giant apes. When Zhao Linair was rescued by the young unicorn, that four-armed crimson ape led the group of apes to chase after her. Maybe he could obtain some important clues from them. Not long later, Xiaochen and the three skeletons appeared in the vicinity of the stone forest where the giant apes resided. This place was very quiet, unlike the other regions where the roars of beasts resounded unceasingly. The flowers and grass in the surroundings of the stone forest were fragrant, the melodious chirping of the birds was pleasant to listen to, there were even a lot of vines twining around the stone forest. Roar! A loud roar transmitted over. A 3-meter-tall old ape appeared from the stone forest in a flash. It roared at Xianxia and the others unceasingly, revealing its deep hostility. This group of giant apes still had a friendship with Xianxia for a few days before, but because of the death of one of the giant apes, the relationship between the two parties gradually cooled down. Xianxia knew that this group of giant apes had already gained intelligence. He patiently gestured and explained, hoping that they could provide some clues about Zhao Lin Air. The cries of the young apes transmitted over from the stone forest. A few young apes jumped out, followed by an old ape. It seemed like all the adult giant apes had left, only 2 old apes were left to take care of a few young apes. They were guarding this place of residence. It was obvious that the 2 old apes were a little nervous. After unceasingly gesturing and repeatedly explaining, the old apes seemed to have more or less understood Xiaoqian's meaning. One of the old apes flew away. It soared into the depths of the primitive jungle to look for the other giant apes. After about an hour, a dozen or so long roars transmitted from a distant place. The crimson ape led a dozen or so giant apes and appeared. When they got closer, they surrounded Xiaoqian unceasingly and growled in a low voice. It seemed like they were brimming with hostility. Xiaoqian knew that he must not come here again. The little bit of friendship they had before had thoroughly disappeared. After repeatedly explaining and gesturing, he even drew the picture of Zhao Lin Air and the young unicorn on the ground. The crimson ape was after all a mystical beast. It finally understood. It roared a few times at the group of apes, then it brought Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons towards a certain direction in the primitive jungle. It took the lead and soared into the sky. They didn't advance towards the depths of the island, they advanced westward parallel to each other. It must be mentioned that the crimson ape was innately gifted. It was incomparably agile. Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons couldn't possibly leap on the branches and leaves for a long time like the crimson ape. However, they were able to follow in the forest at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. After crossing over a few mountain ranges in a row, the crimson ape stopped. It pointed its claw at the primitive jungle with undulating mountain ranges in front of it. It let out a low growl and no longer advanced. It seemed like there was danger ahead. It made the crimson ape feel uneasy. Xiaoqian frowned. Based on the demonic scarlet ape's behavior, this matter did not seem easy to deal with. Since even this kind of spiritual beast had stopped here, it was obvious that the mountain range was not a friendly place. Roar! The crimson demon ape let out a low growl and leaped away without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Xiaoqian pondered for a while, then he decided to continue forward. He started their journey again with the 3 skeletons. After crossing 2 mountains, deep roars of beasts could be heard in front of them, though they weren't loud. However, it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling of oppression. They passed through a dense thicket. Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons approached the source of the beast's roar. Along the way, they found several corpses, all of which belonged to unfamiliar practitioners. His death was extremely tragic. His body was torn apart by force. It was obvious. They hadn't been dead for long. There was still a bloody mist floating in the forest, and the smell of blood was very pungent. Clearly, the number of people entering the Dragon Island was increasing. These people most likely encountered vicious beasts in this region. However, when Xiaoqian approached the source of the beast's roar, he overturned his previous conjecture. Those cultivators who died were not killed by vicious beasts. The tragedy was still unfolding in front of him. He saw the truth clearly. A tall demonic shadow was slaughtering in the forest, waving its huge claws. Blood splashed everywhere. He split open the body of a Xianxia with his bare hands, the liver and other organs spilling onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was cruel to the extreme. The demon shadow was tall and majestic. It was more than 3 meters tall and had a pair of wolf ears. Moreover, it had a long and powerful tiger tail. It was actually someone Xiaoqian had seen before, the young expert of the barbarian race, Chaos. Although he had the body and appearance of a human. But at this moment, he was like a beast in human form. Cold and cruel, 2 terrifying green lights shot out from his eyes, and the aura he emitted was like that of a wild beast. Ah! The miserable shriek echoed again. Chaos suddenly turned around. That thick and powerful tiger tail was like an incomparably sharp magic blade. It emitted a terrifying demonic light. He had actually taken the body of the last Xianxia beside him. It was cleaved in half from the waist. Roar! Chaos let out a gloomy beast roar for the last time, the terrifying green radiance in his eyes gradually disappeared. The ferocious bestiality slowly disappeared. There was no need to mention the tyrannical battle prowess of the young brute race experts that made people tremble. His nature was cruel and terrifying, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a humanoid beast. Yaluoda, the young expert from the dense forest clan who had traveled with him, was standing not too far away as he calmly observed everything. Come out. Chaos was as sharp as a wild beast. He instantly turned his head around to look at Xiaoqian's direction. At the same time, the vegetation behind Xiaoqian and the three skeletons danced wildly. Many vines grew crazily, blocking their path. It was obviously the work of Yaluoda, who could control the growth of vegetation. It's you. When Chaos saw Xiaoqian walking out, he was stunned. You're following us? His body exuded the aura of a dangerous beast. No, don't misunderstand. On the other hand, Yaluoda focused his gaze on the three skeletons. Even though his body was very frail, however, his aura was not weak. It's actually an undead creature. Hey! An ominous glint flickered in Chaos's eyes. He pressed forward with large strides, giving people a strong sense of oppression. And Yaluoda also walked over unhurriedly. His voice was gentle, but his killing intent was rather heavy as he said, "Birds shouldn't fly in front of a huge dragon. Otherwise, it will only lead to self-destruction." His body emitted a little green radiance. The green vegetation in front of him automatically parted and paved a green path for him. Although his body was very frail, his aura was not inferior to Chaos's at all. It was very obvious that he was comparing Xiaoqian to a bird, and himself to a huge dragon. This was a kind of disdain based on self-confidence. And it was a kind of humiliation. Xiaoqian was furious. But he clenched his fists 3 times and loosened them 3 times. In the end, he didn't say anything. He turned around and left. He had already made such a concession. If Yaluoda and Chaos obstructed him, then he wouldn't hesitate to fight. He bypassed the obstruction of the vines with the 3 skeletons. They gradually disappeared into the forest. Chaos looked at Xiaoqian's back. His eyes were still flickering with a beast-like radiance. He said, "Is he really that weak?" Yaluoda attentively watched the forest. He smiled faintly and said, "He is suppressing his own power. I sensed it just now. His cultivation can't be considered to be too weak. However, anyone who enters the Dragon Island is either our ally or our competitor. If they weren't our allies, then they were our competitors." I wanted to find a reason to feel at ease and get rid of the potential unstable factors. However, he endured silently. I will let him off this time. I can't not give Buddhist face. Is that so? I don't have that many scruples. Just let me get rid of him. Chaos had a sturdy physique. After saying this, he left behind an afterimage in his original position. His tall body soared into the sky. He left behind an afterimage in his original position. His huge hand grabbed the branches of the tree. Like a vigorous ape, he disappeared in the ancient tree in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqian only moved a little more than 100 meters away. He suddenly felt as if a ferocious beast was closing in on him at lightning speed. Just as he turned his head around, he discovered the crown of a huge tree behind him snapped off with a boom sound. A tall and big figure swept down from the sky. The branches below also crumbled in an instant. Chaos was practically like a wild beast. He swept away everything in his way. All the branches were crushed by his body that was emitting a faint yellow radiance. He pounced towards Xiaoqian like a demonic ape. He was practically a human-shaped beast. It was unavoidable. Then I will fight to the death. This was Xiaoqian's bottom line and principle. He already made some enemies on this island. He wanted to avoid making enemies as much as possible, but it seems like this was just his wishful thinking. Anyone on the Dragon Island would stand against each other because of the fight over the ancestral dragon and half-dragon king. Even if they wanted to compromise, it was impossible. On the Dragon Island, no one could avoid it. No one could avoid it. Everyone was going to face a chaotic massacre. Xiaoqian tried his best to avoid making enemies before, but that didn't mean he was timid. On the contrary, he was a decisive person. Since the other party was forcing him like this, it crossed the bottom line in his heart. What else was there to say? He could only kill to stop the killing. Xiaochen unceasingly formed hand seals with both of his hands, and shot out one after another mysterious life and death seals. Specks of light appeared with a flash, then they became more and more resplendent, they were as bright as the stars in the sky. Finally, along with the wave of both of his hands, the glittering stars soared into the sky. It was as if a starry sky suddenly enveloped the entire sky above the woodland. Chaos, who was pouncing down, obviously felt the threat of death. After he let out a wild roar, a green-yellow radiance burst out from his body. One could vaguely see a huge wolf and a ferocious tiger appearing beside him. They let out two extremely muffled roars that intimidated the hundreds of beasts in the vicinity. They couldn't help but wail in fear. The two faintly discernible ferocious beasts were mystical and incomparably ruthless. They actually opened their huge mouths and swallowed that mysterious star chart. Xiaochen was a little shocked. The legend was indeed true. Some of the barbarian experts had the soul of an ancient beast sealed within their body. They had astonishing potential. The 3-meter-tall young barbarian expert Chaos landed in the middle of the woods. His brown-yellow long hair draped over his shoulders in a disorderly manner. Both of his eyes were brimming with bestial radiance. At this moment, he was like an incomparably terrifying beast king. He was emitting an incomparably powerful fiendish aura. I didn't expect you to be this powerful, I had neglected you all along. I think it is not only me, Yan Qingqing and Land are also the same. Speaking until here, Chaos let out a gloomy beastly roar. A person like you is very dangerous, it would be better to eliminate you today. At this moment, it was hard to tell whether he was a beast or a human. He roared and charged towards Xiaochen. I can't bear it anymore, there's no need to bear it anymore. Xiaochen's aura rose to the peak. He left behind an afterimage at his original position. He burst out with an earth-shattering aura and welcomed the young barbarian expert Chaos head-on. The incomparably powerful explosive force caused the forest trees in the vicinity to collapse unceasingly. Without any fancy moves, Xiaochen directly clashed with the barbarians who were famous for their strength. With a loud boom sound, the incomparably dazzling radiance spread out like a monstrous wave. It collided with the ancient beast soul of the divine wolf and the ferocious tiger that pounced from Chaos's body. A boundless power burst out. The dazzling radiance was like a rolling wave, it swept towards all directions. With a rumble sound, a large area of forest trees collapsed, the withered leaves fluttered in the air in disorder. The huge trees even further away were toppled over unceasingly. It was as if there were ancient beasts fighting here. It directly destroyed a small area of forest. The berserk aura pervaded in all directions. The young barbarian expert Chaos of Chaos, who was famous for his vigorous strength, was sent flying away and off his body. The 3-meter-tall sturdy body emitted of green radiance. And Chaos of Chen of Chaos of Chen. He was actually sent flying away by the pure energy. It was as if there was raging flame burning outside of Xiaochen's body. At this moment, he looked like an incomparably tyrannical barbarian. Both of his eyes emitted a wild radiance, his jet-black long hair fluttered without any wind. He walked forward with large strides. With every step he took, the mountain forest trembled along with him. It was as if a giant was moving. He emitted an incomparably terrifying pressure that made people's heart palpitate. The mountain forest was strangely quiet at this moment. All of the wild beasts stopped their roars. Only the sound of Xiaochen's footsteps could be heard. In the mountain forest at a distant place, 7 or 8 practitioners who were hiding revealed an astonished expression. No one understood how terrifying Chaos was more than them. Not long ago, they once saw Chaos tear apart one practitioner's body after another with their own eyes. He was simply like an undefeatable monster. However, at this moment, he was suppressed by a youth with pure strength and sent flying away. This was really somewhat inconceivable. One must know that the tyrannical strength was the strongest point of the barbarians. At this moment, Xiaochen's tyrannical figure was deeply engraved in the depths of the mind of the few practitioners who were watching the battle from a distant place. This was a wild and terrifying young expert. Roar! Chaos was infuriated. He let out a wild roar like an injured wild beast. He finally controlled his body and landed on the ground. Everything that happened just now was a kind of humiliation for him. He was actually suppressed by someone else with pure strength. He brought along an incomparably ferocious aura as he furiously charged towards the young opponent in front of him. The terrifying greenish-yellow radiance swept away everything that was in his way. That huge divine wolf and vicious tiger became more and more distinct. They accompanied him at his side and charged forward together with him. Wave after wave of baleful aura pervaded the surroundings. Roar! Xianxia also let out a deep roar. His tall and straight figure seemed like it was cast from steel. He gave people an undefeatable feeling. His jet-black long hair fluttered in the wind. Both of his hands released one after another, dazzling radiance after another. The terrifying energy surged forward crazily like a raging sea. This time, the movement of the two young experts was as fast as lightning. They left behind one after another afterimages in the forest. The incomparably tyrannical and powerful energy storm destroyed the forest trees one after another. It was as if this place had suffered from a terrifying and chaotic lightning strike. Broken branches and withered leaves were fluttering in the sky. The forest trees exploded under the glaring radiance. The terrifying fluctuation was surging up and down violently. The dazzling radiance was incomparably terrifying. At a distant place, the few practitioners who were watching the battle turned pale with fright. This kind of battle was incomparably intense. They knew that they were basically no match for them. Roar! The 3-meter-tall Chaos let out a furious roar. During the intense battle, when he used his indestructible long leg to sweep across Xiaoqian's chest, he was actually caught firmly by Xiaoqian's hands. Xiaoqian held Chaos's right leg firmly. He basically didn't give him any chance to struggle. He swung Chaos around as if he was swinging a scarecrow. Snap! Along with the sound of the huge tree snapping, Chaos was swung around like a huge stick. After that, Xiaoqian seemed to have gone mad. He swung the 3-meter-tall Chaos around in the mountain forest and swung it around crazily, smashing it here and there. Along with the loud rumbling sound, there were huge trees collapsing unceasingly. Chaos was turned into a human-shaped weapon by Xiaoqian. This was an incomparably wild scene. The practitioners at a distant place simply didn't dare to believe their own eyes. At this moment, they regarded Xiaoqian as a wild beast that was even more dangerous than Chaos. He was really too wild and ruthless. Everything was Xiaoqian's intention. It was not that he did not understand the exquisite moves, but if he wanted to completely overwhelm this barbarian expert in terms of imposing manner, he must use the power that the opponent was most proficient in to firmly suppress the opponent. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent this way, it would certainly leave behind an indelible shadow in the opponent's heart. There was no need to be merciful to the enemy. He must defeat him in the heart forever. Xiaoqian really wanted to crush Chaos to pieces. He didn't want to leave behind a big trouble for himself. Since they already became enemies, for his safety in the future, the most effective method is to directly exterminate him. However, the divine wolf and the vicious tiger that were revolving around Chaos's body roared unceasingly. They burst out with a terrifying fluctuation. They were like an indestructible divine armor. They protected Chaos's body. Moreover, a boundless power unceasingly rushed towards Chaos's right leg. It wanted to shake off Xiaoqian's hands. When Xiaoqian and Chaos were fighting fiercely, the young jungle tribe expert Yaluoda also experienced a battle a few hundred meters away. An expert whose whole body was shrouded in a faint radiance blocked his path at the most crucial moment. He prevented him from rescuing Chaos. It was obvious that he wanted to borrow Xiaoqian's hand to kill Chaos. That was a mysterious spell master. He attacked Yaluoda unceasingly. Only when Chaos was in the most dangerous situation did Yaluoda manage to injure his opponent and rushed over in a hurry. However, he also suffered a light injury. Innumerable vines quickly spread out in the woodland. They rolled over and over towards Xiaoqian like a raging green wave. The 3 skeletons that were watching the battle from the side saw someone rushed over to join the battle. They transformed into 3 streaks of white light and rushed towards Yaluoda. The terrifying poisonous thorns and the tough vines caused Xiaoqian to encounter some trouble for a moment. However, he was not afraid. He directly used the barbarian expert Chaos's body as a weapon and smashed towards the poisonous thorns and vines. The poisonous thorns retreated, the vines surged frantically. They actually submerged Chaos's body. One after another green radiance emitted from those vines. They contained an inexhaustible spiritual power. That was the power originated from Yaluoda. The power of Yaluoda and Chaos merged together. They finally forced Xiaoqian to loosen his hands. Of course, when he loosened his hands, Xiaochen exerted his strength and directly smashed the vines. He made Chaos's body come into the most intimate contact with the hard ground. It made the woodland tremble violently. Chaos was saved. He did not rush over rashly anymore, he quickly retreated along the vines. On the other side, the three skeletons actually arrived in front of Yaluoda. Just now, most of Yaluoda's spiritual power was transferred to the vines on Xiaochen's side. During this process, the three skeletons almost injured him. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang actually unleashed dark nether fire. The terrifying Yin fire burned the vegetation and destroyed more than half of it. Now that all of his spiritual power had returned, Yaluoda was finally able to easily trap the three skeletons. However, just at this time, Xiaochen charged over. Yaluoda had no choice but to retreat at once and regroup with Chaos. After a short period of peace, the two sides faced each other in the forest. The spectators in the distance all held their breaths and watched nervously. Chaos bellowed in anger, both of his eyes emitted a faint green radiance. This is the awakening of his bestial nature. Today, he felt a great humiliation, his self-esteem suffered a serious blow. He wanted to join hands with Yaluoda and charge over. However, Yaluoda stopped him. He transmitted his voice in a low voice. We underestimated him too much, this is really a lesson. We can't fight with him anymore, there are people eyeing us covetously in the dark. Just now, there were people who obstructed me, that's why I couldn't rescue you as soon as possible. Now, we are already injured, we must not aggravate our injuries by fighting with him. If that happens, the people in the dark might make a move on us. Let's retreat for now. Xiaochen and the three skeletons worked together. They were facing the two young experts in front of them. He knew that he had no chance of winning. After all, the two of them were not that much weaker than him, and his three skeletons were not that strong. He was not afraid of them one-on-one, but it would be dangerous if it was a chaotic battle. At this moment, Xiaochen's berserk aura gradually receded. He stood there motionless, his tall and straight body gradually revealed an ethereal and graceful aura. Yaluoda's complexion changed slightly. It was very obvious that the other party was not only incomparably tyrannical, judging from the aura they were emitting, powerful was only one aspect of their strength. Today's matter, let's put it aside for now. After Yaluoda finished speaking, he pulled the unwilling Chaos and quickly left. Xiaochen did not say anything, he calmly looked at the other party getting further away. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, if people bully me, then I will definitely retaliate fiercely. This was his principle of survival. This battle completely overturned Chaos and Yaluoda's understanding of Xiaochen. They really didn't expect that this opponent was actually this strong. At the same time Chaos was furious, he felt that his self-esteem had been seriously trampled on. Never look down on the enemy. This was Yaluoda's somewhat vexed conclusion. At the same time, he maliciously hoped that Yan Qingqing would make the same mistake as Rand. Xiaochen stood there quietly for a long time, only after all the gazes in the dark disappeared did he take a deep breath. He suffered some light injuries, but it was not a big deal. His life essence was vigorous now, he would be able to recover very quickly. Using tyranny to overcome tyranny, that was a true confrontation of strength. If it was not because his Zhongding acupoint had divinized and his cultivation had increased by a lot, he might have been in danger this time. Xiaochen and the three skeletons continued to advance after a short rest. After advancing for several hundred meters, he finally found out why Yaluoda was late and didn't rescue Chaos in time. In this area, he discovered the traces of a fierce battle between Yaluoda and someone else. There was another expert lying in ambush in the vicinity. They wanted to borrow his hand to eliminate Chaos. Xiaochen couldn't help but frown slightly. The situation on the Dragon Island was getting more and more complicated. It was obvious that the real chaotic massacre had already begun. The strong survive, the weak perish. This was the rule of survival on the Dragon Island. The mountain range undulated up and down. After Xiaochen and the three skeletons climbed over a short hill, a valley appeared in front of them. At this place, the traces of wild beasts were clearly lesser. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Xiaochen began to pay attention to the surrounding environment. After all, even the crimson ape was unwilling to approach this area. It meant that there was definitely danger. As expected, in front of the valley, he discovered many huge footprints. they were at least 1 meter long. There were many huge footprints in front of the valley, they were 1 meter in length. Moreover, the shape of the footprints was almost the same as a human's. Could it be a giant? When he was in the mortal world, he once heard this kind of legend. Some of the ancient races were incomparably tall and big, as if they were giants. This was most likely the reason why the crimson ape was unwilling to come here. It should be related to the giants here. But, could it be that Zhao Lin Air was living in the giants area? Xiao Chen and the 3 skeletons advanced carefully, they wanted to find out the truth. The valley was emerald green, it was verdant and lush, they could see many towering ancient trees from a distant place. The entrance of the valley could not be considered very wide, it was only a dozen meter wide. The valley walls on both sides were somewhat steep, there were also many huge trees growing on top of them, it made this place appear to be exuberant with vitality. Xiao Chen saw many deep footprints at the entrance of the valley, the 1 meter long footprints were really frightening, he could vaguely feel that danger was approaching. He and the 3 skeletons cautiously stopped at the entrance of the valley. Looking inside from the entrance of the valley, it was very peaceful and tranquil, the birds were chirping, the fresh flowers were beautiful purple and red, their fragrance was drifting along with the wind. There was even a small stream formed by the convergence of spring water, it was meandering between the plants, it was as clear and transparent as a jade belt. There were no evil beasts roaming around this place, it could be considered as a peaceful pure land. However, facing this kind of auspicious place, Xiao Chen suddenly felt as if a great danger was about to descend. He quickly ran back with the 3 skeletons, no matter if the feeling was accurate or not, they must escape from this place first before anything else. As soon as they ran out of the valley entrance, they heard a loud rumble, a few huge rocks tumbled down from the valley walls on both sides of the valley entrance, it sounded like 10,000 horses were galloping, the valley walls were shaking. At the same time, an 8 to 9 meter tall green giant landed heavily at the valley entrance after the huge rocks. The earth trembled violently, one after another huge crack appeared on the ground. If Xiao Chen and the rest were to delay for even a moment, they might have already been crushed into pieces. An 8 to 9 meter tall green giant, Xiao Chen was very shocked, he turned around to observe. And just at this time, he saw an even more outrageous scene. On the walls of the valley, a towering ancient tree underwent an inconceivable change in an instant. The huge branches were swaying unceasingly, and the green leaves were emitting a walala sound. The strong and vigorous roots were quickly pulled out of the soil layer like a horned dragon. The entire ancient tree blossomed with a brilliant green light, and a series of strange changes happened to the tree's body in an instant. The branches were quickly shrinking, and the roots were also quickly changing shape. Within the incomparably dazzling green light, the towering ancient tree was actually shrinking, and then it actually turned into a green giant. With a loud rumbling sound, he landed at the entrance of the valley and stood side by side with the giant who had jumped down earlier. The 2 green giants were 8 to 9 meters tall. Their bodies were flowing with a faint green brilliance, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This was simply unbelievable, the ancient tree, which was tens of meters tall, was rooted on the walls of the valley like a giant umbrella. How did it turn into a green giant? Trance, was this a tree demon that had cultivated to a high level? Xiao Chen didn't know, and he also didn't have the time to think about it. The 2 green treants were taking large strides towards him. At the same time, on top of the cliff above the valley, an elegant figure appeared. It was precisely the devastatingly beautiful Zhao Lin Air, and there was a treant standing beside her. What was going on? She was actually together with the mysterious treant. Xiao Chen didn't have the time to think too much, he quickly ran away with the 3 skeletons. Don't let him get away. Zhao Lin Air's clothes were whiter than snow, she was incomparably elegant. She stood on top of the cliff with an exceptional grace, it really made people suspect that she was a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Rumble. Rumble, the 8 to 9 meter tall green giant ran as fast as the wind, its weight was as heavy as a mountain. When it stepped on the ground, it was really like a huge hammer pounding on the ground. The earth trembled violently. At the same time, the imperial angel Zhao Lin Air on top of the cliff had already landed on the shoulder of the treant beside her. That treant nimbly jumped down from the cliff, its body was emitting a faint green radiance. It followed behind the other 2 giants and chased after Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The three huge monsters chased after him from behind. It made Xiaochen feel a strong pressure. He turned into four streaks of light along with the three skeletons, and leaped around the mountain forest at lightning speed. The primitive ancient forest was very dense. Even though those three green treants were running as fast as the wind, they were blocked by the mountain forest unceasingly. It was hard for them to catch up to Xiaochen in a short time. Zhao Linair stood on the shoulder of the treant. Her figure was elegant and otherworldly, the divine radiance in her eyes was profound. She had already been waiting for Xiaochen here for a long time. She already knew that he would find this place. Today was finally the day to strike back. She rejoiced that she got the favor of the young Pegasus. This young sacred beast was the beloved child of nature. It had a good relationship with the strange treants in the Trance Valley, so she also got the Trance friendship. Although there were only a limited number of treants, every single one of them had extraordinary strength. They were all evolved from ancient trees that were close to 10,000 years old. They were spiritual creatures nurtured by nature. They understood the power of nature. Even the savage beasts did not dare to approach the Trance Valley. Other than the most ancient treant, the rest of the treants seemed to have just gained intelligence not too long ago. Their brains were not that bright yet. Zhao Linair relied on her relationship with the young unicorn to easily obtain their support. Xiaochen, don't tell me you thought of today's turn of events? The one who laughs last is the winner. Although Zhao Linair's voice was beautiful, her words revealed a hint of killing intent. Humph, you can laugh again when you catch me. Perhaps one day, a high and mighty imperial angel like you will become my female slave. Zhao Linair's expression was calm. She did not get angry at all. She commanded the three treants to outflank Xiaochen. Rustle. The forest swayed. The three treants were running at high speed in the mountain forest. They separated the dense ancient forest. Their bodies were circulating with a faint green radiance. That was the power of nature that they were born with. It helped them push away the huge branches that were blocking their way. The sound of the treants running could be said to be incomparably loud. The mountain forest was slightly trembling. The startled wild beasts were running around in disorder. After that, a few of the savage beasts rushed out, but when they saw the 3 8 to 9 meter tall giants, they also stopped their footsteps. And just at this time, the rumbling sound alarmed the practitioners in this area. Many people heard the sound and flew to the top of the huge trees, or climbed up the mountain range and cliffs to take a look. Seeing the three jade-green giants from far away, those practitioners couldn't help but reveal a startled expression. Especially when they saw Xiaochen being chased. Some of the practitioners who once saw the battle between Xiaochen and Chaos, they paid even more attention. At the same time, Zhao Linair was standing on the shoulder of the green treant. It was impossible for her not to attract attention even if she didn't want to. For a moment, all the practitioners in the vicinity chased after their traces and paid close attention to the development of the situation. Nowadays, many practitioners have already landed on the Dragon Island in succession. All of them came for the ancestral dragon and the syndicate dragon king. A lot of battles have already occurred, and even more practitioners lost their lives. The giant treant joined the battle that crossed the region to hunt them down was the most influential one among them. Gradually, more than half of the practitioners in the outer region of the island were alarmed. Many people were paying close attention. So much so that many people already had the intention to get close to Zhao Linair. They could guess the origin of the treant. It was impossible for them to transform into a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. They must have been born on the Dragon Island. If they could rope in Zhao Linair, not only would they be able to obtain a peerless beauty, they would also obtain an unimaginable power. In front of the misty waterfall, Yan Qingcheng's figure was like a fantasy. She stood on top of the cliff, looking at the few giants running past her. She slightly creased her brows. The golden-haired pretty boy Rand also revealed an astonished expression. He said, "There are actually treants on the Dragon Island. This is a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. They are the crystallization of nature. Yaluode is from the jungle tribe. If he has a way to subdue a treant, I'm afraid his strength will increase greatly. He might even surpass us." Just when they were paying close attention to this matter, Yaluode and the young barbarian expert Chaos were also paying close attention to all of this from a mountain range not far away. Yaluode was extremely excited. His voice trembled as he said, "They are actually treants transformed from 10,000-year-old ancient tree," and 3 of them appeared at once. Although Xiaoqian's cultivation had broken through his original realm, he still felt a headache when facing three huge monsters at the moment. He already separated from the three undead creatures, but under Zhao Lin Er's command, all of the treants chased after him relentlessly. Until now, he had already crossed more than 10 mountain ranges in succession. He alarmed many vicious birds and ferocious beasts. However, the three treants were still chasing after him like a shadow. He was basically unable to get rid of them. Boom! A huge foot that was emitting a pale green radiance was stomping towards Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian left behind an afterimage in his original position and quickly dodged it. The huge foot stomped on the ground with all its might. Cracks immediately appeared on the ground, and the trees in the vicinity shook violently. Soon after, a few huge arms swept over. The green radiance they emitted was incomparably dazzling. This was the treant's natural force. The arms looked as if they were made of steel. Rumble! Rumble! A large row of huge trees were cut down with a rumble. 6 huge hands tried to grab him at the same time. Xiaoqian's back was drenched in cold sweat. He continuously shifted his position. It was as if his body was on fire. Dazzling rays of light blossomed. It was like a throbbing divine flame. He left one after another afterimages in the mountain forest as he evaded the huge treants. The Xianxia that were secretly observing this place paled in fright. As expected, the treants were very scary. They were all secretly shocked. Xiaoqian, let's see how you are going to escape. The Imperial Angel was standing on the shoulder of one of the treants. A trace of smile gradually blossomed on her elegant face. It made the hundreds of flowers in the mountain forest immediately lose their splendor. One of the green arms of the giant was radiating resplendent rays of light. The huge hand swept through everything in its way. After chopping down 7 to 8 huge trees in succession, it finally covered the front of Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian was unable to escape anymore. Boom! The huge green palm that was even taller than half of Xiaoqian's body ferociously chopped forward. Since he was unable to dodge, Xiaoqian could only raise his strength to the limit and brace himself to receive this palm. Both of his hands moved in succession. Mysterious and mystical seals were shot out one after another. Amidst the resplendent rays of light, a splendid star chart appeared in front of Xiaoqian. It was like an ancient and mysterious shield that helped him to block the powerful attack of the huge palm. The jade-green huge palm was dazzling with resplendent rays of light. With a loud rumble, it struck the star chart. The light screen in front of Xiaoqian was shattered. One by one, the stars dimmed down. Xiaoqian was sent flying by the powerful attack. Amidst the unceasing sound of the trees breaking, Xiaoqian's body emitted an incomparably bright radiance. He consecutively crashed into more than 10 towering ancient trees and fell among the broken branches and withered leaves. Right now, he could feel chaos's pain. Chaos was bombarded by him like this before. He didn't expect that not long after, he would personally experience this kind of feeling. Boom! A huge foot stepped on the side of Xiaoqian. If it wasn't for him rolling away fast enough, he might have been trampled into meat paste. Xiaoqian quickly leaped up, his body burst out with resplendent rays of light. Under the situation where he was unable to dodge, he could only exchange blows with the treants. However, the treants were not only tall and big, they could also use the power of nature. Every time they exchanged blows, a dazzling green radiance would burst out. Xiaoqian felt as if he was crashing into a huge mountain. The powerful impact made his whole body feel incomparably painful every time. Even if his life essence was exuberant and had already materialized into a divine flame, it was still unable to withstand the violent bombardment of the treants. After all, the treants were too huge. Xiaoqian was unceasingly sent flying in the mountain woods. He crashed into row after row of huge trees. Facing the treants, he felt powerless. There was a river flowing through the primitive forest in front of him. Xiaoqian seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. He exchanged blows with the treants a few more times, then he ran towards that river with all his might. Stop him! Stop him quickly! Zhao Lin Er shouted hastily. The mountain woods were too dense. Even though this river was very wide, it was very gentle. There was no sound of flowing water. As a result, they didn't notice it beforehand. This wide river was a life-saving river for Xiaoqian. Without any hesitation, he jumped into the river with a putong sound. He disappeared after leaving behind a few splashes on the surface of the river. Things were always unpredictable. Zhao Lin felt incomparably dispirited. Victory was clearly in sight, but she didn't want to fall short at the last moment. She really wanted to chase along the river, but when she saw the surrounding terrain, she didn't dare to let the treants advance anymore. Unknowingly, they actually arrived at the border of the tyrannical dragon's territory. That was a berserk sovereign king. Don't mention 3 treants, even if there were several times more of them, they would still be torn apart by the tyrannical dragon in an instant. The tyrannical dragon was one of the most ferocious royalty among the dragon race. They were known as the powerful dragon race that could contend against the gods. Xianxia emerged from the water surface only after no less than half an hour had passed. The water splashed over and over again. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The 8 to 9 meter tall treants possessed boundless strength. They had inflicted heavy injuries on him. During this half an hour, he didn't swim along the river. When he entered the water, he went against the current for several tens of meters. After that, he concealed himself in the water without moving. Xianxia struggled to climb up the riverbank and staggered for more than 10 meters. After that, he sat on the ground with a putong sound. After that, he lay on his back in the underbrush and took a deep breath of fresh air. All of a sudden, he felt a dangerous aura. It seemed like someone was spying on him from the dark. Xianxia immediately stood up, his powerful life force surged up violently like a divine flame. The glaring radiance evaporated his clothes in an instant. It was as if his entire body was draped with a layer of resplendent divine armor. He was as lively as a dragon or a tiger. He clearly understood that the number of practitioners that entered the Dragon Island had increased by a lot. Just now, there must be a lot of people paying attention to the process of the green giant chasing after him in the dark. The people in the vicinity might want to make a move on him. They want to eliminate a powerful competitor. He had no choice but to release his powerful aura to warn them. As expected, the dangerous aura seemed to have decreased by a lot. However, there were still people staring at him. He could feel a snake-like ice-cold radiance coming from the mountain woods behind him. Some people seemed to firmly believe that he was already heavily injured. They felt that this was a good opportunity to get rid of him. On the current Dragon Island, the strong live, the weak die. It was very cruel. Xianxia withdrew the brilliant radiance around his body, otherwise the experts would think that he had a guilty conscience. He walked towards the tyrannical dragon's territory unhurriedly. As expected, someone was following him. The murderous aura was getting closer. It seemed like an expert had firmly locked onto him. The danger was getting closer and closer. The person hiding in the dark was about to make his move. This was definitely a powerful expert. Perhaps the next attack would be as fast as lightning. Xianxia knitted his brows. The condition of his body was very bad right now. After being bombarded by the 8 to 9 meter tall green giant, even the diamond body might not be able to withstand it. If another great battle happened, it would be a nightmare for him. Roar! With a tiger's roar, 3 familiar figures appeared in front of him. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang tore apart a huge tiger that was blocking their way. They transformed into 3 streaks of white light and rushed over here. At this moment, the 3 snow-white skeletons were no longer skeletons in Xiaoqian's eyes, they were more like 3 angels. They came at the right time. The dangerous aura that locked onto Xiaoqian in the dark faded away after a slight hesitation. If it wasn't because the 3 skeletons arrived at the right time, it would definitely be a false alarm. Xiaoqian finally relaxed, but he couldn't stay here any longer. He and the 3 skeletons followed the river and advanced towards the tyrannical dragon's territory. If they wanted to go to the Deathly Swamp, they would have to pass through this area first. And this was the territory of the ruthless sovereign king. Ordinary practitioners wouldn't dare to approach this place. After going 2 miles deep into the swamp, Xiaoqian was no longer worried about the invasion of the savage beasts. He was also no longer worried about the sneak attack of the practitioners. After finding a safe and desolate place, Xiaoqian immediately lied down on the underbrush. He was really too tired, his whole body was in incomparable pain. He didn't move an inch for no less than half an hour. He silently operated the mysterious technique to heal his injuries and recover his strength. A wave-like radiance flowed slowly and enveloped his body. In the end, Xiaochen enjoyed the service of the three skeletons. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang carried Xiaochen as they passed through the mountain forest at lightning speed, advancing towards the swamp. A few practitioners saw this bizarre scene. Among them, those practitioners who didn't have a deep understanding of the undead creatures really had a feeling as if they saw a ghost. 3 snow-white skeletons were actually carrying a man as they ran. There were also some people who wanted to follow them, but the distance was too far, and the primitive forest was too dense. The skeletons disappeared after a few flashes. Even though Xiaochen was being carried by the 3 skeletons, he was always paying attention to the movements in his surroundings. When he was approaching the swamp, he unexpectedly saw a furry little critter. Even if some people were standing in a sea of people, they would still stand out from the masses and attract everyone's attention. This kind of situation was also applicable to animals. A furry little critter was like a spotlessly white snowball. It was emitting an indescribable spirituality. It looked like a tiger cub, but also like a lion cub, and even more like a kitten. However, it was much more beautiful than them. Its fluffy white long fur was snow-white and smooth, spotlessly white. At the same time, it was as glossy as silk, flickering with a milky white brilliance. It was not more than half a foot long, but it was full of spirituality. Its large eyes were as bright as black gems, forming a sharp contrast with its snow-white body. Every time it blinked, it would flicker, full of spiritual energy. At this moment, it was curled up on the ground. It actually looked very human-like. A pair of bright eyes were looking at Xiaochen pitifully. One of its snow-white claws was placed at the side of its mouth, as though it was sucking on it. It looked like a starving child. Xiaochen did not know what kind of beast it was, but he was sure that it was a little fellow filled with intelligence. The feeling it gave off was too special. Although it looked like a cute little beast, it was filled with intelligence, like a little elf. Fortunately, Xiaochen was a male. If it was a female, she might not be able to resist rushing over and hugging him. This intelligent little fellow was too cute. Yeah, the little guy's voice didn't sound like that of a beast at all. Instead, it was like a baby learning how to speak. It kept squeaking and looking at him pitifully. Even though Xiaochen's willpower was firm, his heart was still slightly touched. He decided to give this little guy something to eat. He could even keep it by his side temporarily. However, just at this time, the 3 skeletons suddenly acted as if they had seen a ghost. Before Xiaochen could understand what was going on, they let go of him at the same time. With a plop sound, they threw him to the ground. Caught off guard, Xiaochen was thrown to the ground firmly. A few hard rocks happened to cushion his body. It was so painful that he immediately jumped up. At this moment, Xiaochen had an impulse to tear the 3 skeletons apart. At this time, Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang rushed into the swamp in a panic. After that, they separated from each other and lied down on the pile of white bones. They were motionless. They actually started to play dead. Xiaochen picked up the snowball-like little critter from the ground. The pitiful little critter blinked its big eyes, but it didn't put up any resistance. Xiaochen carried the furry little critter and walked into the swamp. He looked at the 3 upright skeletons suspiciously. What's going on with them? Are they afraid of something? However, there was no other vicious creature in front of him. Could it be this little snowball brimming with intelligence? How is that possible? Ignoring them, Xiaochen rushed over to look at the little sacred tree in a hurry. After being ambushed by the imperial angel Zhao Lin Er, the reason why he came back here was mainly because the divine sproutling was still rooted here. The palm-sized little sacred tree was circulating with multicolored radiance. The dense radiance made the surroundings full of vitality. And the ancient tree it was rooted on also received a lot of benefits. It became emerald green, and gained a little more intelligence. At this moment, the pair of bright big eyes of the pitiful snow-white pom-pom in Xiaochen's bosom suddenly emitted a radiance different from before. Before Xiaochen could react, it turned into a streak of white light and rushed towards the ancient tree with a whoosh. It pulled out the little sacred tree with all its might. In that split second, Xiaochen's heart thumped. This time he felt bad. If he pulled it out with such force, the roots of the little sacred tree might snap. What he was worried about was yet to come. The snow-white little critter that looked like a tiger cub and a lion cub tightly held the little sacred tree in its bosom. It rolled around in the forest happily and excitedly. It looked like a child that got candy. After that, it actually bit towards the jade leaves of the little sacred tree. Everything happened too fast, so fast that Xiaochen didn't even have the time to stop it. Only when the little critter cried out squeak, 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 and nibbled on the jade leaves did he hastily rush forward and pull the little critter up. The snow-white pom-pom hugged the little sacred tree tightly in its bosom. It was unwilling to let go. However, what made Xiaochen feel a little relieved was that the roots of the little sacred tree were not snapped, and the two sparkling and translucent jade leaves were also in good condition. The little critter was not nibbling on the jade leaves, it was sucking on them instead. It was really a false alarm. This little guy was too reckless. Xiaochen wanted to separate it from the sapling, but he discovered that it was hugging too tightly. There was no way to separate it. It was like it was protecting its food. The little guy actually let out a few low growls. Xiaochen also didn't want to hurt it. He carried it and walked towards the three skeletons. The three skeletons were looking around. When they saw Xiaochen walking over, they immediately laid down on the pile of bones. This made Xiaochen angry, but he also wanted to laugh. After placing the three skeletons side by side, Xiaochen placed the snow-white pom-pom beside them and observed them quietly. The little critter seemed to be starving as it sucked on the two jade leaves, emitting a series of slurping sounds. What made Xiaochen astonished was that as the little critter sucked, the two sparkling and translucent jade leaves emitted a wave-like radiance as they flowed into its mouth unceasingly. It was actually quickly absorbing the rainbow holy tree's energy. A pair of big bright eyes were filled with satisfaction. They were no longer as pitiful as they were at the beginning. Their expressions were too human-like. Xiaochen had a feeling that this little critter was not ordinary. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was really too small. He didn't think the three skeletons were really afraid of it. The sun was already leaning towards the west. Xiaochen also felt hungry. He hunted a gazelle from the nearby mountain woods, and began to roast the gazelle's leg at the edge of the swamp. Not long later, an alluring aroma wafted out. The glossy golden gazelle's leg, in addition to pineapple and all kinds of delicious fruits, it immediately stimulated his appetite. He began to enjoy his dinner. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter seemed to have eaten its fill. It no longer sucked on the small sacred tree, and casually threw it on the ground. The sapling took root in the swamp by itself. Xiaochen shook his head when he saw this. This little critter really had the temperament of a child. However, the little critter's following performance gave him a big fright. The snow-white pom-pom rolled around the three skeletons. It blinked its big bright eyes. It seemed to be pondering over something. After that, it suddenly stood up like a little ape. It stretched out its two little paws, and tore the three skeletons apart with a kacha-kacha sound. Xiaochen was dumbstruck. Originally, he was still astonished. The little fellow that looked like a tiger cub and a lion cub was actually able to stand up like a little ape. Later on, this sudden violent incident simply made him indescribably shocked. It was too sudden. Fortunately, it was only the joints of the three skeletons that were disassembled. They were not completely smashed into smithereens. Squeak! 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 The snow-white little critter shook the three skeleton skulls with all its might. Its other little paw pointed at the sapling not far away. It seemed to be questioning something angrily. That's right, it was angry. Even though it was only a little critter, its expression was incomparably vivid. It could completely let people feel its mood. The snow-white little critter let out a squeak sound as it tore down Qingguang Wang's forearm bone. It grabbed it with its little paw and used it as a big stick. It knocked on the three skeleton skulls unceasingly. It seemed to be punishing them. This series of action was really realistic. It made people feel that it was very interesting. The three skeletons no longer played dead. Their lower body as well as their sternum were more or less torn apart. They used their forearm bone to prop themselves up and sat up. They looked a little withered like a leaf hit by frost. Clang! 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 The snow-white little critter grabbed that forearm bone and knocked on their skulls. It pointed at the small sacred tree not far away, and kept asking with a squeak sound. The three skeletons seemed to be forced into a corner. They looked at each other for a moment, then they raised their three bony arms at the same time and pointed at Xiaochen. I'm going to faint. These three skeletons were too disloyal. Being forced to confess by a furry little critter was already a waste. now they actually framed him together without any backbone. Xiaochen was really speechless. Whoosh! A streak of white light flashed past. Xiaochen felt as if he was riding on a cloud. He was actually thrown into midair without rhyme or reason. Only now did he feel overwhelmed with shock. The little critter was too extraordinary, it was far beyond his expectation. He hastily adjusted his battle stance in midair, one after another dazzling radiance after another burst out, then he descended to the ground. However, before he even landed on the ground, the snow-white little critter below blinked its big eyes and waved its little paw with all its might. A white light enveloped him in a flash, and with a whoosh sound, he was thrown into midair again. What an astonishing divine ability! This little critter grasped a bizarre divine ability, it really made people incomparably amazed. Xiaochen was tossed up and down, one moment he was tossed to the east, the next moment he was tossed to the west. He was actually treated as a toy by this little critter. Hee, the snow-white little pom-pom actually let out a childlike laughter, its pair of glittering big eyes were blinking with all its might. I'm going to faint. Xiaochen really felt like vomiting blood. Just what is going on? He felt it was somewhat preposterous. This was the first time he saw such a strange spiritual beast. His cultivation could already be considered outstanding, even the young expert of the barbarian race, Chaos, found it hard to resist. However, when facing the little critter below, he felt a sense of powerlessness. That little critter knew a kind of strange confinement technique. It didn't seem to be an effective killer move, but it was enough to protect itself and torture people. Xiaochen was trapped in a ball of white light, it was basically impossible to break out. He was tossed here and there by that little critter. It really gave people the urge to vomit blood. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiaochen looked down, he only saw the snow-white little critter grabbing his roasted gazelle leg, it was eating it with relish. At the same time, it glanced at him from time to time with its shiny big eyes. The confinement technique was strengthened unceasingly, it was unwilling to let him go. This made Xiaochen a little mad. Not far away, the three skeletons were carefully reconnecting the broken bones one by one. After that, they looked at Xiaochen who was tossed up and down in the sky. The three skeletons were very disloyal, they escaped without a trace like thieves. Squeak, 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 the snow-white little critter squeaked. The three skeletons were incomparably dispirited, they slowly turned around. Perhaps it had never eaten food that was sprinkled with salt before. The little critter ate more than half of the roasted gazelle leg. Its little belly was as round as a ball, it was actually unable to budge even a bit while lying on the ground, but it was perfectly satisfied. It blinked its big eyes and released Xiaochen from the sky. Xiaochen was tossed and turned for half an hour, he really felt exhausted. In the end, he actually couldn't break out of the ball of white light, it was released by the little critter. That kind of confinement technique was indeed very powerful. Before Xiaochen could adjust himself, the snow-white little critter actually hugged the little sacred tree and fell asleep. Seeing Xiaochen walking over, the three skeletons gestured back and forth with their 6 bony claws. Their jaws also opened and closed unceasingly with a clicking sound. It seemed like they were trying to explain something, as if they were trying to say that it was not them who didn't uphold the code of brotherhood. What's going on with this little beast? Crack, 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 it's related to this little holy tree, right? Crack, 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 you're saying that it's the original owner of the little holy tree? Crack, 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 the three skeletons nodded their heads vigorously. Just this piece of information was enough to explain everything. As it turned out, the main character had come knocking on their door. However, this snow-white little critter was really a bit terrifying. It looked harmless, but it actually knew a terrifying confinement technique. Who knew if it still had other divine abilities? That snow-white little critter was tightly hugging the little sacred tree that was rooted on the ancient tree's rhizome. It was even smacking its lips from time to time in its sleep, it looked like a cute little baby. What kind of spirit beast was this? It actually had an extraordinary divine ability. If it wasn't for the fact that it was furry all over, Xiaochen would really treat it as a syndicate dragon king. He recalled that day when they dug out the divine sproutling, that sacred dragon seemed to be restless from the disturbance, it roared unceasingly. Although he didn't see what was going on, he reckoned that it was this snow-white little critter that was tossing and turning. From this, he could infer that it was very unusual. But he didn't know how it would compare to those syndicate dragon kings. Although he was tossed around by the little critter didn't harm him at all. Moreover, it was them who stole the little critter's treasured tree in the first place. Xiaochen didn't have any resentment or killing intent in his heart. He could deal with his enemies cruelly and mercilessly, but it was impossible for him to deal with that little critter that was sleeping peacefully like a little baby that was defenseless against him. Xiaochen wasn't pedantic, he wasn't the kind of gentleman who wouldn't be disturbed even if a beauty was in his embrace. He was a normal man, power, beauty, treasure, they were all equally enticing to him. However, he had his own way of doing things, there were things that he shouldn't do. He couldn't be said to be absolutely good or evil, but he had his own bottom line. He felt that he could still be considered as a good person. Early in the morning, the snow-white little critter opened its glittering big eyes. When it smelled the fragrance of the roasted meat, its little belly made a gurgle sound. It hugged the treasured tree and quickly crawled up. With a whoosh sound, it sat next to Xiaochen and stared at the golden deer breast impatiently. When Xiaochen handed over the delicious deer breast to it, it made a lot of effort to move its little nose. After that, it received it cheerfully. While the little critter was eating the meat, Xiaochen discovered that because the roots of the little sacred tree were exposed to the air for a long time, the rainbow-colored radiance gradually dimmed. In the end, it actually lost all its luster and became as ordinary as an ordinary sapling. Regardless of whether it could understand or not, Xiaochen organized his words and told it what he wanted to say. In the end, the little critter looked at him curiously. After that, it stepped on and tore the small tree in front of him. After that, it hugged the tree in its bosom like it was presenting a treasure and raised it for Xiaochen to see. Xiaochen was really startled. This little thing really didn't take the treasured tree seriously. This was truly a reckless waste of natural resources. However, unexpectedly, the treasured tree was not damaged in the slightest. Whether it was the trunk, the leaves, or the roots, they all seemed to be abnormally tough and mysterious. The little critter seemed to be able to understand what Xiaochen was thinking. It ravaged the small sacred tree, then placed it at the root of an ancient tree. Very soon, the small sacred tree blossomed with a dazzling seven-colored radiance once again. Xiaochen seemed to have understood that this was really a treasure tree. Its vitality was incomparably tenacious, there was no need to worry about it being damaged. He also tried to pull up one of the roots and carefully increased his strength. In the end, he discovered that it was as tough as gold and could not be broken at all. No wonder the little critter was not nervous about the sacred tree and threw it away after using it. It turned out that the vitality of the sapling was too tenacious. Welcoming the morning glow, Xiaochen and the three skeletons started their journey. The little critter grabbed its own treasured tree and waved its paw to bid farewell to them reluctantly. It was very human-like, it seemed to have developed a favorable impression of the few thieves. Xiaochen's injuries were already more or less healed. He decided to go to the Trance Valley and make his move ruthlessly. Even though those treants possessed extraordinary strength, they were transformed from ancient trees after all. If he ignited a merciless fire in the valley, he didn't believe that the treants would not be afraid of the sea of fire. When facing the enemy, he had always been decisive in killing, he would never show mercy. Along the way, he discovered many traces of practitioners. Now that the Dragon Island was a jumble of dragons and snakes, the situation was getting more and more complicated. Xiaochen already saw the corpses of the practitioners in a few places. Some of them had not even turned cold yet, the blood dyed the woodland red. Entering the Dragon Island was equivalent to joining the game of death. The demigod-level experts already had the word God in their names. From the performance of the fallen angel. Last time, it seemed like she was deeply afraid of the Dragon Island. She left at lightning speed after she struck the sacred dragon into the Dragon Island. The demigod-level experts seemed to have a great influence on those demigod-level experts. They didn't dare to get close to the Dragon Island. Then what about the Historia-level experts? After thinking about it, he might be able to see them in the near future. Xiaochen decided to avoid the practitioners on the Dragon Island as much as possible, to avoid unnecessary conflict and danger. During the process of advancing, Xiaochen always felt that someone was following him. After he scared away a spell master who was flying low in the sky with his secret technique, he still felt that there was someone behind him. Only until the 9th time did he suddenly rush to the back did he see the one following him. It was actually a snow-white pom-pom-like little critter. The little critter's appearance was a little funny, it actually used the sacred tree as a hat on its head. The roots twined around its ears, the seedling without any radiance had already become very ordinary, people couldn't see anything magical about it. It blinked its big eyes and looked at Xiaochen face to face, it was brimming with intelligence. So it was that, Xiaochen smiled and continued on his way. The little critter no longer hid itself, it began to follow them openly. In the end, it even jumped onto Luanhui Wang's head and squatted on top of it. This made Luanhui Wang a little depressed. The little critter laughed non-stop along the way, it was really very strange, its laughter was actually similar to that of an infant. It was in high spirits along the way, it was brimming with curiosity about everything, it seemed like it had never come to this area before. Occasionally they would come across a large-scale monster, but it was not afraid at all. It wanted to rush over a few times, but was stopped by Xiaochen. They arrived at the Trance Valley again, but this time they did not go to the entrance of the valley. Xiaochen and the three skeletons directly climbed up the precipitous valley wall, and looked down at the vast valley below. The inside of the valley was emerald green, it was full of vitality. Moreover, there were a large number of exotic flowers and plants, the fragrance of the flowers was very fragrant. The beautiful flowers swayed along with the breeze, creating an enchanting wave. In addition to the waterfall and flowing spring in the valley, it was really an exceptionally beautiful place. Only this kind of spiritual land could give birth to an ancient tree that had lived for thousands of years, and give birth to trance. It was really a pity to burn it down with a big fire like this. However, Xiaochen did not have a better idea. And just at this moment, Xiaochen discovered there were practitioners roaming around the vicinity of the valley. It seemed like he was not the only one keeping an eye on the Trance Valley. He came here to settle the grudge between him and Zhao Lin Er, but the others came here to get close to Zhao Lin Er. They coveted her beauty and the powerful strength of the trance. This made Xiaochen feel that things were a little troublesome. He could see a treant guarding the entrance of the valley, and another two treants were walking around in the valley. A faint green radiance was circulating around the huge emerald green shadow, it looked very mystical and powerful. Those spying practitioners did not dare to barge in, they all waited quietly outside the valley. Just when Xiaochen was pondering, a commotion appeared at the entrance of the valley. The peerless Zhao Lin Er appeared, she stood quietly on the shoulder of one of the treants, and hung a huge flag made from animal skin at the entrance of the valley. The huge flag was very eye-catching. A few big words were written in beast's blood, to form an alliance with the Trance Valley, please kill this person to show your sincerity. Below the bloody words was Xiaochen's portrait. It was drawn by Zhao Lin Er, it was very lifelike. Immediately, it attracted 7 or 8 practitioners to come out from the dark, and gathered at the entrance of the valley. Xiaochen was not far from there, he could see everything very clearly. It was hard for him to calm down, Zhao Lin Er's action was too ruthless. The peerless beauty of the imperial angel, coupled with the powerful battle prowess of the treant, was indeed a great temptation. Whether it was those who coveted her beauty or those who wanted to subdue the treant, they would all gather around her. Of course, to Xiaochen, this could be a disaster. His life would be in grave danger, it was very easy to guess, Zhao Lin Er would gather a powerful force, this would be the first alliance on the Dragon Island. Xiaochen didn't expect that Zhao Lin Er would actually come up with this kind of strategy. No wonder she had the appearance of having victory in her grasp. She wasn't in a hurry to lead the treants to chase after him. Xiaochen sensed great danger. He quietly leaned against the wall of the valley, not moving an inch, quietly watching the development of the situation. All the practitioners in the nearby area were alarmed. Yesterday, when the tree man first appeared in front of many practitioners, this valley had become the focus of many practitioners' attention. At present, when the blood-colored banner appeared, it was especially eye-catching, many practitioners moved upon hearing the news. Merely after half a day, there are already 13 people who joined the Trance Valley. Among them, there are spell masters, psychics, and even martial artists. These people were originally in groups of 2 or 3, they were able to hold their own. Now that so many people are gathered together, it can be said that they immediately became an incomparably powerful force. Right now, the Trance Valley had formed the first alliance on the Dragon Island. Their primary mission was not to find the ancestral dragon and the syndicate dragon king, but to eliminate Xiaochen first. The alliance of experts could be considered as a big event. The cause and process were spread around very quickly. This was the first time Xiaochen's name was known by many practitioners. In less than half a day, his name spread throughout the entire outer region of the Dragon Island. It could be said that he could already be considered as a celebrity now. In the afternoon, no one joined the Trance Valley anymore. Most of the practitioners hiding in the dark adopted a wait-and-see attitude. They wanted to see how the situation would develop. Until dusk, another 2 people joined in. It was actually the forest tribe Xialuode and the barbarian tribe's Chaos. The strength of the Trance Valley had undoubtedly increased by leaps and bounds. Xiaochen felt the pressure and danger had increased. On a distant mountain range, the exceptionally beautiful Xianxia attentively watched Xialuode and Chaos enter the Trance Valley. She said, "Xialuode wants to subdue the Trance." The blonde pretty boy Land nodded his head and said, "He still made his move in the end, it's just that we don't know whether the natural spiritual power he cultivated is enough or not. Otherwise, I'm afraid all our efforts would be in vain. This Xiaochen is in big trouble. How about we make our move and give them a favor?" Xiaochen had already concealed himself on top of the valley wall for a day. He watched everything that happened quietly. The 3 skeletons were quiet and motionless. It seemed like they were training their soul energy. As for that snow-white little critter, it was still blinking its glittering big eyes at the beginning. It was curiously sizing up everything. In the end, seeing Xiaochen and the others were motionless, it gradually lost interest. It actually curled up beside Xiaochen and slept soundly. After sleeping for more than half a day, when the sunset dyed the horizon red, the little critter opened its big eyes. It rubbed its little belly that was growling and squeaked at Xiaochen unceasingly. Seeing Xiaochen was still motionless, the little critter snorted a few times discontentedly. With the lusterless treasured tree on its head, it transformed into a streak of white light and rushed into the Trance Valley. The 3 skeletons seemed to have come back to life. They recovered from their deathly stillness and moved their joints nimbly. Xiaochen was waiting for the arrival of the late night. The moon had just risen, the stars appeared, the night birds were chirping. The bonfire flickered in the valley. Zhao Lin Air and a few treants were together. The dozen practitioners were divided into a few pairs. They surrounded the bonfire to discuss something. Only until late at night did the bonfire extinguish. With so many practitioners gathered together, they were basically not afraid of any sneak attack. Xiaochen waited for more than half an hour. He was ready to make his move. He knew that even if the valley turned into a sea of fire, it would most likely be ineffective against those practitioners. It might not even be effective against the treants. He decided to immediately retreat far away after making his move, and look for a place to train in seclusion. Making his move this time could be considered as a kind of attitude. At least he wanted to put the other party in a difficult situation. And just when Xiaochen was about to make his move, the little critter returned. Don't know what it ate. Its little belly was plump, it was staggering, it almost couldn't walk anymore. The little critter was actually burping. Its mouth was actually sparkling. There was something that looked like immortal dew hanging on it. Those sparkling and translucent liquid were actually flickering with multicolored splendor. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. This snow-white little critter was too mystical. Could it be that it found a spiritual spring or immortal milk? The liquid hanging on its mouth was flickering with specks of brilliance. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. What did you eat? Xiaochen looked at it in amazement. The 3 skeletons also surrounded him. The little critter revealed an incomparably satisfied expression. It rubbed its plump little belly and let out a humming sound to express its comfort. Where's your treasured tree? Xiaochen was gobsmacked. He discovered that the sapling actually disappeared. The little critter was lying comfortably among the flowers and plants. It used its little paw to point at the valley, indicating that it placed the treasured tree there. Xiaochen was completely speechless. This little critter was too careless. It didn't even put the treasured tree in its heart. It even threw away this kind of divine sproutling carelessly. If the treasured tree had a spirit, it would definitely lament meeting a beast is unkind. Now, Xiaochen finally knew why he was able to dig up the little sacred tree so smoothly at that time. Maybe the little critter was careless and left the treasured tree there. And the 3 skeletons already knew about the existence of the sacred tree and the little critter a long time ago. Maybe it was also careless in the deathly swamp before. Xiaochen really wanted to hit it ruthlessly. The little critter was lying lazily among the flowers and plants. it seemed like it was reminiscing about the delicious food. It actually started to smack its lips. Xiaochen was preparing to set the valley on fire in a while, but just at this time, it seemed like the little critter had rested enough. It actually sat up with a gulp sound, then it pulled the corner of Xiaochen's clothes, hinting him to follow it. Thinking that the little sacred tree was still in the valley, Xiaochen didn't want it to be destroyed by the fire, so he followed it. At the same time, he wanted to see what it ate just now. The three skeletons also acted like thieves, they lifted their legs high and followed behind lightly. However, the way the three skeletons walked was really comical. Climbing the forest, they climbed down the valley wall. After they arrived at the valley, the little critter brought them to turn left and right. They avoided the area where the fire once flickered. After that, they barely avoided the two treants and brought them to the deepest part of the valley. In the deepest part of the valley, the forest was deep and serene. Every ancient tree needed more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. They were like a huge umbrella that could hold up the sky. Some of the ancient trees were luxuriant with leaves, a single treetop occupied nearly 1 square kilometer. It could be said to be flourishing to the peak. After advancing for a few miles, they already arrived at the deepest part of the valley. There were specks of light flickering in front, it seemed a little strange in the quiet valley. When they saw the source of light clearly, Xiaochen and the three skeletons stopped their footsteps in shock. A bluish-green giant was flickering with specks of green light. It seemed to be an incomparable pain, it was standing there with its crooked body. It was a lot taller than the three treants they saw before, it was at least 20 meters tall. This was an old treant, the wrinkles on its face were accumulated, its long green beard hung down all the way to its chest. What really shocked Xiaochen and the others was not that the old treant was exceptionally tall, but because there was actually a huge crack on its chest. There was a 2-meter-tall naked man inside, he was struggling to get out with all his might. The man had a corporeal body and was no different from an ordinary human. However, although he looked like a young man, he still looked like an old treant. Upon closer inspection, there was a faint green brilliance circulating around his body. Xiaochen was incomparably shocked. The man seemed to be trying his best to transform from the body of an old acquaintance. As the man struggled to get out bit by bit, the 20-meter-tall old treant slowly withered. Its life force was quickly draining away, and the spots of light kept gathering toward the naked man. An alternative evolution. Xiaochen was shocked to the extreme. A 10,000-year-old ancient tree could evolve into a treant, and a treant could completely transform into a human. He felt a powerful energy fluctuation from the naked man's body. It seemed to be no less than a fierce dragon. The man's metamorphosis seemed to be extremely painful. It was unknown how long it lasted, but only half of his body was formed. The snow-white little critter blinked its big eyes and pulled on Xiaochen's trousers, hinting him to continue forward. However, it kept a distance away from the transforming man. After bypassing the old treant for less than 100 meters, an area filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants appeared in front of them. All of the flowers and plants were brimming with spiritual energy. The center of the area was even more dazzling. It was exceptionally dazzling in the dim light of the night. At the center of the flowers and plants, there was a half-foot square puddle. The resplendent radiance was precisely emitted from that place. There was an endless amount of spiritual energy flowing around. And the little critter's treasured tree was rooted in the small puddle. The colorful radiance was enshrouded in dense mist, the entire tree was dazzling. And the liquid in the small puddle was already almost dried up. Xiaochen was a little dumbstruck. Although he had never heard of the treant in the mortal world, he had heard about the sparkling liquid in the small puddle. That seemed to be the sweet dew of life, that was the crystallization of nature. Legend has it that it was already pretty good to be able to produce a few drops over the years in an incomparably vast ancient forest. It had the effect of reviving the dead, but ordinary people simply couldn't find it. It was the sweet dew of life not only in name but also in reality. And here, it actually formed a half-foot square puddle. However, no matter how shocked Xiaochen was, it was already too late. Most of the sweet dew of life had already entered that plump little belly of the little critter, and the remaining part was sucked dry by the sacred tree. This made people feel regretful, but also regretful. This little critter was really too miraculous. It was actually able to find the sweet dew of life. The palm-sized sapling had already undergone an astonishing transformation. That sparkling and translucent white jade leaf had already completely grown. It was as big as the black jade leaf. Furthermore, it spat out another jasper leaf. The splendor was circulating around the jasper leaf, it was glistening with a brilliant green light. Compared to discovering the sweet dew of life, Xiaochen was even more shocked by the state of the little critter and the treasured tree. It was unknown how much sweet dew the little critter drank. Its little belly was already plump, but there was no change at all. This really made people feel shocked. Even if a huge dragon drank so much of the sweet dew of life, perhaps it would also undergo some bizarre transformation. What a miraculous little critter, and the sapling absorbed the other half of the sweet dew of life, but it only gave birth to a new leaf. This was also a shocking point. Could it be that the top half of its new leaf was the sweet dew of life? Everyone has their own selfish motives. Xiaochen was not a saint. He decided to think of a way to keep the little critter and the treasured tree by his side. This little critter was too inconceivable. The snow-white little critter pulled out the treasured tree and placed it on top of its hairy head without a care in the world. Crash! When the sapling was pulled out, a sound transmitted from the dried-up small puddle. 3 sparkling and translucent crystals appeared. The little critter grabbed them suspiciously and chewed one of them as if it was chewing a jelly bean. Crunch! 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 It swallowed it down and took the opportunity to throw another one to Xiaochen. All of this happened too fast. Xiaochen basically didn't have the time to stop it. He also didn't expect that there would be more sweet dew crystals in the puddle. The little critter was really wasting natural resources. It just drank a belly full of sweet dew of life, and now it swallowed another crystal. What a waste. It was too wasteful. It seemed like the taste was not that good. The little critter threw the remaining one to Qingguang Wang. Such a casual action really made Xiaochen a little crazy. Could it be that this little critter grew up in the deity spring? It really made him speechless. Only the spiritual valley that produced the sweet dew of life could give birth to a spiritual creature like the treant. This place cannot stay for long. Xiaochen thought of the transforming treant not far away. That was definitely an existence comparable to a vicious dragon. It was so close to this place, perhaps it was to protect the sweet dew of life. However, it happened to be undergoing a transformation and had no time to care about this place. Xiaochen and the others quickly retreated from the depths of the valley. They carefully avoided the 2 treants along the way. The little critter also seemed to know that it shouldn't alarm those big guys. It was exceptionally quiet on the way back. Once, it even relied on its spiritual sense to avoid a treant that transformed into a towering ancient tree. Under the dim light of the night, if one did not observe carefully, it would be very hard to imagine that it was transformed from a green giant that could move. Including the old treant who was currently transforming, there were a total of 5 treants in the Trance Valley. This was definitely a very powerful force, especially the old treant who might be tyrannical to an unimaginable degree. Xiaochen didn't think that Zhao Lin Er and the others would be able to control that transforming old treant. It had already transformed into a human form. Its intelligence was definitely not something that the other treants could compare to. It possessed incomparably powerful combat power. How could it be ordered around by others? Since they already planned to stay far away from the whirlpool and find a place to hide and train, Xiaochen decided to make a move before leaving. It could be considered as a warning and a counterattack to everyone in the Trance Valley. He and the 3 skeletons transformed into 4 rays of light. They circled around the Trance Valley and started to light a fire. Most of the vegetation on the Dragon Island were oily. They immediately burst into flames as soon as they were ignited. Xiaochen still needed to use a torch to light the fire, and the 3 skeletons possessed pretty strong spiritual power. The spiritual light pulsated unceasingly. One after another netherworld flame burst out wherever they went. In merely a short period of time, the Trance Valley was set ablaze. The raging flame was unstoppable. It spread towards the inner part of the valley. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons didn't dare to stop for even a moment. They ran towards a distant place at lightning speed. It was impossible to return to the deathly swamp again, and it was also impossible to return to that direction. Xiaochen and the 3 skeletons rushed towards the western region of the Dragon Island as if they were flying. That was an unfamiliar place that they had never explored before. Behind them, the flame soared to the sky. It was exceptionally dazzling in the middle of the night. Half of the sky was burnt red. Xiao Chen and the three skeletons ran for more than 10 miles before they stopped and turned around to take a look. There was no one following them, other than the roar of the beasts. There was no other sound in the surroundings. The snow-white little critter also followed them. When they were setting the fire just now, it was excited for a long time. In the end, it followed them all the way down. Standing on the mountain and looking at the Red Valley, one could vaguely hear the noise and chaos. Xiao Chen could guess Zhao Lin'er's mood right now. Even if they didn't suffer any damage, it was still not a small blow to the people in the valley. They had just established the alliance, and in the end, the Trance Valley was burned down on the first day. This was the enemy's contempt, it was their humiliation. Xiao Chen no longer looked at them, he passed through the forest at lightning speed with the three skeletons. They kept heading west to avoid the monsters in the forest. They only stopped after running for more than 10 miles in the middle of the night. It must be mentioned, this Dragon Island seems to be very vast. This area of more than 10 miles is still in the periphery of the Dragon Island. It can be considered as a vast island. Let other people go crazy, let other people go massacre. Xiao Chen doesn't want to get involved in the whirlpool of the fight over the Syndicate Dragon King. In the following period of time, he wants to train in seclusion, quietly wait for someone to find the Syndicate Dragon King. After that, he will board those people's big ship to leave the Dragon Island, and enter that vast mainland of Immortals. Perhaps it is a coincidence, or perhaps there is really an evil power on the Dragon Island. The big fire burned in the Trance Valley for an hour. After it destroyed half of the valley, the clear and sunny starry sky suddenly rolled over and over. A heavy downpour quickly poured down, extinguishing the raging big fire. There were no casualties among the people in the valley, but everyone's complexion was very unsightly. It was very obvious that it was arson. Zhao Lin'er was standing on the shoulder of a treant. A ball of bright radiance enveloped her body, blocking the rain from approaching. The water mist formed a hazy layer of smoke outside her body, making her look incomparably illusory and faintly discernible. However, the Imperial Angel's mood at the moment, it was not as ethereal as her celestial body. She was very angry in her heart. She once thought that it might be the other people on the island who attacked their alliance, but she dismissed that possibility very quickly. She discovered the unique claw marks of the three skeletons. All of this was undoubtedly Xiao Chen's doing. As expected, they were opposing each other with equal harshness. She just condensed a terrifying power, and Xiao Chen ruthlessly swept their face in a short while. This will definitely make them the laughingstock of the other practitioners on the Dragon Island. Chaos let out a low growl from within the crowd. Being burned out of the Trance Valley by Xiao Chen in such a sorry state, it made him incomparably angry. His companion Yaluoda was very calm. He stared at those three treants from time to time. There were a total of 5 treants in the valley. 2 of them were in the depths of the valley. They were not affected by the conflagration. As for the remaining 3 treants, other than one whose left arm was burnt, the other 2 were also in good condition. This was a powerful fighting force. Yaluoda was very excited. The rest of the people were also very angry. More than 10 dignified experts were actually burned to such a sorry state by someone. Most of the practitioners on the periphery of the Dragon Island were alarmed. Some of them stood on top of the mountain and surveyed the scene from a distant place. Some of them flew to the top of the tall tree to look into the distance. Some spellmaster and psychic even flew over there to observe from a close distance. Yan Qingqing stood on top of a precipice not far away. She looked at the glittering starlight at a distant place, and only the Trance Valley was covered with dense black clouds. She said pensively, "This is the power originating from the Dragon Island." This was a restless night. On the second day, the incident of the Trance Valley being burned had indeed spread like wildfire. Xiao Chen once again became the focal point. However, no one was able to find any trace of him. It seemed like he already disappeared from the Dragon Island. Many people guessed that he had already escaped to the depths of the Dragon Island. However, the disturbance this time didn't last for long. It was diluted by the events that happened next. It hasn't even been 3 days since the incident at the Trance Valley. A major event happened on the Dragon Island. Someone discovered the Syndicate Dragon King. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. It scared tens of thousands of beasts. And the one that let out the dragon's roar was merely a 1-meter-long little dragon. The huge sound wave it emitted was like a violent thunderstorm. It caused the mountain forest to shake violently. Just based on the strength of the sound, it was already comparable to the tyrannical dragon and the eight-clawed tyrant dragon. This was a young dragon glistening with a purple divine radiance. Although it was only 1 meter long, the powerful draconic aura made those huge vicious beasts in the mountain forest not dare to provoke it. This was the innate pressure of a beast king. Its appearance was very similar to the legendary Qilin. It had the body of a deer and a horse, wolf hooves, and dragon scales. However, it was also clearly different from the legendary Qilin. Its tail was the divine tail of a crocodile. It was glistening with purple radiance, and its scales were dense. Moreover, it had a pair of horns on its head. The pair of purple golden horns looked exactly like the antlers of a deer. Its head was very similar to the legendary ancestral dragon. Moreover, in terms of imposing manner, it was fundamentally different from the Qilin. The Qilin was an auspicious beast in the legends, while this purple syndicate dragon king was brimming with the pressure of a barbarian king. Although it was very young, it gave people a very powerful oppressive feeling. This syndicate dragon king was discovered by Land and Xianxia in the vicinity of the waterfall. They had been keeping watch over that area all along. They had already discovered a young dragon that seemed to be roaming around that area frequently. However, they only found its traces today. However, the young amethyst dragon king was too powerful. One after another, the dragon roar shook the sky. The surging sound waves possessed incomparable destructive power. It destroyed the branches and leaves of the trees in the vicinity, forcing Land and Xianxia to retreat. Just based on the sound waves alone, it was enough to rival the soul-shaking sound technique of Historia Realm. The ancestral dragon and the syndicate dragon king showed some signs of evolution not long after they were born. After that, they would take the initiative to leave the mother dragon that gave birth to them and begin their own unique path of evolution. Although there was no adult dragon guarding it, Land and Xianxia discovered that they still found it hard to subdue this young dragon. The tyrannical strength of the syndicate dragon king was beyond their expectation. According to legend, the dragons lost all their divine abilities when they were sealed on this desolate island. However, this was simply not applicable to the young dragon king. It was actually able to unleash a glaring purple divine radiance. It turned the mountain rocks in front of Land and Xiaolin air into fine powder. The young dragon king escaped with great vigilance. The purple divine flame on its body was throbbing. It disappeared into the forest like a purple lightning. Its speed was really too fast. Even though Londa was flying in the sky, he couldn't catch up with it. The syndicate dragon king's loud roar startled everyone on the Dragon Island. Many practitioners rushed over here. Just that, when they arrived, they only found a little remnant, that's all. The young dragon king had already disappeared long ago. This was the first syndicate dragon found on the Dragon Island. People called it the Amethyst Dragon King. In the following few days, most of the practitioners gathered in this area, searching for the whereabouts of the Amethyst Dragon King. Xianxia was a little vexed. She never thought that a young dragon would actually be so powerful. It caused them to watch it escape regretfully. Without a doubt, the appearance of the Purple Dragon King had a huge influence. It affected the hearts of all the cultivators. Everyone wanted to subdue it. If he could raise it to adulthood, it would become a terrifying existence that even the gods would tremble in fear. Even the Alliance of the Trance Valley stopped searching for Xiaoqian's whereabouts. All of them threw themselves into searching for the clues of the Amethyst Dragon King. This invisibly resolved Xiaoqian's crisis. Even the Imperial Angel Xiaolin Air couldn't stop them. However, more than half a month had passed, but no one found anything. The young Amethyst Dragon King seemed to have evaporated. They couldn't find any trace of it anymore. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Amethyst Dragon King possessed high intelligence. It seemed to know that danger was approaching. It successfully evaded everyone's search. One after another, the practitioners speculated its possible whereabouts. Some thought it was hiding in a dark cave, some thought it entered the depths of the Dragon Island. Just like that, some people continued to search the periphery of the Dragon Island, while the others who dared to take the risk began to advance towards the depths of the Dragon Island. The process of searching for the Amethyst Dragon King was also a chaotic massacre. Many people lost their lives because of this. More than 20 days had passed since the Amethyst Dragon King appeared. Another major event occurred on the Dragon Island. This time, it could be said to be terrifying. Everyone's fate was closely related to this event. Until today, a large number of practitioners had already gathered on the vast Dragon Island. All of them were powerful experts, there were no longer any more big ships arriving. However, just today, a burst of terrifying divine radiance suddenly gushed out from the Dragon Island. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes in an instant. The entire Dragon Island was like a resplendent divine pearl in the boundless ocean. It was incomparably gorgeous, the radiance soared straight into the sky. On the Dragon Island, 10,000 beasts roared at the same time, numerous dragons roared, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The entire Dragon Island was shaking in a terrifying manner, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Numerous practitioners were incomparably terrified, they didn't know what happened. Everyone was trembling from the bottom of their soul, they all had an incomparably terrified feeling. The dazzling divine radiance lasted for more than an hour, only then did the radiance gradually dim down. The practitioners at the periphery of the Dragon Island discovered to their shock, an astonishing change occurred in the surrounding sea area of the Dragon Island. The glorious divine radiance appeared in the boundless ocean. The originally calm ocean was overflowing with huge waves, as if it was going to engulf the clouds in the sky. Vaguely, numerous practitioners felt an incomparably terrifying power surging in the billows. Soon after, they saw a terrifying scene, it confirmed the conjecture in their heart. A large ship that arrived late, in the midst of the billows that emitted the glorious divine radiance, it fell apart in a split second. It melted away like a snowflake, it completely collapsed and disappeared in the huge billows. The 1,000 miles of taboo ocean surrounding the Dragon Island already reverted back to a dead zone, it can't be traversed anymore. The sea area was sealed in advance, this is a huge unforeseen event, it exceeded everyone's expectations, according to the records of the practitioners, in the past, after the taboo ocean opened, it would last for at least half a year before it would be sealed again. And this time, the time is so short, it is not even 2 months. After the practitioners at the periphery of the island saw this situation, they almost collapsed. This means that they will never be able to leave the Dragon Island, unless they wait for a few hundred years for a new cycle to begin. However, who can live for that long? This mysterious and terrifying Dragon Island, it suppresses the power of the gods. No one can reach immortality realm on this desolate island, no one can wait for the day to come when they can escape. The majority of the people that came to the Dragon Island are young experts. They are the representatives of various forces on the continent, they are all elites that were carefully selected. For the sake of balance, very few of the experts of the previous generation enter the Dragon Island. This is a kind of tacit understanding between the various forces, it formed a kind of subtle balance. Of course, not entering the Dragon Island doesn't mean that the previous generation practitioners won't make a move. The Dragon Island is located in the depths of the boundless ocean, it is 10,000 miles away from the continent. Even if they managed to snatch the Syndicate Dragon King, it is still very dangerous to cross this boundless ocean. There is a high possibility of being robbed along the way. The experts of the previous generation from various forces are all waiting along the way to receive them. Within the boundless ocean, there are even demigods waiting along the way. Those are the people that are close to the gods. The young experts on the island are in despair, they will be sealed on the Dragon Island forever. And just at this time, they saw another terrifying scene. Within the boundless huge billows, a winged fallen angel is struggling unceasingly above the ocean surface, she is tossing and turning in pain. But in a very short moment, her body fell apart, it was crushed by the surging divine radiance. The terrifying taboo ocean, even the sky was already sealed, the fallen angels were usually at the demigod realm, they were regarded as an ancient deity by some of the weaker races. And this kind of existence, actually couldn't withstand the sealing power of the taboo ocean. And not far away, a human martial artist that could fly was also quickly destroyed by the divine radiance. That was the demigod-level expert that was guarding the periphery of the island, waiting for the return of the young experts on their side. He was an extremely powerful figure on the Immortals mainland. The practitioners of Immortal and Nirvana realm basically didn't step foot in the secular world. The demigod-level expert of Zephyr realm could already be considered as the top of the pyramid in the secular world. They could contend against the legendary ancient fallen angels, they could contend against the sacred dragon, but it was still difficult for them to withstand the sealing power of the taboo ocean. The young experts on the periphery of the island collapsed. Even the demigod couldn't leave the taboo ocean. How could they leave? They were trapped here forever. This day, the Dragon Island was filled with panic. This sudden unforeseen event was equivalent to the arrival of the end of the world for them. The hopeless Dragon Island, the Dragon Island that made people despair, the divine radiance on the Dragon Island receded, the island returned to its former state. The nearby sea gradually calmed down, the divine radiance also receded. However, one could clearly feel that there seemed to be a mysterious power in the seawater that separated the Dragon Island and the Immortals' mainland. Xianxia had been training for the past month. Strength was the most important thing. Only until today, when the earth-shattering event happened on the Dragon Island, did he get alarmed. Very soon, he found out what happened. This was like a bolt of lightning to him. However, vexation and despair were also useless. He could only think about the matter at hand first. Perhaps a panic was about to occur on the Dragon Island. If someone with ulterior motives pushed it, these few days would be an incomparably dangerous period. Xianxia confined himself to a rocky cliff. He had to avoid this dark period at the beginning. The most important task now was to survive. As a matter of fact, in the following 3 days, everything was as Xianxia expected. A bloody storm swept across the island, a cruel reshuffle was carried out. It was definitely not just 1 or 2 people pushing it. There should be a lot of people adding fuel to the fire, filling the despairing people with panic. The chaotic battle and massacre caused many young experts to fall. No matter where, there would always be ambitious people. This was the first major reshuffle on the Dragon Island. They still couldn't figure out who was behind the scenes. They could only wait for the island to calm down in the future. Only then would they be able to find some clues. In these 3 days, many practitioners were on the verge of despair. They attacked frantically. In these 3 days, many practitioners were on the verge of despair. They attacked frantically. The bestial nature of the desperate crowd erupted. What else did they have to worry about when they didn't dare to do things in the past? During this period of time, it was filled with evil. The strong live, the weak die. This became the unchanging truth on the Dragon Island. In just 3 days, more than half of the practitioners on the Xianxia dragon died in battle. Xianxia dragon sword and ocean. This was a terrible disaster. This was a man-made reshuffling of the cards. After the cruel reshuffle, the evil, the island's power, the island gradually calmed. Everyone's clan, the island's T-line. After of the island were the Tages, the ocean, the awakened. The island of Tor Ocean. Originally, the people who entered the Dragon Island were the representatives of various forces. It could be said that they were opposing each other. But now, the establishment of an alliance has become a trend. If they want to survive, they must unite together. Only then can they strengthen their power. The Trance Valley is a good example. During the 3 days of reshuffle, it was not like there was no one pushing to exterminate the Trance Valley. Many of them coveted Zhao Lin Air's peerless beauty. Under the state of despair, there were people who attacked from time to time. However, the corpses piled up in front of the Trance Valley. The attackers suffered heavy casualties. They were still unable to take down the Trance Valley. This made people realize the importance of establishing an alliance. Only by working together can they have the ability to survive. However, only the people inside the Trance Valley know that the Trance Valley was only able to survive this storm by luck. Although there were a few powerful Treants who participated in the defense. However, when facing the crazy practitioners who attacked from time to time, if not for a terrifying youngster who walked out from the depths of the Trance Valley at the crucial moment, they would have no way to stop them. That youngster is 2 meters tall. He has long dark green hair. His strength is comparable to a vicious dragon. Most of the practitioners who rushed into the Trance Valley were killed by him. As soon as the battle in the Trance Valley ended, Yaluode and Chaos left. Because Yaluode already knew that it is impossible to subdue the Treants there. He and Chaos began to prepare to establish an alliance. Not long after the purge ended, more than 10 alliances appeared. Among them is the Nature Alliance formed by Yaluode and Chaos, the Dharma Alliance formed by Buddhist Ijin and his senior brother Ichi, the Undying Alliance formed by Yen Qingqing and Land, the Radiant Alliance formed by Radiant Spell Master Schroeder, the Blue Rain Alliance formed by the female psychic Lanyu. Speaking of which, the Trance Valley can be considered as the first alliance. After the reshuffle, the powerful practitioners are establishing alliances one after another to expand their strength. Establishing alliances has already become a trend. Only by doing so can they become stronger, only by doing so can they survive better. Very clearly, some of the driving forces behind the scenes during the reshuffle are the founders of some alliances. Right now, they are beginning to recruit soldiers and buy horses to strengthen their strength. In merely 2 to 3 days, some of the alliances already have 40 to 50 members. And at this moment, there are only 600 to 700 people on the Dragon Island. For an alliance to have a few dozen members, it can already be considered very terrifying. If this continues, they will definitely become the overlord of the Dragon Island. The weaker alliances, as well as the practitioners who did not join the alliance, there are no lack of schemers among these people. Many of them joined hands and spread the news. The Dragon Island doesn't want an overlord, it doesn't want an emperor, everyone is free, everyone is equal. In order to avoid the emergence of a super alliance, a harsh rule was gradually accepted by the majority. That is, the upper limit of an alliance is 10 members. Otherwise, all the alliances will unite and attack together. From then on, they will suppress the emergence of a superpower. This rule is supported by the majority of people. Because they clearly know what this means, they manage to avoid a lot of dreadful consequences. Otherwise, some people might become the emperor of the Dragon Island, some people might become the overlord of a region, and even more people might be enslaved and become obedient soldiers. This is something that those driving forces behind the scenes didn't expect. Those who entered the Dragon Island are all elites. The driving forces behind the scenes only launched an attack once. After the others calmed down, they are not any less intelligent than them. A lot of restrictive rules were slowly being perfected. In order to avoid killing each other, to avoid tragedies from happening again, to avoid the manipulations from behind the scenes, another new rule was introduced. If there is a conflict between the alliances, it is not allowed to carry out a chaotic battle between more than 3 alliances. Under the condition that more than 10 alliances agree, the conflict between the 2 alliances can only be settled by force, thus avoiding the alliance's battle. And when the conflict between individuals needs to be settled by battle, there is no such strict rule. As long as the 3 alliances agree, both sides can settle it by force. On the surface, it seems that restricting the alliance's growth is to prevent the emergence of an uncrowned king. However, the current situation is also filled with all kinds of disadvantages. Fights will appear from time to time, and they are already legal. In the end, those who can enter the Dragon Island are all representatives of various forces. They are all outstanding youths. Every one of them is very conceited and arrogant. The emergence of this kind of rule is something they are happy to see. Not only does it restrict the major powers, it can also show off their extraordinariness in a legal battle. In just a few short days, the undercurrents on the Dragon Island surged. Dozens of alliances were established at lightning speed. There are very few who didn't join the alliance. Of course, there are still exceptions. Rumor has it that someone with unfathomable strength has already entered the depths of the Dragon Island. Xianxia walked out from a hidden cliff and arrived at a spiritual valley filled with gorgeous flowers. The exotic flowers are in full bloom here. Jade grass covers the ground, green bamboos are jade green, there are even waterfalls, flowing springs, jade rivulets, and green lakes. The scenery can be said to be very beautiful. The snow-white little critter is lying lazily among the flowers and plants. It has been very vexed these past few days. Every day, it drooled because of Xiaoqian's roasted meat, but it can't enjoy it. After drinking so much sweet dew of life last time, its little belly is very round. It didn't digest much in this 1 month, it can only look at the delicacy and sigh. Xiaoqian found it very funny when he saw its drooling appearance. During this period of training, Xiaoqian gave it a name, Kiki. Originally, he wanted to call it Hihi, because when it was happy, it would always laugh non-stop. In the end, he decided to give it a name that sounded similar to Kiki. The 3 skeletons had a big breakthrough during this period of time. The reason was because of the life crystal that the little critter threw to them. At first, Xiaoqian was a little worried when he saw the 3 of them absorbing the life crystal. After all, they are dark creatures. He was afraid that they would clash with each other due to the energy attribute. However, through observation, he realized that there was no need to worry at all. They weren't the kind of dead souls he had imagined. The light of their souls wasn't extinguished, and they weren't any different from ordinary human souls. In fact, their soul power was much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Although a sweet dew life crystal was only the size of a knuckle, the pure essence energy contained was unimaginable. It was not much different from a dragon crystal. It was precisely this kind of crystal that allowed the three skeletons to cross a heavenly moat on the path of cultivation. Originally, they had just entered the Xianxia realm, but it was very unstable. Sometimes, after an intense battle, they would even fall from this realm. And now that he directly entered the second celestial layer of Xianxia, the white skeleton became a lot more glossy and translucent. It had a jade-like luster. The most important thing is that they underwent some bizarre transformation. A lotus-like imprint appeared on the foreheads of the three skeletons. It was able to emit glorious divine radiance. Vaguely, Xianxia felt that the formation of that imprint was extremely beneficial to the three skeletons. Perhaps most of the essence of the sweet dew of life was condensed there. It could be said that they had become a true expert. They were already able to contend against powerful enemies together with Xianxia. Xianxia still didn't know what kind of transformation happened in the outside world these few days. He decided to go out for a stroll, but he didn't bring the three skeletons along this time. They were really too conspicuous. After passing through the dense ancient forest alone, he returned to that familiar area. Very quickly, he discovered a lot of anomalies. Not long later, Xianxia finally found out about the recent happenings. The establishment of the alliance and the rules of survival made him keenly aware of the pros and cons involved. On the surface, it seems like there were restrictions on the Dragon Island, but the battle seemed to have been completely legalized. Even though he was hiding his tracks, there were a lot of practitioners in this area. Not long later, he was still discovered. His portrait was once drawn on the beast skin flag. Some people had seen it before, and even more people had heard about it. He once burned down half of the Trent's Valley with a heartless flame. Xianxia could be considered as a celebrity now. Since he was already discovered, Xianxia didn't need to hide his tracks anymore. He began to walk in the mountain forest openly. The battles were already legalized. He couldn't simply provoke or seek revenge. He was actually looking forward to Zhao Lin coming to his doorstep to have a legal battle with him. Very quickly, someone came to find him, but it was not Zhao Lin. Someone wanted to pull him into one of the alliances. Xianxia tactfully refused. After that, some people appeared from time to time. A few alliances extended an olive branch to him. However, they were all politely refused by Xianxia. He still didn't want to be bound to one of the alliances. Xianxia had no choice but to stop his footsteps when he arrived at a place not far away from the Proteus Draco. Because someone blocked his path with an unfriendly expression, it was actually the young expert of the barbarian race, Chaos. What a coincidence, we meet again. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. Chaos's complexion was extremely gloomy. The battle last time was a humiliation to him. Just now, when he found out that Xianxia entered this area, he immediately came to find him. However, even though he suffered a crushing defeat in the battle last time, the ancient beast's soul in his body gradually fused with his body. It made him feel dejected and vexed, but at the same time, he gradually developed a strong self-confidence. He urgently wanted to have another battle with Xianxia to wash away the humiliation he had suffered before. Today was a rare opportunity. This time I will tear you apart. Chaos growled in a low voice. His 3-meter-tall body looked especially terrifying in the forest. I heard that the battle has already been legalized. Do we need to find someone to witness it? Xianxia was fearless, his expression was even a little relaxed. Of course. Even though Chaos had an innate bestial nature, he didn't dare to act recklessly by himself. After all kinds of regulations had just been promulgated. He didn't want to be the first one to break them. Who knows, someone might really make a fuss about it and bring about a fatal disaster. There were a lot of practitioners in this area. The news spread out in the shortest possible time. The founders of 3 alliances appeared on the spot. They unanimously agreed that this battle could be carried out. However, the venue of the battle needed to be chosen. This area was too close to the Proteus Draco. In order to avoid alarming the vicious dragon, they needed to stay far away from this place. The news spread at lightning speed. After all, this was the first legal battle after the emergence of the alliances and the promulgation of all kinds of regulations. It was especially eye-catching. Not long after, more than 100 people gathered at the newly decided battle venue. More than 10 alliances came, and even more people were rushing over here. Wait. Yaluoda, who received the news, finally arrived at this place before the battle started. Behind him were the members of the Nature Alliance that he and Chaos created. Yaluoda's complexion was not very good, he didn't want any mishap to happen to Chaos. He shouted loudly, "Someone wants to fight with Xiaochen first." Many of the 100 Shouja present sneered. There were also some who had indifferent expressions. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with them. It was fine as long as there was a life and death battle to watch. Chaos's complexion turned ashen. Although he knew that Yaluoda was worried about him, he was still very angry. He felt very embarrassed in front of so many people. "There is still someone who wants to fight with me, Chaos, do you agree? If you want to fight 2 against 1, I can even agree to let him join forces with you to fight me." Xiaochen knew that Chaos would not agree. However, under Yaluoda's signal, a spell master flew out from Nature's Alliance. He took over Xiaochen's words and said to the spectators in a loud voice, "Good, since Xiaochen has agreed, then I will also fight him." This was simply shameless and too thick-skinned. Xiaochen had not expected that Yaluoda would actually order someone to do this. He had truly put aside his pride. As the founder of the Nature Alliance, Yaluoda was the first to agree on behalf of his alliance. And the second alliance that agreed was the Trance Valley. At this moment, Zhao Linair also rushed over. The third to agree was an alliance called Flying Cloud, founded by a gorgeous woman named Li Miao. Xiaochen did not remember offending such a woman. However, when he saw that she was not far from Yaluoda, he immediately understood. The 2 alliances seemed to be of the same breath. Many people were sneering. This was truly going too far. Chaos let out a furious roar. He shouted at the spell master who was flying over, "Back off, if you dare to disturb my decisive battle with Xiaochen, I will tear you apart first." The golden-haired spell master named Damien's complexion alternated between green and white. Originally, when he rushed forward to fight Xiaochen together with Chaos, he was already ridiculed by others. And now, he was reprimanded by Chaos, his complexion immediately changed. He swung his sleeves and left in anger. "I swear, if anyone disturbs our duel, I, Chaos, will not rest until one of us is dead." The low roar of a beast reverberated in the forest, filled with a fiendish aura. Yaluoda was helpless, the blonde spell master Damien's face was ashen, a small interlude before the great battle ended just like that. Chaos let out a loud roar, causing the forest trees to tremble. His bestial nature was extremely strong, his pair of eyes gradually emitted a green ominous glint. Without any superfluous words, his 3-meter-tall demonic body burst out with a tyrannical aura, his brown-yellow long hair danced wildly, he was incomparably ferocious. 2 huge vicious beasts with a height of 10 meters appeared behind Chaos. They were completely condensed from divine radiance and emitted a baleful aura that could intimidate one's soul. One was a green divine wolf that was transformed from energy, the other was a yellow ferocious tiger that was transformed from energy. Their huge ferocious silhouettes were faintly discernible as they emitted a series of heart-palpitating roars. It made Chaos look extremely terrifying. Vicious beast protection. Chaos was like the king of beasts, divine radiance lingered on his entire body as he charged towards Xiaochen with a mad roar. His pair of huge demonic claws practically wanted to tear the void apart, they emitted a dazzling green-yellow radiance and even caused the space to distort. Xiaochen's aura was equally imposing, his entire body was like a mountain, he emitted an incomparably powerful aura. His entire body was enveloped by a radiance from head to toe, the divine flame was throbbing. When he took a step forward, even the earth trembled a bit. Xiaochen unleashed a berserk attack, one after another resplendent divine radiance burst out from both of his hands. Just like one after another heavenly blade, they pierced through the void within the circumference of several zhang. The dazzling radiance penetrated through every pore, the surroundings were completely submerged by the dazzling radiance. Within the terrifying energy radiance, one could vaguely see the divine radiance that was like a waterfall. It clashed with the 2 huge vicious beasts unceasingly, the terrifying aura that burst out was vast and mighty unceasingly in this mountain ridge. Numerous members of the alliance were outside the battlefield, the complexion of many people who were watching the battle changed. The earth was already trembling, the forest trees were swaying crazily, the fallen leaves swirled in the air, the nearby region was brimming with an incomparably powerful energy shockwave. Within the resplendent radiance, the two of them were moving as fast as lightning. They left behind one afterimage after another in the glaring radiance. They were exchanging blows at lightning speed, they were colliding unceasingly. All kinds of exquisite killing moves were unleashed dozens of times in a split second. It exceeded the visual reaction of many people. This was a life-and-death confrontation between two experts: divine radiance, afterimages, demonic claws, beastly souls, light blades. They intertwined and shone, the terrifying energy spread in all directions. In the surroundings, the forest trees were crumbling unceasingly. Even if it was just the shockwave of the great battle, those towering ancient trees couldn't withstand it. Broken branches and withered leaves filled the sky, the sawdust fluttered in the air like snowflakes. Both of their bodies were emitting a dazzling radiance. It was as if the divine flame was raging. Due to their speed being too fast, the trajectory of their movements in the battlefield looked like one after another lightning dancing in the air. Roar! Chaos roared madly. He leaped high into the sky and swooped down like a goshawk. His huge demonic claws firmly grabbed onto Xiaoqian's right arm. He wanted to swing him around, but it was hard to shake him off. Xiaoqian didn't move an inch. On the contrary, he flipped his wrist and grabbed onto Chaos's left wrist. With a ferocious backflip, he directly flung the 3-meter-tall Chaos away. Divine radiance surged forth. Chaos broke 11 ancient trees in succession. Only then did he fall among the broken branches and withered leaves. He bellowed and rushed over again. However, he knew in his heart that he was no match for Xiaoqian. Recalling the crushing defeat last time, his strong confidence was shaken. Xiaoqian soared into the sky again. He swept his legs continuously in the sky. The splendor was dazzling. Chaos raised both of his arms to block. He endured the heavy cleave. Boom! Chaos was swept away by Xiaoqian in the sky. The dazzling radiance burst out. A large part of the forest trees were crushed by the energy impact. Everyone who was watching the battle were the heroes of the new generation, but when they saw this battle, many of them couldn't help but change their countenance. Roar! Chaos bellowed, but just as he stood up, Xiaoqian rushed over as fast as lightning, grabbed his left arm and flung him away. After that, Xiaoqian rotated his right leg in the sky and ruthlessly smashed Chaos onto the ground. Soon after, he left behind an afterimage in the sky and chased after Chaos. Both of his legs ferociously stomped on Chaos's chest. If he were to step firmly, his body would definitely burst apart. Chaos felt an unprecedented fear. The battle last time had already left a shadow in his heart, and this time, he suffered another crushing defeat. At this moment, he lost all of his spirit. He hurriedly rolled his body to save his life. When Xiaoqian stomped on the ground, the earth trembled violently. One after another terrifying big crack appeared on the ground and extended to a distant place. Crack! Xiaoqian stomped on the ground again. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Chaos's legs were broken. A blood-curdling screech resounded in the forest. Xiaoqian swept his right leg with all his might. Chaos was kicked into the sky. His whole body was curled up with brilliant radiance. Xiaoqian soared into the sky and grabbed both of Chaos's arms with both of his hands. Crack! Crack! Chaos's arms were broken. Is the main character's killing intent really that heavy? I feel that the environment is like this. When he is not strong enough, he can only endure. When he is strong enough, he will make a decisive move. He only wants to live, that's all. Stop. The golden-haired spell master Damien flew over at high speed like a golden lightning. He uttered a strange syllable from his mouth. He waved both of his hands and released the incantation. A few meter-long energy serpent waved its huge body and swept towards Xiaoqian. Shameless. Despicable. The spectators couldn't bear to watch any longer. Earlier, Damien used Xiaoqian's words to obtain the qualification to fight against Xiaoqian in a very disgraceful manner. However, he was already rejected by Chaos. But now, he actually rushed over again and launched an attack. Obviously, he was instigated by Yaluoda. They were afraid that Chaos would be killed. They didn't care about their face anymore. Humph. Xiaoqian snorted coldly. He grabbed the heavily injured Chaos and violently swung him towards that energy serpent. Boom! The energy serpent dispersed in the sky, and Chaos's body was also fractured in many places. Xiaochen swung his body to land on the ground, then he threw him up and threw his fist towards Chaos's chest with all his might. The fist aura was resplendent, just like a comet streaking across the sky. It burst out with dazzling divine radiance and fiercely hit Chaos's chest. At the same time, a glaring light blade chopped at his neck, sending him flying more than 20 meters away. Along the way, he continuously crashed into more than 10 ancient trees. Chaos was an opponent worthy of admiration, but an opponent is an opponent. No matter what his martial arts level was, he was still an enemy in the end. It was impossible to sit down and chat merrily when they met. They could only face each other in a life-and-death situation. Therefore, Xiaochen didn't show any mercy. He directly used all his strength to kill him. However, things often go beyond one's expectations. He didn't kill Chaos. Chaos came from the barbarian race. Many experts of this race had ancient beast souls sealed within their body. Without a doubt, Chaos had ancient beast souls in his body. Moreover, there were 2 souls in his body. One was the soul of the divine wolf and the other was the soul of the vicious tiger. At this moment, the potential of the ancient beast souls was stimulated and burst out with dazzling radiance. It blocked most of the power of Xiaochen's attack and saved Chaos's life. However, most of Chaos's bones were fractured. He suffered an unimaginable injury. Within half a year, he would be a cripple. It would be difficult for him to threaten Xiaochen anymore. The spectators from every alliance were in an uproar. Xiaochen's strength left a deep impression on them. Many people were incomparably shocked. At a distant place, Yaluoda let out a loud roar and caught Chaos, who was falling from the sky. He looked at Xiaochen with boundless killing intent. And on this side, Spellmaster Damien had already clashed with Xiaochen. The incantation was released unceasingly. Purple lightning, black netherworld flame, huge energy snake, flaming divine blade, they danced in the air unceasingly, bombarding Xiaochen. However, before Xiaochen's resplendent fist, all the energy of the incantations crumbled, unable to injure him. Damien gradually became anxious. Originally, he had already been ridiculed and disdained by others when he appeared. Now that he was fighting with someone who had just experienced a life-and-death battle, he was actually so weak. This made him even more impatient. Damien's flying altitude was getting closer and closer to the ground. He had no choice but to approach slowly because Xiaochen was too strong. The incantation he cast from a distance was basically unable to do anything to Xiaochen. Master's words. However, spell was Xiaoan said, and, Master from Xiaochen keenly grasped the opportunity. His tall and straight body was like a flickering light passing by. He left behind an afterimage in the forest. Xiaochen turned into a streak of light, and rushed towards a towering ancient tree. Soon after, he jumped up. Under the inconceivable gaze of numerous young heroes, Xiaochen stepped on the void and ran at high speed in the sky. He turned into a streak of light, and left behind a few afterimages. He stepped on Chaos' body, and then stomped with both of his feet. Chaos let out a blood-curdling screech as he fell down while carrying Xiaochen. Boom! When they fell to the ground, more than half of the blonde spell master Chaos bones were fractured. Xiaochen lightly waved his right hand backward, and left with large strides without even turning his head back. A dazzling divine radiance swept past, Chaos' head rolled down from his neck, blood gushed out. This was really too shocking, it could even be called a classic. A spell master who could fly was actually trampled on by a martial artist. It was simply inconceivable. This would become a classic teaching material for martial artists to confront spell masters. Numerous spectators couldn't help but let out a cry. Many alliances had the intention to recruit Xiaochen. Many of them were already prepared to negotiate with him. A splendid battle came to an end, many people were discussing about it. This was the first legal battle after the establishment of the alliance. It was also an extremely splendid battle. Xiaochen couldn't avoid becoming a celebrity on the Dragon Island until the end. Many people extended an olive branch to him, but Xiaochen tactfully declined. He didn't want to be tied down by a certain alliance. As for the recent events, he was already fully aware of it. He knew that the Dragon Island would be very splendid, and also very cruel. As an individual, if he was powerful enough, he might be able to obtain everything. If he wasn't powerful enough, it might be filled with all kinds of dangers. He had already heard that there were beautiful female cultivators who had offered to sleep with the founders of some alliances. And just today, he personally experienced it himself. There was actually a charming and sexy female practitioner who extended a pink peach branch to him. Xiaochen was a normal man, beautiful women were equally enticing to him, but he rejected them. He clearly understood what he should do at this moment. The most important thing to do on the perilous Dragon Island is to work hard to increase his power. As for the others, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiaochen was very calm after the battle. The Dragon Island that was filled with danger and excitement was not that scary to him. On the contrary, it might be filled with opportunities and challenges. Some people were happy, naturally, some people were angry. At this moment, the nature alliance established by Yaluoda could even be said to be filled with anger. And the Trance Valley was the same. How could Zhao Lin Air be happy? In the Undying Alliance, land was filled with astonishment after he heard the news. He and Yan Qingqing didn't go to watch the battle. He couldn't believe that Chaos would be defeated by Xiaochen. The exceptionally beautiful Yan Qingqing was standing in front of that spectacular waterfall. She also revealed a hint of astonishment. Xiaochen's strength had exceeded her expectation. The golden-haired handsome land gradually revealed a hint of ice-cold smile on his face and said, "Interesting guy. I want to test his ability personally." "Don't act rashly. From the rumors, even if you can defeat him, it will be very difficult. He is very good at concealing his true power." Yan Qingqing's appearance was exceptionally beautiful. It was as if she was out of a dream. "Humph, he is concealing it. I am also holding back. There are many alliances on the Dragon Island. Xiaochen also doesn't want to fight alone. He might not necessarily join one of the alliances, but at the very least, he should befriend a few people, so that they can take care of each other in the future." He wanted to pay a visit to Buddhistation in secret. This time Xiaochen was especially careful. He passed through the lush and luxuriant primitive forest. He didn't startle anyone and appeared on top of a beautiful mountain range. This was the location of the Dharma Alliance. It was located near the beautiful mountain range. Wooden houses were scattered all over the place. They were hidden in the mountain forest. It was very artistic. It really looked like the residence of an otherworldly expert. Completely relying on his instincts, Xiaochen walked towards a wooden house. When he was still a few dozen meters away, the door of the wooden house was already opened. Buddhistation's instincts were very sharp. At the same time, the door of a wooden house not far away was also pushed open. Another young monk was leaning on the door. Xiaochen knew that he must be the senior brother that Yizhen mentioned many times. "Xiaochen, I knew you would come to find me." Buddhist Yizhen laughed. The gray-clothed monk who was approaching was really his senior brother. His Buddhist name was Ichi. Buddhist Ichi was the same as Yizhen. He didn't address Xiaochen as almsgiver, and he also didn't address himself as a poor monk. Although he was a monk, his etiquette was no different from ordinary people. The two young monks were very kind. Yizhen said with a smile, "You are a celebrity now." Xiaochen's various self-protection actions really turned him into a celebrity. He directly burned down the Trance Valley, making Zhao Lin Air and the others gnash their teeth in anger. Today, the battle with Chaos was the first legal battle. It was especially eye-catching. After that, he stomped Spellmaster Damien down. From the sky, more than 10 alliances gasped in admiration. "How about joining us? Aren't you afraid that I will bring you a lot of trouble?" Xiaochen said with a smile, "You must know that I have offended a lot of people. Those people from the Trance Valley hold a grudge against me, and Yaluoda and Chaos are also like fire and water." Buddhist Ichi at the side laughed and said, "We heard the rumor. Today you suppressed Chaos, you beat up that barbarian madman until he was afraid, then you stomped on Spellmaster Damien and won with ease. You are indeed an expert." Yizhen laughed and said, "I never thought I would also make a mistake. I was worried about you before. I didn't expect you could completely suppress Chaos. You don't have to worry so much if you join us." Xiaochen smiled and shook his head. He said, "I do not wish to cause trouble for you. I appreciate your kind intentions. We didn't take you in out of kindness. It's because you have the strength and qualifications to join us." The two young monks were very frank, without the slightest bit of pretentiousness. They directly stated that they valued his combat strength. Xiaochen liked interacting with such people. He said bluntly, "The trouble I have caused is far more than you can imagine. If you don't mind, we can take care of each other in private. Although I didn't join you on the surface, if you were in danger, I would definitely lend a hand. Similarly, if I run into trouble, I hope that you will help me as well. This way, we'll be in an alliance, but I won't bring you trouble because of me. Buddhist Xian and Ichi laughed heartily at the same time. They agreed straightforwardly. As far as they were concerned, this was the best suggestion. There was something that Xiaochen wanted to confirm. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat or sleep well. He really wanted to know if the youth that was transformed from a treant in the Trance Valley had walked together with Zhao Lin Er and the others. He was deeply afraid of that treant that emitted an aura comparable to that of a fierce dragon. Buddhist Xian actually knew about the existence of that treant. That was the news spread by Yaluoda. He claimed that he was unable to see through that treant. Many alliances were apprehensive of the Trance Valley because of this. However, rumor has it that the powerful treant was training alone. He did not allow anyone to enter the depths of the valley. Furthermore, under his restriction, the treants were not allowed to leave the Trance Valley without permission. After hearing this news, Xiaochen's hidden worry disappeared. Senior brother Xian, I want to know, how is the relationship between Yan Qingqing and her fellow apprentices? There was a reason why Xiaochen asked this. The undead evil king's foundation in the mortal world, the disciples had always been fighting with each other. It was full of competition. Many of the fellow apprentices were like fire and water. He really wanted to know if this kind of situation would still exist in the world of immortals. If that was the case, the matter of him killing Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu might just be forgotten. They don't seem to be on good terms with each other, they are filled with strife. Otherwise, Yan Qingqing wouldn't have cooperated with Land and abandoned her fellow apprentices. Buddhist Xian answered his question, but he felt a little strange. He asked, why are you asking about this? It's hard to explain in a few words, since the two senior brothers asked. I won't hide it from you. I have complete trust in you too. No matter if he trusted them or not, Xiaochen must express his attitude verbally. I once killed Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu. What? Really? Buddhist Xian and Buddhist Ichi were very shocked. Xiaochen briefly explained the course of events. If it was not because Zhao Lin Er also knew about this matter, he could have let this matter remain unsolved forever. Now, he must deal with this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Zhao Lin Er told Yan Qingqing about it, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Since Yan Qingqing was not on good terms with his fellow apprentices, he wanted to resolve this matter with Buddhist Xian's help. It was not that Xiaochen was a weakling who was afraid of getting into trouble. He would not and disdain to compromise with his enemies. However, he wanted to resolve this issue with those who seemed like enemies but were not enemies. No one was willing to make enemies everywhere. Xiaochen was not a madman who only knew how to kill. The situation at hand was very complicated. He wanted to reduce the number of enemies as much as possible. However, if he failed to resolve the issue, he would be regarded as an enemy. He would definitely act like how he treated Chaos and the others. He would not show any mercy. Actually, Xiaochen really wanted to have a decisive battle with Yan Qingqing and Land. He was once looked down upon by the two of them. He really wanted to suppress the two of them with absolute power and shatter their arrogant mentality. After listening to the summary of the events, Buddhist Ichi heaved a sigh and said, you made your move when the time was right. Brother Xiaochen is really decisive. Otherwise, with the cultivation of those two, I'm afraid it would be hard for you to resist. What Ichi said was not empty words. Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu were very powerful. If Xiaochen did not make a decisive move when the tyrannical dragon's loud sound wave pierced through his ears, the outcome would be very hard to predict. Xian understood Xiaochen's meaning. He smiled and said to him, I will give it a try. However, Yan Qingqing is very assertive. It is very difficult for others to sway her thinking. Even if she is hostile to those fellow apprentices, they are still from the same sect after all. This involves the dignity of the sect. Thank you for your trouble, brother Xian. Xiaochen also did not expect to resolve the issue completely. If it doesn't work, he would just fight. Retreating was never the best way to resolve the conflict. The more effective way was to fight until the other party trembled. Of course, the prerequisite was that you have that kind of strength. After Xiaochen bid farewell to Xian and his fellow apprentices, he walked into the area where the alliance stood in great numbers. In a spacious and empty woodland, a few practitioners were discussing. It seemed like there was an alliance that wanted to have a decisive battle with Xiaochen. The upper limit of an alliance was 10 people. To challenge one person, this was too much of a bully. Those few people in the forest recognized Xiaochen. They surrounded him together and told him this news. Xiaochen didn't even think and directly said, "I refuse to fight with that shameless alliance." Xiaochen hurriedly left this forest and shook off the few people following him. Then, he headed west and returned to where he was cultivating. Kiki was curled up into a snow-white pom-pom, snoring loudly in the midst of the flowers and plants. The divine sproutling was rooted in the flowering shrubs beside it. It was curling up with colorful splendor, making the furry Kiki look incomparably lazy. The 3 skeletons were meditating quietly in the cave. The lotus imprint on their foreheads was glistening with glorious radiance. Xiaochen didn't startle them. He was carving in the spacious area of the valley by himself. He marked the topographic map of the periphery of the Dragon Island on the ground, the tyrannical dragon's territory, the tyrant dragon's beach, the Proteus dragon's valley. These areas all have vicious dragons that cannot be provoked. After that, he added the deathly swamp. There was an undead king inside, and he was far from being able to provoke him. Then, he added the Trance Valley. The old Treant in the depths of the valley had already transformed into a human. That was an expert comparable to the vicious dragons, so he couldn't provoke it either. These were the forbidden areas on the outskirts of the island. Dozens of alliances were scattered in these areas, none of them venturing into the depths of the island. Xiaochen pondered quietly for a long time. The Dragon Island was filled with dangers and challenges, but it was also filled with all kinds of opportunities. Perhaps he should venture into the depths of the island, perhaps he could obtain a dragon egg, perhaps he should form an alliance and recruit a group of experts, perhaps. Xiaochen took out the sweet dew of life crystal hidden in the valley. Dazzling light of life flowed in his palm. The translucent sweet dew of life contained endless life essence. Originally, he had kept it to save his life. If he took it when he was seriously injured, it would definitely have the effect of reviving the dead. But now, he felt that it should be absorbed into his body as soon as possible to increase his strength. On the Dragon Island that was filled with danger, strength was the most important thing. Xiaochen held the crystalline sweet dew of life in his palm. When he circulated his profound cultivation technique, it turned into a resplendent treasure light encasing him. Rays of dazzling light of life rushed into his body. This was the purest form of life energy, without the slightest trace of impurities. It fused with his body like water and milk. Looking from afar, his figure was submerged in a dazzling divine light. The dazzling light caused the valley to be filled with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Kiki was startled awake. She ran over curiously and circled around Xiaochen. The 3 skeletons walked out from the cave at a distant place. They also came closer to size up Xiaochen, who was submerged by the multicolored radiance. Xiaochen's body was enveloped in a bright radiance from the moment the sun set in the west all the way until midnight. She yawned again and again. Twisting her chubby body, she curled up among the flowers and plants and began to have sweet dreams again. The 3 skeletons sat in a circle nearby and meditated quietly. They could be considered as Xiaochen's protector. Only until the latter half of the night did the divine light around Xiaochen's body completely retract. The starlight was resplendent, and the moonlight was as hazy as water. The huge amount of life energy was deprived once again. Most of it gathered at the clavicle acupoint. In the beginning, he tried slowly and felt that the life energy had indeed gathered in his flesh and internal organs. Only then did he start to circulate the secret art with all his strength to absorb the essence of the sweet dew of life. However, the circulation speed of the secret art became faster and faster. It went beyond his control. The left clavicle acupoint was like a bottomless pit. It automatically deprived the huge amount of life energy. As a result, most of the life energy gathered at the clavicle acupoint. It condensed into a glittering speck of light. The left clavicle acupoint was divinized. It could only be said that the chi training secret art on the ancient divine monolith was too mysterious and tyrannical. However, a portion of the huge amount of life energy still poured into Xiaochen's flesh. He could clearly feel the advancement of his cultivation. His skin was flickering with a sparkling and translucent splendor. It was as if his body had gone through a round of refinement. Every inch of his skin contained a formidable power. Furthermore, his body seemed to have become a lot more agile. Xiaochen waved his hand casually, a dazzling radiance soared into the sky. It seemed like it wanted to connect with the starlight in the sky. The glaring sword chi was especially resplendent in the night sky. He knew he broke through to the Xianxia fifth celestial layer. He took a big step forward on the path of cultivation. Xiaochen slowly calmed down. This was a fruitful night. Other than his cultivation advancing to the fifth celestial layer, the Xianxia acupoint on his left leg, the Xianxia acupoint on his right leg, the center palace acupoint on his chest, and the clavicle acupoint on his left shoulder, these 4 acupoints were already divinized. He was looking forward to even more acupoints being divinized. His cultivation had reached the Xianxia fifth celestial layer. In addition to his vigorous life energy, Xiaochen was filled with strong self-confidence. On this dragon island where danger lurks in every corner, only by being strong can he be fearless. The early morning sunlight was very gentle. Kiki, who had slept enough, woke up very early. It rolled around among the flowers and plants, its snow-white fur was flickering with a faint splendor. Its pair of bright big eyes were filled with intelligence. However, when the aroma of roasted meat began to pervade the valley, Kiki revealed a pitiful expression. It used its little paw to rub its plump little belly, and looked at Xiaochen, who was enjoying his breakfast not far away. It was so hungry that its saliva almost flowed out. It painfully used its little paw to cover its bright big eyes. After that, it tried its best to bury itself in the flowers and plants. It no longer wanted to look at that golden, glossy delicacy that made it drool. Kiki, come here, eat less. Xiaochen found it very interesting, so he teased it on purpose. Squeak. Squeak. Kiki waved its snow-white little paw, it protested fiercely. Xiaochen smiled, this little guy is really too interesting. The 3 skeletons were training in a cave not far away. Recently, after they had a breakthrough in their cultivation, they seemed to have grasped the true essence of training. The lotus imprint on their foreheads was glowing brilliantly, it was able to guide the essence of heaven and earth to converge towards them. After enjoying his breakfast, Xiaochen left the valley and continued his journey by himself again. After passing through layers upon layers of primitive forest, Xiaochen arrived at the Dharma Alliance again. On top of the beautiful mountain range, the wooden huts, the morning sun, fresh flowers, morning dew, everything was so harmonious. However, when he saw the 2 young monks enjoying the roasted lamb leg, the feeling from just now disappeared in a flash. Looking at Xiaochen's shocked expression, Buddhist Xian and Buddhist Ichi burst out laughing. Xian said, the world of immortals is different from the mortal world, you should have already felt it. Even though we are monks, we are no different from ordinary people. In the world of immortals, we pay more attention to training and look down on the teachings. Xiaochen nodded his head and smiled wordlessly. The 2 young monks were washing the oil stains on their hands next to the gurgling spring. They gave off an otherworldly feeling. The 2 of them were not pretentious at all, everything seemed to come from their hearts. They ate meat without any misgivings, and discussed the teachings without any taboo. Perhaps this already represented a kind of Zen state. Buddhist Xian said, last night, I met with Yan Qingqing. I wanted to talk about the matter between Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu, but I don't know why she cleverly changed the topic, she didn't give me any chance to explain. Is that so? Xiaochen pondered, then said, it seems like she already knows. She doesn't want you to be caught in the middle. That might be the case, but when we were talking about you, she didn't show too much hostility, it seemed like everything was very calm. Right now, we still can't be sure if she is going to make a move against you, everything is very subtle at the moment. Thank you, Senior Brother Xian, I understand. The current situation on the Dragon Island is very complicated, we need to wait and see for a lot of things. Xiaochen and Xian were not stupid, there were a lot of things that they didn't need to be said out loud. The silhouettes of people were swaying in the distant wooden house, those were the members of the Dharma Alliance, some of them were training in the forest. Buddhist Ichi seemed to have thought of something, he reminded, Xiaochen, you have to be careful, there is an alliance that wants to challenge you, it seems very crazy. What alliance? Xiaochen already heard about it yesterday, but he didn't ask which faction it was. The Avenger Alliance. What, Avenger? Xiaochen felt a little strange. Could it be that they wanted to take revenge on him? He couldn't help but ask, who is their founder? He seems to be called Guluo, he is a one-armed man. Buddhistichi said. It really is him. When Xiaochen heard this name, he already had a premonition that it might be Guluo. Last time, during the battle at the Deathly Swamp, Guluo's arm was cut off by Xiaochen's sword when he was trying to escape. He suffered a heavy injury. During the 3 days of chaos, he survived unscathed. Now he established an alliance, named the Avenger. The spearhead was aimed at Xiaochen. Senior brothers, do you know the strength of this alliance? Are there any powerful figures among them? Buddhistian at the side carefully recalled and said, the founder, Guluo, has the cultivation of Exuvia third celestial layer. However, because he is missing an arm, his cultivation is greatly reduced. Other than that, there are psychically Ling Feng and Spell Master Carter, both of them are at Exuvia third celestial layer. Among the other 7, 3 are barely lingering around the Exuvia realm, 2 are at the first celestial layer of Exuvia realm, and 2 are at the second celestial layer of Exuvia realm. Other than Guluo, there are actually 2 third celestial layer experts? This was indeed a powerful force. At the same time, Xiaochen was a little amazed. How could there be people willing to submit to others? Guluo was already crippled, why would those 2 Exuvia third celestial layer experts join the alliance he established? Moreover, if Guluo wanted revenge, there was no need for those people to get involved at all. Yizhen laughed and said, the Revenge Alliance is a temporary organization. The psychically Ling Feng came from the Trance Valley, the Spell Master Carter came from the Nature Alliance established by Yaluoda. These 2 people left their original alliance and joined the Revenge Alliance temporarily. Everything was very clear. The Revenge Alliance was established to deal with Xiaochen. Those 2 experts were transferred over. Xiaochen began to seriously ponder. Now that his cultivation had reached the Exuvia 5th celestial layer, could he go crazy for once? If he could get rid of an alliance in one fell swoop, his influence would increase rapidly. If he wanted to form an alliance in the future, he would definitely be able to recruit a group of true experts. Only then would it have a strong deterrent force. What are you thinking? Don't tell me you want to take the risk? Buddhistian seemed to know what he was thinking. I really want to give it a try. I want to establish my might with one battle. I don't want to be disturbed by others all the time. Xiaochen explained like this, although he also had the intention to form an alliance in his heart, he couldn't say it out yet. You are going to face 10 experts by yourself, it's too risky, you can totally reject it. Buddhistichi also tried to dissuade him. No, I decided to take the risk. Xiaochen made up his mind. The Revenge Alliance and Xiaochen were going to have a decisive battle. Xiaochen was going to challenge an entire alliance by himself. The news spread like wildfire. This was an incomparably sensational news. It caused all the practitioners in this area to be alarmed. All the cultivators in the area were alarmed. Many alliances in the distance also heard the news and quickly rushed over. After all, this was really too shocking, to challenge an entire alliance by himself. If he was not very confident in his own strength, then he must be an arrogant madman. The incomparably sensational news spread to many alliances very quickly. Xiaochen was a famous person on the Dragon Island, it was impossible for people not to have a deep impression of him. Guluo appeared, he only had his left arm left, his complexion was a little pale, his gaze was even more gloomy, his expression was incomparably cold. There were 9 people following behind him, 2 of them were obviously different, they seemed to be looking down on Guluo. Those who knew the inside story could guess that these 2 must be the psychically Ling Feng and the Spell Master Carter. They came from the Trance Valley and the Nature Alliance respectively, they were parachuted into the Revenge Alliance. Soon after, Xiaochen appeared, he was not nervous at all. Under the attentive gaze of many experts, he arrived in front of Guluo and the rest as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Right now, most of the people on the Dragon Island were youngsters in their 20s, there was no lack of beautiful women among them, there were even a few with peerless talent, they were devastatingly beautiful. At this moment, at least 20 alliances arrived at the scene, there were no less than 200 people, they occupied a third of the Dragon Island's population, there were even more people rushing over here. He is Xiaochen? I've heard his name a lot. This is that famous person on the Dragon Island? We finally met this madman. This guy is really a madman, he actually dared to challenge an entire alliance by himself. He is tall and handsome, his appearance is not bad. Stop being infatuated. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, no matter if it was the male practitioners or the female practitioners, everyone's gaze was focused on Xianxia. All kinds of discussions about him were lingering in the ears. During the decisive battle with Chaos last time, there were only about 100 people at the scene. And this time, there were only about 200 people at the beginning, but now it has broken through to more than 300. And the reason why the other few hundred people didn't come to the scene, it was because they were too far away from here, or they didn't hear the news, or they didn't make it in time. Humph. Guluo snorted coldly, his eyes were filled with undisguised resentment. Xiaochen was very calm, he said, don't think that you are the victim, you should be very clear, it was you who encircled me first. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. It was useless to say more, Xiaochen nodded his head. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and said, I will face the 10 of you alone, it's impossible for me to fight you head-on. If I were to engage in guerrilla warfare around the entire Dragon Island, the battle line would be too long. How about this, let's make a compromise and choose a sealed valley to start the battle. Many alliances specially chose a valley that was not very densely packed, it was to avoid being obstructed by the lush forest and not being able to watch the exciting battle. Standing on top of the valley, they could clearly see everything inside. However, this seemed to be a little unfair to Xiaochen, who said he didn't want to fight head-on. After all, a reasonable terrain cover was more important for a single person. In Guluo's plan, he wanted to fight head-on with Xiaochen. However, from Xiaochen's words, it seemed like he was prepared to fight while fleeing. This made him feel very uneasy. Hearing that compromise, he immediately agreed. In the sealed valley, the Revenge Alliance could easily catch a turtle in a jar. And just at this time, Xiaochen actually disappeared quickly. He kept changing his position in the forest, and began to kill people other than these 3 experts. He decided to deal with those practitioners with weaker cultivation first, and then deal with Carter and Li Lingfeng, who could fly in the sky with all his strength. Exuvia 5th Celestial Layer. This was a kind of overwhelming advantage, it made Xiaochen as terrifying as a war god. In a short 15 minutes, Xiaochen killed 6 practitioners from the Revenge Alliance. Other than Guluo, Li Lingfeng, and Carter who were confronting him, there was still one more practitioner who escaped into the depths of the valley. At this moment, Xiaochen's body was enveloped by a resplendent divine radiance, it was like a raging flame. His entire body was brimming with fighting spirit, the murderous aura pervaded the forest. The leaves in the forest withered under the attack of the formless murderous aura. The green leaves filled the sky and fell down. Guluo, Carter, and Li Lingfeng began to attack with all their might, they didn't want to be eliminated by Xiaochen one by one. Carter finished chanting the incantation, one after another terrifying lightning struck down, chasing after Xiaochen. At the same time, one after another energy light blade fell down like a meteor shower. It was not that Xiaochen didn't dare to fight head-on, but rather he was afraid that if he displayed his power, Guluo and the rest would flee in fear. It would be difficult to eliminate them all. Many alliances watching the battle from the top of the valley could see the reason why he chose the valley battle. Guluo's gaze was sinister as he looked at Xiaochen with hatred. He said, since you have already agreed to a decisive battle, then let's fight to the death. The moment Xiaochen arrived, he killed an expert from the other side. He was like an undefeatable demon king of massacre. His long black hair fluttered without any wind, fluttering about wildly. But only the heavens knew if he really didn't dare to fight head-on. Spiritual knights were born with spiritual power. After nurturing, they could form different kinds of abilities. Now, Li Lingfeng was using his strong special ability to try and restrain Xiaochen. The mountains on the Dragon Island were undulating, there was no lack of valleys. Very quickly, they found a suitable location. The valley was 3 to 4 miles wide. The trees in the valley were lush and full of vitality. As a battlefield of life and death, it wasn't too bad. Everything happened too quickly. Guluo's side had already lost 3 people in just a short period of time. This was a terrifying result. 1 person against an entire alliance, and he actually suppressed everyone. As a matter of fact, Xiaochen possessed the power of the 5th celestial layer now, he was not afraid of this revenge alliance at all. However, he was displaying the power of the fourth celestial layer now. He wanted to keep it a little mysterious, and give the opponent a surprise when necessary. Gu Luo stood upright with his sword in hand. The sword chi was flickering, he didn't have any scrolls to use right now, he could only rely on his own power to fight. Spiritual nightly Lingfang floated in the sky, green radiance surged all over his body. He raised his spiritual power to the limit. Spellmaster Carter was also in midair, he kept chanting the incantation unceasingly. The ferocious incantation energy attack was about to descend. Xiaochen let out a loud roar, his whole body trembled. The mysterious power that confined his body disappeared. And the spiritual nightly Lingfang in the sky suffered a backlash, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was indeed powerful, but the person he wanted to attack was a practitioner of Exuvia 5th celestial layer, 2 celestial layers higher than him. Both of them charged at each other, they were separated by a few meters. Xiaochen's hands were as dazzling as blades, he brandished them with all his might. 2 incomparable sharp auras streaked across the sky like a resplendent rainbow. In that instant, it swept across the neck of one of the Revenge Alliance's member. His head flew up high, it flew diagonally for more than 10 meters. Blood spurted up to a height of 2 to 3 meters. A powerful aura that could shake one's heart. It was a frightening scene. Gu Luo, spiritual nightly Lingfang, and Spellmaster Carter launched a fierce attack one after another. One after another, the energy that emitted an inexhaustible killing intent rushed towards Xiaochen. He left behind an afterimage in his original position and disappeared quickly. After that, a dazzling radiance burst out from another direction. A large part of the forest was destroyed in that instant, the terrifying radiance submerged that place. The battle had already begun, Xiaochen's performance gave everyone a huge shock. He didn't use guerrilla warfare, instead, he charged towards Gu Luo and the rest. Xiaochen shifted his position, he left behind one after another afterimage on the ground. He dodged the incantation energy attack one after another and chased after a few other practitioners. It was absolutely shocking. Inside the valley, Xiaochen withdrew his 5th celestial layer's power. It was short-lived, he very naturally transitioned to 4th celestial layer of Exuvia. Almost no one noticed this kind of change in power, they thought Xiaochen had always been at 4th celestial layer of Exuvia. Gu Luo shouted loudly, at this moment, he felt a chill in his heart. Xiaochen was too scary, choosing the valley to fight, this was a conspiracy. Xiaochen turned around and faced the many spectators of the alliance, he shouted, we will choose a sealed valley for the decisive battle, the area is not too big, but it is not too small either, everyone gather together, don't separate. He quickly expressed his intention. The 2 experts at the front of Gu Luo's group vomited blood and retreated in defeat. One of them just took 5 steps back, his whole body suddenly split into pieces. He actually collapsed in an instant. And the other person, when he took 7 steps back, all the bones in his body were also fractured. He weakly fell to the ground, his eyes were filled with fright even at death's door, now is the time to settle the grudge with Gu Luo. The people at the top of the valley burst into an uproar, everyone was very shocked. Xiaochen was simply like a grim reaper, he possessed an overwhelming and terrifying power, Xiaochen indeed felt restricted, his body gradually became as heavy as a mountain. It was practically hard to move even a single step, his movement became incomparably sluggish. If not for the protection of the divine flame outside his body, he might have been torn apart by the meteor-like energy light blades that Carter sent down. Xiaochen pressed forward with large strides, the entire mountain woods trembled along with him. He was as heavy as a giant, the powerful pressure made Gu Luo and the other 2 palpitate, they almost couldn't breathe. Gu Luo was incomparably terrified, he had already anticipated that his life might come to an end, but he was still struggling with all his might like a cornered beast. Xiaochen's body emitted a resplendent divine radiance, he left behind one after another afterimages in the forest. He dodged the psychic Li Ling Feng and Spellmaster Carter's attacks, and appeared around Gu Luo unceasingly. The dazzling radiance from both of his hands bombarded Gu Luo until he vomited blood unceasingly, it was hard for him to hold on any longer. Gu Luo bellowed loudly, he pounced towards Xiaochen, the surrounding forest trees crumbled in that instant. He raised his power to the limit. He wanted to inflict heavy damage on Xiaochen. However, along with a resplendent divine radiance soaring into the sky, all of Guluo's efforts failed. Xiaochen brandished his right arm like a heavenly blade, the several-meter-long resplendent divine radiance streaked across the sky and swept across Guluo's body in an instant. His shoulder was chopped in half. The upper half of his body flew more than 10 meters away, bringing along a large amount of blood. The last 2 halves of the corpse fell among the broken branches and withered leaves. Guluo's life was ended. The founder of the Revenge Alliance fell. This was equal to Xiaochen challenging an alliance by himself. A cry of surprise burst out from the top of the valley. This was a cruel and intense battle. Everyone could feel Xiaochen's power and terror. They let out a burst of cheers. However, the battle was not over yet. Xiaochen, the psychic Li Lingfeng, and the spell master Carter were still fighting fiercely. Dazzling radiance bombarded down from the sky of the forest unceasingly, lightning, light blades, hellfire. All kinds of spells were launched unceasingly. Carter exhausted all of his strength. The violent energy came one after another. The psychic Li Lingfeng also displayed his ability unceasingly. After the confinement technique failed, he used his powerful mental power to create all kinds of illusions in the valley. He wanted to lure Xiaochen into a dangerous situation. He even controlled his spiritual power to form a huge light sword, and slashed horizontally in the valley. This battle lasted for a very long time. Xiaochen struck out one after another mysterious and unfathomable hand seals. The bright starlight flickered all around his body. A splendid star diagram formed a light screen that was indestructible. It helped him completely block the attacks coming from the sky. As for the various mental illusions, they did not have much of an effect on Xiaochen's strong will. When Xiaochen raised his power from Exuvia 4th celestial layer to 5th celestial layer, the dazzling sword chi soared into the sky. Xiaochen's hands emitted a resplendent divine radiance. The incomparable sword chi pierced through Spell Master Carter's body in an instant. And the other resplendent sword chi directly chopped Psychic Li Lingfeng's body in half. 2 corpses fell to the ground. The fierce battle was over. With the power of Exuvia 5th celestial layer, he had an overwhelming advantage. It was impossible to guard against the sudden attack. He immediately got rid of the 2 powerful enemies. The crowd of practitioners in the valley were shocked speechless. Soon after, a clamor broke out. Xiaochen had successfully challenged an alliance by himself. This caused many of the alliances on the mountain valley to be extremely shocked, and there were even more spectators who felt as if they were personally there, their blood boiling, as if they had personally experienced a hot-blooded battle. A single person had succeeded in challenging an alliance. There were cheers, roars, and shouts. The top of the valley was filled with clamor. Xiaochen did not leave the valley. Instead, he headed deeper into the valley. Many alliances on the mountain valley were paying close attention. Everyone felt it was very strange, but they quickly recalled that there was still one person from the Revenge Alliance who was still alive and had entered into the depths of the valley. He was only a small fry. Was there a need to eliminate him? Very soon, everyone was shocked to find out that they were very wrong. That was definitely not a small fry. An intense battle broke out. When he first entered this valley to fight with Guluo and the rest, Xiaochen found out that person was not ordinary. He killed a few of the weaker ones. Only this person managed to escape. As expected, after he got rid of the others and entered into the depths of the valley, he found out that person was already waiting for him for a long time. Without any superfluous words, the intense battle broke out. That person was actually a terrifying spell master. Soon after, Xiaochen was shocked to find out that this person with disheveled hair and half of his face was actually Land, who was together with Yan Qingqing. He already dyed his golden hair black with charcoal ash. His jade-like cheeks were also dyed red with grass juice. In addition to his disheveled hair that covered his face, Xiaochen really didn't notice it was him before. Moreover, he never thought he would make a move. A golden-haired handsome man who was as dazzling as the blazing sun would actually disguise himself like this. Land, why did you make a move against me? I want to. I like it. Land was still as arrogant as before. He was exceptionally conceited. He disdained to explain too much. Humph, I hope you can still be this conceited when the battle is over. Xiaochen had nothing to be afraid of. Since Land came knocking on his door, he was as conceited as he was in the past. Moreover, he had a disdainful attitude. Then there was nothing else to say. What he needed to do was to suppress him with absolute power, and smash his arrogant and conceited mentality. The resplendent divine radiance exploded in the forest. The dazzling radiance was like a raging sea rolling over and over. A large part of the mountain forest was collapsing at high speed. The inexhaustible radiance submerged that place. That was definitely not the energy fluctuation that a third celestial layer of Exuvia practitioner could produce. The experts of Exuvia fourth celestial layer and above were fighting, many alliances, and the experts who were watching the battle were incomparably shocked. The battle was exceptionally intense. The rocks in the valley pierced through the sky, the huge trees fell one after another, the glaring radiance exploded one after another. From time to time, there were even huge trees that were uprooted from the ground. The last person of the vengeance was the real soul. He was the most terrifying expert. He actually fought with Xianxia non-stop. This made everyone's complexion turn incomparably grave. However, Land was too careless. When the battle was in a stalemate, he dove down from the sky unceasingly, and bombarded Xianxia with the berserk energy at close range. The sky was filled with resplendent radiance. The terrifying energy fell down in a grandiose manner. This entire forest was enveloped by the divine radiance. Almost all the trees were destroyed, and just at this time, Xianxia revealed his full strength. He directly raised his power to the fifth celestial layer. The tyrannical light of destruction soared into the sky. The dazzling radiance actually engulfed Land. Rand shouted loudly. He chanted the incantation unceasingly. The terrifying purple lightning and black flame blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He wanted to struggle free from Xiaoqian's restraint. However, he was shocked to find that it was the power of the fifth celestial layer. It firmly suppressed the power of his fourth celestial layer incantation. It was an overwhelming advantage. For a spell master, getting caught by a martial artist was a devastating disaster. Their close combat ability was too weak. Their physical body was too weak compared to a martial artist. Long-range attack was their best method of attack. Rand didn't want to die. He knew Xiaoqian was ruthless. Right now, he had no choice but to use the life-saving incantation that consumed a lot of his life force. Divine armor, protect my body. A dazzling radiance burst out from Rand's body. The resplendent radiance condensed into a tangible divine armor. It wrapped his entire body inside and protected him tightly. At the same time, Xiaoqian rolled him to the ground. Then, with an extremely arrogant and contemptuous attack, he spun 365 degrees and ruthlessly kicked him in the head. Even with the protection of the divine armor, Rand still let out a painful groan. The ferocious spinning kick sent Rand flying more than 10 meters away. It made Rand dizzy. He almost fell down among the broken branches and withered leaves. Without waiting for him to soar into the sky, Xiaoqian already arrived from the void. With another kick, he directly smashed Rand to the ground. Xiaoqian exerted force on Rand's chest, then he kicked Rand so hard that he rolled on the ground. The divine armor was almost shattered by the kick. The radiance of energy flickered violently. Rand felt 2 of his ribs were broken. The pain almost made him scream out loud. The dignified blonde handsome man, the tyrannical spell master Rand, when had he ever been treated like this? This was no longer a battle, this was a beating. To him, this was a huge humiliation. Xiaoqian was wild. A terrifying radiance lingered around his entire body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. He picked Rand up with one hand, then straight fist, uppercut, swing fist, chop fist, hanging fist. After a set of ferocious combination of punches, Rand was already sent flying more than 20 meters away. During this process, Xiaoqian followed closely and launched his punches unceasingly. If not for the divine armor, Rand would have been smashed into pieces a long time ago, and even his flesh would have turned into a bloody pulp. Even so, the unparalleled force still penetrated the neck and broke at least 15 of his bones. This was a violent beating. No, it had long exceeded the scope of a beating. This was a violent ravage. The once incomparably conceited Rand felt like he was about to go crazy right now. It could be said that he brought all of this upon himself. It was he who wanted to test Xiaoqian's strength. In the end, not only did he suffer a crushing defeat, he was even beaten up violently. His dignity was completely trampled on. Rand was ashamed and angry to the extreme. He was once high and mighty and looked down on Xiaoqian with incomparable contempt. but now, he was beaten up by someone. The contrast between before and after was so big that he almost fainted from anger. A back kick in the air, a 360-degree roundhouse kick, a ferocious upward kick. In the end, Xiaochen stepped on Rand's chest and lightly waved his hand towards Rand below. With a hint of disdain, he said, "You can't do it." To respond to the contempt he once showed, this made Rand want to smash his head against the ground. He was ashamed, angry, vexed, and furious. His self-esteem was seriously trampled on, he was thoroughly defeated. Xiaochen decided to go for the kill. He didn't believe he couldn't shatter that divine armor. If Yan Qingqing wants to take revenge for Rand in the future, she can just come. At present, he didn't want to let this enemy live any longer. Since the battle had already reached this point, if he let Rand go, they would definitely become mortal enemies in the future. Rand didn't want to die. Everyone had a strong desire to survive at the most critical juncture. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice half of his life to escape from this place. He cast the forbidden spell and forcefully extracted the energy of life to replenish the divine armor. A dazzling divine radiance burst out. His body was as dazzling as a golden sun. He struggled violently under Xiaochen's feet. Xiaochen's killing intent was firm, he swore to kill Rand. Under the violent bombardment, he directly smashed Rand into the collapsed ground. However, these methods didn't manage to shatter Rand. It was as if he was wearing the shell of a divine turtle. The heavy radiance outside his body was unimaginably tough. Beat him up, he attacked mercilessly. Although Xiaochen couldn't break through the light barrier, he still attacked unceasingly. Both of his feet even dug deep into the ground. The terrifying power penetrated the light barrier unceasingly. A few more of Rand's bones were broken. Rand was so angry that he wished he could commit suicide. In the end, he ignited his life energy and rushed into the depths of the ground. After that, he made a hole in the ground and rushed out from the surface not far away. He flew towards the sky like a meteor as he streaked across the vast sky to escape. That was igniting the source of his life. Since he was unable to chase after Rand, Xiaochen didn't do anything useless. He calmly looked at Rand disappearing into the distant sky. He knew that even if Rand managed to escape, he would definitely become a cripple within half a year. All the bones in his body were shattered, there was nothing to worry about. The crippled Rand would inevitably experience the taste of pain in the shadow of defeat. This kind of mental torture was even more depressing for a conceited practitioner compared to instant death. This might be the biggest punishment for his arrogance and conceit from before. Many alliances above the valley, everyone who was watching the battle started to shout. Everyone was boiling over, this was a brilliant battle. Xiaochen challenged the Avenger alone, and achieved a complete victory in the end. Many alliances started to move proactively, they were preparing to rope in Xiaochen. Such a tyrannical practitioner was definitely a sword worth fighting over on the Dragon Island. Xiaochen walked out of the valley with large strides without turning his head back. After arriving at the entrance of the valley, he left behind one after another afterimages in the forest and disappeared in front of everyone. He wanted to avoid the alliances that might try to rope him in. However, it was obvious that the founders of many alliances had already anticipated this. In the distant mountain forest, there were people blocking his path unceasingly, inviting him to join their alliance. There was no lack of powerful alliances among them. For example, the undefeatable alliance established by the descendants of Dugu Choubai, the Throwing Dagger alliance established by the descendants of Li Xuanhuan, and so on. There was no lack of beautiful women alliances. For example, the founder of the Blue Rain Alliance, Lan Yu, left a deep impression on Xiaochen. She was a gentle and beautiful woman. Compared to Zhao Linair and Yan Qingqing, she was a gentle and beautiful woman. There was also the Pink Alliance. It was impossible for Xiaochen to offend any one of them. He first thanked them for their invitation, then tactfully declined. In the end, Xiaochen broke away from everyone. He wanted to return to his place of seclusion. He had exhausted too much of his strength in this battle. If he stayed in this area for too long, he was afraid that he might encounter some danger. On the way, a devastatingly beautiful and exceptionally beautiful woman blocked his path. Her purple clothes were fluttering in the wind, her entire being was filled with the aura of spirituality and elegance. It was actually Yan Qingqing. A new week has begun, brothers and sisters, please click and vote for the world of Immortals. Thank you. The book review section is releasing the essence, you can leave a comment to receive it. Xiaochen looked at her quietly, he didn't say anything. Yan Qingcheng's pupils emitted two divine radiance, an incomparably powerful pressure rushed over at high speed. This was the power of the spirit, it collided with Xiaochen's powerful divine sense. This was a confrontation of divine sense, this was a confrontation of spiritual power. The few trees between the two were like snow encountering the sun, they melted at lightning speed. Boom! The power of the two's divine sense receded like the tide. Xiaochen's complexion was a little pale, after all, he had just experienced a great battle, he was not in his peak condition when competing with the power of the divine sense again. Yan Qingcheng opened her mouth and said, since the Dragon Island has already set up all kinds of rules, we will do everything according to the rules. From tomorrow onwards, we will carry out a legal game, if you can survive the pursuit of the Undying Alliance for 10 days, I will not pursue the past grudges. Xiaochen knew, she must have known that Wang Zifeng and Liu Yu were killed by him. Although the relationship between them was like fire and water, they were still the inheritors of the Undying Alliance after all. Their senior brother and sister were killed, this involved the dignity of the sect. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Qingcheng gracefully disappeared into the forest. Chase and kill game, to hell with it. Xiaochen rushed back to his place of seclusion as if he was flying. After returning to the spiritual valley, the first thing he did was to borrow that treasured tree from Kiki, the little guy threw it to him without a care in the world. Xiaochen let the treasured tree take root in a woodland, he sat cross-legged in front of the treasured tree and began to operate the secret technique, preparing to absorb the spiritual energy of the treasured tree to recover his strength as soon as possible. After who knows how long, he opened his eyes and was shocked to find that the treasured tree had disappeared. He vaguely felt something was wrong with his chest. After looking inside, Xiaochen was gobsmacked, the divine sproutling actually entered his body inexplicably. It was glowing brilliantly in his body, it didn't have any conflict with the organs in his body. The Xianxia acupoint on the left foot, the Xianxia acupoint on the right foot, the Zhongding acupoint on the chest, and the Jianjing acupoint on the left shoulder, these four divinized acupoints seemed to be connected with the sapling. They seemed to have formed a kind of subtle balance between them, they were absorbing the worldly energy into his body unceasingly. Xiaochen's strength had already recovered, but he still felt apprehensive at the moment. After all, a sproutling had entered his body. However, when he was startled, the divine sproutling actually emerged from his body and took root on the ground. Mystical, Xiaochen was very shocked. That night, he tried repeatedly, but to no avail. He was unable to successfully guide the treasured tree into his body again. After a few big battles, it was time to calm down and cultivate. Xiaochen decided to enter the depths of Dragon Island to cultivate. Perhaps he might be able to find some fortuitous encounters, like obtaining a dragon egg. He directly turned a deaf ear to Yan Qingcheng's words. The next morning, he set off with the three skeletons, Kiki also followed behind lazily. The expression of the beautiful Yan Qingcheng was not very good. Someone actually stood her up. Xiaochen did not take her words seriously at all. He had already disappeared for 3 days. Chant this day, and was that he would yen yan's chenzet and would. T yen, and in, he, and he. On this day, many alliances already knew that Xiaochen had agreed to carry out a death hunt with the Undying Alliance for a month. Everything was orchestrated by Yan Qingcheng, there were people who testified that this was true. It was easy to see Yan Qingcheng's influence, she forged all the facade and made this hunt completely legal. At this moment, Xiaochen had already entered the depths of the Dragon Island, but he still hadn't reached the center. The Dragon Island was very vast, he saw many exotic birds and beasts along the way. He even found more than 20 vicious dragons, and all of them were from different races. After encountering danger many times, the number of other terrifying beasts increased even more. At this time, he still didn't know that Yan Qingcheng had already led a group of people to chase after him. On the morning of the 4th day, a thin mist lingered in the forest. It was as if a layer of light muslin was draped over the verdant mountain woods. Along with the rise of the morning sun, the thin mist was like a multicolored cloud, it actually emitted a burst of extraordinary splendor. However, this kind of beautiful scenery didn't last for a long time. The gently lingering mist slowly faded away. A new day had begun. Amidst the morning glow, hundreds of birds were chirping in the forest. The fresh fragrance of flowers and plants pervaded the forest. This place seemed exceptionally peaceful at first glance, but Xiaochen knew that there were many hidden dangers in this endless mountain forest. Many unknown beasts might come roaring out at any time. After enjoying his breakfast, Xiaochen once again set out towards the center of the island. At noon, Xiaochen found a river in the mountain woods. He advanced towards the depths of the island along the river. After advancing for about 10 miles, the number of ancient trees on both sides of the river increased more and more. All of them needed 7 to 8 people to wrap their arms around. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more ancient the ancient trees became. After advancing for a few miles, the river changed its direction, but Xiaochen still continued to advance. The ancient trees reached the sky. At this place, each ancient tree needed more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. Compared to those ancient trees in the Trance Valley, they seemed to be even more ancient. This was a lush green ocean. Xiaochen reckoned that he was already close to the center of the Dragon Island. Kiki curiously sized up the surrounding environment. Its pair of glittering big eyes blinked unceasingly. The 3 skeletons also seemed to have sensed something. After entering this area, they became very restless. Xiaochen had also sensed it a long time ago. This forest region was very abnormal. Even though the ancient trees reached the sky here, it was a boundless sea of trees, but there were no birds or beasts roaming about. This place was deathly quiet. There wasn't even a hint of wind. In the deathly still ancient forest, every ancient tree was at least several thousand years old. After advancing for about 10 miles, Xiaochen felt that he was about to leave this place. Sure enough, after advancing for less than 1 mile, they finally left the sea of trees. After seeing the scene in front of his eyes, Xiaochen was immediately dumbstruck. In front of him was a vast sea of white bones, skeletons missing arms and legs, the 10-meter-long withered bones of a huge bird, the 50 to 60-meter-long dragon bones. The snow-white skeletons were as boundless as the pure white snow. This place seemed to be a well-preserved ancient battlefield. In the depths of this sea of bones, a huge monolith towered majestically. Black clouds lingered around it. This was not the only thing that made people shocked. On the west side of the boundless sea of bones, there was actually an endless snowy mountain. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, the mist was hazy. There was actually a snowy mountain on this tropical island. It was really hard to believe. Xiaochen challenged the Revenge Alliance alone, and won in the end. He became the hottest celebrity on the island. And now there was news that he and the Undying Alliance led by Yan Qingqing were going to carry out a game of life and death. It attracted the attention of many alliances. Many practitioners were looking forward to the following pursuit of death. Many alliances began to march towards the island. Since they were already trapped on the Dragon Island, everyone gradually calmed down and began to make plans for the future. They were preparing to look for a suitable place to train on the Dragon Island. However, Xiaochen was completely unaware of all these. He had already entered the center of the Dragon Island at this moment. This was tantamount to standing Yan Qingqing up without a care in the world, letting her play her one-man show. The boundless sea of bones made him dumbfounded. Human-shaped skeletons, giant bird skeletons, vicious beast skeletons, divine dragon skeletons. It was as boundless as the pure white snow. The small skeletons ranged from 1 to 2 meters, the big ones ranged from 50 to 60 meters, even more than 100 meters. Endless white skeletons covered the entire ground. A dense baleful aura pervaded this sea of bones. It made people tremble from the depths of their soul. Everything in front of their eyes was so inconceivable, it made them feel a deep fear. Even if it was noon, this sea of bones was incomparably gloomy and cold. The sunlight that sprinkled down was deathly white. There was no warmth to speak of. There was not a single sound in this sea of bones. It was deathly still. This was a genuine sea of bones. Although the towering ancient trees behind them were luxuriant, they were also deathly still. There was not even a hint of wind blowing. It seemed incomparably sinister. In addition to the hazy mist of the snowy mountain in the distance, this region was indescribably terrifying. Kacha Kacha. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang seemed to be very uneasy. They exercised all the joints in their body unceasingly. The spiritual radiance in their skulls flickered unceasingly. the lotus imprint on their foreheads emitted a resplendent divine radiance. It was even more so, throbbing unceasingly like a flame. Kiki curled up into a snow-white pom-pom. It lay on top of Luanhui Wang's head. It blinked its pair of glittering big eyes. It curiously sized up this world of bones. In the end, it stretched out its little paw and pointed at that majestic huge monolith in the depths of the sea of bones. It let out a squeak. Squeak sound. Xiaochen naturally noticed that terrifying monolith a long time ago. That huge monolith made him tremble from the depths of his soul. The monolith seemed to have a sinister power that was affecting his mind. Let's go and take a look. Xiaochen made this decision. After all, he had already entered this sea of bones. There was nothing to fear. He had to explore it to the end. Countless skeletons covered the ground. Creaking sounds could be heard as one stepped on them, making one's hair stand on end. It was unknown how much time had passed, but many of the white bones had already been weathered and shattered. A thick layer of white bone powder had accumulated on the ground, making the endless wreckage look even more terrifying. Every inch of land was white, without any vegetation to speak of. Waves of baleful aura pervaded the land of bones. The deeper they went, the heavier the baleful aura became. Finally, a hazy black fog appeared in the land of bones, making this sea of bones of death eerie and terrifying to the extreme. After advancing for a few miles, he gradually arrived in the vicinity of that huge monolith. Xiaochen stopped his footsteps when he arrived here. It was not because he was afraid, but because the black fog seemed to have taken a tangible form after arriving here. An energy whirlpool was formed within the white bones. Xiaochen tossed a piece of white bone forward, and it was torn into pieces in an instant. When they were still 1 mile away from the ancient monolith, the sinister energy flow obstructed their advance. The black fog was like a ghost as it rolled over and over in front of them. Occasionally, it would let out a mournful shriek, as if it was the howl of an evil spirit. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang's soul light were flickering indeterminately. It was easy to see that they were deeply uneasy. Roar, a sharp shriek that made one's scalp numb resounded. A 5-meter-tall sinister skeleton was struggling in the black fog, and then it crumbled in an instant. Roar, a girl with disheveled hair, her upper body was 7 to 8 meters tall, covered in cyan scales. She was struggling and howling in grief. Her lower body was actually a 10-meter-long snake tail. Even though her appearance was pretty and incomparably beautiful, she looked a little sinister at the moment. Along with her sharp shriek, the cyan scales on her body opened up, and scarlet blood seeped out. After that, her entire body exploded and left behind a large amount of blood mist in the sky. Soon after, a 50-meter-long purple tyrannical dragon let out a sky-shaking roar. It rolled over and over in the surging black fog, and it was spitting out a terrifying radiance. It almost tore the void apart. It was really world-shaking. It had the appearance of swallowing the sun and the moon, but in the end, it still crumbled with a loud bang and transformed into an endless rain of blood. Everything is an illusion. Xiaochen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, those terrifying scenes had indeed disappeared. There was clearly a sinister power within the surging black fog. Perhaps this is the reappearance of history. Xiaochen didn't dare to advance rashly. After all, that terrifying black whirlpool was real. It was able to shatter bones. His body might not be able to endure it either. This island is called the Dragon Island. During the ancient desolate era, the divine monolith descended from the sky and sealed this island forever. All the dragons that were able to contend against the deities lost their magic power forever and were confined on this desolate island. Yizhen's words echoed in Xiaochen's heart. He knew that the 100-meter-tall ancient monolith in front of him should be the terrifying divine monolith that sealed the Dragon Island. Separated by more than a mile, it was basically impossible to see the true appearance of the ancient monolith. One after another demonic cloud lingered around, he could only see the majestic shadow of the monolith. This made Xiaochen feel very regretful. Ever since he found out that the Dragon Island was sealed by a divine monolith, he always had a bold thought in his heart. The divine monolith descended from the sky, suppressed the Yellow River forever, and here, the divine monolith descended from the sky, suppressed the Dragon Island forever. Could there be some kind of connection? Could the two ancient monoliths be from the same source? Xiaochen had an urgent wish in his heart. He wanted to see the true appearance of the ancient monolith and see if there was also an ancient Qi training diagram carved on its back. However, the black fog cut off everything, he was unable to pass through. In this region where the black fog surged, the three skeletons seemed to be greatly affected. They stood at the same place without moving an inch. And Kiki seemed to be very interested in this place. It climbed on top of a 10-meter-tall skeleton and looked at the ancient monolith in front of it. Xiaoqin stood at the same place for a long time. After that, he moved his feet and began to circle around this place to observe. He discovered that with the ancient monolith as the center, within a radius of 1 mile, it was a forbidden zone for life. It was basically impossible to go deep into it. If a few meter-long skeleton was thrown into the forbidden zone for more than 10 meters, it would melt like a snowflake under the blazing sun. The destructive power made people stop in their tracks. When Xiaoqin arrived at the west side of the huge ancient monolith, the hair all over his body suddenly stood up. He felt danger. In that instant, he suddenly discovered a fossil-like figure standing in the middle of the forbidden zone for life. It was very close to him. It was definitely not an illusion. It was a humanoid figure that looked like a stone statue. A streak of cyan light swept over from the black mist. Xiaoqin was sent flying in that instant. He managed to avoid the dangerous attack. The muscles on his body tensed up, the aura emitted from the tip of his finger, the brilliant radiance made his palms look almost transparent. He was already prepared for battle. The black mist surged, that petrified figure slowly turned around. The originally lifeless body gradually emitted the fluctuation of life. This was a youth in his 20s, he was tall, it seemed like he rarely saw the sunlight, his complexion was a little pale, he gave off a kind of sickly feeling. "Who are you?" Xiaoqin asked. "And who are you?" the sickly youth asked back. Xiaoqin calmed down. This tall, sickly youth was definitely a human. He was most likely training just now. The special training method caused his life fluctuation to slow down. As a result, it seemed like his life was cut off. Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin announced his name, then he sized up the sickly youth in front of him and asked, "Why did you attack me?" Xiaoqin could already tell from the other party's attire, he should also be a young expert that was trapped on the Dragon Island. However, he arrived at the center of the island earlier than Xiaoqin. It seemed like the other party intentionally chose this place to train and raise his own power. Humph. The sickly youth snorted coldly, he floated out from the black mist like a specter, his whole body suddenly emitted a cyan radiance. In that instant, Xiaoqin felt as if the world was spinning, he felt like time and space were in a mess. However, Xiaoqin was already prepared for battle, his state of mind was not in a mess, he was like a divine eagle soaring above the abyss. Even though he was in a dangerous situation, his body quickly regained its balance. The scene in front of him had already changed greatly. Xiaoqin felt like he had entered an unknown space, the surroundings were covered with a hazy cyan radiance, it was as if it was a chaotic world. This was a strange space that was more than 100 square meters, there was no blue sky or white clouds, there was no earth, there was only a hazy radiance all around, it was the same under his feet, the cyan radiance flickered. The sickly youth stood in front, he looked at Xiaoqin calmly, this was definitely not an illusion, this was a real space. Xiaoqin was very astonished. The instant he was trapped in this place, he raised his right hand high up. Light flowed around his entire arm. His flesh seemed to have turned transparent, his blood vessels and bones could be seen clearly. A powerful force was circulating in his arm, almost visible. Then, divine light flashed, and his arm chopped down. The dazzling light fiercely chopped towards one side of this sealed space. The terrifying attack instantly blasted down and hit the cyan light wall of the enclosed space, causing the space to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the light wall, but they quickly healed. Xiaoqin and the sickly youth almost fell to the ground. "Very strong." The sickly youth said, "Among the younger generation, you are an expert. Who are you? Why do you want to trap me?" Xiaoqin had already tried it. This sealed space was very hard to open. He was no longer in a rush to make a move on the sickly youth. He wanted to clarify things first. Space Master Julian. After the sickly young man reported his name, he continued, "Recently, there have been new faces appearing around the divine monument, making it hard for people to cultivate in peace. Some people shouldn't be here." From his words, Xiaochen found out that there were other people who had already entered the depths of the Dragon Island. Furthermore, it seemed like there were some people who frequented this place. It could be seen that Julian didn't know Xiaochen's name before this. Clearly, he had entered the depths of the Dragon Island a long time ago. He didn't know about the series of events that happened at the periphery of the island. I don't want to fight with people casually, Xiaochen said coldly. I'm afraid it's not up to you. You can leave if you defeat me. Otherwise, I will personally send you out of the Sea of Bones. Julian was very calm. Even though he gave people a sickly feeling, it seemed like he had unquestionable strength. However, it could be seen that he didn't have any killing intent. It seemed like he simply didn't want too many people to come here and disturb his cultivation. Alright, let me give it a try. Let me see how strong you are. Xiaochen didn't say too much, some things could only be settled through action. Swish, a ray of light flashed, Julian emitted a cyan light. Immediately after, this sealed space flourished with radiance. Xiaochen felt as if he was imprisoned. The hazy radiance enveloped him like a tide, making him unable to move at all. The huge pressure made him feel suffocated. Psychics were really scary, their special ability was innate. Clearly, Julian's innate ability was the control of space. Xiaochen felt that this was definitely a terrifying opponent. If other people knew that there was a space master here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Because this kind of person was the most terrifying. This kind of person was usually the king among the practitioners of the same generation. They were born with an incomparably powerful advantage. If they could control a piece of space properly, it was equivalent to controlling the life and death of the enemy. Everyone lived in space. If the enemy was trapped in the space they controlled, then the Space Master was already innately invincible. Space Masters were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Legend has it that once they trained to a certain level, the space they could control would continuously expand, from a few meters to over 100 meters. After reaching a certain level, they could directly communicate with the gods. The space Julian controlled was no more than 100 square meters, it was a sealed space. Although the space was limited, he had the absolute authority in this space. Xiaochen's body was imprisoned by the power of the space. Even if his physical body was tyrannical, he was still suppressed by the terrifying power to the point that all the bones in his body were creaking. The power of the space was tearing his body apart. Give up resisting, I will send you out of the Sea of Bones. Julian said calmly. Humph. Xiaochen snorted coldly, the divine flame throbbed all over his body. His entire body was like a dazzling sun, his tall and straight body emitted endless divine radiance. Although the time he spent in this space was still very short, Xiaochen felt that this was the most difficult battle he had ever fought. He spared no effort to resist the tearing power of the space. It was as if his physical body was divinized, it flickered with an incomparably glaring radiance. The mysterious technique was operated to the limit, the divine radiance emitted was like a raging sacred flame. Julian's complexion changed, his originally somewhat sickly complexion became even paler. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Controlling this space to imprison an expert like Xiaochen required a large amount of his spiritual power. At this moment, he felt exceptionally strenuous. Just at this time, Xiaochen moved with great difficulty. He staggered as he walked towards Julian step by step. It was as if he was carrying a heavy mountain on his back. With every step he took, this space would tremble violently. At the same time, Xiaochen was also swaying back and forth. His bones let out a creaking sound, his body could collapse at any time. Lawrence's complexion was pale, his long hair was drenched in sweat, the strands of hair were stuck together. He floated up with difficulty, and hid in the other direction of the space. Xiaochen was in extreme pain at the moment, his body really felt like it was going to collapse. However, in this space controlled by Lawrence, he was temporarily unable to think of a way to escape. He raised his right hand with incomparable difficulty, the terrifying power of space made his right hand tremble, even the veins were throbbing violently. He raised it with all his might, and shot a resplendent sword chi towards Lawrence. He wanted to pierce through him. At this moment, Lawrence had already lost his calmness, his whole body was soaked in sweat, the sweat turned into a steaming mist that had already submerged him. Seeing the dazzling sword chi coming at him, he struggled to arrange a green light in the air. With a clang sound, the divine light that was rushing at him disappeared, and the green light also collapsed in the air. The power that originated from the space had blocked that fierce attack, although the time was still very short. For the two of them, it felt like 100 years had already passed. They already felt like collapsing. Lawrence felt like he was about to collapse. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful enemy. The space-shattering technique was actually unable to do anything to the opponent. In the end, he clenched his teeth, both of his hands drew one after another complicated and unpredictable trajectory with difficulty. One after another cyan divine radiance was emitted, it condensed into one after another resplendent sword-like radiance, and slashed towards Xiaochen. This was a rain of swords formed by the spiritual power of space. If the spiritual power was strong enough, it could completely shatter the void. Although Lawrence didn't have the ability to shatter the void, such a powerful spatial sword chi was enough to show disdain for experts of the same level. At this moment, Xiaochen truly felt death was approaching. The sickly Lawrence was really too powerful. He was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered. Xiaochen never thought of giving up, even at the last moment before death, he would still fight with all his might. This was his character. His arm was almost transparent, one could completely see the blood flowing, the trembling of his arm bones, and the circulation of his energy. It could collapse at any time. But at this moment, Xiaochen had no choice. He raised the power of Exuvia 5th celestial layer to the limit. Both of his hands actually broke through the restriction of the power of space. Even though his body was on the verge of shattering, he did not hesitate to wave his arms and send out mysterious hand seals. Brilliant starlight appeared in this space, and the 7 most resplendent stars appeared in front of Xiaochen. The Big Dipper rotated rapidly to protect him, forming a dazzling light screen. The entire space was filled with dazzling divine light. Xiaochen was rather excited. He had named this Big Dipper starlight screen Seal the God. Normally, it would be very difficult to successfully execute it. However, in this kind of life and death situation, his potential was completely stimulated, and he actually succeeded in executing this Big Dipper Seal the God. The spatial blade light condensed from spiritual energy was said to be able to cut through everything once it reached a certain level. When it reached the highest level, even deities would not be able to block it. Although Lawrence did not have that kind of cultivation, this kind of terrifying rain of blades was enough to shock people. Chi-chi, the sound of air being torn apart, was like the demonic sound of death, frightening people's souls. However, a shocking scene occurred. After the heavy rain of blades struck the God Attainment light screen, they were actually like rivers returning to the ocean, and all of them fused into the dazzling light screen. The glaring radiance in front of Xiaochen was like 10 suns shining in the sky at the same time, making people unable to open their eyes. The spatial spiritual energy condensed into a rain of blades, it turned into pure spiritual energy in the Big Dipper ladle. After that, it actually flowed towards the ladle handle of the Big Dipper. Xiaochen's hands moved unceasingly, the mysterious trajectory seemed like it was going to tear the void apart. The Big Dipper diagram became incomparably hazy. After that, a terrifying energy fluctuation actually burst out in an instant. It fused with the spatial spiritual energy from before, and shot out from the ladle handle. Xiaochen's own power and Lawrence's power were superimposed together. The resplendent light beam was like an indestructible heavenly sword. It brushed past Lawrence's ear, and then ruthlessly bombarded the light wall behind him. With a loud rumble, the bizarre space of more than 100 square meters collapsed and disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Xiaochen appeared in the middle of the white bones. All the bones in his body were making crack 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 sounds. His body was finally able to hold on, and didn't collapse. His whole body was as threatening as the edge of a blade as he stared at the opponent in front of him. Lawrence's body swayed a few times, and then he firmly stood on the ground like a nail. He was also staring at Xiaochen. Only after a long time did he open his mouth. "You won. I never thought that a spatial master of Exuvia 5th celestial layer would actually lose to an Exuvia 5th celestial layer martial artist." However, he was not dejected at all. He said, "Actually, my strength is not inferior to yours." "Is spatial master very special?" Xiaochen felt that the somewhat morbid Lawrence was a little too conceited. Lawrence smiled bitterly. He lost after all. he said in self-mockery, I admit I lost to you, but you don't need to mock me. Spatial Master is known as unparalleled among the practitioners of the same level. They are the kings among the practitioners of the same level. You and I are both at Exuvia 5th celestial layer, today. I actually lost to you, it really makes me feel ashamed. I am not mocking you, I have never heard of this before. Spatial Master is the king among the practitioners of the same level. That is because, I came from the mortal world. Xiaochen could already tell that Lawrence did not harbor any resentment because of his defeat, he did not regard him as an enemy. So Xiaochen also gradually eased up. If it was not because there was no other choice, who would be willing to make an enemy? You actually came from the mortal world. After a simple conversation, Xiaochen finally knew what Spatial Master meant. They were indeed the kings among the practitioners, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, he defeated a Spatial Master who was known as unparalleled among the same level. His heart was filled with confidence, the legend could be broken. At the same time, Lawrence also found out about the recent happenings on the island from Xiaochen. He entered the depths of the Dragon Island very early. Ever since the Dragon Island was sealed, he always trained near the Divine Monolith. Alliance? Restriction? There will be a bloody battle sooner or later. Most of the people on the Dragon Island might not be able to survive. Since Brother Lawrence already guessed it, how about we take care of each other in the future? Alright, I also don't wish to have an enemy like you. After a big battle, Lawrence's complexion was even paler than before. I also don't wish to have such a terrifying enemy like you. What Xiaochen said was the truth. The Spatial Master of Exuvia 5th celestial layer was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Xiaochen and Lawrence were on the verge of collapse. After resting for a long time, Lawrence entered the black fog again, and continued to train in the vile environment. The spatial spiritual power fixed his body in place, he was as still as a fossil. And Xiaochen continued to circle around the area covered in demonic fog. The battle just now was quick and short, moreover, it was carried out in a sealed space, it didn't alarm the three skeletons and Kiki. At a distant place, Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang didn't follow him. The life-restricted area where the Divine Monolith was located seemed to have a great influence on them, it made them feel uneasy. Kiki also didn't follow him, it paced back and forth in the distant land of bones by itself. After circling around the Divine Monolith for a while, Xiaochen discovered that he was basically unable to enter the life-restricted area. At most, he could only advance a few meters like Lawrence, and he already felt the terrifying destructive aura. When Xiaochen returned, Kiki approached him with a squeaking sound, it pointed at the 100-meter-tall Divine Monolith in front of it and gestured unceasingly, it seemed to be telling Xiaochen what it discovered. Squeak. Squeak. Kiki seemed to be very dissatisfied that Xiaochen didn't understand its meaning, it actually threw a tantrum, and forcibly dismantled the 10-meter-tall huge skeletons at the side. In the end, it even fiercely waved its snow-white little paw. However, it didn't have a bit of ferocious temperament. Xiaochen felt it was exceptionally funny, he stroked its furry body. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen had been roaming around the Sea of Bones all along, exploring the secrets of this place. Of course, he spent most of his time training near the Divine Monolith, using the destructive aura emitted by the Divine Monolith to stimulate his potential. The outer area of the life-restricted area was indeed a very good place to train. In these few days, Xiaochen discovered that other than Lawrence, there were other people roaming around this area as expected. He knew they were definitely experts, the people who entered the depths of the Dragon Island the earliest must be full of confidence in their own abilities. Kiki didn't really follow Xiaochen, it was just filled with curiosity towards all the new things. These few days, it constantly circled around the Divine Monolith and made squeak. Squeak, unceasingly, as if it was talking to itself. Xiaochen let it be, this bizarre little critter definitely couldn't be subdued by force. And the three skeletons seemed to be unwilling to get close to the Divine Monolith, so much so that they were unwilling to be in this sea of bones. They chose to train in the deathly still forest that was close to the land of bones. The lotus imprint on their foreheads was getting more and more resplendent, it was obvious that their cultivation was about to break through again. On the 8th day, a few human figures suddenly appeared in the Sea of Bones. Moreover, a dozen practitioners also appeared in the deathly still deep forest. This made this normally incomparably quiet dead zone a little livelier. The people on the outskirts of the island had actually arrived. In the forest dozens of miles away from here, there were even more human figures. Many people had built wooden houses in the forest that were suitable for cultivation. The people at the periphery of the island actually migrated en masse and entered the depths of the Dragon Island. Actually, this was also very obvious. After all, everyone was trapped on Dragon Island. This meant that they would have to live on the island for a long time. On the other hand, savage beasts roamed the island. Only when many practitioners gathered together and lived in the same area could they guarantee their safety. The Dragon Island's territory was vast. Sooner or later they would have to explore all the areas. It was impossible for them to just limit themselves to the periphery of the island. This time, advancing into the center of the Dragon Island is a big operation for everyone. In the future, they will explore all the areas one after another. Of course, it was impossible for all the practitioners to follow the masses. Many of them had already left by themselves. Hundreds of people were scattered among dozens of mountain ranges. Each alliance was separated by a certain distance. This area was very close to the deathly still forest. It was dozens of miles away from the Sea of Bones. When Xianxia appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many parties. After the great battle last time, many of the alliances knew that he was very powerful. He was a sharp sword that shouldn't be trifled with. Xianxia discovered that when the practitioners he met were looking at him, there was a hint of peculiar expression in their eyes. Later on, he found out from the mouth of an alliance founder who wanted to rope him in. The Undying Alliance led by Yan Qingqing had already announced to the public that they will launch a 1-month-long game of life and death with him. And after disappearing for so many days, he actually swaggered his way here. How could people not be amazed? This news made Xianxia stunned. The thing he was worried about had finally happened. Even though they limited the scale of the alliance to prevent someone from becoming the king of the Dragon Island, it was still developing in a bad direction. Although the alliance seemed to be suffering from a lot of restrictions on the surface, as long as they were powerful enough, they could still control everything in the dark. This was also the initial stage where all kinds of regulations were issued. No one dared to stand out. Once this kind of sign appeared now, it would be unavoidable in the future. Everything could be controlled. This was the reason why Xianxia immediately chose to retreat after the great battle. He had already anticipated this kind of situation. He already speculated that all kinds of restrictions were only effective for the time being. Sooner or later, they would still be destroyed by all kinds of manipulators behind the scenes. The Dragon Island would be very cruel in the future. The people who were filled with desires, the manipulators who were unwilling to be left out, sooner or later they would gather some alliances and secretly form some superpowers. It was very obvious, once the situation of every region on the Dragon Island is ascertained, there will inevitably be another terrifying reshuffle. The major powers will launch a cruel war in the dark. At that time, half of the current 600 to 700 people might die in the turmoil. Xianxia was aware of the crisis. He felt that it might be time to establish an alliance. However, the true experts had already been captured by others. After thinking carefully, he felt that it was not necessary to establish an alliance. As long as he roped in a few experts like Lawrence, they could take care of each other. It would be better than establishing an alliance. Lawrence definitely had the strength to challenge an ordinary alliance. If there were 3 to 5 experts of this level walking together, then no one would dare to provoke them. Xianxia's appearance attracted the attention of many parties. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He spent a very long time to find out the location of Ixin and Ichi's Dharma alliance. The 2 monks with transcendent temperament were currently enjoying their lunch. Without a doubt, it was a sumptuous meal. It really didn't match their transcendent temperament. Every time Xianxia saw them, he couldn't help but smile. Rare guests. Let's have a vegetarian meal together. The 2 monks were very enthusiastic. Xianxia was a little speechless. They still dared to call such a sumptuous feast in front of them a vegetarian meal. These 2 monks really had a carefree heart. After having lunch with them, Xianxia learned a lot of information from the 2 monks. Zhao Lin really led a group of people to track him down. However, it seemed like they were pursuing in the wrong direction. They actually didn't follow the depths of the Dragon Island, they entered a primitive mountain range halfway. Buddhist Ichi speculated, Zhao Heir and the others most likely found a young half-life dragon king and wanted to capture it. Although they were already unable to leave the Dragon Island, if they could subdue a syndicate dragon king, once it completely evolves in the future, which alliance on the Dragon Island would dare to compete with them? If the ancestral dragon didn't make an appearance, the half-life dragon king would be a very terrifying and unparalleled king. After enjoying the feast, Xiaochen took a cup of coconut juice and asked Buddhistesian, "Don't tell me the Undying Alliance turned out in full force? Don't tell me you want to." Buddhistesian quickly guessed what Xiaochen wanted to do. "Since they already made their move against me, why should I be polite? Land was already heavily injured by me. Don't tell me he also moved out with Yan Qingqing. I want to get rid of their remaining forces." Yan Qingqing was leading a group to chase after Xiaochen. Yizhen and Ichi looked at each other. Xiaochen was really courageous, they admired his character very much. Buddhistesian thought for a moment, then he said, "Including Land, there are 3 people from the Undying Alliance who haven't made a move yet. But you have to be careful, the Phantom Alliance and Throwing Dagger Alliance that are on good terms with them are stationed near the Undying Alliance." After a detailed inquiry, Xiaochen found out that the Phantom Alliance was established by a psychic called Carlos. His innate ability was the mysterious and unpredictable illusion technique. It was hard to guard against. According to Buddhistesian's narration, Carlos is very powerful. He is a rather famous genius expert of the Western race. Among the youths on the Dragon Island, there might be very few who are his match. As for Wang Tong, the founder of the Throwing Dagger League, he was also a descendant of the legendary hero Li Xuanhuan. Who didn't know Li Xuanhuan? Little Li's flying dagger never missed its target, he never lost anything in his life. In the end, he used the flying dagger to shatter the void and entered the world of Immortals, leaving behind an eternal legend. Even in the world of Immortals, no one knew who could dodge the Little Li flying dagger. Legend has it that when he first entered the world of Immortals, he killed a deity with his flying dagger. Wang Tong was the successor of Li Xuanhuan. No practitioner dared to take him lightly. After all, Little Li's flying dagger had never missed its target. It had once terrified the practitioners of several eras. Xiaochen knitted his brows and muttered to himself, "Carlos, the founder of the Phantom Alliance, a genius psychic. Wang Tong, the successor of Little Li's flying dagger. It's hard to defend against him." Monkey Chi seemed to have thought of something important and said, "Strange, Carol and Wentong have disappeared these few days." The 3 of them seemed to have thought of something at the same time. Buddhistesian said, "Don't act rashly, I will send someone to understand the situation." 2 hours later, Buddhistesian received the news, the psychic Carlos and the descendant of Xiaoli flying dagger, Wharton had indeed disappeared for a few days. Perhaps they are together with Yan Qingqing. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "They really think highly of me. Don't act rashly. I'll send someone to investigate the situation." Buddhistesian sent the people of Dharma Alliance to investigate again. Only in the evening did they receive some definite news. Someone saw Carlos and Wharton leading a group of people into a primitive mountain range together with the Undying Alliance. "You really want to join hands to kill me?" Xiaochen stood in front of the window of the wooden house and gazed at the afterglow of the setting sun. He said, "Since that is the case, there is no need for me to be polite. Didn't they all make a move? I will deal with the rest of their troops in one go. Don't act rashly, Carlos and Wharton might have gone there for the Syndicate Dragon King. If you act rashly, you might make a great enemy." Yizhen advised. "I know what to do, the Undying Alliance definitely has to make a move. I don't like to fight back when people come knocking on my door. If the people from the Phantom Alliance and the Throwing Knife Alliance don't interfere, then it's fine. But if they do, then don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaochen was very decisive, especially when it came to matters of life and death. He would not be so foolish as to show mercy to his enemies. The curtain of night fell, the sky was dotted with stars. The endless primitive forest still didn't calm down, all kinds of beasts' roars rose and fell in the mountain woods. There were even more unknown huge beasts running wildly like the earth was shaking. They hunted for their prey cruelly, one after another bloody scene was played out. Xiaochen brought the 3 skeletons along as he advanced in the primitive forest quietly. He avoided the numerous alliances and entered a mountain range. After that, he found the location of the Undying Alliance. A few black clouds slowly drifted over, the starlight in the sky was covered. The primitive forest sunk into darkness, a heavy rain was unavoidable. And just at this time, Xiaochen already arrived at the location of the Undying Alliance with the three skeletons. Rumble. The lightning struck down, it streaked across the darkness and illuminated the night sky. Xiaochen walked forward with large strides, he used his palm as a sword and brandished it. A dazzling sword chi immediately illuminated the mountainous region, it shone brilliantly with the lightning in the sky. The huge sword chi cut the wooden house in front of them in half in a flash. Who? Two human figures rushed out at high speed. Xiaochen gazed at them coldly, he didn't find Lan's figure. He searched the vicinity with large strides and handed them over to the three skeletons who were about to step into the third celestial layer of Xianxia realm. It's you, someone come. The two members of the Undying Alliance were alarmed, they didn't expect the fiend would come knocking on their door. They shouted loudly in fear, hoping the people from the Phantom Alliance and the Throwing Knife Alliance would make their move. The shout startled the alliances in the vicinity, many of them surveyed the scene from a distant place. Among the people from the Phantom Alliance and the Throwing Knife Alliance, a few figures rushed over at high speed. Ah, the miserable shriek was transmitted very far in the dark night, even with the sound of thunder echoing from time to time, it was hard to cover it up. Qingguang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang were already close to the third celestial layer of Xianxia realm. Killing two members of the Undying Alliance who were at the second celestial layer of Xianxia realm, it could be said that they occupied an overwhelming advantage. They tore one of them apart in a short period of time. Rumble. The lightning danced wildly, the electric light made the three skeletons look incomparably pale. Many people who were watching from a distant place could clearly see their figures. The deathly pale skeletons, in addition to the miserable shriek, it was really incomparably terrifying. The lightning flickered, the heavy rain fell. When the members of the Phantom Alliance and the Undying Alliance rushed over, even the heavy rain couldn't cover up the pungent smell of blood. Under the illumination of the dancing lightning, they could see two corpses that were torn apart at the feet of the three snow-white skeletons. The blood and the rainwater mixed together and dyed the ground red. And not far away, there was a tall and straight demonic figure with his back facing them. Xiaochen suddenly turned around, he said incomparably coldly, "You two alliances want to get rid of me?" His right hand was like a blade, he brandished it forward. The resplendent sword chi seemed to have connected with the lightning in the sky. Under the glaring rays of light, the entire mountain forest was trembling. Xiaochen was like the Grim Reaper. Ah, ah, the miserable shriek resounded unceasingly, Xianxia fifth celestial layer, unstoppable, unstoppable, under the dark rainy night, under the rumbling of thunder and torrential rain, Xiaochen's tall and straight figure was deeply engraved in the minds of all the spectators at a distant place. This was a one-sided massacre. Soon after, Xiaochen walked towards the Phantom Alliance with large strides. The terrifying sword chi connected with the lightning in the sky, Xiaochen was like a demonic god in this rainy night. The sword chi was brilliant, everywhere it passed, the mountain forest collapsed, the wooden houses collapsed, blood splashed everywhere. After that, he walked towards the Throwing Knife Alliance again, his murderous aura soared to the heavens, the bloody light burst out. The dark rainy night, the pungent smell of blood, even the rain couldn't stop it. The bloody smell pervaded the mountain range, it could be smelled even from far away. There were many alliances in the vicinity, many of them were watching from the sidelines. When the lightning struck, the terrifying demonic figure appeared, it left an indelible mark in their hearts. In this rainy night, the Undying Alliance, the Phantom Alliance, and the Throwing Knife Alliance were annihilated. On the second day, many alliances received the news and everyone was shocked. Even though they couldn't see Xiaochen's appearance clearly in the rainy night, they were still able to see his face clearly. However, that tall and straight figure and that terrifying battle prowess. Everyone immediately guessed that he was the culprit. In addition, there was also news that the founder of the Phantom Alliance, Carol, was the leader of the Phantom Alliance. Wang Tong, the founder of the Throwing Knife Alliance, seemed to have led a few experts to assist Yan Qingqing. This made it even easier for others to guess that Xiaochen was targeting them. Xiaochen's horrifying combat prowess shocked many people this time. Walking in the forest after the rain. Breathing in the fresh air. Xiaochen let the three skeletons return to the deathly still forest to continue their training. He followed the information that Xianxia had revealed before his death. He continued to search for traces of the spell Master Rand in the Alliance's gathering area. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. This important figure of the Undead Alliance, Rand. Although he was severely injured in the last battle, he was still able to maintain his composure. But he still managed to escape last night's attack. From the start to the end, Xiaochen did not find any trace of him. The sun had already risen, and the torrential rain at night made the sky even more azure. The primeval forest was filled with the cries of apes and the roars of tigers. Hundreds of birds chirped among the beautiful flowers and trees. Different regions had different styles. Although they appeared in the gathering places of many alliances, however, Xiaochen purposely hid his whereabouts, so no one discovered him. Until at noon, he was enjoying his lunch by a stream that looked like a ribbon of jasper. The rising smoke from the chimney alerted people to his presence. A graceful and charming figure. She walked gracefully. Passing through the emerald green forest and the fragrant flowers, he came to the side of a slowly flowing stream. He appeared before Xiaochen. She was an extremely charming and moving woman. She had an irresistible temperament and charm. Her peerless and enchanting posture fully displayed her beauty and charm. She was gentle and charming, as if she was formed from spring water. She could be said to be a stunner. Her exquisite and beautiful body was faintly discernible in her almost translucent black silk dress. Her graceful curves and her exposed skin were flashing with a bewitching luster, causing one's imagination to run wild. "Brother Xiao, turn to your side and face me." Sitting alone by the stream. "Don't tell me you don't welcome me?" The woman's lips were rosy and sexy. When she smiled, her teeth were as white as jade. Under her long eyelashes was a pair of enchanting eyes with an irresistible charm. So what if she was the most beautiful woman in the world? Given Xiaochen's character, it was impossible for him to do so. It was impossible for him to be bewitched by beauty. Xiaochen looked at her and smiled, then said, "You are the founder of the Pink Alliance, Rowena?" Rowena smiled lightly. It was truly boundlessly alluring. That alluring face. It was as if she had used spring water to fuse softness and beauty together. She was extremely charming and delicate. Her face, which was as delicate as cream, was about to drip water. "I didn't expect Brother Xiao to know my name. The members of the Pink Alliance are all charming and beautiful, and the founder Rowena is even more alluring. How could I not know?" A gentle breeze blew past, and the flowers by the stream rippled with the fragrance of flowers. Rowena's silk dress fluttered in the wind, immediately outlining her perfect and sexy figure. Her slender jade-like legs were completely shaped according to the golden ratio. Her perfectly round and plump buttocks made people unable to indulge in wild and fanciful thoughts. Her slender waist was delicate and soft. Her plump breasts were plump and perky, it made people's imagination roam. Rowena smiled charmingly and said, alluring. "Brother Xiao is implying that we are foxes, right?" "No, I am sincerely praising you." "Hee," Rowena smiled charmingly. Her charming body was like a willow in the breeze. "We had sent people to invite Brother Xiao before, but Brother Xiao looked down on us weak girls and ignored us. So, today I came personally. Alliance leader Rowena, you are making things difficult for me. Your alliance is full of beauties. How can a man like me join? Brother Xiao, you are not honest enough. Last time we obviously did not invite you to join the Pink Alliance, we only wanted to form an alliance with you. You can't go back on your words like this. So it's like that. That was my oversight, I misunderstood." Xiaochen smiled and nodded. "If it is a secret alliance, of course I am willing. One more friend means one more path. Now that we are trapped on the Dragon Island, we should take care of each other. However, I am a problematic person, some people always want to find trouble with me. Aren't you afraid that I will bring trouble to you guys?" "How can I not be afraid?" Rowena cast a glance at Xiaochen, her eyesight was very charming, extremely charming. If it was an ordinary person, their heart might have already been captivated by her charm. "Those people you offended all have a great background. The undying successor Yan Qingqing, the young expert of the barbarian race, Chaos, the young expert of the jungle race, Yaluoda. Now you even offended the genius illusion master Carlos and the descendant of the little flying dagger, Wharton. One is more difficult to deal with than the other. You clearly know, yet you still want to form an alliance with me? It is better to provide timely assistance than icing on the cake. If I extended an olive branch to you when your situation was clear, you might not even care. But now that your situation is not optimistic, I will form an alliance with you. I will help you in times of crisis. Presumably, if I encounter a fatal disaster in the future, you will also help me, right? When Rowena said these words, her frankness was bordering on utilitarian. However, this was the only way to show her sincerity. If she played tricks, it would only make Xiaochen feel disgusted. They were both smart people, this was the most effective way. Oh? So you are forming an alliance with me now? You want to stand on the same side as me and become enemies with Xianxia and the others? Xiaochen looked at Rowena with a smile that was yet not a smile. Hee. I am not tired of living yet. Rowena smiled lightly. Then she said, we will form an alliance in secret. Unless one of us is in a life and death crisis, we don't need to help each other. What I said is true. If one day, your life is really in danger, I can help you. Xiaochen smiled, this was a person who was willing to take a gamble. Rowena thought highly of his extraordinary combat prowess and felt that he would not fall into a life and death situation in this storm. She did not need her help at all, yet she chose to ally with him at this time. So she formed an alliance with him at this time without any effort. It was equivalent to winning a powerful ally for her in the future, it was a pretty good backup plan. Alright. Then let's form an alliance in secret. Maybe in a few days, Xianxia, Carlos, and Wharton will make me fall into a life and death crisis, and I will need to seek shelter from you. Rowena's charming expression froze for a moment. However, she recovered in an instant. She said with a smile, I believe in your strength, you will definitely be able to get through this hurdle smoothly. Xiaochen smiled and didn't say anything. However, he guessed in his heart, this exceptionally beautiful woman most likely had formed an alliance with many people in secret. However, it was impossible for him to point it out. He still had to deal with it sincerely on the surface. Fishes swam back and forth in the clear brook. The flowers and grass on both sides were fragrant. This place was peaceful and lively. Rowena's half-naked lotus-like arms were exceptionally tender and suffused with a bewitching luster. It displayed an incomparably alluring youthful aura. Her neck was snow-white and smooth like a swan. Her charming face was even more like a flower. She said with a smile, then it's settled, we will form an alliance from now on. However, this is only a secret between you and me. No one else is allowed to know. Of course. This is a secret between you and me. However, you don't actually need to form an alliance with me. No one would have the heart to kill a gorgeous girl like you. A girl like me. Hee. The danger is even greater. I always feel like I am living among a pack of wolves. Who knows when I might be swallowed by someone. Rowena giggled and said, that's why I have to make preparations early. Hee. Who knows, I might have no choice but to look for a powerful backer in the future. Xiaochen naturally understood what she meant by relying on the mountains. Among the beautiful girls trapped on the Dragon Island, many might walk on this kind of path. Rowena smiled lightly and said, Xiaochen, I hope you will become stronger and stronger. Who knows, I might look for you as my backer in the future. Can't I do it now? Xiaochen smiled. Hee, so you're not honest either. I thought you were just a cold-blooded expert who was decisive and wouldn't be moved by external factors. Rowena was definitely a beauty that was seductive to the bones. Her charming face emitted a peculiar charm, even if Xiaochen's will was as hard as steel, he still couldn't help but feel a ripple. Rowena left with all kinds of charm, her graceful steps were graceful, her slender legs, perfectly round buttocks, soft and slender waist, hazy curves, she left Xiaochen an incomparably sexy and enchanting figure from the back. This was indeed a stunner that possessed boundless charm. Her enchanting and charming side had already far overshadowed her own beauty. Even if her appearance couldn't be compared to Zhao Linair and Xianxia, her own charm was already above those two. Xiaochen looked at his own heroic figure reflected in the brook, and calmed down very quickly. He and Rowena only had a relationship of making use of each other, the alliance between them was just a formality. Xiaochen destroyed 3 alliances in one night, it caused a huge commotion. Such a powerful attitude made everyone realize that this youth who didn't join any alliance was not someone to be trifled with, they couldn't afford to provoke him. From a certain point of view, Xiaochen's name had already been branded in everyone's heart, he was definitely the focal point of everyone's discussion. Many people knew that when Yan Xingqing, Carlos, Wharton and the others return, they will definitely set off a storm. They won't leave the matter at that. Many people were looking forward to a great battle, it was bound to be a showdown at the pinnacle. Without a doubt, Xiaochen was already an influential figure on the Dragon Island. Many alliances paid special attention to him, he attracted the attention of many young practitioners of both genders. Of course Xiaochen knew that people were talking about him. These past 2 days, he had been roaming around the alliance's gathering place, he was paying close attention to the current situation. In the end, he left this place after having a meat feast with Yizhen and Ichi. Yan Qingqing and the others were about to return, Xiaochen decided to disappear for a period of time. He seized the time to train and let those people go crazy first. After finding the 3 skeletons in the deathly still forest, they arrived at the Sea of Bones. Xiaochen wanted to greet Twilight, but he discovered that Twilight had already left this place. And the other practitioners who entered the depths of the Dragon Island earlier also completely disappeared. Most likely, many practitioners from the outskirts of the island have swarmed in. There are people coming and going from time to time, it is no longer a good place to meditate. The figures that appeared near the Shen Steel in the Sea of Bones were Xianxia that had arrived later. Xiaochen went to a pile of tyrannical dragon skeletons near the divine steel and carried the sleeping Kiki out. Having its sweet dream disturbed, Kiki fiercely waved its little paw and squeaked in dissatisfaction. "Ku, how about I take you to eat something delicious?" Xiaochen began to release the fragrant bait in preparation to bring Kiki away. This snow-white jade-like, furry little tiger cub, and also like a lion cub was really too extraordinary. No matter what, Xiaochen wanted to bring it along with him. This was also something that couldn't be helped, this little critter did not show any signs of following him. It only followed him because it was curious before, he must let this little critter feel a sense of novelty from beginning to end. Hearing that it could enjoy delicious food, Kiki's pair of glittering big eyes immediately flickered with little stars. Its long eyelashes blinked with all its might, it couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with a gulp sound. Xiaochen was tickled all of a sudden, this little critter was really too interesting. However, just at this time, Kiki dejectedly lowered its head again, and painfully rubbed its plump little belly. At that time, it swallowed so much sweet dew of life, it still hasn't digested it completely, so it was unable to enjoy the delicious food. "I have a way to free you from your pain, of course it needs a certain amount of time." Kiki's eyes immediately lit up again, it squeaked unceasingly, it seemed to be doubting whether Xiaochen really had such ability. "Don't worry, I can definitely help you solve your problem. Of course, I will need your treasured tree." Xiaochen pointed at the treasured tree hat on Kiki's head, Kiki immediately took off the treasured tree, and threw it to Xiaochen without a care in the world. If the divine sapling knew about this, it would definitely want to cry but have no tears, the little critter seemed to not care about it at all. "This won't do, we need to go to a quiet place where we won't be disturbed. In addition, I still need to think about it properly." Just like this, Xiaochen and the others set off. Even though the little critter kept turning its head to look at that divine monolith, it still left this place in the end. From time to time, a dragon's roar could be heard in the depths of the island. Xiaochen wanted to try his luck to see if he could find a few dragon eggs. While making their way through the deathly still forest, Xiaochen found it very strange. The forest here was emerald green, why was it so quiet? There wasn't even a bird, could it be because it was close to the deathly Sea of Bones? The towering ancient trees in this area would require more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. The age of the trees was definitely more than a few thousand years, it was really not inferior to the Trance Valley. However, there wasn't any sign of treants roaming about here, it was obvious that no treant had successfully transformed. This time, Xiaochen didn't advance towards the north where many alliances resided. After they entered the deathly still forest, they kept heading east. They only passed through this incomparably quiet forest after traveling for a few dozen miles. After arriving at the outside world that was brimming with vitality, the feeling immediately changed. Ding! Dong! Dong! The flowing river, the rich fragrance of flowers, the cheerful chirping of birds, as well as the roar of beasts, it made this world appear to be full of vitality. Although the dragon's roar could be heard from the mountains from time to time, Xiaochen and the others advanced for more than 10 miles, they still couldn't pinpoint exactly where they were. They did encounter a lot of terrifying beasts, all of them were some kind of ancient species. Xiaochen suspected that some of the beasts might be able to contend against the vicious dragons. Not long after, Xiaochen discovered a river in the mountain forest. Following the river to the east, the number of green bamboos on both sides gradually increased, and the number of other trees gradually decreased. Until they advanced for another few miles, the surroundings were already filled with a large bamboo forest. In this area, the number of beasts had decreased by a lot, most of them were herbivores. Green bamboos, jade-green river, short shrubs, in addition to the melodious chirping of birds, as well as the calm elk, it made this area appear very harmonious and tranquil. The Dragon Island where ferocious beasts roamed freely, it was very rare to find such a peaceful area. More than 20 wild elephants were drinking water at the riverbank in front of them, their spotlessly white tusks were flickering with a faint sparkling luster. The sturdy bodies of the elephants lined up together, it looked like a tall wall. However, just at this time a commotion broke out among the herd of elephants. All of the wild elephants seemed to have received a fright, they let out a long howl and turned around to flee. Xiaochen clearly felt something was amiss, he smelled a fishy odor assaulting his nostrils. A gale blew in the bamboo forest in front of them, the bamboo forest actually opened up a path, all of the bamboos automatically fell to the two sides, it looked incomparably sinister. A vicious beast that can control the gale. Xiaochen cried out loudly, if he didn't guess incorrectly, this is undoubtedly a huge snake. According to legend, a successful snake deity could divide plants and trees, and fix the snake's path. Xiaochen carried Ku, turned around and ran away at lightning speed. The three skeletons followed closely behind. Like a few wisps of smoke, they escaped from that area in the blink of an eye. Through the swaying tree shadow, he turned his head to look. He only saw a huge green snake rushing out from the bamboo forest. It was as thick as a house, the snake's body that was standing up high was at least a dozen meters long. The green scales flickered with a frightening dim light. Each scale was as big as a palm leaf fan. The huge snake head in the sky looked down at the herd of wild elephants. Its blood-red eyes the size of a washbasin emitted a terrifying fiendish light. The dense white poisonous fangs in its wide mouth were more than half a meter long, they were as sharp as swords. The scarlet tongue of the snake was more than 4 to 5 meters long. It was swallowing and spitting in an indeterminate manner, it was incomparably terrifying. That snake's body was so long that it was directly placed horizontally between the bamboo forest by the riverside. It was like a green dam, blocking the path of the herd of wild elephants. And in the surroundings of that huge snake, on top of the bamboo shoots, and between the underbrush, there were countless tiny green shadows wriggling about. It was actually a lot of small green snakes. At a distant place, Xiaochen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This huge green snake was actually a green bamboo snake. The poisonous green bamboo snake was generally less than half a meter long. Although it was very small, it was extremely poisonous. Very few of them exceeded 2 meters long. And this huge green bamboo snake before his eyes was actually as thick as a house. Under the cover of the bamboo forest, who knew how long its huge snake body was? This was really too frightening, it was very hard to imagine how long it had lived. This was definitely a vicious beast that had survived since the ancient times. It was definitely able to contend against some of the dragons on the island. The herd of wild elephants were blocked from escaping, the mournful cries of the wild elephants resounded throughout this area. In the end, half of the wild elephants turned around and rushed towards the river. At the same time, the huge green bamboo snake also moved. The huge serpent's head stretched out, and its 5-meter-long blood-red forked tongue instantly latched onto a wild elephant's body, coiling it up in an instant. Then, that huge mouth that could no longer be described as bloody basin opened to the limit, and the dense white sharp venomous fangs flickered with terrifying light, swallowing that wild elephant's head in one gulp. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. The sharp poisonous fangs of the giant snake paralyzed the body of the wild elephant in an instant, causing it to lose its ability to move in an instant. Then, it ferociously swallowed it bit by bit. A snake swallows an elephant. The giant snake Xianxia that survived from the ancient times actually swallowed a wild elephant into its stomach. The scene was extremely shocking and terrifying. The herd of elephants fled in fear. Some of the wild elephants rushed into the river and were swept downstream. Some of the wild elephants ran towards that green dam like snake body blocking the way, wanting to force their way through and escape from this place. The huge green shadow flipped over. A gale surged within the bamboo forest. The fishy smell made people want to vomit. The earth trembled unceasingly. The bamboo forest danced wildly. Countless bamboo leaves fluttered down. The huge serpent's huge body instantly wrapped around 4 wild elephants tightly. The wild elephants let out mournful cries. They struggled with difficulty, but in the end, they were powerless and became motionless. That huge bloody mouth opened to the limit again, and swallowed the 4 wild elephants one after another. This bloody and brutal scene made the other wild elephants incomparably frightened. All of them trembled. In the end, they knelt on the ground and let out mournful cries unceasingly. The ancient vicious snake Xianxia, it seemed like it didn't want to kill them all. The 5 wild elephants had already satisfied its appetite. The huge serpent body slowly slithered towards the depths of the bamboo forest, and gradually disappeared in the shadows of the forest. The herd of wild elephants felt as if they were pardoned. They fled in panic. The earth trembled, the forest on the river bank swayed violently, the fallen leaves filled the sky. Xianxia was shaken to his core. After experiencing this incident, he knew that even if it was a seemingly tranquil region, there was still a huge danger hidden within. This was an island where people couldn't help but be cautious. There were too many prehistoric beasts hidden within the endless mountain forest. Ku struggled free from Xiaoqian's hands. Like an agile little monkey, it climbed up to the top of a green bamboo and gazed at the huge serpent leaving from afar. Regarding this, Xiaoqian was already used to it. Although Ku looked like a lion and a tiger, it could still walk upright. Sometimes, it was more like a little monkey. It was really a freak. Squeak, 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 it mumbled excitedly, as if it was expressing its happy mood. What's wrong, Ku? Xiaoqian looked at it in astonishment. Ku nimbly jumped down, pointed at itself and the sacred sapling, then pointed at the mountain forest in front. This made Xiaoqian endlessly confused. Only after a long time did he roughly understand its meaning. The place in front seemed to be the sacred sapling and Ku's home. Ku, where were you born? Xiaoqian looked at it in shock. He always wanted to figure out the origin of this little critter. Now that he was going to take a trip to its home, who knows, the mystery of Ku's ancestry might become clear. Ku blinked its bright big eyes. It nodded its head vigorously. At the same time, it pointed at the sacred sapling. It could be seen that it was very excited. Xiaoqian was also a little happy. If the sacred sapling really grew in Ku's home, then shouldn't there be some other treasured trees there? The 3 skeletons also surrounded them. It seemed like they were also very eager to go to Ku's home. Mr. 2G squeak, squeak, squeak. This time, Ku took the lead to run forward. It seemed like it wanted to lead the way. Xiaoqian laughed. This little thing was so eager to go home. Most likely it got lost at that time. That's why it ran to the outskirts of the Dragon Island. It was really a muddle-headed little guy. Ku was simply fearless. It actually wanted to pass through the ancient serpent's habitat directly. Xiaoqian hastily stopped it, and then took a detour. This made the little critter very dissatisfied. It kept on squeaking. It really didn't know whether it was not afraid of the serpent, or it was really a little muddle-headed. The more they advanced, the more vicious beasts they met. Xiaoqian was really suspicious. Ku's home couldn't be a nest of vicious beasts, right? On the way forward, they discovered many terrifying savage beasts. Some were even bigger than the ancient dragon. They could definitely contend with the vicious dragon. All of a sudden, a gale blew. The huge trees in the mountain woods swayed, leaves fluttered in the air. Many wild beasts ran away in disarray. Xiaoqian raised his head to look. He discovered a huge bird flying close to the mountain woods at high speed. The feathers on its whole body were bright red. Its body was actually comparable to the sacred dragon. Its length was more than 10 meters. Its wingspan was at least 30 meters. Ku was not the least bit afraid. Its curled-up body was like a snow-white pom-pom. It excitedly rolled back and forth on the grassland. This clearly showed that they were almost at its home. After advancing for more than 1 mile, they passed through a gloomy swamp. They saw a 10-meter-long, golden giant centipede as thick as a water jar. It was curled up in the gloomy woodland. This was really too shocking. A centipede could actually grow to this size. It was simply inconceivable. This was definitely a terrifying poisonous insect that survived from ancient times. Perhaps even the vicious dragon would have to take a detour if it encountered it. The woodland was incomparably gloomy. The huge centipede flickered with a peculiar golden luster. Its outer shell was as hard as iron. Xianxia saw it easily knocked down a towering ancient tree. It was like an unstoppable giant metal beast. Over 100 pairs of golden legs were as sharp as blades. With just a light wriggle, the rocks in the swamp were all cut into pieces. Xianxia was more and more convinced. Ku's home might be a nest of vicious beasts. There were more and more ancient beasts. After passing through a large stretch of primitive mountain forest, Xianxia and the rest finally approached their destination. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki jumped onto Xiaoqian's shoulder. It stretched out its little paw and pointed at the mountain range ahead. Roar, roar! All of a sudden, a dragon's roar transmitted from that mountain range. It made the whole mountain tremble. The forest trees danced even more frantically. The fallen leaves swirled in the air. It was impossible for it to be just one ancient vicious dragon. Judging from the sound, there were actually at least 7 or 8 of them. Xiaoqian groaned inwardly. It seemed like they really arrived at the beast's lair. This little guy Kiki seemed to have a very powerful background. The lotus imprint on the foreheads of the 3 skeletons immediately flickered with radiance. They vigilantly observed their surroundings. The joints all over their body made a crackling sound. It was very obvious that they felt the danger ahead. Kiki, did you really live in the beast's lair before? Just what kind of little beast are you? Kiki was very dissatisfied. It seemed like it was blaming Xiaoqian for calling it a little beast. It jumped on Xiaoqian's head while panting with rage, then it scratched randomly, making Xiaoqian's long hair into a mess. Alright, I'm afraid of you. Xiaoqian hastily caught it and placed it on the ground. Walking into this mountainous region, they could clearly see many huge claw marks. All of them belonged to the vicious dragon. After crossing over a mountain range, Xiaoqian saw a very shocking scene. A black mountain ridge flickering with black radiance, it stretched across a few mountain ranges continuously. The specks of light were actually as sparkling as black jade. Kiki cheerfully jumped back and forth on the skulls of Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, and Luanhui Wang. It was obvious that it had already arrived at its home. After that, it jumped down happily and ran towards the black jade mountain ridge ahead. Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons followed closely behind. They already arrived here anyway. It was impossible for them to stop just because of the dragon's roar in the vicinity. However, when they got close to the Black Jade Mountain Ridge, Xiaoqian was immediately dumbfounded. He discovered that the so-called Black Mountain Ridge was extremely similar to a tree trunk. A huge tree trunk flickering with black radiance was lying in the middle of the mountain range. When they got closer, Xiaoqian was completely dumbstruck. The Black Mountain Ridge was actually a tree trunk. After walking along it for a short distance, he could see some huge branches that were separated. This was simply inconceivable. The trunk was as thick as a mountain ridge. If this giant tree was still alive, if it was still standing on the ground, how tall would it be? It would probably soar into the clouds. It could be said to be a heavenly tree. Not far in front of them was a collapsed mountain, as if it had experienced a terrible earthquake. Almost all the mountain peaks had collapsed, and the occasional towering stone mountain was already full of huge cracks. Most of the area had already sunk. Apart from the rocky mountains that were about to collapse, this place could be called an incomparably vast basin. It was very strange inside. Most of the rocks were rocks. Even if there was soil, there was not a single trace of vegetation. It was dead silent. Meanwhile, the heavenly tree had already broken off at this point. That unfathomably huge treetop had already disappeared without a trace, as if it had been buried into the ground along with the collapsed mountainous area in front of it, leaving people with infinite imagination. One couldn't help but wonder if a great disaster had happened here a long time ago. It caused countless mountains to crumble and the crown of the ancient trees to snap. Hey, where's Ku? Xiaoqian suddenly discovered that Ku had disappeared without a trace. Clack, clack, Luanhui Wang opened and closed his chin comically. He pointed at the other end of the divine tree, hinting Ku to run towards the direction of the tree's roots. Let's go, we should also go take a look. Xiaoqian and the 3 skeletons quickly followed behind. Although the ink-like heavenly tree had already withered a long time ago, and it had already collapsed on top of the mountain range. It was still as tall as the mountain peaks. It was really too huge. It was like a mountain ridge lying horizontally in front of him. It was even more imposing than the mountain range. Xiaochen and the others passed through layer upon layer of mountain woods. They advanced for no less than 8 to 9 miles before they arrived at the place where the ancient tree's roots were broken. And these 8 to 9 miles couldn't represent the true length of the ancient tree's trunk. After all, there was still a large section of the trunk and the treetop that had already been completely destroyed. The broken roots of the heavenly tree were incomparably shocking. The tree stump on the surface was actually as majestic as a mountain range. Regardless of whether it was the thickness or the height, it was a bit higher than the mountain range in the vicinity. It was truly a shocking sight. The few huge roots exposed on the ground were simply like a mountain ridge. They submerged into the ground of the distant mountain. It made people flabbergasted. Roar, roar, the dragon's roar resounded in the vicinity. It seemed like there were at least 7 or 8 vicious dragons roaring at the same time. Not only that, it seemed like there were other beasts roaring as well. It was as ear-splitting as the heavenly thunder. If they dared to roar in the area where the vicious dragons roamed, they were definitely not inferior to the dragon race. This place was really as Xiaochen had guessed. It was simply a den of vicious beasts. What about Kiki, where is it? Xiaochen looked all around. He was really afraid that Kiki ran into the mountain range and entered the area where many vicious beasts roared. Clack, clack, Qing Guangwang moved his chin and pointed at the tree stump of the heavenly tree. The stump of the divine tree was also jet black. It was as sparkling and translucent as black jade. Xiaochen raised his head and looked up. He discovered that Kiki was like a nimble little monkey. She was climbing up the smooth tree trunk that was as huge as a mountain. She was already a kilometer away from the ground. The 3 skeletons were also itching to give it a try. They wanted to climb up to see what was going on. Xiaochen smiled and said, "That's good, we should also go up and take a look at Kiki's den." With their level of cultivation, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to climb up. That was because the trunk of the ancient tree was as shiny as jade. It was incomparably glossy. It was hard to use it as leverage. The height of the divine tree's tree stump was 1,500 meters, and most of the mountain ranges on the Dragon Island were below 1,300 meters. The tree stump was a notch higher than the 1,000-meter-tall mountain range in the vicinity. When Xiaochen and the rest climbed up, they were shocked once again. They discovered that the top of the tree stump was incomparably smooth, as if it was chopped off by a sharp weapon. It was definitely not broken by any other reason. The trunk of the divine tree, as thick as a mountain, was actually chopped off by brute force. This was really inconceivable. It made people associate it with a lot of things. The place where it was cut off was also flickering with black light. It was the same color as the tree trunk. The top of the tree was very vast. It was equivalent to a huge mountain with a flat top. Kiki was in a daze at a distant place. It was moving its feet aimlessly. Xiaochen walked over. He discovered that its pair of glittering big eyes were filled with perplexity. It looked like a lost child. It was somewhat delicate and touching. "Kiki, what happened to you?" It was rare for Kiki to not be mischievous. It quietly crouched down and curled up on the ground. It actually let out a whimpering sound. It was like a lonely child crying. It was like a wounded little beast that lost its mother. It laid there pitifully without moving. Its big eyes were actually watery. Kiki's human-like grief made Xiaochen feel a little sour. The 3 skeletons surrounded the little critter and squatted down. From their point of view, it was really too strange for this little devil to have such an expression. Woo! Woo! Kiki seemed to be injured. It curled up into a snow-white pom-pom and whimpered. Xiaochen's will was as cold as steel when dealing with his enemies, but he always treated the people around him sincerely. Even though Kiki was just a little critter, they had been together for so long, he had already regarded it as a bizarre child a long time ago. "Kiki, don't be afraid." Xiaochen squatted down and carried Kiki in his arms. Kiki seemed to have found someone to rely on. It whimpered unceasingly and buried its head in Xiaochen's bosom. It was as pitiful as the first time Xiaochen saw it, like an abandoned child. Clack, clack, the 3 skeletons looked at each other in dismay. They had always been afraid of the little critter. The scene in front of their eyes made them incomparably shocked. Through repeated probing and questioning, Xiaochen spent a lot of mental effort to roughly guess what was going on. Kiki seemed to be an abandoned child. It knew it was born here, but it had never seen its parents. The pitiful little critter that was born not too long ago got lost in the mountains after climbing down from the divine tree. After that, it wandered to the outer region of the island. Today, it found its way home, but it never thought it would still be unable to see its parents here. This made the little critter that had abundant emotions like a human feel exceptionally disappointed. That's why it felt so wronged. "Kiki, don't be disappointed," Xiaochen laughed and said, "I am the same as you. It's impossible for me to be with my family. We will be family from now on. You are a valiant little beast, you can't be so aggrieved, you have to be a strong little beast." Squeak, Xiaochen's words really changed Kik's mood. It waved its two little paws in annoyance, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws to threaten Xiaochen. It seemed like it was very dissatisfied with being called little beast. Xiaochen found this kind of method was very effective. It quickly diverted Kik's attention. Let's go, and see where the little beast's nest is, and also where we found that treasured tree." Xiaochen carried Kiki, and took the three skeletons to wander around the broken tree. Kiki angrily jumped down from Xiaochen's body and ran towards the center of the broken tree like a wild horse. She was really like a child. She quickly recovered from her disappointment. The broken section of the heavenly tree was extremely smooth. Xiaochen was shocked to discover some broken eggshells in the center. They looked like 7-colored divine jade, sparkling and translucent, giving off a faint multicolored glow. Kiki was somewhat reluctant and mischievous as she rolled around these broken jade shells. This caused Xiaochen to open his mouth wide in shock. Kiki was actually born from a godly jade-like egg, who looked like a lion cub, but also like a tiger cub. Its fur was snow-white and shiny like jade. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like it was born from an egg. If it had scales all over its body, it would look more like it, but that was not the case. He must have a great background. Xiaochen believed that Kik's background was most likely not simple. She might be the descendant of an extremely powerful vicious beast. Otherwise, how could she be born in a vicious beast's den where a group of dragons and numerous ancient beasts roamed? The dragon's hissing and beast's roar could be heard in the vicinity. Kiki, who was rolling around among the broken jade shells, seemed to have thought of something. It took off the treasured tree hat on its head and planted it beside the broken jade shells. The divine sproutling's roots immediately pierced into the black jade-like broken section. "Are you trying to tell me that the divine sproutling was dug out from here?" Xiaochen looked at Kiki in astonishment. Kiki nodded its head firmly, its pair of glittering big eyes even blinked a few times. The heavenly tree was already withered, the divine sproutling couldn't absorb any life force. Xiaochen looked at the treasured tree blankly. The divine sproutling was born from the broken roots of the heavenly tree. This was like a withered tree coming back to life. It was another kind of nirvana and metamorphosis. The divine sapling seemed to be different from the heavenly tree. It was definitely a sacred tree not only in name but also in reality. No wonder it didn't die even after leaving the soil. However, the sapling seemed to be a little unfortunate. It became the abandoned Kik's rations. After Kiki was born, it survived by sucking the jade leaves on the sapling. After roughly understanding what was going on, Xiaochen felt somewhat rueful. Could it be that Kik's parents deliberately left this kind of rations for it? This mystical little critter was most likely not inferior to those legendary syndicate dragon kings, Xiaochen thought like this. Kiki rolled around among the broken jade shells. It seemed to have completely gotten rid of its dejected mood. It chuckled like it used to when it was happy in the past. "Get up, don't roll around anymore." Xiaochen pulled Kiki up, then he gathered the pile of colorful jade shells together and said, "This is your identification card, I will help you keep it." He tore off a piece of his clothes, wrapped it up properly and carried it on his back. Roar, the huge dragon roar shook the nearby mountain ridges. The rolling sound wave was especially vast in the sky, one could clearly feel the tremor of the airflow. "Let's go over there to take a look." The dragon roar came from that mountain range in the east. Xiaochen and the others were walking on the heavenly ancient tree stump. When they got close to the border, they surveyed the scene in front of them. A few huge monsters were covered in scales from head to toe. They were flickering with hazy divine radiance as they moved around the mountain range not far away. They were only several hundred meters away from each other, but they didn't cause any conflict. It was very strange. That was a few vicious dragons we are talking about. Normally, they were the rulers of a region. It was basically impossible for them to allow other vicious beasts to enter their territory. Xiaochen was endlessly shocked. He could already clearly see a green tyrannical dragon. It had a 50-meter-long huge body. The green divine radiance was hazy. It made it look especially terrifying. Not far away from the green tyrannical dragon, there was also a 50-meter-long huge monster. Its imposing manner was not inferior to the tyrannical dragon at all. Its whole body was flickering with a pale yellow radiance. It looked like it was cast from brass. It looked very much like a lion, but it was definitely not a lion. Its whole body was covered in dragon scales that were flickering with yellow radiance. The lion's head looked very sinister. Its pair of green eyes were like two balls of will-o'-the-wisp. Its mane was completely formed by several meter-long bone spurs. The yellow radiance was eerie. Its 4 thick and powerful huge claws were like 4 huge pillars. Each of them required 7 to 8 people to wrap their arms around it. As a whole, other than the whole body was covered in scales that were flickering with yellow radiance, as well as that huge crocodile tail, this vicious dragon really looked like a huge lion as big as a mountain. Xiaochen recognized it at a glance. This was the legendary monarch lion dragon. Its strength was definitely not below the tyrannical dragon. It was a very rare and powerful dragon species among the dragons. The tyrannical dragon and the monarch lion dragon were very close to each other, but they were actually living in harmony. What made people even more amazed was, there was another powerful dragon not far away from them. A huge saber dragon was like a green jade mountain. It was standing on top of a high mound and roaring towards the sky. The tyrannical dragon and the monarch lion dragon were very close to each other, but they were actually at peace with each other. What made people even more amazed was, there was another powerful dragon not far away from them. A huge saber dragon was like a jasper mountain. It was standing on top of a high mound and roaring towards the sky. Its length was more than 40 meters. If one wanted to describe its overall appearance, it would be very similar to a half-standing crocodile. Of course, there was still a huge difference. There was a very sharp jasper horn on its head. It was about 10 meters long. This was an innate divine sword. It could even be said to be invincible. That was how it got its name. Moreover, on both sides of its body, there were 2 rows of cone-like jasper bone spurs. All of them were a few meters long. It could block the enemy from getting close, and when necessary, it could be used to ram sideways. It was even more terrifying weapon to injure the enemy. Although the saber dragon's physique couldn't compare to the tyrannical dragon and the monarch lion dragon, there were so many sharp horns all over its body, it could allow it to fight against the two without falling into a disadvantageous position. These few vicious dragons belonged to the royal branch of the dragon race, and there were still a few dragons roaring in the mountain range not far away. It indicated that they were not any weaker than these 3 vicious dragons. Moreover, there were still other primal beasts that could contend against the vicious dragons in the mountain range. Xiaochen could already vaguely see a few huge monsters. What are they doing? Why are they gathering here? Xiaochen's heart was filled with doubts. Squeak! Kiki jumped onto Xiaochen's shoulder. It used its little paw to point in front. It seemed to be expressing its opinion. Xiaochen found out it was actually pointing at the sky. He felt incomparably flabbergasted. He asked, Kiki, why are you pointing at the sky? There aren't any flying giant birds or winged dragons over there? Kiki blinked its big eyes. It was still squeaking unceasingly while pointing at the sky. Kiki, what are you doing? Xiaochen was puzzled. Kiki felt that it wasted its energy. It angrily pulled a lock of Xiaochen's long hair with its little paw. Then it jumped down from his shoulder and ran towards the 3 skeletons. Xiaochen shook his head in bewilderment, but just at this time, he suddenly discovered an incomparably majestic mountain appeared in the sky. A sacred mountain that gave people an endless vicissitudes and ancient aura. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. How could this be? However, when he stood up and raised his head to look, that huge mountain suddenly disappeared. Angle problem? Xiaochen started to move his feet. He changed his position more than 10 times before he finally saw that hazy sacred mountain again. Strange, could there be some kind of divine formation there? Otherwise, how could there be such an effect? There are actually only a few spots in the same area that can watch it. That was a sacred mountain that deeply shocked Xiaochen. It was simply too majestic. Even when standing on the 1,500-meter-tall stump of the heavenly ancient tree, he had to look up at it. That place was shrouded in a hazy mist. There were no plants, no birds, and no beasts. One could feel it from afar. It was deathly silent. He could see many dilapidated and majestic historical sites, as well as many majestic palaces. Perhaps because they had been here for too long, some of the majestic buildings had already collapsed. The sacred mountain was tall and majestic. From halfway up the mountain, there were ancient and damaged palaces that emitted an ancient and deathly still aura, causing that place to seem extremely mysterious. As for those vicious dragons and primordial beasts, they are all at the foot of the sacred mountain. It was obvious that they had gathered here because of the sacred mountain. The dense mist shrouded the sacred mountain, the dragon's roar and beast's roar were very frightening. Xianxia moved his position unceasingly on the stump of the ancient tree. He discovered that within 100 square meters, there were only 3 spots where he could watch the sacred mountain. This was very mystical. According to his conjecture, there must be an ancient divine formation sealing that place. Kiki, have you seen that sacred mountain before? Kiki shook her head and jumped onto Luanhui Wang's skull. Then she curiously sized up the sacred mountain again. Did these primordial beasts live in this area in the past? Xianxia asked again. He wanted to know if the primordial beasts had just arrived here recently or if they had always been lingering around the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Kiki nodded her head. This was equivalent to telling Xianxia that this area had always been the place where the primordial beasts roamed. It seems like the sacred mountain did not appear recently. These primordial beasts already knew of its existence. Xianxia couldn't help but ponder. This was a sealed dragon island. Countless years ago, the dragon race that lived on this dragon island were able to fight against the gods. If that was the case, then those ancient and mysterious palaces on top of the majestic sacred mountain were either built by the dragon race or the palaces of the ancient gods. And there was also a heavenly tree in front of the sacred mountain. This made people's imagination run wild. The breaking of this heavenly tree was most likely related to the dragons being sealed. Xianxia and his party climbed down from the heavenly tree. They stealthily sneaked towards the sacred mountain. Of course, they took a detour around those primordial beasts. They could only avoid those vicious dragons and evil beasts. However, when they took a detour around a large area and got close to the sacred mountain that was hidden in the void again, they discovered that no matter where they went, there were vicious beasts surrounding it. Looking from afar, the shadow of the huge beasts was swaying in the mountain woods. A bitter fiendish aura pervaded the forest. Those were definitely the terrifying vicious beasts that had killed tens of thousands of creatures. Xianxia helplessly discovered that they were basically unable to get close to the sacred mountain. There were primordial beasts roaming all around the sacred mountain. He didn't know if this little guy Kiki was really muddle-headed, or if it was really fearless, it actually wanted to rush over there by force. If not for Xianxia pulling it back firmly, this little critter would have already slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The curtain of night fell, the roars of the beasts lessened by a lot. The mountain range started to shake violently, numerous primordial beasts roared as they left that place. They returned to their respective nests. The moonlight was as clear as water. Xianxia and his party started to make their move. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. They decided to approach the sacred mountain at night. The forest in this mountain range was very sparse. The area without any vegetation was stepped on by the primordial beasts until it was as hard as a rock. That was the way of the primordial beasts. In front, the majestic sacred mountain was faintly discernible. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, the nearby mountain range seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy veil. Roar. A loud roar suddenly resounded, it almost made Xianxia deaf. The leaves were flying wildly in the mountain range, an inexhaustible fiendish aura spread out mightily. That monarch lion dragon actually didn't leave yet. Facing the sacred mountain, it was roaring towards the moon. The pale yellow radiance on its entire body almost completely transformed into a dazzling golden radiance. The inexhaustible smell of blood pervaded the air. It was obvious that this was the evil aura that accompanied its body after killing countless creatures. It seemed like it wanted to rush up the sacred mountain. After roaring continuously, it suddenly scuttled forward. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking, even the nearby mountain range was trembling. The monarch lion dragon that was as huge as a mountain smashed the inexhaustible forest. It emitted a resplendent golden radiance and rushed up the sacred mountain. However, the dragon roar suddenly disappeared. The monarch lion dragon disappeared without a trace. The 50-meter-long dragon king seemed to have evaporated into thin air. It was deathly silent. The monarch lion dragon disappeared without a trace. It seemed like it had barged into an unknown world. Everything seemed so strange and terrifying. One must know that the monarch lion dragon's power was unparalleled, but it actually disappeared without a trace just like that. It seemed like it didn't even have the time to struggle. The three skeletons seemed to have sensed something. The lotus brand on their foreheads leaped with divine radiance like a flame. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They were ready to fight. Kiki even jumped on top of Qingguang Wang's skull directly. Its snow-white body actually emitted a multicolored radiance. Its pair of glittering big eyes stared at the sacred mountain without blinking. An incomparably demonic aura pervaded the air from the sacred mountain. It enveloped the endless primitive mountain forest. The sacred mountain became even more illusory. Even if one was standing on the right spot, even if the bright moon was hanging in the sky, the majestic sacred mountain in front became hazy, as if it was enveloped by a thick fog that couldn't be dispersed. The aura emitted by the sacred mountain made people feel very uncomfortable. It was as if they were in a gloomy land filled with floating corpses. It made people feel a chill down their spine. The snow-white fur all over Keek's body stood up. With a whoosh, it actually rushed forward. Its target was actually that terrifying sacred mountain in front. Xiaochen hastily chased after it. The three skeletons looked at each other in dismay, then they also followed. However, Keek's speed was really too fast. Xiaochen was actually unable to catch up in a short time. But fortunately, Kiki stopped at the foot of the sacred mountain. Xiaochen grabbed this hairy little snowball. It was rare that it didn't bare its fangs and brandished its claws. It was still looking at the sacred mountain in front of it quietly. 7 to 8 huge monoliths stood at the foot of the mountain. They cast a large shadow on the ground. It was extremely eerie and terrifying. The lifeless monolith was filled with the carvings of vicious dragons. The carvings were incomparably lifelike: tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, saber dragon, thunder dragon. All of them appeared. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they didn't need to change their position anymore. They could see the sacred mountain shrouded in clouds and mist from every point. When they arrived here, Xiaochen couldn't help but walk forward, even though he knew it might be very dangerous. The desire to explore the unknown made him take a step forward involuntarily. I will come back after advancing for 20 meters. He reminded himself like this. He really wanted to know why the monarch lion dragon became silent in an instant. He wanted to see what kind of secret the sacred mountain had. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, Xiaochen advanced for 20 meters, but nothing happened. Of course, 20 meters was only a little higher than the foot of the mountain. There was no vegetation on the sacred mountain at all. It was entirely black and red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Not far ahead, the first ancient and mysterious palace appeared. It stood there majestically and was filled with the vicissitudes of time, giving off a feeling that it had existed for a very long time. At the same time, due to the deathly silence on the sacred mountain, as well as the indescribable awe-inspiring atmosphere, the huge palace seemed somewhat sinister. 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters, Xiaochen was already deeply captivated. He had forgotten his limit of 20 meters. He really wanted to enter the ancient palace that could collapse at any time to take a look. Just when he was 20 meters away from the majestic palace, Xiaochen suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a bottomless abyss. The surrounding moonlight disappeared in an instant, and deathly stillness enveloped him in a flash. He felt as if he was sinking into hell. However, in just a short moment, a dazzling radiance suddenly burst out from the boundless darkness. Xiaochen was wrapped up by the resplendent radiance, then he was forcefully pulled towards the radiance. Xiaochen felt his back was drenched in cold sweat. He returned to the sacred mountain that was bathed in moonlight in a flash. What exactly happened just now? He discovered that his body was still enveloped by the hazy radiance, and not far behind him, Kiki was sitting on Qingguang Wang's head. She was currently waving her little claws, using the divine radiance to wrap him up and pull him back. It was Kiki who saved him. After continuously moving back 5 or 6 meters, Xiaochen arrived beside the 3 skeletons and Kiki. He had already calmed down, but he still didn't know what happened just now. Why did he suddenly feel as if he had stepped into a bottomless abyss? Kiki, what did you guys see just now? Kiki was making threatening gestures on top of Qin Guangguang's head. It seemed like she was describing something. Xiaochen was baffled, he didn't understand what was going on. I will try again, if anything happens, Kiki, you have to act fast. Although Xiaochen felt that this place was incomparably gloomy, he didn't feel any fear. He walked forward again, but this time, nothing happened at the place he was at just now. Kiki also ran over curiously, she was jumping and jumping on the same spot, but nothing unexpected happened in the end. Xiaochen tried to advance towards the ancient palace that was not far away again. This time, after advancing for 10 meters, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. In that instant, he felt as if he had stepped into a bottomless abyss again. The silence was somewhat terrifying, there was not even a trace of light. He was sinking towards the underworld that was filled with the aura of death. However, the divine radiance enveloped him first. Xiaochen was dragged back to the moonlight by Kiki once again. Xiaochen was drenched in cold sweat, he felt a chill down his spine. He felt as if he had really taken a trip to the underworld just now. He didn't dare to continue probing, he slowly retreated. After taking one last look at the ancient palace that was very close at hand, he left with large strides. Let's go, this place is too sinister, we can't stay here any longer. Xiaochen decisively retreated. There weren't many ancient palaces at the foot of the sacred mountain. Starting from halfway up the mountain, the number of palaces gradually increased. If the vicinity of every palace was this sinister and frightening, then this sacred mountain was really an ominous place. The gloomy aura pervaded the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Xiaochen and the others had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Although Kiki was filled with a peculiar feeling towards this huge mountain, it was very rare for it to be so quiet. It didn't try to barge in. Just at this time, a dragon's roar that pierced through the clouds suddenly burst out, the forest trees shook violently. In the midst of the incomparably quiet, this kind of ear-splitting dragon roar suddenly resounded. It was really a little scary. Xiaochen hastily covered his ears to prevent his eardrums from rupturing. He turned his head around to take a look, only to see that the monarch lion dragon that disappeared from the sacred mountain actually reappeared. It appeared out of thin air in the vicinity of that palace just now. Its whole body was glittering with golden radiance. It directly scuttled down from there, its 50-meter-long huge body was like a small hill. It landed at the foot of the mountain, causing a huge crack to appear on the ground. The monarch lion dragon was a little dispirited and listless, it didn't stay at the same place for too long. An incomparably fierce aura surged out from its body, it brought along a bloody gale and rushed out of this mountainous region. The earth trembled violently. Kiki seemed to be very dissatisfied with the monarch lion dragon's roar. Like a very vexed little beast king, it let out a series of growls towards the monarch lion dragon's back. It even crouched down, it wanted to scuttle out and chase after it. This made Xiaochen endlessly amazed. This little muddlehead was really mystical, it was not afraid even under the monarch lion dragon's powerful draconic might. If it was any other beast, they would have already trembled with fear and knelt down on the ground. After all, even if the dragon lost its divine ability, it was still the royalty among the beasts, let alone the monarch lion dragon of the royal bloodline. Clearly, Kiki might have come from a rare race that was not afraid of dragons. However, Xiaochen quickly held it down, he couldn't let this little devil act recklessly. No matter how miraculous it was still just a cub, how could it fight against the monarch lion dragon? Kiki snorted discontentedly a few times, then it jumped onto King Yanlua's head. You are not allowed to do that in the future. How long have you been born? That is a primitive dragon, you are just a small ball, you are not even enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Wait until you grow up, then you can go and show off your might, you cannot act recklessly now. Squeak. 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 Kiki waved its little paw fiercely, it protested in annoyance. However, it appeared even more adorable, its bright big eyes were blinking, its hairy body was flickering with jade radiance, it could even be said to be a little critter that loved the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was already impossible to explore, there was more than one ancient palace on the sacred mountain. That place was too sinister, Xiaochen didn't want to throw his life away here. Turning around to look at the majestic sacred mountain that was shrouded by clouds and mist, as well as that faintly discernible mysterious palace that was emitting endless vicissitudes of life and deathly stillness, they walked towards a distant place. Suddenly, Xiaochen heard a rustling sound transmitted from the distant mountain forest. A fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. He hastily brought Kiki and the 3 skeletons to run towards the mountain forest at the side. Under the bright moonlight, a terrifying huge monster was approaching at high speed. It was flickering with golden radiance under the moonlight. It was actually a 10-meter-long golden centipede. Under the bright moonlight, a terrifying huge monster was approaching at high speed. It was actually a 10-meter-long golden centipede. Not long ago, Xiaochen once saw this centipede in a swamp. He didn't expect it would also be attracted by the historical remains of the sacred mountain. Xiaochen didn't want to come into contact with it. Perhaps even a vicious dragon would have to take a detour to deal with it. Kacha! Kacha! The terrifying poisonous insect moved its 100 legs at the same time. Everywhere it passed, no matter if it was the ground or the hard rock, they were all cut by its 100 sharp legs. Rustle, a similar sound transmitted from another mountain forest not far away. Xiaochen felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. If there were still such a terrifying poisonous insect, then this place was really a dangerous place. Let's go quickly. Xiaochen took the lead and charged into the distance. Poisonous insects liked to roam around at night. Only God knew whether there would be desolate giant scorpion, ancient house centipede and other vicious insects in this place. Although the strength of poisonous insects couldn't be compared to the barbaric dragon, their toxicity was incomparably terrifying. They were the most difficult to deal with. Xiaochen and the others quickly fled for several kilometers and arrived at the broken roots of the heavenly ancient tree. Only then did they stop to rest. When he arrived here, he finally didn't have that kind of evil feeling. Moreover, there were no roars of evil beasts at night. The hazy moonlight made this area seem harmonious and tranquil. Early in the morning, birds chirped, and the refreshing fragrance of flowers drifted with the wind. The rays of the morning sun painted the lush green forest with golden edges, and the gauze-like mist gradually dissipated. It was a fine, sunny morning, and the mountains were full of vitality. Xiaochen washed up beside a sweet spring and started to prepare breakfast for himself. At the same time, he thought about his next move. There were so many primeval beasts in the vicinity of the sacred mountain. How could he return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain? He felt that he should at least find a dragon egg. Looking at Xiaochen eating the tender and smooth barbecued meat, Cuckoo slipped away, out of sight, out of mind. She left the place where the enticing fragrance of the meat was. The 3 skeletons were still training. The lotus insignia on their foreheads were glowing brilliantly. Their bone structure was becoming more and more similar to the white jade. In the morning, Xiaochen brought the 3 skeletons to roam around the mountain range in the vicinity. He was pleasantly surprised to find 7 or 8 dragon lairs. There were actually dragon eggs in those valleys. Could it be that this is the breeding season of the dragons? He suddenly remembered that the Syndicate Dragon King and the Ancestral Dragon would appear, and the dragons in this area were obviously the rare superior dragons. Perhaps there would be a Syndicate Dragon King among them. For the entire morning, no matter if it was the vicious dragon or the primeval beasts, none of them appeared in front of the sacred mountain. After Xiaochen finished his observation, he returned to the broken roots of the heavenly ancient tree to train. Only until the afternoon did the dragon roar resound in front of that mysterious huge mountain. Xiaochen began to prepare for the operation. We are about to leave this place. According to the previous plan, Xiaochen gave the 3 skeletons a mission. They will enter the 3 dragon valleys respectively, and steal a dragon egg each. And he himself will enter the monarch lion dragon's lair personally, and steal a golden dragon egg. After that, they will gather at the broken roots of the ancient tree. The dragon egg of a rare superior dragon is an exceptionally rare treasure. Although there are 2 to 3 eggs in each lair, you guys only need to take 1. You must leave some leeway for everything. You can't let the descendants of the dragon's royal bloodline be cut off. The soul flames of the 3 skeletons were pulsating unceasingly in their eye sockets. If they had eyeballs, they might have rolled their eyes a long time ago. Stealing a dragon egg and still talking about leaving some leeway for everything, really. After that, they began to take action separately. They entered the mountain forest one after another. The monarch lion dragon's lair was built in a lush and verdant valley. Other than the area it was active in, it was as hard as a rock after being stepped on. The other areas were not destroyed. The vegetation was clear, it was full of vitality. And the two golden dragon eggs were hidden among the flowers and trees. They were well hidden. The dragon eggs didn't need a female dragon to incubate them. The lush vegetation was not destroyed at all. The golden dragon eggs were as big as a millstone. The eggshell was crystal clear. It was flickering with glorious radiance. It looked especially mystical among the fragrant flowers and plants. Because of the existence of the two dragon eggs, the flowers and plants in the surroundings seemed extraordinary. The splendor was circulating around them. These are the dragon eggs of the most powerful monarch lion dragon. Xianxia reckoned that one of the two dragon eggs would most likely give birth to a syndicate dragon king. Or even two dragon kings. He picked up one of the golden dragon eggs flickering with divine radiance, raised his speed to the limit, and rushed out of this valley. If by any chance the monarch lion dragon came back, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough to kill it. Very soon, the 3 skeletons also returned successfully. The mystical dragon eggs were emitting resplendent radiance. How could the vicious dragon have thought that someone would be so daring? Normally, not to mention the wild beasts wouldn't dare to approach their lair, even the birds wouldn't dare to fly over. Their lair was the forbidden area for all insects and beasts. There was no need to worry at all. Qinguang Wang brought back the tyrannical dragon's dragon egg. The sparkling and translucent cyan dragon egg was glittering with divine radiance. It was as eye-catching as the cyan moon. Yanluo Wang brought back the stegosaurus dragon egg. The jasper-like eggshell was circulating with an enchanting radiance. It really looked like a psychic jadeite. Luanhui Wang brought back the thunder dragon's dragon egg. The purple radiance lingered on the huge egg. It was incomparably beautiful, as if it was carved out of amethyst. In addition to the golden dragon egg that Xiaochen brought back, when the 4 dragon eggs were placed together, the radiance was really dazzling. The divine radiance made this place resplendent. The multicolored radiance was innumerable. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Kiki also came over. It blinked its glittering big eyes. It seemed like it understood something. It picked up a huge tree that was disproportionate to its body and chased after Qinguang Wang and the rest. Hey, Kiki, stop messing around. Xiaochen stopped it in a hurry. Kiki dropped the huge tree and took off its treasured tree hat. After that, it pointed its little paw at the 3 skeletons. It seemed like it was silently accusing them of their crimes. The 3 skeletons once stole its treasured tree, causing it to starve for a few days. The 3 skeletons opened and closed their jaws. They didn't expect that stealing the dragon eggs today would evoke Kiki's memory. In the end, they pointed their skeletal fingers at Xiaochen. Alright, we can vent our anger on them later. Right now, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Xiaochen didn't want to invite trouble onto himself. He picked up the golden dragon egg and left first. In the dense primitive forest, Xiaochen and the rest passed through the mountain ridges and carefully avoided all kinds of vicious beasts. Their speed was already raised to the limit. Xiaochen knew that the vicinity of the sacred mountain would be in chaos soon. The 4 high-ranked vicious dragons would definitely go crazy. The surrounding dozens of miles would not be at peace. While running at its limit, Kiki was the most relaxed. It jumped here and there on top of the 4 sparkling and translucent dragon eggs. The dazzling divine splendor also made it emit radiance. Xiaochen and the rest didn't dare to stop for even a moment. They kept running west for dozens of miles. They had already passed through the deathly still forest. They only stopped to rest when they were close to the deathly sea of bones. In the deathly still forest, the 4 dragon eggs were flickering with multicolored radiance. Only Kiki was still in high spirits. It was jumping here and there on top of the dragon egg. Roar, a faintly discernible dragon roar transmitted over. Following that, the roar of dragons and beasts resounded in succession from the direction of the sacred mountain. Even though they were very far away, they could still vaguely hear it. It was easy to imagine how chaotic the vicinity of the sacred mountain was right now. The mountains must have been shaking and the earth was turning upside down. We can't stay here. Xiaochen was afraid that the vicious dragons would chase after them. Secondly, there were practitioners roaming around the vicinity of the Sea of Bones. He decided to keep heading west. When they passed through the baleful Sea of Bones, Xiaochen and the rest didn't stop. They directly passed through the deathly still forest at the side. He quickly flew towards the west. To the west was a stretch of snow-capped mountains, which could be seen clearly from here. It was a miracle on the hot and humid Dragon Island. Xiaochen took this opportunity to check it out. Quick, let's enter that mysterious snowy mountain. It's the safest place. The continuous snow-capped mountains were in the west, the deathly sea of bones was in the middle, and the mysterious sacred mountain was in the east. The three regions formed a straight line, and were separated by the deathly still forest. After passing through the deathly silent primitive forest, and passing through a few more mountain forests full of vitality, they finally arrived in front of the snowy mountain. This was not an illusion. There really was a stretch of snow-capped mountains in front of him. Pure white snowflakes danced in the wind, and a cold aura rushed towards him. Ku was very curious about the snow mountain. Looking at the world of pure white snow, it let out a cheer and was the first to rush to the snow mountain. It happily rolled around in the snow, its furry snow-white body almost unnoticed in the snow. Xiaochen and the rest brought along the dragon egg and walked into the snowy ground with large strides. The temperature was dropping rapidly, the air they exhaled had already turned white. The cold wind carrying the snowflakes blew in their faces. When they turned around to look at the verdant world several hundred meters away, it really made them feel as if they were in another world. The climate was really too illogical. This didn't seem to be caused by the power of nature. At the periphery of the deathly still forest, many alliances had gathered here. Between the beautiful mountain peaks and shrouded in dense spiritual energy, in front of an ancient cave surrounded by a waterfall, there were young experts training. On this savage dragon island, strength was the most important thing. Only when one's strength was strong enough would they be able to survive. Today, Yan Qingqing, Carlos, and Wharton, who had disappeared for many days, had returned. They broke the peace of many days. Those experts they brought along at that time had all disappeared. Only the three of them returned. It caused an uproar. Could it be that they had a fierce battle with Xiaochen? At this moment, Yan Qingqing was in a flower valley. The entire valley was filled with unknown flowering trees. The tender and glistening green leaves made the rainbow-colored flowers look exceptionally gorgeous. Each and every flower bud was brimming with an intoxicating fragrance. Yan Qingqing was wearing purple clothes. She was indescribably ethereal and elegant among the flowering trees. Her entire body was hazy like an illusion, just like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her entire body was brimming with spiritual energy. Her beauty made the surrounding beautiful flowers lose their luster. Not far away from her, Spellmaster Land was sitting on top of a blue stone. His long golden hair was a little messy. He was originally as handsome as the blazing sun, but now he was no longer as conceited as before. He suffered a crushing defeat in the battle with Xiaochen. It was a huge blow to him. Very heavy. However, he didn't give up on himself. During the process of recuperating, he trained diligently. He thought of a way to condense his divine sense in order to become stronger. He slowly told her about how Xiaochen annihilated the three great alliances with lightning fast means a few days ago. What? Yan Qingqing's jade-like body emitted one after another divine radiance after another. The surrounding flowering trees were all shattered. Her beautiful face was brimming with anger, her soft and towering chest was heaving up and down violently. Xiaochen actually eliminated all the people from the three great alliances in one night. Land nodded his head a little bitterly and said, "That's right, other than me who escaped this calamity by recuperating in this flower valley, the rest of the people have already been eliminated." Only after a long time did Yan Qingqing helplessly let out a sigh and said, "This time really. Carlos, Wharton, and I met that amethyst dragon king again. Unfortunately, we suffered a disastrous loss, we still couldn't make it stay. The troops that went out were almost completely wiped out, the remaining alliance members were all eliminated by Xiaochen. It was really enough to make people go crazy. Is it that amethyst dragon king that looks like a Qilin?" Land was moved. When the amethyst dragon king appeared for the first time, it caused an uproar. But not long after, a world-shaking change occurred on the dragon island. The divine light sealed the island and diverted everyone's attention. That's right. That is only a young dragon king, you three experts actually couldn't take it down. Land was very shocked. A trace of redness gradually appeared on his handsome but pale complexion. He was a little emotional as he said, "The legend is true, after they grow up, even the gods will tremble in fear. If we can subdue it, if Carlos, Wharton, and I had advanced 2 more celestial layers, we might be able to subdue it if we work together." Yan Qingqing was filled with regret. There will be a chance in the future, Lan said, full of hope. After Carlos and Wharton returned, they couldn't find the people from their own alliance. After they found out about the secret from the others, the two of them almost went crazy. Xiaochen was too domineering. He actually wiped out the troops they left behind so cleanly. He was really decisive and decisive. On this day, all the experts from the alliance in this region heard an angry roar. That was the roar of someone who had gone crazy from anger. End of chapter 75. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.